Within the vast expanse of the cosmos, there exists an astonishing technological shortcut known as Rune Technology. By merely engraving specific patterns upon a stone slab and infusing it with energy, one can tear asunder the fabric of space and achieve faster-than-light leaps. Countless civilizations have ascended to great heights through this means, embarking upon an era of interstellar colonization. However, their foundational sciences have stagnated for eons as a consequence. Humanity has become the forgotten fish in this shortcut. We have erred in our technological pursuits, laboring diligently for millennia, stubbornly progressing from steam engines to nuclear fusion, information networks, and space exploration. In the eyes of the advanced civilizations that have mastered rune-based teleportation, the solar system, incapable of sensing rune energy, is but a primitive hunting ground shrouded in ignorance. As alien titanic vessels, accompanied by bloodthirsty war cries, ran the edges of the solar system, they perceive only uncivilized apes and inferior metallic refuse. Yet, they have stumbled upon the hardest iron plate in the universe, one equipped with nuclear reactors, electromagnetic cannons, and intercontinental missiles. But this is merely the beginning. Humanity has retrieved the rune slabs discarded by our adversaries. The eyes of our scientists gleam with a dangerous yet exhilarating light as we prepare to utilize the solid scientific foundation laid over millennia as our engine. We shall bestow wild wings upon this primitive cosmic cheat. The long-suppressed dream of the starry sea ignites instantaneously. Armed with the dual blades of reformed rune teleportation and humanity's pinnacle of technology, we are no longer prey, but the most ferocious hunters. From level 1 to level 9, humanity's journey will no longer be merely among the stars and oceans, but rather to dismantle the laws of the universe and reshape the order of the galaxies. Chapter 1. The Arrival of Extraterrestrial Visitors. The solar system, or cloud, at a distance of 100,000 astronomical units from Earth. In the frigid void, the Oort cloud drifts silently along the periphery of the solar system, resembling shards of ice discarded by the cosmos. Here, there exists only eternal darkness and desolation, where even the faintest light takes years to arrive. Absolute nothingness forms the most perfect backdrop. Without warning, this backdrop is violently torn apart by an invisible and brutal hand. There is no sound, only abruptly distorted light. Space itself resembles crumpled inferior leather. The center of its folds collapses violently, spinning to create a vortex that devours all light. Following this, a colossal, heavy entity, imbued with a primal essence, forcefully emerges from the maelstrom, crushing all unfortunate ice and debris in its path. A ship. No, it resembles more a bronze coffin adrift in the void. The hull is forged from a certain dark, weighty metal, its surface adorned with enormous, primitive, and rugged engravings. These engravings are not mere decoration. They're deeply embedded into the hull, akin to the veins of a living organism, currently coursing with a dim, lava-like orange glow, flickering like the deep heartbeat of a beast. At the prow is a grotesque, roaring visage of a monstrous beast, its gaping maw concealing a swirling mass of unstable energy that radiates a chilling aura of destruction. 3 enormous, twisted bronze horns extend from the sides and beneath the hull, their tips glimmering with a cold light. Residues of coagulated, unknown creatures' dark purple blood linger upon them. This colossal vessel, named the Hammer of Divine Punishment, serves as the flagship of the Castle Empire's expeditionary fleet. Following closely behind, the space ripples incessantly as one after another. Similarly styled but slightly smaller bronze warships emerge from the wound in the void like a school of bloodthirsty sharks. They form an imposing wedge-shaped formation, coldly suspended at the boundary of the solar system, their crimson searchlights licking hungrily at the solitary blue gem, Earth, rotating in the darkness. On the bridge of the Hammer of Divine Punishment, a melange of sulfur, blood, and the scent of untanned hides fills the air, which is so thick it feels as though one could wring water from it. The control console is roughly embedded with glowing rune slabs, and the operators are a cohort of muscular, humanoid beings with skin in shades of dark green or iron gray. They generally exceed 2.5 meters in height, with protruding fangs, covered in coarse hair or scales, clad in heavy leather armor adorned with bronze plates, their movements producing a clanging sound of metal scraping against metal. They are the Castle Orcs, a race in which conquest and slaughter are etched into their very marrow. In front of the control console stands a particularly imposing figure, General Goric. He is clad in even heavier bronze armor, festooned with spikes and ancient battle scars, his pauldrons depicting the heads of 2 roaring bronze wolves. A massive scar, deep enough to reveal bone, diagonally cleaves across his iron-gray cheek, obliterating one eye, which has been replaced by a biological prosthetic that emanates a cold red glow, derived from a bird-like civilization of the conquered. At this moment, the artificial eye greedily fixates on the azure planet at the center of the holographic star map. His rough fingers absently stroke the bronze battle axe, the size of a door, that leans against his throne. The dried black blood crusted upon the axe's blade silently narrates the demise of countless civilizations. Report, a deep, resonant voice, laden with a guttural timbre, calls out. A slightly smaller, but equally robust castle technician abruptly thumbs his scaled chest, producing a dull thud, a gesture signaling absolute obedience. His bloodshot yellow eyes fixate intently on a floating, softly glowing rune slab before him, upon which complex patterns slowly flow with streams of data. General Gorik, the sniffer rune array has covered the target star system. The technician's voice trembles slightly with excitement, his fangs protruding eagerly, revealing crimson gums. Deep scan complete. No rune energy response detected. Repeat, the target planet and its satellite orbits show no signs of any form of rune activation signal. Energy readings are weak and primitive, consistent with the standards of Level 1 uncivilized natives. Atmospheric composition confirms the presence of numerous signals from low-level carbon-based life forms. Target confirmed. Land of the Unmarked. Designation: Blue Mud Ball. The Land of the Unmarked, General Gallic murmured, his intact eye, brimming with feral ferocity, narrowed slightly, and a grin twisted his lips, a grimace formidable enough to silence a wailing child. His rough fingers relinquished their grip on the axe handle, striking the armrest of the throne with a resounding thud that reverberated through the entire bridge, causing it to tremble. A sharp, derisive laugh erupted from the depths of his throat, reminiscent of thunder rolling across the deck. Instantly, all the orc officers straightened their backs, and the scent of sulfur in the air intensified palpably. Indeed, General Gallic's voice surged, imbued with an indisputable, brutal authority that echoed through the resonant runes embedded in the ship's structure. It resonated throughout the hammer of divine retribution, simultaneously transmitted to every vessel in the fleet, a swarm of insects that have yet to ignite even a single rune, a horde of primitive worms wallowing in the muck. They are not even worthy to serve as the whetstone for our carceral empire. He abruptly rose from the bronze throne, his colossal form resembling a mountain thrusting skyward, casting a shadow that enveloped half of the bridge. Grasping the massive axe that symbolized destruction and conquest, he raised it high. The dark runes etched upon the blade flared to life, emitting a chilling, bloodthirsty glow that illuminated his grotesque visage and the cold red eye. Behold this blue clay sphere. Gallic's voice resonated like a war drum, pounding against the frenzied hearts of every orc warrior. He pointed toward the holographic star map, indicating the beautiful yet fragile planet, fertile, warm, teeming with defenseless bipedal sheep. They lack even the courage to gaze up at the stars. They deserve to tremble in fear and wail in despair. Their world, their land, their air, their water, their tender, soft-skinned offspring. He intentionally paused, his avian eye sweeping over each of the orc officers below, their breaths heavy with bloodlust, issuing a deep, pleasurable rumble from within. This shall become the new pasture of our carceral empire, a source of sustenance for our warriors, a mine for forging more divine weapons, a stepping stone toward greater conquests. Roar! The bridge erupted into a cacophony of thunderous roars. The orc officers pounded their fists against their chests, their battle boots stomping upon the metallic deck, creating a deafening din. Their eyes, aflame with extreme excitement and a thirst for slaughter and plunder, glimmered with a menacing light in the dim glow. The stench of sulfur and blood thickened in the air. Warriors! General Gallic's massive axe swung downwards, pointing at the azure planet, his movement infused with a violent force that seemed to rip through the fabric of space, crush their laughable nests, drench our banners in their blood. Let their wails become our victory anthem. Bury their so-called civilization, along with their pitiful remains, in the dust of the cosmos. For the eternal glory of Carceral, for the watchful gaze of our ancestors, for endless conquest and plunder, for Carceral, for conquest, for plunder. Roar, roar, roar. The war cries of the orcs surged like tangible shockwaves, reverberating within the confines of the bridge, nearly toppling the heavy bronze ceiling. The desire for destruction coursed through the veins of every orc warrior, as if they could already smell the charred remnants of cities burning on earth, hear the desperate cries of humanity before their demise. They savored the salty tang of blood and the tender flesh of their young, just as they had annihilated countless planets in the past. General Gallic surveyed the feral crucible of primal rage that had erupted, ignited by his words. His cold red eye finally fixated on the increasingly proximate blue planet. Within it, there existed not a hint of reverence for life, only the purest, most insatiable desires for possession and annihilation. "Advance fleet," he commanded with a sweeping gesture, the axe slicing through the air with a sharp hiss. "Target, the blue clay sphere. Commence landing procedures. First wave, slaughter landing. Let the lambs greet their deities." Chapter 2. United Nations Headquarters. The shrill wail of alarms from the Deep Space Detection Array still reverberated in the depths of their eardrums, cold and piercing, carrying with it the cruel announcement of civilization's impending demise. The United Nations Headquarters, the very edifice symbolizing humanity's highest authority and cooperation, now resembled a vast coffin, soon to be sealed forever. The air was stifling, nearly suffocating, as a heavy despair weighed down upon the hearts of every attendee like an invisible leaden weight. Gone were the days of lively debates and diplomatic sparring. Only an oppressive silence remained, illuminated by the luminous, deathly clusters of points drawing ever closer on the colossal holographic projection screen. On the screen, the frigid star map was strikingly vivid, revealing, at the edge of the solar system, near the cold dust of the Oort cloud, a dense wedge formation of dozens of crimson points, advancing at a despairing velocity along a straight death trajectory towards that fragile, diminutive blue planet, Earth. Beneath each point, ominous annotations indicated their colossal masses, estimated from energy emissions and trajectories, sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld them. Adjacent to this, a countdown timer flickered mercilessly, 721845. Just 3 days remained until the first wave of contact. "Ladies and gentlemen," intoned the United Nations Secretary General, a venerable elder with graying hair and a haggard visage. His voice, transmitted through the simultaneous interpretation system, echoed throughout the hall, trembling with a forced restraint that rendered it all the more powerless. "All the information we possess is encapsulated here." Behind him, the large screen shifted to display images captured by the successors of the Hubble Space Telescope, the immense radio telescope array, China's fast telescope, and the early warning satellites scattered across the Earth-Moon orbit, all showcasing extensively enhanced visuals. No longer mere indistinct points of light, they transformed into grotesque entities, akin to colossal vessels forged from ancient bronze and molten rock. Their hulls were adorned with massive, rugged etchings that glowed with an orange luminescence, while the prow bore the visage of a roaring beast, its icy horns marred with dark stains. They resembled a fleet of demonic ships emerging from the abyss of hell, exuding an unadulterated malice. The currently confirmed number of target vessels stood at 37, with the flagship's preliminary dimensions exceeding 15 kilometers, and the remaining principal ships averaging between 5 to 8 kilometers in length. A 4-star general clad in the garb of the Eagle Nation's Space Force reported in a dry, raspy voice, each figure piercing the audience's hearts like ice picks. Their propulsion methods entirely defy our understanding of physics. No known forms of jets or radiation signatures have been detected. It appears they advance by distorting space itself. Their speed remains constant at 0.1 times the speed of light. According to their current trajectory, they will reach the Earth-Moon orbit in 72 hours. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing and suppressed coughs. "Have we made any attempts at communication?" The voice of the French president, tinged with a barely perceptible quaver as he adjusted his glasses in a bid to maintain composure, broke through the stillness. "Any means at all?" "All means, Mr. President," replied the chief scientist of NASA, a disheveled middle-aged man with deep-set eyes, rising to address the assembly. "Within 48 hours of first detecting the anomalous spatial disturbance, we activated every protocol accumulated under the SETI initiative. From the most basic mathematical pulse sequences, binary-coded prime numbers, the digits of pi, hydrogen atomic spectra, to intricate multi-wavelength information packets containing Earth coordinates, human biological structures, and multilingual greetings expressing our desire for peace. These encompassed the entire electromagnetic spectrum, from long-wave radio to visible lasers and even X-rays." He paused, allowing the immense screen to display a spectrum waterfall, where humanity's signals appeared like pebbles cast into an abyss, creating colorful ripples on the tranquil surface that represented the cosmic background noise, fervently directed towards the approaching fleet. "And the outcome?" asked the Russian president, his voice low, imbued with the chill of the Arctic tundra. "The result," the NASA scientist lamented, closing his eyes momentarily before reopening them to reveal a gaze filled with despair, "is utterly, completely a stone cast into the sea. No form of response. No deceleración. No course alteration. Not a single bit of information has been confirmed as received. Our signals were consumed by an absolute void. They ignored us. He gestured towards the encroaching cluster of lights, as if to illustrate their obliviousness. Just as we disregard the ants beneath our feet. Ignored, the British Prime Minister murmured, the words spreading like venom throughout the silent hall. To be overlooked, rather than met with hostility, was far more chilling. It implied that in their eyes, humanity held no value for communication, worthy only of being crushed and eradicated. Their technological level, a leading Japanese physicist stammered, his voice quivering with disbelief, far surpasses our own. Spatial displacement? Faster-than-light propulsion? We are still grappling with controllable nuclear fusion and debating the feasibility of Martian bases, while they have already bridged the chasm between stars. This disparity is of a dimensional scale. It is akin to ants confronting a planetary engine. Panic surged like a palpable plague, sweeping through the assembly. Some clutched their heads in despair, others wept softly, and many stared vacantly at the ceiling. A profound sense of helplessness constricted around everyone's throats. This was not war. It was a unilateral obliteration from a higher dimensional civilization. The Secretary General surveyed the scene before him, acutely aware that this meeting had lost all significance. All contingency plans, all defensive strategies, all emergency mobilizations had become a complete farce in the face of such dimensional superiority. He slowly sank back into his chair, feeling the strength drain from his body in an instant. He chose not to gaze at the cold countdown, but instead turned his eyes to the window. The dusk over New York remained vibrant, the city aglow with lights, bustling with the flow of traffic. Countless individuals were returning home from work, embracing loved ones, fretting over dinner choices, and planning weekend getaways. They remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom. Yet he and all those within this room bore the weight of the secret of this world on the brink of annihilation, facing the last 3 days. On the holographic screen, the 37 crimson points appeared like 37 unblinking eyes of demons, coldly observing their prey. The countdown continued its relentless march, 72 hours, akin to a fuse being lit, connecting the fate of an entire civilization. Chapter 3. Physics. Just as the suffocating despair seemed poised to collapse the entire hall, a figure rose from the Chinese delegation. He was astonishingly young, a stark contrast amid the assembly of silver-haired leaders and distinguished scientists. His short, sleek black hair framed a handsome face, and a pair of ordinary frameless glasses perched upon his nose. Yet, behind the lenses, his gaze was remarkably serene, profound as if it contained the cosmos, standing in sharp relief against the pervasive panic surrounding him. Lin Mo, at 27, was the youngest dual academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Engineering Academy in History. He had independently completed the foundational work for a room temperature superconductivity theoretical model at the age of 21 and had subsequently secured the Nobel Prize in Physics at 23. At the age of 25, he emerged as a pivotal figure in the controlled nuclear fusion ignition project, where his design of a magnetic fluid confinement field topology optimization algorithm became the key to surmounting the final barriers. This advancement directly propelled the Shiha demonstration reactor to achieve continuous net energy gains, earning him yet another Nobel Prize in chemistry. He is widely acknowledged as one of the most brilliant minds of our era, closest to unraveling the truth. As he rose, he immediately captivated the attention of the entire assembly, including those nearly submerged in despair. Countless eyes, filled with the last flicker of hope or sheer numbness, were fixated upon him. He did not regard anyone, his gaze piercing through the cacophony and hopelessness, landing precisely upon the vast holographic star map, specifically on the fleet that epitomized destruction. His voice resonated through the microphone, not loud, yet remarkably clear and steady, imbued with a peculiar penetrating power that instantly quelled all subtle noises in the hall, even causing the frantically rolling comments to momentarily freeze. To disregard is not to be without resolution. Lin Mo began to speak, his pace measured, each word seemingly articulated after meticulous calculation. Conversely, this was the first and most crucial informational window they had left for us. The venue fell into an oppressive silence. Even the sounds of weeping ceased. Every individual present, whether military personnel or heads of state, gazed in astonishment at this exceedingly youthful scientist. An informational window? In the face of absolute annihilation, we were awestruck by the revolutionary spatial mobility capabilities they displayed. Lin Mo adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the fleet's menacing images. Fear magnified their sophistication, yet led us to overlook some more fundamental aspects. He raised his hand, his slender fingers swiftly gliding across the virtual control panel before him. The enormous main screen shifted from the intuitive images of the fleet to a series of complex, dizzying spectrograms, energy attenuation curves, gravitational lensing effect simulation data, and even some exceedingly rudimentary, almost laughable parameters concerning the physical properties of bronze artifacts. Esteemed guests, please observe, Lin Mo's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable rational force that forcibly extracted everyone's thoughts from the quagmire of despair, directing them towards the cold data. What we have captured is the energy radiation spectrum analysis of the fleet's hull surface runic array, continuously dissipating energy after disengaging from the jump state. Pay attention to this band, as well as the specific slope of its energy attenuation curve. Furthermore, when they engage in conventional propulsion, we have indirect measurement data of the spatial curvature disturbances surrounding their hull. He rapidly switched through the charts. Those data that appeared as cryptic to the average observer began to vaguely outline a certain contour under his precise guidance. Simultaneously, based on the highest resolution image analysis, we conducted preliminary modeling of their hull material. After excluding unknown energy field enhancement factors, the basic physical properties, such as density, tensile strength, and melting point, exhibited astonishing similarities to certain high-strength bronze alloys we had unearthed. A wave of suppressed gasps and muted discussions swept through the hall. Bronze alloy? How could this be? Academician Lin, an American general, could not restrain himself from interjecting, his tone laced with disbelief and a hint of barely concealed agitation. Are you suggesting that these star-spanning warships are constructed of bronze? This is utterly absurd. It's as ludicrous as a caveman wielding a stone axe to challenge an interstellar fleet. Lin Mo finally diverted his gaze from the screen, calmly surveying the general, and then sweeping across the faces of the audience, all etched with skepticism, confusion, and even a sense of absurdity. Material is merely superficial. He gently shook his head, his tone unperturbed, as if stating an elementary physical law. The crux lies in energy utilization efficiency, in the foundational roots of the technological tree. He pointed once more to the screen, focusing on the menacing crimson light approaching ever closer. They possess a spatial mobility technology that is beyond our comprehension, undoubtedly powerful to the point of despair. However, observe this. In conventional travel mode, their propulsion efficiency is astonishingly low. The energy dissipation graph indicates that over 90% of their energy is squandered maintaining a primitive, inefficient energy field structure, rather than being converted into effective thrust. This contradicts any characteristics we recognize in efficient propulsion systems. Now, let us examine their shields. Lin Mo called up another dataset, capturing the energy response at the moment the fleet traversed an asteroid belt and was struck by microentities. The energy concentration was low, with measurable delays in response speed, and the energy field structure was exceedingly unstable, requiring a continuous expenditure of vast amounts of fundamental energy to sustain. This resembled a primitive, brute force energy barrier rather than a sophisticated energy defense field. He paused for a moment, his gaze deepening as if he could see through the cold hull to something deeper. They have mastered a shortcut we have yet to touch, a key to opening the door of space. This key enables them to bridge the interstellar chasm, granting them a godlike ability to descend upon us. Yet, Lin Mo's voice suddenly escalated, sharper, cutting through the fog. It seems they only use this key to open doors, never contemplating the structure of the door itself, nor have they considered crafting their own, more efficient, more precise key. All their technology is predicated upon the rudimentary, crude application of this divinely bestowed key, knowing only its existence without understanding its essence. He forcefully pointed towards the fleet that was drawing ever closer, radiating an aura of destruction, each word pronounced with chilling finality. Their might is built upon sand. Their fleet comprises primitive beings wielding divine artifacts. And we, Lin Mo's gaze swept across the assembly, taking in the shocked, bewildered faces as if struck by lightning. Finally resting back upon the holographic image of the azure planet, his voice lowering but imbued with unprecedented power. We possess physics. Chapter 4, The Arrival. As his words lingered, silence fell, deeper than before. No aplausos, no cheers. Only countless pairs of wide-open eyes and faces frozen in absurdity, shock, and a flicker of hope ignited against the backdrop of despair, almost imperceptible. Primitive beings wielding divine artifacts? A power built upon sand? We possess physics? This conclusion was so staggering, so revolutionary, it left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Was this a genius's insight or the most insane self-deception born from desperation? In the United Nations Hall, whispers of skepticism began to swell like a tide. The American general furrowed his brow. on the verge of voicing his doubts over the near-blasphemous remarks regarding extraterrestrial might. Just then, a piercing, horrifying noise erupted, as if metal were being violently torn apart, severing all signal transmissions in an instant. The enormous main screen was suddenly consumed by a chaotic flurry of meaningless static. The shrill alarm echoed, not from distant deep space, but directly above the entire United Nations headquarters, reverberating across every city connected to the space monitoring network worldwide. What is happening? The Secretary General cried out in shock. Report. The global deep space monitoring network has been forcibly breached. The voice of the communications officer trembled with an unmistakable quiver, saturated with sheer terror. It is not mere interference. It is an overwhelming onslaught. A certain primordial force, yet imbued with an extraordinarily high energy intensity, manifests as a directed pulse. The source lies in close proximity to the synchronous orbit. They have arrived. Lin Mo abruptly lifted his gaze, his pupils contracting sharply behind his lenses. Through the specially reinforced glass of the dome hall, he appeared to witness a fleet descending, tearing through the atmosphere, enshrouded in flames of annihilation. They left humanity no respite of 3 days. The first wave of attack has arrived prematurely. This is the enemy's vanguard. They traversed a distance of tens of thousands of astronomical units in less than 5 hours through some unknown means. Silence. At the moment, the signal was forcefully severed and the global alarm blared in a mournful cacophony. The United Nations Dome Hall seemed to have the very air siphoned from it. It was a fear deeper than despair, a dread named arrival, flooding every individual's lungs like icy molten iron, freezing every thought. Lin Mo suddenly raised his head. For the first time, the tranquility of his ancient well-like eyes reflected a fierce flame that seemed to rend the heavens. Not through a screen, but with the naked eye. Through the vast reinforced glass dome, he beheld one, two, a multitude, like burning bronze tombstones hurled from the celestial sea, trailing a hellish blaze of friction with the atmosphere. Extending thousands of meters in a tail of infernal fire, they brutally and unapologetically pierced the fragile azure canopy that had sheltered human civilization for millions of years. Their targets were horrifyingly precise, aimed directly at the most densely populated and resplendent metropolitan areas on Earth. Shanghai, by the banks of the Huangpu River, the Bund. The night had just fallen, illuminating the city with resplendent lights. The Oriental Pearl Tower shimmered with dreamlike neon, harmonizing with the classical lights of the International Architecture Exhibition across the river, sketching the proud skyline of this sleepless city. On the river, boats traversed back and forth, the laughter of tourists intertwining with the sounds of camera shutters, creating a symphony of peace and prosperity. Suddenly, all sounds vanished. An invisible tremor, originating from the depths of the soul, compelled every individual to gaze skyward. The sky fractured. A sphere more blinding and ferocious than the sun tore through the clouds with the force of thunder, accompanied by a sonic boom that heralded destruction, erupting above the cityscape. That sonic boom struck like the hand of an unseen giant, instantly shattering countless glass facades of skyscrapers along the Huangpu River, producing a crisp and despairing symphony of destruction that echoed for miles. Countless shards of glass, illuminated by neon lights, transformed into a deadly rain of diamonds, glistening with the light of death as they cascaded down. The screams of the people became lodged in their throats, just as the colossal fireball abruptly halted in midair. Its flames, akin to the peels of a fruit, exploded outward, revealing its cold, grotesque core. It was a ship. No, it resembled a massive bronze altar, emerging directly from ancient mythology. Crafted entirely from a dark, ominous metal with a faint green sheen, its surface was adorned with enormous, rugged runes that seemed alive, flowing with molten crimson light. Beneath the hull, several massive landing struts, resembling the claws of a monstrous beast, extended outward with a jarring, teeth-grinding metallic sound. It hovered ominously above the Lujiazui Financial Center, casting a vast shadow that instantly extinguished the glow of the Oriental Pearl Tower. Enveloping the steel forest below, once a symbol of wealth, technology, and the future, in darkness that embodied primal savagery and death. Simultaneously, in London, above the Thames, a similarly grotesque bronze warship hovered ominously between the Tower Bridge and the Houses of Parliament. Its battle-scarred ram, stained with congealed blood, coldly pointed towards Big Ben, as if delivering a cruel mockery to this once great empire. In New York, Manhattan, a colossal bronze landing ship smashed through the rooftops of several buildings, crashing down with a thunderous roar and a cloud of dust, brutally anchoring itself on the lawns of Central Park. Countless free souls were shackled by the chains of terror in that moment, as the massive advertising screens in Times Square faithfully broadcasted the arrival of this apocalyptic event. Across the globe, on various continents, dozens of core cities simultaneously welcomed an uninvited deity from the starry seas. Then, a voice resounded globally. It was not transmitted through any broadcast, television, or network. It seemed to explode directly within the depths of each human's consciousness, resonating within their very souls. Regardless of whether one spoke Chinese, English, Spanish, or any indigenous dialect, regardless of whether one inhabited a bustling metropolis or a remote village, regardless of whether one was an elderly sage or a swaddled infant, what they heard was a singular language, one whose meaning was instantly comprehensible, imbued with supreme authority and absolute disdain. O humble offspring of the earth, writhing two-legged worms. The voice was grand, frigid, with a metallic rasp, filled with the indifference of a deity surveying mere ants. I am the lord of the star sea, the eternal conqueror, the vanguard of the Kasser Empire, General Gallic. The blue clay sphere you inhabit has been absorbed into the Empire's domain. Your pitiful civilization has been marked with the brand of slavery. The divine grace bestows upon you an opportunity for choice. Kneel upon the ground, surrender all that you possess, wealth, land, bloodlines, and souls, to become the most wretched servants of the Empire, or perhaps prolong your existence, earning the right to toil under the lash. Rebels, defiers, questioners. The voice suddenly turned cruel and tyrannical, akin to two enormous granite blocks grinding against one another, each syllable tinged with a metallic taste of blood. Those who resist shall be utterly crushed along with your nests, your young, and every trace of your existence, reduced to the most insignificant dust in the cosmos. Kneel, worms, welcome your god, the oracle concluded, yet the terror emanating from the soul only intensified like a tangible leaden cloud, enveloping the hearts of 7 billion souls on Earth. Following a brief, deathly silence, a global cacophony of hysterical chaos erupted, spiraling into utter disarray. Chapter 5, Shanghai Fortress. Shanghai, Pudong, a colossal bronze warship hovering above Lujiazui, revealed a massive hatch, creaking open with an excruciating screech. The sound resembled that of an ancient coffin being pried open against its will. No dazzling energy beams, no intricate teleportation devices. What remained was the most primitive, most savage form of deployment. Boom, boom, boom. Huge, meteor-like bronze landing pods were hurled from the open hatch. They trailed black smoke, hurtling downward in free fall, violently crashing into the ground. A landing pod descended like the hammer of divine retribution, striking the center of Century Avenue with unerring precision. The thick asphalt was shattered instantaneously, splintering like a mere pancake under the violent impact, as a terrifying shockwave radiated outward, transforming into a visible ring of white air mingled with debris and soil, wildly spreading in all directions. Vehicles in the vicinity were tossed aside like toys swept away by a giant's hand, instantly upturned, crushed, and torn apart. Countless fleeing individuals, unable even to emit a cry of despair, were instantaneously engulfed by this devastating wave, dissolving into a mist of crimson. Before the dust could settle, the searing, dented surface of the bronze landing pod cracked with a resounding snap, a fissure suddenly gaping wide. In an instant, the entire wall was forcefully kicked away from the inside. A colossal, grotesque figure hunched over as it emerged from the dim interior of the pod. It was a behemoth, towering over 3 meters in height, its skin a damp, murky green reminiscent of swamp, covered in large, rough scales akin to those of crocodile. Its head was a menacing, lizard-like visage, with golden vertical pupils burning with unrestrained cruelty and bloodlust. Its maw stretched back to its ears, revealing rows of dagger-like teeth. Clad in crude armor fashioned from heavy bronze plates and unknown tan hides, it bore a fearsome totem of a monstrous beast emblazoned upon its chest. In its left hand, it wielded a massive bronze shield adorned with serrated edges, while its right hand dragged a colossal bronze axe, larger than a fireman's, its blade riddled with nicks and chips. A lizardman warrior, it greedily inhaled the acrid air, thick with exhaust fumes, dust, and the scent of blood, emitting a guttural sound from its throat, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. Its cold, slit-like eyes surveyed the surrounding scene, where terrified humans lay paralyzed, their bodies betraying them in fear. To it, they were not sentient beings, but merely a herd of lambs, tender and unarmed, awaiting slaughter. With a roar that resonated with the ecstasy of conquest, It unleashed a primal battle cry from the depths of its throat. Soon after, more lizard men, accompanied by even larger figures, resembling gorillas cloaked in black fur, with disproportionately massive arms, poured forth from the landing pod. They howled and brandished their bronze axes, spiked clubs, and bone spears, charging toward the panicked throngs in the most primal, sanguinary assault imaginable. Fire! Fire! Not far away, a team of SWAT officers, having just arrived at the scene, took cover behind their police vehicles, their anguished shouts piercing the air. Officer Zhang Wei, his eyes ablaze with fury, unleashed a torrent of bullets from his 92-style pistol without hesitation. Tot. The dense hail of 58mm rounds accurately targeted the foremost lizardman warrior. However, a scene of despair unfolded. The bullets struck its crude bronze armor, producing only a shower of insignificant sparks before being mercilessly deflected, leaving not even a semblance of a dent. A few rounds that pierced its exposed scales merely sank half an inch deep, eliciting sprays of green blood. Yet they were as ineffective as rubber against the creature's resilient hide, failing to inflict any meaningful damage. The sting of pain was nothing more than a mere irritation to this towering behemoth, igniting its wrath instead. With a thunderous roar, the lizardman warrior charged heedlessly toward the officers, disregarding the gunfire raining down upon it. In mere strides, it covered several meters, arriving before the police vehicle. Its colossal bronze axe, whistling through the air, descended with devastating force. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the sturdy roof of the police car, along with its engine and chassis, was cleaved in two as if sliced by a hot knife through butter. Exploding sparks, twisted metal, and flying debris scattered wildly. The two young officers hiding behind the vehicle had no time to react before they were brutally severed in half, along with their vehicle. Blood and entrails staining the shattered earth. Xiaoli, Xiao Wang. Zhang Wei's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant, unleashing a primal roar as he reloaded his magazine and resumed firing frantically. But it was futile. More alien warriors surged forward. A giant gorilla soldier, bellowing ferociously, seized a toppled taxi with its massive hand and hurled it towards the SWAT position like a stone. Scatter! Zhang Wei screamed, throwing himself to the ground. Boom! The taxi smashed into the spot they had just occupied, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. This was a massacre. A one-sided slaughter of primitive beings adorned with bronze weaponry against civilized humans armed with modern firearms. The proud gunpowder weapons of humanity appeared utterly impotent before these colossal, terrifying creatures clad in super-durable bronze armor. Handguns failed to penetrate their defenses, while a mere strike from the lizardmen could easily rend steel and demolish cover. The city descended into a nightmarish realm of blood and fire. The cacophony of screams, cries, shattered bones, and collapsing buildings coalesced into a symphony of doom. A captain of the Khazar, larger and more formidable than a typical lizardman warrior, his armor embedded with worn skulls, surveyed the chaos before him with a satisfied, cruel smile. He perceived the resistance of these humans as akin to a swarm of agitated bees, annoying, yet ultimately inconsequential. He resolved to demonstrate the power of God to these oblivious insects. Raising a staff nearly as tall as himself, crowned with a fist-sized, murky crystal, he began to chant a brief yet convoluted incantation in the Khazar language, invoking the name of the supreme deity, Alakos. As he chanted, the murky crystal at the staff's tip began to emit an ominous, blinding red light. The air around them began to warp and ionize, crackling with a series of unsettling sounds that sent shivers down the spine. A torrent of chaotic energy coalesced within the crystal, visible arcs of red lightning sparking into existence in the air before being drawn into the crystal. Just as Zhang Wei struggled to rise from the ground, he felt the heart-stopping surge of energy. He turned in horror to see the lizardman captain aiming the deathly staff at the entrance of an office building, still evacuating civilians nearby. Get down! Get down now! Zhang Wei shouted with all his might into the radio and at the surrounding crowd. The lizardman captain grinned wickedly, completing the final incantation. Turn to ash. It thrust the staff forward. Bush! Boom! A beam of dark red energy, as thick as a barrel and fraught with numerous crimson arcs, erupted violently from the crystal. It lacked the precision of laser weaponry and the searing heat of plasma cannons. Instead, it resembled a chaotic, raw force of annihilation, forcibly constrained. In an instant, the beam traversed a distance of over 100 meters, crashing ferociously against the grand entrance of the office building, composed of tempered glass and granite. There was no violent explosion, The moment the energy beam made contact with its target, all matter within that area, glass, steel, concrete, and the terrified humans who had no time to flee, seemed to be erased from existence by an invisible hand. They did not burn or melt. Rather, they were disintegrated in an instant into their most fundamental particles, vanishing into nothingness. A massive circular void, exceeding 5 meters in diameter and with edges as smooth as a mirror, abruptly emerged in the wall of the office building. Through this hollow, one could even glimpse the twisted steel and the panicked faces of the people within. The sheer force of that strike was terrifying. The Lizard Man squad leader gazed upon his masterpiece with satisfaction, yet the crystal atop his staff had become scalding hot due to the violent release of energy. Emitting wisps of black smoke, and its red luminescence had diminished significantly. Clearly, such an attack exacted a considerable toll on him, rendering it unsustainable for continuous use. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient. This single blow utterly shattered the will of all surrounding humans to resist. Fear, akin to a tsunami, engulfed the entire city. Before such overwhelming power, before the godlike strike, were humans truly nothing more than mere ants? Zhang Wei crouched behind the ruins, trembling all over. It was not fear that gripped him, but intense fury and helplessness that threatened to consume his sanity. His handgun lay discarded beside him, rendered a laughable stick in the face of the devastation. He watched helplessly as those bronze monstrosities mercilessly slaughtered his compatriots, demolishing his home. He heard the desperate cries around him and inhaled the thick scent of blood permeating the air. His world had crumbled on this day. Yet, in the depths of despair, a deep, rumbling sound, akin to the heartbeat of the earth, rolled in from the end of the street, approaching with relentless force. The sound grew louder and more intense, imbued with a steely resolve and mechanical roar. The ground began to tremble slightly. The Lizardman squad leader, who had just unleashed his energy and was reveling in the ecstasy of victory, turned back in confusion. At the end of the street, amidst the swirling dust, steel behemoths adorned with digital camouflage and sharp angles, radiating an aura of cold menace, were forming an orderly battle line, advancing at high speed. ZBD-048 infantry fighting vehicles. Their bodies, forged from heavy armor, glimmered with a chilling light under the glow of the city's flames. On the turret atop, a blackened, robust 100mm main gun, thicker than any Azure war axe, along with a 30mm autocannon beside it, locked onto the rampaging bronze creatures with the precision of a judge's cold gaze. Beside and behind the infantry fighting vehicles were more soldiers clad in full exoskeleton armor, wielding heavier and more powerful machine guns and automatic grenade launchers. Their expressions resolute as iron. Chinese People's Liberation Army soldiers. The Iron Tide had finally arrived on the battlefield. For the first time, a glimmer of confusion flickered in the cold, slit-like eyes of the Lizardman squad leader. What were these entities? Were they the war behemoths of these two-legged sheep? It instinctively raised its bronze round shield against the ominous muzzles. Zhang Wei beheld the familiar military flag, emblazoned with a red 5-pointed star, fluttering valiantly amidst the flames. His heart, once deadened, surged with life as if infused with a potent stimulant, beating fiercely once more. He understood that this was not the end. This was merely the beginning of war. Chapter 6, Slaughtering the Gods. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, the capital, at the Underground Strategic Command Center in Xishan. Here lay the brain and nerve center of the entire nation during wartime, deeply embedded beneath hundreds of meters of granite, completely isolated from the blood-soaked chaos above. On the vast holographic strategic sand table, points of light representing major cities around the globe were rapidly changing from stable blue to combat yellow, and swiftly descending into an alarming, glaring crimson. Every second, thousands of lives were extinguished. Officers clad in immaculate military uniforms hurriedly moved about, the clamor of reports and orders echoing. Yet the entire hall was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere that felt almost tangible. Report: London is unresponsive. The latest communication indicates that the Scotland Yard command has been breached. Report: New York ESU. SWAT forces have suffered over 30% casualties. The invaders have breached the Manhattan Bridge and are advancing towards Brooklyn. Report: The Tokyo Self-Defense Forces 1st Infantry Regiment has been ambushed in the city center, resulting in total annihilation. The enemy utilized some form of corrosive energy weapon. Report: In Shanghai, our armed police mobile unit is engaging in urban warfare amidst the buildings. Suffering heavy losses, the enemy's individual combat strength is overwhelming. Light weaponry cannot effectively penetrate their defenses. Requesting heavy fire support. Repeat, requesting heavy fire support. Each piece of grim news struck like a hammer upon the hearts of everyone in the command center. Sitting at the commander's seat was a Republic general adorned with 3 golden stars, Li Jinghua. His visage was resolute, with graying temples, and a faint scar stretching from the corner of his brow to his eye, adding an air of ironclad resolve. At this moment his eyes, usually as sharp as a hawk's, were bloodshot and filled with profound concern. He fixed his gaze upon the sand table, where a red area centered around Shanghai was continuously expanding, his fingers whitening from the pressure of his grip. He understood that this was not a war of equals. This was humanity's war of defense. To lose would mean genocide. Connect me to academician Lin Emo. Li Jinghua's voice was hoarse, but laced with undeniable authority. Yes, moments later. An encrypted communication window appeared on the main screen. The youthful and composed visage of Lin Emo materialized before the screen. His backdrop was no longer the United Nations Hall, but a supercomputing center filled with intricate instruments and vast streams of data. In his eyes, there was no panic, only a near-cold, rational demeanor operating at high speed. Academician Li Jinghua said gravely, "The situation is worse than we anticipated. The initial resistance forces worldwide, whether police or light infantry, have nearly collapsed. The enemy's individual combat capabilities far exceed our assessment models. Their biological advantages and runic technology are devastating in close-quarters urban combat." Lin Emo listened quietly, nodding. On the screen, countless battlefield data and casualty reports scrolled rapidly before him, ultimately converging into cold, heart-wrenching conclusions. As expected, generally. Lin Mo's voice was unsettlingly calm as we prepared to pit a cadre of well-trained sheep against a host of instinctively armed, prehistoric Tyrannosaurus rexes. The battle unfolded within their realm of expertise and comfort, leading inevitably to a massacre. "I require your solution," Li Jinghua stated bluntly, devoid of time for idle chatter. The solution was submitted to the Supreme Command 3 hours ago. Lin Mo's gaze was as sharp as a blade. "Our advantage did not reside in individual valor, but rather in our system of organization." He raised his hand and waved gently through the air. A brand new 3-dimensional model materialized on the main screen, supplanting his visage. It depicted an extraordinarily intricate design, encompassing firepower coverage, armor resistance analysis, energy impact threshold calculations, and cooperative combat logic, a model of annihilation. General, their advantage is localized, pinpointed. It manifests as absolute physical and energetic violence at close quarters. Yet their weakness is systemic and fatal. Lin Mo's voice, akin to the most precise surgical scalpel, began to dissect this seemingly hopeless war. Firstly, they lack the concept of systematic warfare. Their tactics remain entrenched in the tribal charge phase of our own human history, fighting individually, relying on personal valor, devoid of coordination. Secondly, they have no notion of long-range firepower. Apart from their limited range, energy-draining runic weapons that require extensive preparation, they possess no means to threaten targets shielded by armor beyond 500 meters. Thirdly, and most critically, Lin Mo's eyes shimmered with intelligence and confidence. Their defenses exhibit a clear, calculable threshold. Whether in their biological forms or their runic bronze armor, their defensive capabilities are not infinite. Based on preliminary engagement data analysis from the battlefield in Shanghai regarding the ZVD-04 infantry fighting vehicle's 30mm cannon, my model has approximated this threshold's range. He pointed to a pulsating red figure within the model. We need not engage in hand-to-hand combat. We need not fight in urban environments. We need not even approach them. Lin Mo's voice suddenly rose, brimming with undeniable determination. What we must do is unleash the overwhelming force crafted from steel, gunpowder, and our modern industrial system, from a distant, safe vantage point beyond their comprehension, raining down vast amounts of kinetic and chemical energy that exceeds their threshold with precision and relentless continuity. We are not here to wrestle with rhinoceroses, Lin Mo concluded, but to inform these primordial beings from the cosmic seas with our 125mm caliber tungsten core, tail-stabilized, armor-piercing shells, which can effortlessly penetrate 1 meter of homogeneous steel armor. Welcome to Earth. General Li Jinghua fixed his gaze upon Lin Mo's eyes, aflame with rational fervor, and in that moment, his heart, nearly crushed by despair, was reinvigorated with steely resolve. He abruptly rose, seizing the crimson military phone of the highest authority from the table. "Orders." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the command center. The 1st, 3rd, and 5th Heavy Armored Corps lift combat readiness restrictions. All 99A main battle tanks and ZVD-04 infantry fighting vehicles replenish ammunition and warm up engines. They must be ready for deployment within 20 minutes. Orders. All PLZ, 05 self-propelled artillery brigades and AFD, 10 heavy anti-tank missile battalions in the central, northern, and southern theaters elevate to first-level combat readiness. Integrate the coordinate data link directly with Academician Lin Mo's annihilation system. Orders. All J-16 and J-20 fighter squadrons of the Air Force, armed with precision-guided munitions and air-to-ground missiles. And stand by for takeoff. Target selection authority is transferred to the command center. Inform all frontline warriors. In General Li Jingguo's eyes blazed the flames of vengeance. Withdraw. Contract the defense. Lure those monsters into the slaughterhouse we have prepared for them within our cities. Our counteroffensive does not commence now. He paused, enunciating each word with gravitas. It began the moment we decided what caliber of artillery shell would be used to bury them. As he issued his commands, a network of camouflaged, long-dormant subterranean bases across the vast expanse of China slowly unveiled their colossal steel doors, as formidable as mountains. In the darkness, pairs of steel behemoths, the very embodiment of modern industrial civilization's pinnacle of violence, let out a deep, furious roar akin to a waking lion. Their engines roared to life. Treads began to turn, and the gaping muzzles, under instruction, slowly elevated, all aimed at the prey still reveling amidst the ruins of humanity. Chapter 7. Caliber Injustice. In Shanghai, Pudong, Zhang Wei crouched behind a pile of rubble, even hesitant to breathe too deeply. The increasingly dense footfalls nearby served as a grim reminder that these demons were drawing ever closer. Time seemed to elongate into a frozen amber in Zhang Wei's perception. At that moment, he believed he might be hallucinating. Was it merely the product of his brain's self-preservation instinct, conjuring the most implausible heroic dreams at the brink of death? Yet, the earth-shaking roar of engines, the ground trembling from the grinding treads traversing the debris, and the unmistakable scent of war, an amalgamation of diesel, heated metal, and gunpowder, were all terrifyingly real, so vivid it brought tears to his eyes. They're here. They have truly come. At the end of the street, a torrent of steel composed of ZBD, 04A infantry fighting vehicles and 99A main battle tanks surged forward without hesitation, crashing into the district that had been transformed into a slaughterhouse by alien butchers with an unstoppable, overwhelming force. Their arrival instantaneously altered the battlefield's atmospheric pressure. The nauseating stench brought by the Khazarians, a vile mixture of blood, sulfur, and primal savagery, was abruptly dispersed and purified by an even colder, harsher, and more unyielding steel will. It represented a starkly different aesthetic of violence. If the might of the Khazarians was tribal and chaotic, reliant on muscle, roars, and individual valor, then the army now manifesting before him epitomized the industrial civilization's calm, calculated, and lethal violence, founded upon precision, coordination, and absolute technological superiority. The Lizardman squad leader, who had just blasted a massive hole in a building with an energy ray, evidently took notice of these unexpected guests. For the first time, a flicker of confusion crossed its golden slit-like pupils. In its perception, war was the relentless crushing of the weak by the strong, the tearing apart of foes with sharper claws, denser scales, and greater power. It had encountered various forms of flesh and bone, and had subdued civilizations that had grasped rudimentary smelting techniques to forge iron tools. But it had never witnessed anything like this. Were these colossal beasts, adorned in peculiar camouflage and forged entirely of steel? Are they the war mounts of these bipedal sheepherders? Or perhaps some form of construct puppets? Its confusion swiftly transformed into a flicker of provoked rage and the arrogance of a conqueror. In its eyes, no matter how resilient flesh and blood may be, they could not withstand the disintegration wrought by runic energy. The largest of beasts was merely a larger target. It bared its teeth in a cruel smile and once more raised the bronze staff, now partially recharged with energy, topped with a murky crystal. It intended to reduce these foolish metal cans, along with those fragile bipedal sheep, to nothingness before the power of the divine. However, what it faced was no longer the police, prone to collapse from fear. It confronted a battle unit of a modernized army, one that adhered to the principle of striking first and annihilating upon discovery, almost simultaneously with the raising of its staff. The turret of the foremost 04A infantry fighting vehicle rotated with a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye, locking onto its target. No warning, no announcement, only the cold, unyielding decree of death from the fire control computer. Tot. A jarring roar erupted, akin to death himself furiously pounding upon an iron door. The 30mm autocannon on the side of the infantry fighting vehicle unleashed a lethal steel storm composed of tracers, armor-piercing rounds, and high-explosive incendiary shells. This tempest descended upon the Lizardman squad leader's face with a ferocity that was merciless and unrelenting, firing at a rate of hundreds of rounds per minute. Bang, 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 bang. A succession of dense, thunderous sounds drowned out all other noise on the battlefield in an instant. The arrogance etched on the Lizardman squad leader's face froze, replaced by an overwhelming, incomprehensible shock and horror. The first high-explosive incendiary shell struck its bronze armor with a resounding impact. That armor, fortified with runes to deflect countless rifle bullets, emitted a mournful cry under the weight of a shell imbued with modern chemistry and the aesthetics of violence. A violent explosion created a fist-sized, charred crater on the armor surface, the runic glow cascading like a candle flame splashed with cold water, flickering wildly before dimming. Following closely, the second and third armor-piercing rounds arrived in rapid succession. At the moment when the runic defense was instantaneously overloaded and weakened, these fangs, crafted from high-strength alloys, finally pierced through the seemingly impenetrable exterior. The bullet tore through the bronze armor with a sound that was excruciatingly grating, then burrowed deeply into the Lizardman's densely packed muscle tissue. Viscous, green blood erupted like a fountain. The unprecedented agony elicited a shrill, distorted wail from the Lizardman squad leader. For the first time, its once proud, resilient physique, capable of withstanding any physical assault, tasted the bitter flavor of being pierced. Its incantation was interrupted, and the staff it wielded drooped feebly in its grasp. Yet, the nightmare had only just begun. The steel storm composed of 30mm shells showed no sign of respite, akin to a relentless parasite clinging tenaciously to its prey. The 4th, 5th, and 10th rounds, under an unceasing barrage of violence that far exceeded its limits, its chest armor finally shattered with a resounding clang. Countless bronze fragments mingled with flesh flew in all directions. Soon after, more shells plunged mercilessly into its massive form, turning it into a target. Flesh and bone were obliterated. The haughty Khazar elite, who had just moments before proclaimed death upon humanity like a deity, was reduced to a blurred, grotesque mass of mangled flesh in a mere 3 seconds. All thanks to the unrelenting, industrial-age steel storm filled with cold, lethal intent. The ominous runic staff clattered to the ground, rolling aside, its crystal now marred by cracks. Completely devoid of luster. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the battlefield as all the Khazar warriors, previously engaged in pursuit, slaughter, and revelry, froze in unison. They gazed slowly, with expressions of disbelief, upon the smoldering remains that had once been their leader, and then at the cold, steel behemoth, its cannon still emitting wisps of smoke. Their primitive minds, for the first time, experienced a system failure. What had transpired? Their leader had fallen? Killed by those small fireballs shot from the metal cans? Reduced to a puddle of mush? How could this be? That was the great, battle-hardened Captain Balak, capable of tearing apart armored rhinos with his bare hands. Chapter 8. The People's Army. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, hiding amidst the ruins, gaped in astonishment, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. His heart, which had nearly ceased its rhythm in despair, suddenly surged with vigor, as if struck by a colossal hammer aptly named shock. What ecstasy! An indescribable sensation surged from his feet to the crown of his head, enveloping him in unrestrained euphoria. He beheld the heap of mangled flesh, and then the imposing infantry fighting vehicle, and all prior feelings of frustration, impotence, rage, and despair found an outlet in that moment, transforming into the purest, most primal ecstasy. So, it turns out, you wretched bastards can die too. It turns out your so-called divine bodies cannot withstand our human artillery. After a brief silence, a more violent fury erupted. Roar! A particularly massive giant ape, its eyes suddenly ablaze with crimson fury, seemed to be the deputy or comrade of the fallen Lizardman leader. The demise of its commander unleashed its already feral nature. Abandoning its previous target, it let out a thunderous roar and, with heavy steps akin to an out-of-control heavy truck, charged suicidally towards the 04 infantry fighting vehicle that had just committed the murder. It aimed to crush this damned metal canister in a scrap with its own fists. It sought to drag those pitiful insects inside and crush them with its fangs. However, it had chosen the wrong opponent. Positioned in its charging path was a 99, a main battle tank, larger and heavier than the infantry fighting vehicle. exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocatingly intense. With a graceful yet lethal posture, it slowly turned its long, dark, 125mm main cannon, precisely locking onto the giant ape's distorted, furious head. Boom! A sound, utterly different from the autocannon, erupted with a resonance so deep and terrifying. It seemed capable of shaking the very soul from one's body. The entire world appeared to dim in the wake of that shot. Zhang Wei felt the ground beneath him tremble violently, as a visible shockwave erupted from the tank's muzzle, expanding in a frenzied, circular motion. The remnants of glass from buildings lining the street were rendered utterly defenseless against this overwhelming force, disintegrating into mere dust in an instant. That sound was not merely an explosion. It was a harbinger of judgment. The flames spewing from the muzzle were not mere fire. They were divine retribution. A tungsten core, tail-stabilized, armor-piercing round, upon its separation from the cannon, shed its shell to transform into a spear of divine wrath, soaring at speeds exceeding 5 times the speed of sound, glinting with the cold light of death. Its sole purpose was to concentrate its terrifying kinetic energy into a singular point, and then penetrate, pierce, and obliterate everything in its path. The rampaging giant ape did not even have the time to comprehend what was happening. It merely perceived a flash of white light before everything went dark. In the numbed, dazed vision of Zhang Wei and all the survivors, a scene unfolded that would be etched into their memories for eternity, a spectacle that would shatter their worldview. The spear of the divine pierced unerringly through the center of the colossal ape's massive cranium. Its skull, harder than granite, and its dense biological tissues, capable of resisting heavy machine gun fire, proved as fragile as paper before that horrific, concentrated kinetic energy. The armor-piercing round did not explode. It simply executed its task with quiet efficiency. It exited through the back of the giant ape's head, leaving in its wake a fan-shaped plume of green blood, white brain matter, and black bone fragments. The enormous body, propelled by immense inertia, stumbled forward 2 steps before its now hollowed-out head, cracking like a shattered watermelon, fell to the ground with a thud. The headless giant collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust billowing into the air. The round, having fulfilled its mission, continued its trajectory for several hundred meters before embedding itself forcefully and diagonally into the load-bearing wall of a commercial building. The structure groaned in agony before collapsing in a cacophony of destruction. Such was the might of a single cannon shot. If the volley from the 30mm autocannon had left the Kasari in shock and fear, then this judgment from the 125mm main gun instilled in them a profound, soul-deep terror and despair that was utterly incomprehensible. The battlefield fell silent as the remaining Kasari warriors, both lizard men and giant apes, halted in their tracks. They stood transfixed, gazing at the headless corpse, then at the 99A main battle tank, which exuded a majestic aura reminiscent of a primordial deity as smoke curled from its barrel. Their bloodthirsty, fervent eyes, filled with desires for conquest, were now wholly supplanted by a singular emotion, fear. Their instincts urged them to charge, to kill, to conquer. Yet, their most primal biological instinct screamed at them in a manner they had never experienced before. Run, run. That was not prey. That was a nemesis, a deity, death itself. Retreat, retreat. A surviving lizardman officer issued, in a trembling voice filled with trepidation, his first and final command for withdrawal. In an instant, the entire Kasari invasion force disintegrated into chaos. The turmoil was more disheveled and grotesque than any human confusion prior. They discarded their battle axes and long swords, flung away their heavy shields, and turned to flee with all their might towards the massive landing craft from whence they came. They shoved and trampled one another, desperate to outrun their comrades, even resorting to claws and teeth against those who stood in their way. The scene was steeped in irony. Just moments ago, they had mocked humanity's weakness and disarray. Now, through their own actions, they grotesquely mirrored it. Yet, they faced a modern army, disciplined and decisive, whose foremost priority was the annihilation of enemy combatants. All units, open fire. Target, fleeing enemy personnel. No surrender accepted. The cold, emotionless command from the command vehicle was relayed instantaneously via data link to every combat vehicle and individual soldier's terminal. A one-sided, efficient, and industrially aesthetic slaughter commenced. Boom! Another 99A fired. A high-explosive shell landed accurately amidst a cluster of fleeing lizardmen. The ferocious explosion instantly hurled them, along with the surrounding concrete, skyward, transforming them into a rain of blood and dismembered limbs. Tot, 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 tot. The 30mm autocannon and coaxial machine guns on the infantry fighting vehicle reaped the exposed lives on the open field like the scythe of death. Trails of blood and flesh marked the ground where the bullets passed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was filled with the sharp whistling of missiles. Zhang Wei instinctively looked up to see dozens of missiles, trailing fiery tails, like vengeful hornets, soaring from some distant part of the city, arcing overhead to strike the massive bronze landing craft still grounded. AFT-10 heavy anti-tank missiles. Boom, 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 boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted, as if the very world were being shattered into fragments. The landing craft, imbued with the raw and savage essence of the Kasari's arrogance and dreams of conquest, could withstand not even a single second under the saturation of modern firepower designed specifically to counter third-generation main battle tanks. Its rune-imbued, heavy bronze shell was torn apart, melted, and vaporized as easily as paper. Ultimately, the entire landing craft transformed into a massive fireball, over 100 meters in diameter, soaring skyward in flames. The terrifying shockwave from the explosion even lifted some slower Kasari off the ground, vaporizing them in mid-air with searing heat. Their last hope was extinguished. The remaining fewer than a dozen Kasari warriors gazed despairingly at the colossal fireball that had replaced their mothership. In their golden-slit pupils, all emotion drained away, leaving only a pure, hollow numbness awaiting the arrival of death. The battle could no longer be called a battle. This was a judgment, a merciless, cold-blooded dimensional strike against a primitive tribe wielding magic from the starry seas, delivered by steel, gunpowder, and integrated circuits. When the final giant ape was crushed into paste beneath the treads of a 99A tank, the deafening sounds of gunfire finally began to subside. The air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder, diesel, and charred flesh. Zhang Wei slowly rose from behind the ruins, surveying the desolate battlefield before him. Scattered everywhere were the disfigured corpses of alien invaders, billowing smoke from their charred remains, amidst craters and burning vehicles. Yet, weaving through this carnage and debris were rows of 99A tanks and 04A infantry fighting vehicles, adorned in digital camouflage, moving with an orderly grace. The cannons remained vigilant, aimed at the surrounding chaos, while the remote weapon stations atop the vehicles periodically rotated, scanning for any potential threats. Groups of soldiers clad in full exoskeleton armor marched with steady, powerful strides behind the armored vehicles, methodically executing the twitching, still-living foes with their automatic rifles. Their faces bore no elation, no bloodlust, only a profound tranquility, akin to factory workers laboring diligently on an assembly line. A young lieutenant of the People's Liberation Army, his visage still carrying traces of boyhood, approached Zhang Wei and rendered a crisp salute. "Officer, we have taken control of this area. Please withdraw with your colleagues immediately to receive medical attention and recuperate. The subsequent clearance operations will be our responsibility." His voice was steady and commanding. Zhang Wei gazed at him, then turned his attention to the steel behemoths that loomed behind him and the disciplined, resolute soldiers. In that moment, he recalled a statement made by academician Lin Mo in the Yuan Hall just hours prior. "We possess the laws of physics." It was only now, in this instant, that he truly grasped the meaning behind those words. It was not a mere slogan of self-comfort. It was a declaration, a profound assertion of the cold, brutal, and impartial truth of this universe. Magic may allow primitive men to conquer their kind, but in the face of absolute, systematic, industrialized physics, magic ultimately amounts to nothing. Zhang Wei smiled, yet as he did, tears streamed down his face unbidden. They were tears of survival, a release of all fear and frustration, and above all, tears brimming with immense pride and honor. He understood that the war was far from over. Yet he also knew that in this battle that determined the fate of human civilization, we could prevail. Chapter 9. The Fall of London. The mists of history seemed to congeal above this ancient city. The cold waters of the Thames reflected the monstrous, barbaric bronze warship hovering above the Houses of Parliament, casting a shadow of an ominous nightmare from the distant past. David Davis, a nearly 50-year-old Metropolitan Police officer, leaned against an overturned red double-decker bus, gasping for breath. His iconic high-crowned police hat was nowhere to be seen, and his graying hair was matted with dust and the blood of an unknown origin. The Webley revolver in his hand felt heavier and more useless than a brick. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the horrific scene on Westminster Bridge. The descending bronze landing craft struck the centuries-old stone bridge like a malicious nail, cleaving it in two. Following closely were a horde of giant ape-like warriors, wielding massive war hammers and resembling small freight trucks. clad in heavy bronze armor etched with strange patterns. Each step they took made the ancient cobblestones groan in agony. Armed police. Drop your weapons. A squad of armed officers, responding to the alarm, positioned themselves behind their vehicles and shouted warnings in English. Their voices strained to the point of exhaustion. A warning that would have been sufficient to intimidate any ruffian in normal circumstances now felt utterly ridiculous and feeble. The response came in the form of a furious charge from a giant ape leader, who disregarded the 9mm handgun bullets and MP5 submachine gun fire as if they were mere mosquito bites. The bullets struck against its thick bronze chest armor, which shimmered faintly with runic light, producing only feeble sparks and failing to budge its colossal frame. This creature hailed from a world with far greater gravity than Earth, making this planet akin to a low-gravity training ground where every exertion was filled with explosive, overwhelming force. Its bone density and muscle fiber strength were dozens of times that of the finest human athletes, a cruel inheritance from the harsh environment of its home planet. In its world, the weak had long since been crushed into pulp beneath the oppressive gravity. Those who survived were all monsters. Bang, bang, bang. The officers shot in desperation, attempting to target the exposed joints and face of the giant. Yet the bullets, upon striking those areas, emitted a dull thud, akin to hitting a thick canvas wrapped around steel, inflicting only superficial wounds. Green blood seeped out, but the sinewy muscles quickly sealed the wounds. The giant ape leader bared its massive fangs, capable of crushing steel, and let out a contemptuous roar. With a tremendous stomp, the cracked ground buckled beneath its weight, and its enormous body surged forward like a cannonball, covering over 10 meters in an instant. In its grasp, the bronze war hammer, its head as large as a car tire, was smeared with the congealed blood and brain matter of various civilizations, now wielding a gale that seemed capable of tearing through the fabric of time and space, sweeping through with devastating force. Boom! The nearest Land Rover police vehicle, along with the 3 officers sheltering behind it, was obliterated as if struck by a battering ram, instantly reduced to a twisted, flattened mass of iron. The wails of steel mingled with the sounds of shattering bones, forming a nightmarish tableau. Davis watched in horror, a cold chill coursing up his spine. After 30 years on the force, he had encountered knife-wielding maniacs and gun-toting drug dealers, but he had never imagined that one day he would face a mythological beast, impervious to blades and bullets. Switch targets. Attack the smaller ones. A tactical commander from Scotland Yard screamed over the comms, his voice trembling with fear. The lizardmen, their armor is thinner. Indeed, among the colossal ape-like warriors, a multitude of more agile, albeit smaller, lizardmen fighters darted about the battlefield, wielding serrated swords and bronze shields, reminiscent of wolves hunting down fleeing civilians. Davis forced himself to remain calm, aiming at a lizard man that was pursuing a young girl. He took a deep breath and steadily pulled the trigger. Bang! The .38 caliber bullet spiraled forth, striking the lizard man squarely in the back. However, upon impact with its scaly green skin, the bullet emitted a dull thud, akin to striking a bulletproof vest. The lizard man merely paused, letting out a pained shriek as it turned to lock its cold, emotionless golden reptilian eyes onto Davis. It was unharmed. Davis felt his blood nearly freeze. How was this possible? Even a person clad in heavy body armor would undoubtedly be knocked to the ground and possibly suffer broken ribs from a .38 caliber bullet fired at such close range. Yet this monstrous creature merely swayed slightly. A thought struck Davis like a bolt of lightning. It was a term he had inadvertently glimpsed in a news report by a scientist before the catastrophe: bone and muscle density. World apart, this implied that their very bodies constituted a form of formidable biological armor. The reptilian being abandoned its pursuit of the girl, redirecting its focus toward Davis as its new target. It emitted a piercing shriek, using all 4 limbs to scale the walls and abandon vehicles with the swiftness of a genuine prehistoric predator, lunging towards Davis with ferocity. Damn it! In despair, Davis fired several shots, but each bullet vanished into oblivion. As the glimmering, serrated sword was poised to descend, Davis beheld the impending end of London's millennia-old history reflected in its cold blade. Chapter 10. The Queen's Guard. London, Westminster. David Davis leaned against the cold, bloodied base of a stone lion, his chest heaving violently, each breath tinged with the metallic scent of rust. The last bullet in his Webley revolver had long been expended, now hanging limply at his side. Before him, the reptilian warrior, which had cleaved his colleague and vehicle alike in two with a single swing, approached with the slow, deliberate gait of a victor. In its cold, golden slit-like pupils, Davis's pale and desperate visage was mirrored, filled with a mocking cruelty reminiscent of a cat playing with its prey. The jagged sword it wielded dripped with the blood of a royal guard, glinting ominously in the dim light of dusk. It's over. That singular thought consumed Davis's mind. He recalled the moment he had sworn in at Scotland Yard after graduating from the police academy. The memory of his wife's Yorkshire pudding, always slightly burnt, and the radiant smile of his daughter at her graduation from Oxford. Everything would culminate beneath the icy blade of this extraterrestrial monster. The reptilian warrior appeared to relish the despair of its prey in the face of death. It did not rush. Instead, it slowly raised its sword, seemingly preparing to execute this defiant old soldier in a manner steeped in ritual. At that moment, a peculiar, rhythmic, deep and powerful sound approached, cutting through the cacophony of cries and roars on the battlefield, like the heartbeat of death, reverberating in the eardrums of every living being. Thump, 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 thump. The sound grew louder, closer, bringing with it an invisible, suffocating pressure. Both Davis and the reptilian executioner involuntarily lifted their gazes. In the leaden-hued sky of London, tainted by smoke for pitch-black, grotesque steel birds, Apache H-64E Guardian attack helicopters swept elegantly yet lethally over the Thames, like vultures emerging from hell, locking onto the battlefield that had transformed into a veritable meat grinder. Their elongated bodies resembled poised vipers, while the signature 30mm chain gun turret beneath the cockpit, capable of synchronizing with the pilot's helmet, surveyed the ground below with the indifference of a serpent's cold gaze, scanning the rampaging bronze beasts below. Beneath their short wings were Hellfire anti-tank missiles and Hydra rocket pods, akin to retracted, lethal fangs glinting with a sinister sheen. On the ground, the once mighty Kasari warriors found themselves collectively paralyzed for the first time. They gazed upward at these aerial monstrosities, their primitive brains utterly incapable of comprehending the sight before them. What is this? A metallic behemoth that flies? The aerial unit of this planet? Some reptilian warriors, instinctively acting in a nearly comical manner, hurled their spears and throwing axes skyward with all their might. Yet those weapons barely ascended 100 meters before plummeting uselessly back to the ground, failing to even graze the helicopter's belly. Their ignorance was fatal. Vulture 1 calling ground control. We have arrived at the target area, Buckingham. The Foxes are having a party, requesting authorization for free attack. The voice of pilot Mad Harry from the cockpit of the lead Apache resonated through encrypted communications, calm yet tinged with British humor. Ground control acknowledged. Vulture 1. Free attack authorized. Repeat, free attack authorized. Clean those damned bastards off the Queen's lawn. Over and out. With a grin, Harry glanced at the targeting system displayed on his helmet. The Kasari warriors on the ground, now clearly visible as bright, heat-emitting human-shaped targets. He honed in on a reptilian warrior poised to execute Davis. Let us give our friend a reprieve. With this thought, the M230 chain gun situated beneath the cockpit seemed to come alive, silently and impeccably zeroing in on the target. Then he pressed the fire button. A shrill roar, akin to a chainsaw slicing through steel, instantly shattered the silence. The reptilian warrior felt a shadow loom overhead before it could react. A torrent of heated metal, composed of 30mm high-explosive dual-purpose rounds, descended from above at an angle it could not possibly defend against. Thud, 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 thud. The bullets effortlessly tore through its comparatively weak cranial and shoulder scales, detonating violently within its body. Each shell was sufficient to obliterate a human soldier, and at that moment, dozens of such shells cascaded down upon it within the span of a heartbeat. Green blood, shattered bones, twisted entrails, and charred flesh erupted into a mist of gore, painting the air with carnage. Davis momentarily blinked, a warm, viscous liquid splattering over him. Instinctively, he wiped his hand across his face, finding it smeared with nauseating, green alien plasma. Before him, the formidable reptilian warrior that had threatened his life had vanished. All that remained was a charred crater and a scattering of indistinguishable biological remnants. The steel vulture in the sky merely shifted its beak, erasing a powerful Kasari warrior from existence. This sudden, aerial slaughter plunged the Kasari warriors on the ground into a fleeting state of chaos and terror. They roared, brandishing their weapons, yet could find no target to strike. Boom! Not far away, an enraged giant ape swung a massive bronze warhammer, striking the newly arrived Challenger 2 main battle tank with tremendous force. The tank's reactive armor was triggered, erupting in a brilliant flash of fire. Yet the terrifying force still struck the heavy turret with a thunderous roar, causing the entire vehicle to shudder violently. "That behemoth is mine," declared the driver of the Vulture II with unflappable calm. His weapons operator had already locked onto the colossal ape-man using the electro-optical targeting system in the cockpit, employing laser ranging and illumination devices. "Hellfire ready. Launch." Whoosh. An AGM-114 Hellfire anti-tank missile, trailing a faint plume of smoke, silently slid from its pylon beneath the wing, igniting its engine and hurtling towards the target at subsonic speed. Like a vengeful dart seeking its prey, the giant ape-man seemed to sense the imminent danger. It roared, instinctively raising its massive warhammer in an attempt to block. What a primitive and laughable form of defense this was. As the missile closed within 10 meters of its target, it slightly adjusted its trajectory, descending at an acute, almost vertical angle, flawlessly evading the warhammer and striking the unprotected, massive head of the ape-man with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! There was no doubt. Designed to penetrate the top armor of modern main battle tanks. The high-temperature metal jet, capable of melting through 1,000 millimeters of steel, found its most vulnerable and perfect outlet at that moment. The entire upper body of the giant ape-man, along with its enormous bronze warhammer, was instantaneously vaporized by that terrifying, concentrated energy. A fireball, even more spectacular and horrific than that caused by the earlier cannon fire, erupted violently at the point of impact. The sky transformed into a no-fly zone for the Khazal invaders. Death rained down like a torrential downpour. The Apache helicopters circled above like merciless herders over a herd of cattle, using their electric whips to efficiently and ruthlessly eliminate these once mighty invaders, one by one. However, the Khazal people were, after all, a warrior race that had struggled for tens of thousands of years in a brutal environment, with conquest and slaughter etched into their very bones. Following a brief moment of fear and collapse, a more primal and frenzied emotion spread among the surviving invaders. For the blood and fire of Khazal, roared a battle-scarred lizard-man centurion in a desperate, frenzied cry. It suddenly raised the bronze axe in its hand and smashed it against the dark red rune stone embedded in its chest armor. Crack! The rune stone shattered. A visible wave of crimson energy, akin to blood, erupted from within it, rippling outwards to sweep over all surviving Khazal warriors. Roar howl! The Khazal warriors, swept by this red energy wave, underwent a terrifying transformation. Their eyes turned blood red, devoid of any rational thought. Their muscles swelled at a visible rate, bulging and even ripping through their armor. A layer of blood-red vapor, like steam, emanated from their skin's pores. Frenzy. This was a savage racial gift that significantly enhanced strength, speed, and regenerative abilities at the cost of burning life, force, and reason, while completely shutting out pain and fear. They no longer cowered, nor did they flee. They transformed into a pack of rabid beasts, fueled solely by the instinct to kill, unafraid of death. "Oh no, these guys are on something," remarked Harry in the sky with a whistle, his tone devoid of any tension. "Ground control. The foxes have entered a frenzied state. Ground troops need to exercise caution." "Copy that. Our hounds have also entered the fray." Almost simultaneously, as the Khazal warriors on the ground succumbed to their frenzy, several Lynx utility helicopters and Chinook transport helicopters roared in from the opposite side of the city, swooping low into the battlefield. They hovered above the square between the Capitol and Buckingham Palace, their doors sliding open, and black fast ropes were thrown down. Following swiftly were soldiers clad in black combat gear, donning gas masks and tactical goggles, exuding an aura of elite lethality, who descended to the ground like agile cheetahs along the ropes. British Army Special Forces, SAS. Accompanying them were the elite British Army Parachute Regiment, equipped with the latest L119A2 assault rifles and various support weapons. All units maintain distance, crossfire, prioritize those big brutes, commanded an SAS squad leader's voice coolly over the comms. Snipers, locate the one releasing the aura and take him out. Javelin team, fire at will. Eliminate those tank killers one by one. The battle transitioned into its second phase. A pack of frenzied beasts, driven solely by the urge to charge, faced off against a group of calm, professional, and well-coordinated top-tier modern hunters. A frenzied giant ape-man charged towards the SAS position with a furious roar. Its speed had doubled, leaving deep footprints in the ground with each step. "Javelin locked," shouted a soldier from the parachute regiment, hoisting a weapon resembling a rocket launcher. He easily locked onto the massive heat signature above the giant ape-man's head through his sight. "Launch." After pulling the trigger, he immediately sought cover, ignoring the missile's trajectory. A Javelin anti-tank missile shot forth from a launcher with a soft pop, igniting its main engine after reaching a safe distance. soaring into the sky nearly 100 meters high, then tracing a graceful parabolic arc, like a battle axe with a will of its own, descending upon the giant ape-man's head with crushing force. Boom! Top attack. The frenzied giant ape-man didn't even have a chance to look up before this lethal weapon from above once again performed the gruesome act of splitting its target apart, just as the Hellfire missile had done. Meanwhile, an SAS sniper lay prone at a window of Big Ben, his L-115A3 sniper rifle steady as a rock. His target was none other than the lizard-man Centurion who had incited the frenzy across the battlefield. Wind speed 3, distance 780 meters, target is moving. He mentally noted the data. Then the rifle fired. The .338 Lapua Magnum round flew at subsonic speed, tracing an imperceptible arc through the chaotic battlefield, striking true into the sole remaining eye of the lizard-man Centurion. The bullet penetrated the eye socket, releasing immense kinetic energy within its sturdy skull. The Centurion's head exploded as if it had been detonated from within by a high-pressure air pump. With its death, the blood-red energy aura enveloping the battlefield flickered violently like a light bulb losing power, then vanished entirely. The Khazal warriors, stripped of their frenzied enhancements, saw the bloodlust in their eyes fade rapidly, replaced by a deeper, boundless terror and despair as reason returned. The outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. This is a textbook example of modern, multidimensional warfare, characterized by aerial suppression from armed helicopters, precise strikes by special forces, and encirclement and annihilation by elite conventional troops. The Khazal people's pride in their individual valor and reckless ferocity appears utterly ludicrous and powerless in the face of this impenetrable web of death, woven from data links, crossfire, long-range strikes, and precision guidance. When the last of the lizardmen fell, struck down by 2 swift shots from an SAS operative, the banks of the Thames finally returned to a deathly silence. Davis slowly rose to his feet as an SAS soldier approached and patted him on the shoulder. "It's over, officer. You held your ground admirably." Davis surveyed the chaotic battlefield, observing the soldiers calmly inspecting the corpses and regrouping, then glanced skyward at the Apaches circling like loyal guardians. Suddenly, he understood. For the police armed with revolvers, these extraterrestrials might seem like insurmountable demons. Yet, for modern civilization that has evolved warfare into a science, an art, and an industry, they are merely a group of slightly stronger beasts. Chapter 11. The Fall of New York. New York, Manhattan, the steel jungle, has now devolved into a veritable blood-soaked hunting ground, unlike the historically laden defeat witnessed in London. The combat here resembles a grotesque and brutal skirmish between elite modern special forces and prehistoric titans, transcending technological divides. The emergency service unit of the New York Police Department is desperately engaged in urban warfare against a cadre of Khazal invaders, taking cover behind the opulent storefronts and towering bank buildings along Fifth Avenue. "Isabella, 3 o'clock, the one with the staff. Priority target," shouted Commander Mark, crouched behind a massive granite Roman column that had been shattered in half. Isabella Izarasai, the squad's top sniper, was currently lying behind a shattered display window on the 3rd floor of a nearby building. Beneath her pragmatic golden bob, her blue eyes were as serene and cold as a Siberian ice lake. Her M4 carbine was equipped with tungsten core armor-piercing rounds specifically designed to engage lightly armored targets. Her reticle steadily locked onto the head of a lizard-man priest, who stood atop a pile of burning yellow taxis, brandishing a bone staff adorned with a ghastly white crystal, chanting incantations to release that terrifying energy capable of disintegrating matter. Target locked. Izarasai's voice remained devoid of emotion as she calculated wind speed and the slight tremors caused by the priest's chanting. Then, in the brief interlude between heartbeats, she gently squeezed the trigger. Thump! The sound of the silenced shot was muffled yet lethal. The tungsten core round, traveling at over 3 times the speed of sound, howled through the air, slicing the 70-meter distance. In Izarasai's estimation, this shot would pierce any ballistic helmet, reducing the target's brain to a mushy pulp. However, at the very moment the bullet was set to strike the lizard-man priest's skull, a necklace of tiny runestones around the creature's neck erupted with a visible wave of pale, yellow energy. Clang! The sound was heartbreakingly crisp. The armor-piercing round, capable of penetrating steel, collided with an invisible, indestructible barrier, abruptly slowing to a halt less than a centimeter from the target's skin, rolling away, and falling impotently to the ground, its tip completely deformed by the immense impact. Rune Technology. The warning from academician Lin Mo echoed in Izarasai's mind like a spell. Their armor and accessories provided not merely physical defense, but also a passive energy shield. Damn! Commander Mark's furious exclamation crackled through the earpiece. Sniper ineffective. Repeat, sniper ineffective. They possess energy shields. The lizardman priest seemed incensed by the shot. It ceased its chanting and abruptly turned its head. Its golden slit pupils locking onto the small window where Izarasai lay on the third floor. Izarasai's scalp prickled with dread. A lethal chill gripped her heart. She had been discovered. Withdraw. Without needing Mark's reminder, Izarasai executed a rapid tactical evasion, rolling backward away from the death window. Just as her body vacated its previous position, a piercing white energy beam, thinner yet swifter than the one encountered in Shanghai, shot forth from the lizardman priest's staff, striking the very window she had occupied. There was no explosion, no flames. The reinforced concrete corner, along with the desk and computer behind it, disintegrated into ashes in an instant, vanishing without a sound. A smooth, crescent-shaped breach appeared in the side of the building. Izarasai lay prone, feeling the heart-stopping energy reverberations behind her, cold sweat soaking her tactical vest. Had she been even a second late, she would have been reduced to a fundamental particle in the cosmos. Heavy firepower. We need heavy firepower. Mark frantically called for reinforcements. Repeat. Conventional weapons cannot effectively suppress them. They are moving fortresses. We need anti-tank missiles. We need Apaches. In response, a more violent shockwave erupted from the ground. A colossal gorilla-like warrior, roaring, uprooted a metal lamppost fixed to the ground. It swung the heavy iron rod like the legendary son, Wukong, wielding his golden staff, striking down with a howling gale towards the Roman column, where the ESU team was taking cover. Boom! The sturdy granite pillar crumbled like a cookie under the unreasonable might of the blow, collapsing. Mark and two other team members were swept away, unable to utter a scream, instantly reduced to a gruesome pulp. In Izarasai's eyes, the calmness of the ice lake finally shattered. This was not battle. This was not war. This was a natural disaster. A group of well-trained, well-equipped modern humans attempting to combat a living, malicious earthquake and volcanic eruption with nothing more than their small knives. Chapter 12. The Sky Belongs to America. New York, Midtown Manhattan. Isabella Izarasai leaned against a wall riddled with bullet holes, her chest heaving as if in a tempest. Her M4 carbine had long since exhausted its last magazine, reduced now to a meaningless iron rod. Her commander and most of her squad had turned into cold, bloody graffiti on Fifth Avenue. The three surviving ESU members formed a small, desperate circle, backs pressed together. Surrounding them were the Kasal warriors, gathering like a relentless tide from all directions. These bronze-skinned monstrosities seemed acutely aware that their prey had exhausted all means of resistance. They did not rush to charge. Instead, they advanced with a slow, oppressive gait, grinning with malice, relishing in this final cat-and-mouse game. Despair enveloped the atmosphere like the biting winter winds of New York. Merciless and chilling, is held tightly to the combat dagger at her waist, steeling herself to plunge the blade into one of these beasts' eyes in her last moments of life. Just then, a shrill, terrifying wail, as if it were tearing the very heavens apart and piercing eardrums, surged forth from the distant Atlantic, hurtling closer. This sound, starkly distinct from the dull thrum of helicopters and the rumble of tanks, was a pure, violent declaration of speed and power belonging to the jet age. All the Kasal warriors, engaged in their malevolent pursuits or advancing menacingly, instinctively halted and gazed skyward in confusion. In the next heartbeat, two sleek, gray steel demons, characterized by their sharp lines, tore through the Manhattan skyline at a frenziedly low altitude, skimming just above the rooftops like twin gray lightning bolts. F-18 e super ornate fighter bombers. Their speed was so astonishing that the beings below could only catch a blurred silhouette before the deafening sonic boom, akin to a clap of thunder on a clear day, finally arrived, crashing violently upon everyone's auditory senses. This sonic boom, like the lash of a divine whip, shattered countless panes of glass in nearby buildings, transforming them into a shimmering rain of crystal. As one of the Super Hornets soared over Times Square, a heavy black object quietly detached from its belly. It was a GBU-31 Joint Direct Attack Munition, a 2,000-pound precision-guided bomb pinpointed by satellite. It emitted no sound but gracefully carved a precise, parabolic arc through the air, descending toward the square below, where hundreds of Kasal warriors were engaged in some primitive victory ritual. Iz was momentarily blinded, and then a terrifying shockwave, as if to uproot her very organs from within, slammed her against the wall. Boom! An indescribable roar erupted, as though the entire city had been detonated. In the heart of Times Square, a small mushroom cloud of swirling flames and black smoke ascended. The energy released from nearly a ton of high-explosive ordnance obliterated everything within that vicinity, whether formidable bronze armor or the robust flesh of high-gravity beings. All were rendered as fragile as mere paper before this ultimate expression of modern chemical warfare. Hundreds of Casal warriors and the ground beneath them, along with surrounding structures, were torn asunder in an instant, melted by the intense heat, and ultimately vaporized. A colossal black crater, over 50 meters in diameter and unfathomably deep, appeared at the center of Times Square, belching thick smoke like an enraged, one-eyed Earth opening wide with a desire for destruction. In but a single strike, the entire square was laid waste. This was merely a greeting from the carrier battle group, and this was just the beginning. Offshore New York, the United States Navy's Atlantic Fleet, led by the USS Gerald R. Ford nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, had already arrived at the operational position. The vast flight deck of the aircraft carrier buzzed with activity and order. Ground crew clad in various colored vests moved like a meticulously organized colony of ants. Bustling between steam catapults, F-35C Lightning IIs and F-A-18E Super Hornets. All squadrons executed the hammer action as planned. The target, the enemy mothership hovering ominously over the city. Full deck assault. We shall transform that damned UFO into the largest piece of scrap metal in the Hudson River. The voice of the flight commander resonated through the data link to every airborne aircraft. In the sky, dozens of munitions-laden carrier-based planes formed multiple waves of attack, like eagles circling above the corpse of a colossal beast, launching a tide of assaults against the Casal mothership, which still loomed over Manhattan like a bronze mountain. The Sidewinder Squadron, fire harpoons, 4 Super Hornets at a secure distance of several dozen kilometers from the mothership, simultaneously launched AGM-84 Harpoon anti-ship missiles. The missiles howled as they skimmed the ocean's surface, then suddenly pulled up, hurtling toward the massive vessel from various angles. The runic shield of the mothership erupted in blinding light the moment it sensed the threat, attempting to intercept. However, the Harpoon missiles were designed to attack modern warships equipped with Aegis systems, and their complex terminal trajectories and countermeasures capabilities were far beyond what this primitive energy shield, which could only absorb impacts, could contend with. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 missiles struck the same region of the mothership with pinpoint accuracy. The runic shield flickered violently several times, like glass struck by a heavy hammer, before shattering. Following this, the warheads detonated with ferocity upon the thick bronze exterior, creating 4 massive breaches, spewing molten metal. The shield had been breached. All units commenced the feast. More aircraft, like sharks smelling blood, surged forward. JDM precision-guided bombs, laser-guided GBU, 39 small-diameter bombs, and even the SLAM-ER extended-range standoff attack missiles, specifically designed to obliterate hangars and bridges, rained down mercilessly upon the hull of the mothership. That once feared bronze deity, which had plunged the citizens of New York into despair, now became a colossal, passive target, enduring a relentless barrage. The explosions produced flames that danced across its vast hull like a grand display of fireworks. Countless twisted metal fragments and green, unidentified liquids rained down from the sky. In response to this unprecedented assault from the flying ironbirds, the Casal inside the mothership finally reacted. Several enormous hatches slid open along the side of the vessel. Emerging from them were not landing pods, but swarms of flying monstrosities resembling Earth's ancient pterosaurs, a fusion of biology and machinery. They possessed enormous, bat-like flesh wings. Yet their bodies were composed of a bronze-cast skeletal framework, with a pulsating, radiant runic heart at their core, providing the energy for flight. They bore no missiles. Their weapons were unstable, short-range energy orbs emitted from their mouths. The aerial units of the Casal Empire, the runic bipedal dragons. Hundreds of these bipedal dragons shrieked as they flapped their massive wings, charging recklessly towards the American naval aviators attacking their mothership. Oh, behold these little darlings. Air control. This is Phantom 1, enemy aerial units detected, numbering approximately 200, requesting to engage. Inside the cockpit of a futuristic, angular F-35C Lightning II. Major Caitlin Phantom O'Hara's voice remained calm, as composed as an AI, through her specially designed helmet worth $400,000. The entire battlefield unfolded before her with an all-encompassing 360-degree panoramic view. The rune-etched bipedal dragons appeared to her sensors as enormous, radiant, oversized turkeys devoid of any cloaking measures. Ghost One, You're the sole fifth-generation fighter squadron in the area. The airspace clearing mission is entrusted to you. Happy hunting. Received. A confident smile graced Caitlin's lips. Without executing any maneuvers, she allocated dozens of locked targets to her wingmen via the data link. Go Squadron, launch AMRAAM. Fox 3, clear them out. Over 80 kilometers away from the cluster of rune-etched bipedal dragons, which were entirely oblivious to their presence, for F-35, CS silently opened their internal weapon bays. One by one, advanced AM-120D medium-range air-to-air missiles ignited and launched. The group of bipedal dragons, still foolishly rushing toward the F-18 formation with their naked eyes, suddenly found the leading dozens of them crashing into an invisible wall, bursting into brilliant fireballs without warning. They perished without ever knowing from whence the attack originated. This was the disparity of generations. It was the telescope against the naked eye, the rifle against the stone axe, an unreasonable gap. After neutralizing the majority of the threats, Caitlin decided to close in for a closer inspection of these alien fighters. She piloted the F-35C like a specter, effortlessly maneuvering to the side and rear of the remaining bipedal dragon cluster. It was only when she approached within 5 kilometers that the dragons finally detected this enemy. And like a disturbed hornet's nest, they shrieked and turned to charge at her. They began spewing unstable green energy orbs from their mouths. Caitlin merely pulled the control stick gently, and the F-35C executed an astonishingly tight turn, easily evading all attacks. The energy orbs veered off course, spiraling into the distance before vanishing into the air. The fire control system is abysmal, Caitlin mused to herself. No longer toying with them, she directed her helmet-mounted sight towards a nearby bipedal dragon. Sidewinder, launch. An AM-9X Sidewinder air-to-air missile was released from the underwing pylon, executing a beautiful 90-degree high G-turn, striking the dragon's tail with deadly precision. Boom! Another fireball erupted. Game over. Caitlin pressed the cannon button. BRRRT. The GU-22, a 25mm Gatling gun mounted on the underside of the F-35C, unleashed a torrent of vengeful fire at an astounding rate of 300 rounds per minute. A whip of death composed of depleted uranium incendiary rounds swept through the air with pinpoint accuracy. The meager biological tissues and bronze skeletons of those rune-etched bipedal dragons were rendered as insubstantial as paper before this onslaught. They were shredded and dismembered like wild grass mowed down by a lawnmower, raining down as burning debris toward their doomed mothership. The skies had been cleared. Once air supremacy was firmly in hand, the true onslaught from the ground commenced, a display of firepower so dense it was appalling. Dozens of MV-22 Osprey transport aircraft, escorted by armed Cobra helicopters, flew directly into Manhattan, delivering fully armed United States Marine Corps troops near the iconic Charging Bull of Wall Street. Hoa! The Marines bellowed their signature battle cry, surging forward like unleashed tigers. They were not police, nor SWAT. They were killing machines born for war. Mortar teams, sweep that street. At 4, blast that obstructive giant ape to the heavens. Requesting air support. Coordinates 063, 175, identify enemy gathering point. I need a warthog's caress. BRRRRRT. A 10 attack aircraft, dispatched from a New Jersey Air Force base, swooped down like grim reapers, using their iconic GU-8 Avenger 7-barrel 30mm Gatling gun to plow through streets teeming with Casal warriors. Again and again, simultaneously, Ticonderoga-class cruisers and Arleigh Burke-class destroyers anchored at the mouth of the Hudson River roared to life. Heavy shells, weighing dozens of kilograms, fell like guided meteors under the guidance of satellites and drones, relentlessly pounding known enemy strongholds in the skyscrapers. Manhattan had transformed into a veritable mill of war, where the Casal were the grain being ground. And her companions were escorted to a safe zone by a squad of Marines. She stared blankly at the chaos before her. In the skies were the roaring fighter jets and helicopters. On the ground were the thundering tanks and advancing Marines. In the distance, the relentless cacophony of naval gunfire and rocket explosions rumbled like thunder. This was the war machine of the United States of America. Once fully activated, the systematic, all-encompassing, cost-irrelevant firepower it could unleash was enough to obliterate any myth of individual valor into mere dust. Finally, with a resounding metallic shriek of breaking metal, the massive Casal mothership, battered for hours, could no longer maintain its suspension. Its hull, now riddled with wounds and billowing smoke, resembled a dying bronze giant forsaken by the gods as it tilted and helplessly plummeted toward the Atlantic Ocean. The colossal ship crashed into the sea, generating towering waves akin to a tsunami. The legend of an era had come to an end, and the war of another era had begun. Chapter 13, Tokyo. Shibuya. Tokyo. Unlike the historical elegy of London or the mournful steel of New York, Tokyo's despair bore a distinct, suffocating Japanese horror. Shibuya, the famed intersection. As disaster struck, it was bustling with crowds at peak hours. A colossal bronze landing craft obscured the sky like the mythical Amano Iwado, and an endless horde of Kasal warriors surged forth like malevolent spirits escaping from the underworld, engulfing this once vibrant symbol of trendiness and vitality. Kenji, a university student, huddled beneath the counter of a looted anime merchandise store, desperately covering his mouth with his hands, nearly stifling his breath. His body trembled violently from sheer terror, his teeth chattering, producing soft clattering sounds. Through the cracks of the counter, he glimpsed the hellish world outside. The invaders here appeared somewhat different from those depicted in the news. They were not the hulking giants he had expected. Instead, their ranks were dominated by a more slender, agile breed of lizardmen. They donned lightweight bronze armor, eschewing cumbersome battle axes for a pair of gleaming, crescent-shaped bronze blades, each resembling a magnified scythe. They were not like war chariots. Rather, they embodied a cadre of graceful yet lethal reapers, reveling in the art of slaughter. A lizard folk, moving with the silent grace of a feline predator, glided past the shop entrance. Its movements were fluid and deadly, the twin blades in its hands slicing through the air, tracing elegant arcs imbued with the essence of death. With each swing, a fleeing civilian would be effortlessly severed in half or sent to the heavens with their head cleaved from their body. Blood flowed like an abundance of crimson paint, splattering the streets of Shibuya in a grotesque mosaic. It seemed they were savoring the carnage. Kenji witnessed one lizard folk seize a young woman clad in professional attire, not immediately ending her life, but instead using its forked, serpentine tongue to caress her twisted cheek, its golden slit pupils revealing a chilling blend of curiosity and cruelty that sent shivers down Kenji's spine. Then, before the horrified eyes of onlookers, it systematically stripped away the woman's clothing and flesh, layer by layer, with its curved blade. Kenji could bear it no longer. He shut his eyes tightly, his stomach churning violently, on the verge of expelling its contents. Help! Help me! Nearby, from the entrance of the Shibuya subway station, more anguished cries pierced the air. A throng of terrified individuals surged towards the underground, desperately attempting to flee the slaughter descending from the skies. One lizard folk, seemingly the leader of this deadly cadre, took notice of the commotion. Slightly larger than its kin, it sported a crown-like array of bony protrusions atop its head. It halted, tilting its head in apparent displeasure at the sight of its prey attempting to hide. It raised its left arm, which bore not a blade as its brethren did, but an unusual arm guard crafted from bronze and beast bone. At its center, a pulsating, ominous black runestone flickered with malevolence. Aiming the arm guard at the throng gathered at the subway entrance, it cast aside any semblance of incantation or preparation. With a swift motion, a dark, viscous energy beam, akin to ink, erupted from the runestone. Where the beam traversed, the very air seemed to corrode and dissolve. It precisely struck the top of the subway entrance. A thunderous roar ensued, as the reinforced concrete structure, along with the surrounding ground, collapsed and disintegrated as if consumed by a potent acid. Massive stones and twisted rebar sealed the entrance with an impenetrable barrier. Those who had just fled underground were entombed alive. From deep within the earth, muffled, despairing echoes akin to ghostly wails emerged, but soon faded into silence. Kenji glimpsed the lizard folk leader. After executing this grim deed, it even licked its lips with its forked tongue, as if it had simply engaged in a trivial yet amusing pastime. Kenji's heart plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. God, is this what divinity entails? A mere flick of the wrist, determining the fate of hundreds. Their whims dictate the existence of humanity. To them, slaughter, torment, and cruelty are perhaps no different than a child scalding a nest of ants with boiling water, merely a game. Despair. London, New York, Tokyo, Moscow, New Delhi, across the globe. Cities are enacting tragedies that bear striking similarity yet differ in form. Humanity's resistance appears feeble, utterly vulnerable against the overwhelming racial superiority and dimensional rune technology. Millennia of civilization are spiraling into the abyss of annihilation at an unprecedented pace. Chapter 14. The U.S.-Japan Security Treaty. Tokyo, Shibuya. Kenji huddled beneath a cold counter, trembling uncontrollably, nearly embedding his nails into the flesh of his palms. He dared not breathe or make a sound, peering through the narrow gap beneath the counter, engaging in a form of self-inflicted torment as he glimpsed the world outside, now transformed into a hellscape. The initial storm of slaughter had subsided. The survivors had either concealed themselves adeptly or fled swiftly. Now, the alien scythe-wielding reapers commenced the second phase of their game, extermination. They moved with the lethal elegance of predators, dispersing in small groups, systematically inspecting every building and shop along the streets with chilling efficiency. Their forked tongues occasionally flicked through the air, seemingly scenting and sensing the hidden prey. Kenji could hear their reptilian hisses, the sharp bronze blades scraping against the walls, producing a nauseating screech, and the desperate, staccato screams of discovered survivors from nearby shops, followed inevitably by the sickening sounds of flesh being cleaved. The reapers were drawing ever closer. At last, a pair of feet, covered in fine black scales and adorned with 3 sharp claws, halted at the entrance of the anime merchandise store where Kenji was concealed. His heart ceased its rhythm. He beheld the elongated lizard-folk warrior, its grotesque head tilting, golden slit pupils seemingly penetrating the glass door of the shop, locking onto his hiding place. Discovered. The lizard-folk warrior's lips curled into a cruel smile. It did not rush in. Rather, like a serpent poised to strike its prey, it leisurely drew its glimmering blade, scratching against the glass door with an ear-piercing sound, seemingly relishing Kenji's profound, silent terror. Kenji's mind blanked, the shadow of death enveloping him like icy seawater. Just as the lizard-folk warrior raised its blade, preparing to shatter the glass door and indulge in its macabre feast, a soft sound, akin to the faint pop of a champagne cork, resonated from a high-rise building hundreds of meters away. Almost immediately, the grinning lizard-folk warrior froze in its tracks. A perfectly placed, smooth hole materialized at the center of its grotesque head, just above the brow. A trickle of viscous liquid, mingled with green blood and white brain matter, began to flow from the small aperture. All traces of cruelty and mockery vanished from its golden eyes, leaving behind a hollow, bewildered expression. Then, its massive frame crumpled to the ground, as if all its bones had been extracted, collapsing in silence. A single strike and it was dead. Kenji was rendered speechless. He could not comprehend what had transpired. Meanwhile, atop a skyscraper in Shinjuku, a sniper clad in the camouflage of the Japan Ground Self-Defense Force calmly worked the bolt of his Howa M24 sniper rifle, expelling a steaming 7.62mm shell with precision. Eagle Eye 1 had hit its target. The target's life signal had vanished. He spoke into the throat microphone in a calm, emotionless tone of Japanese. Beside him, an observer cradled a military tablet, displaying high-definition battlefield thermal imaging and electromagnetic signal graphics, relayed in real time from the American Global Hawk reconnaissance drone and Japan's own surveillance satellites. The entire Shibuya area was meticulously divided into precise grids on the screen. Each moving castle warrior was marked as a bright, constantly shifting red heat source, with their positions, directions of movement, and even individual strengths inferred from their thermal characteristics laid bare. The next target, located at coordinates G7-3, a hostile ringmaster, was indiscriminately wreaking havoc on nearby structures. Eagle Eye, do you have a shooting window? Negative, the target is obscured behind the building. The sniper replied, coolly after a glance through the scope. Understood. Without hesitation, the observer immediately switched to a different communication channel on the tablet. Speaking fluently in military jargon-laden English, Nomad calling Viper Squad, requesting a surgical strike on high-value target at coordinates G7-3. The target is an enemy energy unit. Repeat. Surgical strike. Viper acknowledges. Bull is en route. Expected arrival in 30 seconds. A similarly composed American voice responded through the channel. This was the battlefield of Tokyo. It lacked the cataclysmic saturation bombing of New York or the violent aesthetics of Apache helicopters hovering over London. Here, the combat resembled a silent, efficient hunt dominated by information. The U.S.-Japan Security Treaty, at this moment, transcended mere documentation, morphing into a highly integrated, seamlessly connected, fearsome war machine. The American military provided unparalleled eyes and intellect. A global network of satellites, tireless high-altitude drones, and formidable electronic warfare and command control systems. They were responsible for detection and analysis, while the Japanese self-defense forces became the sharpest, most precise surgical instruments. They were indigenous hunters, intimately acquainted with every path and corner in this jungle of steel and concrete, known as Tokyo, tasked with execution. When a sniper found himself unable to act due to an inconsequential shooting blind spot, an F-2 fighter jet, piloted by an American Air Force pilot thousands of meters above, would receive orders to deliver a precisely timed air-to-ground missile to clear the obstruction. This coordination flowed seamlessly, like the harmonious movements of a person's left and right hands, instilling dread in any adversary. Those castle warriors, ensnared in a one-way information transparency, had utterly devolved into prey within this hunting game. Just as they had assembled a small squad to launch a strong assault on a building, before they could even approach, a missile capable of infrared imaging guidance, fired from a Type 01 light anti-tank missile of the self-defense forces, would soar out from an unexpected window, obliterating them and their leader. They attempted to disperse, leveraging the complexities of urban warfare to evade capture. Yet, unbeknownst to them, under the tireless gaze of the global hawk, their every move was vividly displayed on the tactical tablets of JSDF ground troops, only serving to further segment them, before being effortlessly consumed by prearranged crossfire pockets composed of Minimi teams armed with machine guns and automatic grenade launchers. A lizardman leader, clad in armoring capable of emitting corrosive energy, had just destroyed a self-defense force's Komatsu light armored vehicle, and before he could savor his victory, a joint terminal attack controller from U.S. Air Force, hidden near a subway station's ventilation shaft, calmly illuminated him with a laser designator, ensnaring him in an invisible beam of light. 3 seconds later, a GBU-12 Paveway 2 laser-guided bomb, released from an F-16 fighter jet high above, struck him squarely on the crown of his head, like a falcon drawn by light. Precise, efficient, lethal. Not a single bullet was wasted, nor was there a superfluous explosion. Each attack was the result of extensive data analysis and optimal solution calculation. This was no longer warfare. It was a cold, ruthless cleansing program, aided by supercomputers. Kenji was discovered amidst this almost surreal, one-sided slaughter by a squad of ground self-defense forces soldiers. He thought his end was near, but the soldier merely swept a tactical flashlight over him, confirming he posed no threat before offering him a bottle of water and an energy bar. Come with us, civilian. This area is no longer safe. We will take you to a designated shelter. The soldier's voice was calm and professional, imbued with a reassuring strength. Kenji was escorted through the streets that had once filled him with dread. He observed as the self-defense forces soldiers executed textbook standard four-man tactical formations, efficiently and calmly eliminating the remaining enemies one by one. Their movements, gestures, and communications appeared rehearsed 1,000 times, exuding a mechanical beauty. He saw an American soldier standing shoulder to shoulder with his self-defense forces officer, both peering at a tactical tablet, rapidly exchanging information in succinct tactical terms interspersed with Japanese and English. There was no barrier between them, as if they were one cohesive unit. Kenji finally understood. The key to victory in the battle unfolding in Tokyo lay not in whose armor was thicker or whose weaponry more potent, but rather in whose nervous system was more advanced. The castle people resembled a group of robust, yet individually combating amoebas, their perceptions confined to their own eyes and ears. In contrast, the U.S. Japan coalition resembled a highly evolved organism, endowed with a super brain and countless sensors. Its eyes were in the sky, its brain in the rear, and its claws and fangs were these well-trained soldiers on the ground. When this organism decided to hunt, those seemingly formidable amoebas stood no chance from the outset. Kenji sat in a self-defense forces armored vehicle, departing the combat zone. Glancing back, he witnessed the last defiant lizardman warrior on the ravaged streets of Shibuya, reconfigured by modern warfare, being shredded by precise crossfire from multiple directions, collapsing helplessly. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no hysterical roars. Only the calm crack of gunfire, followed by an eerie silence. Chapter 15, a textbook from another world. As the final shot, announcing judgment, dissipated entirely over the Huangpu River, Shanghai, a city once shrouded in the shadows of hell, welcomed a silence steeped in gunpowder and blood. Once the heart of a financial empire, Lujiazui now resembled a surreal graveyard, ravaged by ancient beasts. The remnants of skyscrapers stood like gnawed skeletons, feebly pointing toward the heavens. The street lay strewn with twisted vehicles, shattered building materials, and the grotesque, incomplete corpses of the Casal invaders. Zhang Wei leaned against the track of a Type 99A tank, gulping down a bottle of mineral water, still chilled with ice, handed to him by a PLA soldier. The overwhelming sense of survival washed over him like a relentless tide, eroding his taut nerves. He gazed at the scene before him, both familiar and alien, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic film, his heart a tumult of emotions. The battle had concluded, yet the reverberations of war were just beginning. Command of the battlefield had seamlessly transitioned from the combat troops to the engineers, medics, and technical units. Enormous construction vehicles rumbled ominously as they commenced the arduous task of clearing the obstructed roads. Medics clad in white protective suits meticulously gathered the remains of human casualties, each motion imbued with solemnity and sorrow. Meanwhile, soldiers donned in heavy military exoskeletons were tasked with handling the alien corpses, using elongated mechanical arms to lift the massive, blood-soaked bodies and toss them into sealed military trucks. The air was permeated by an indescribable scent, a bizarre concoction of disinfectant, gunpowder, blood, and some peculiar, fishy essence unique to the extraterrestrial beings. Report. Life signals detected in Area 3, Building C's underground parking lot. Non-human characteristics. Suddenly, a tense report crackled through the communication channel. Zhang Wei instantly snapped to attention, joining a squad of fully armed Special Forces soldiers as they rushed towards the reported location. It was a skyscraper that had survived the bombardment. The entrance to the underground parking lot was largely blocked by collapsed debris. After clearing a pathway with directional explosives, the soldiers cautiously entered, rifles equipped with tactical flashlights at the ready. Inside the parking lot, chaos reigned. In a corner, beside the wreckage of a small bronze landing pod, overturned by the shock wave of an explosion, huddled several trembling figures. They were also Casal, but distinct from the muscular, heavily armored warriors on the ground. Their frames were slender and slight, their skin a pale shade of gray-green. They wore no armor, instead donning a form of coveralls made from coarse fibers and leather, adorned with an assortment of odd, non-metallic tools. Their faces bore no signs of the warriors' ferocity and brutality, only the wide-eyed terror of frightened rabbits. When illuminated by the harsh beam of the flashlight, they emitted a series of panicked, chirping sounds, clinging together and trembling even more violently. Do not fire. They do not appear to be combatants. The commanding officer promptly ordered. These seem to be Casal technicians or engineers. With the mothership destroyed and the landing pod crashed, they had become the first extraterrestrial captives to be captured alive by humanity in this war. The apprehension was remarkably straightforward. Faced with the dark muzzles of guns, these unarmed technicians had no inclination to resist, obediently raising their four-fingered, webbed hands. Soon, several linguistics experts from the General Staff Intelligence Department, clad in protective gear, were urgently summoned. Thus commenced one of the most bizarre and arduous first contacts in human history, within the oil-scented, blood-stained confines of the underground parking lot. Hello, an elderly linguistics professor ventured, attempting to employ the most basic, goodwill-infused vocabulary. The response from the Casal technicians was one of heightened alarm. Their expressions bewildered and their sounds a frantic series of chirps. Their language was rife with guttural sounds, trills, and hissing akin to the friction of insect wings, with pronunciation and grammatical structures that transcended the scope of human linguistics. The experts endeavored to employ more universal methods of communication. They drew dot patterns representing prime numbers on the ground, sketched the structure of a hydrogen atom, and even illustrated the geometric proof of the Pythagorean theorem on the wall with a laser pointer. These were universal languages that humanity believed any sufficiently advanced civilization would comprehend. Yet, the Casal technicians merely tilted their heads, gazing at the seemingly meaningless scrawls of dots and lines with expressions reminiscent of bewildered lunatics. It has failed. The old professor despondently shook his head, his face etched with frustration. Their cognitive frameworks were fundamentally different from ours. It appeared they lacked any concept of basic mathematics and physics. How is this possible? How could a civilization capable of interstellar travel fail to grasp even the Pythagorean theorem? This question remained unanswered for the time being. The initial interrogation of the captives hit an impasse, yet remarkable progress was made in the exploration of the spoils of war. Zhang Wei followed the cleanup crew as they traversed the once bustling Century Avenue. At this moment, it had transformed into an open-air museum of alien relics, most striking were the scattered runic stone slabs across the battlefield. They varied in size. The smaller ones, akin to the charms worn by soldiers, were palm-sized, emitting a faint, mournful glow beside their fallen owners. The larger slabs, having peeled off from the wreckage of landing pods, measured several meters across, inscribed with complex runes that left one dizzy. A combat engineer cautiously used a mechanical arm to lift a half-meter-long runic slab. Its material was peculiar, neither metal nor stone. Cold to the touch, yet seemingly infused with an inner warmth. The patterns on the slab shimmered with a dark golden hue, and even amidst the dust and blood, they pulsed gently, like a breath, with visible, faint light. When a soldier attempted to sample it with a cutting tool, the seemingly stone-like slab erupted with blinding sparks. The sturdy alloy cutter left only a faint white mark upon its surface. The even larger runes, originating from the hull of the landing pod, were all the more astonishing. Unlike human technology, which installs circuit boards onto devices, these massive runes were integral to the structural composition of the craft itself. They resembled biological meridians, deeply intertwined with the peculiar bronze alloy material, as if the entire landing pod were a colossal, living entity composed of runes. All material samples detected the presence of high-stability, super-heavy elements unknown on Earth. The energy conduction efficiency of these runes theoretically surpassed our current top superconductors. Yet, they exhibited no electromagnetic properties whatsoever. Unbelievable. This utterly defied our known laws of materials, science, and physics. A series of shocking preliminary reports flowed back to the command center from the mobile laboratories at the front line. At that moment, a convoy of research vehicles, escorted by military trucks and bearing special licenses, arrived at the core area of the battlefield secured zone. As the car door swung open, a cadre of scientists clad in white research attire, their keen gazes and demeanor starkly contrasting with the surrounding military personnel, swiftly descended under the vigilant watch of special forces. Leading the procession was Lin Mo, having exchanged his formal suit for a simple, utilitarian gray work uniform that facilitated movement. His visage bore no trace of fear or sympathy for the surrounding devastation. Instead, it radiated an almost fervent intensity, akin to a ravenous shark detecting the scent of blood, marked by an extreme focus and yearning. His gaze did not linger on the corpses of the extraterrestrials for even a fleeting second. He strode directly past the bustling soldiers and engineers, ultimately halting before the largest wreckage of a landing pod, which had been cleaved in two by an AFT-10 missile. Upon the remnants lay a colossal core rune array, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, which, despite its fragmentation, continued to pulsate with a defiant glimmer of light. Academician Lin. This area has recently undergone a severe explosion. There may exist unknown energy radiation and structural risks. I urge you to a security officer approached with haste, attempting to dissuade him. Yet Lin Mo appeared oblivious, extending his hand to gently touch the cold, softly glowing runes, disregarding the anxious gazes of those around him. There were no electric shocks, no explosions, no radiation, only a peculiar sensation, akin to touching the very fabric of the cosmos itself, ineffably profound. Radiation is measurable, energy quantifiable. Without turning back, his voice remained calm, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence, asserting, in this universe, there exists no magic, only the science we have yet to comprehend. With a reverent gesture, he caressed the intricate patterns etched upon the immense runes, his eyes sparkling with a brilliance surpassing that of the stars above. The generals had triumphed in war, preserving our homeland. Yet for us, our battle is just beginning. He turned to address the fervently passionate scientists from premier institutions across the nation who stood behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, cast aside all that you have learned in the past. Forget Newton, forget Einstein, forget quantum mechanics. He gestured towards the vast expanse of enigmatic wreckage before them, pointing at the scattered rune tablets that twinkled like stars among the ruins. His voice brimmed with an unprecedented passion and grandeur, reminiscent of Columbus discovering a new world. Welcome to the most monumental, significant, and precious open lecture in the annals of human civilization. What lies before us is not a heap of scrap metal, nor mere spoils from an alien world. It is the key to the stars and seas. It is a living textbook on hyperspace travel and temporal transitions. Descended from the heavens. Chapter 16. The heartbeat amidst the ruins as the euphoria of victory ebbed away like a receding tide from the frayed nerves of the populace. It was replaced by the immense and silent scars left by war. Shanghai, once heralded as the oriental pearl of the East, now resembled a weary beauty, curled in the morning light, nursing its wounds after being ravaged by a colossal beast. The military jeep carrying Lin Mo navigated the cleared main thoroughfare at a slow pace. Rather than heading directly to the research forefront in the heart of Lujiazui, he opted to disembark in a slightly more distant area, choosing to traverse the land that had recently endured the baptism of blood and fire. He needed to observe and absorb with his own eyes what this unprecedented calamity had left behind for the city and its inhabitants. The air was still thick with acrid odors, a melange of concrete dust, burning plastic, molten metal, and a faint hint of blood. A scent unique to a city reeling from disaster. Along the roadsides, once splendid shop fronts now stood as gaping voids. Abandoned vehicles, scattered debris, and pools of dried, dark brown blood littered the sidewalks. The city bore its wounds, yet it remained alive. On the streets, amidst the passing military and engineering vehicles, ordinary citizens appeared. their faces reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions. There was fear. A young mother clutched her child tightly, swaddling him in a blanket as if it could shield them from all dangers in the world. Her eyes were vacant, and at the slightest metallic clang in the distance, her body would tremble uncontrollably. There was sorrow. At a makeshift identification station around the corner, an elderly man, upon seeing a photograph, crumpled to the ground, emitting a suppressed and anguished wail akin to that of a wounded beast. The surrounding crowd watched in silence. No one approached to comfort him, for each harbored a similarly heavy scar within. There was anger. A group of young men struggled to lift a half-human-high bronze fragment that had fallen from the alien landing pod, repeatedly slamming it onto the ground while hurling coarse insults at the invaders from the starry seas, as though they could release their pent-up fury. Yet more prevalent was a complex blend of emotions, resilience intermingled with confusion, a testament to survival. People spontaneously organized themselves, setting up temporary stations to distribute water and food. Volunteers served steaming bowls of porridge to every passerby, whether soldier, police officer, or fellow citizen. A dust-covered man received a bowl, but, unable to contain his emotions, squatted on the ground and wept like a child. No one mocked him. A woman passing by gently patted his back and pressed her half-full bottle of water into his hands. In the face of disaster, the thin veil of indifference between individuals was effortlessly torn asunder. Amidst this rubble, a peculiar, darkly humorous rebirth began to quietly unfurl. Lin M.O. observed several intrepid youths gathered around a relatively intact lizardman corpse, cautiously prodding its sturdy scales with a long bamboo pole. Their faces a mixture of trepidation and insatiable curiosity. Wow, this thing is tough. Do you think its meat is edible? Is it crunchy like chicken? Get lost. Watch out for viruses. Didn't you see the people from the quarantine station in white protective suits? Nearby, a vendor who once sold hand-grab pancakes was now setting up his stall, devoid of dough and eggs, instead showcasing an array of bizarre, charred metal fragments. He had scrawled on a piece of cardboard, "Authentic alien spaceship wreckage, fake goods tenfold compensation, scan to pay." Remarkably, a few curious individuals gathered around, haggling earnestly. As Lin M.O. surveyed this surreal spectacle, a myriad of emotions surged within him. This is humanity, capable of radiating the brightest light amidst the deepest despair, and blooming the most extraordinary flowers in the heaviest of tragedies. Fragile, yet astonishingly resilient, he continued onward, making his way towards the core research area located on Century Avenue. According to regulations, he was supposed to advance along the main road, cleared by the military. However, ahead of him, a dilapidated building was undergoing emergency demolition, causing the main route to be temporarily blocked. A soldier was directing the flow of people, guiding them to navigate through a narrow, still unsecured alleyway adjacent to the site. "Academician Lin, please take a detour this way. Stay safe and watch your step," the soldier cautioned. Lin M.O. nodded and stepped into the dimly lit alley. This alley was considerably quieter than the outside world. It was far more chaotic. It was strewn with collapsed billboards, shattered air conditioning units, and various commercial refuse. The enormous shadows enveloped the area, isolating it from the clamor of the city beyond, as if it were a forgotten, festering vein beneath the urban wounds. Just as he was about to exit the alley, his footsteps suddenly halted. His gaze was drawn to a faint glimmer emanating from deep within the rubble. It was a light distinctly unlike any other in the surrounding environment. It was neither a reflection of sunlight nor the afterglow of neon. Rather, it was a gentle, pure luminescence that seemed to pulse from within the object itself, flickering in a soft, ethereal blue. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. A pure, uncontainable curiosity inherent to scientists swiftly overwhelmed his rationality. He understood that coming into contact with any unknown extraterrestrial object without proper protective gear was exceedingly perilous. Yet, he could not restrain his steps. He pushed aside the sharp debris, following that flicker of light deeper into the rubble. At last, he found the source of the light. It was a flat stone, no larger than his palm, completely black like obsidian, shaped as if smoothed over billions of years by droplets of water. The ethereal blue glow emanated from the intricate, delicate silver-blue patterns on its surface, filled with an enigmatic sense of rhythm. This stone was completely different from the rugged, primal, orange glowing rune stones he had seen on the battlefield, retrieved from the bodies of soldiers. If those orange rune stones resembled totems crudely carved into rock walls by tribal shamans, then the stone before him was akin to a masterpiece crafted by a master artist, a celestial map depicting the truths of the universe, painted with light against the purest night. Lin M.O.'s breathing quickened. He slowly extended his hand toward the stone. the moment his fingertips brushed against its icy, smooth surface. A peculiar pulsation, indescribable in words, surged from the stone, bypassing all his tactile nerves and resonating directly and clearly within the depths of his mind, gently vibrating. It was not a physical vibration, but rather a resonance of information. In an instant, a torrent of chaotic, abstract, pure concepts flooded his consciousness. Distance, folding, string, node, resonance. There were no images, no sounds, only these foundational definitions of the essence of space-time, existing since the dawn of the universe, overwhelming his awareness like a tidal wave. Lin Mo's body jolted as if electrocuted, swiftly retracting his hand. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The experience he had just undergone drained him more than any high-intensity mental computation he had ever performed. He looked again at the stone, now serene yet still radiating a gentle blue glow, and his expression transformed entirely. It was no longer mere curiosity. It was a complex gaze, akin to that of a pilgrim who had found the Holy Grail, mingled with reverence, ecstasy, and a sense of mission. Quickly, he furtively glanced at the alley's entrance, ensuring no one had noticed him, and then carefully tucked the peculiar rune stone into the innermost pocket of his clothing. As he stepped out of the alley and rejoined the scientific front on Century Avenue, he appeared to have regained his usual composure, as if nothing had transpired. Here, the scene had already transformed into a fervent sea of science. Hundreds of the nation's foremost scientists and engineers, clad in heavy protective gear, buzzed around the enormous, blasted wreckage of the landing pod, conducting a myriad of tests with an almost ravenous zeal. Oh my, its energy conduction loss rate is nearly zero. What material could this possibly be? Its structural integrity does not conform to any known metallic crystalline model. Its interior resembles some form of quasicrystal structure. The energy characteristics of the core rune array have been analyzed. It's a stable, high-dimensional energy reaction never before witnessed. Excited exclamations of incredulity echoed throughout the crowd. Each person resembled a child stepping into a candy store for the first time, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable thirst for the unknown truths. Professor Wang, an old friend from the Institute of Physics at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, rushed over to Lin Mo, brandishing a freshly printed preliminary analysis report on the ship's runes. Lin Montauk, look at these patterns. We've exhausted every decoding method, whether binary or information entropy analysis, and we cannot decipher them. They appear to be nothing more than meaningless. Random scribbles. Lin Mo accepted the report, gazing at the rough, powerful orange runes that had been imprinted on the page. Then he discreetly touched the small, smooth stone nestled against his chest, emanating a faint blue glow and pulsing gently. An unprecedentedly bold thought began to take root in his mind. Perhaps these patterns were not a means of recording information, neither text nor code. Perhaps they were, in themselves, information. Perhaps they constituted a language of a higher dimension that could converse directly with spacetime. Indeed, Lin Mo raised his head, surveying the vast, enigmatic wreckage before him. Then glancing at the smartest minds of humanity around him, fervently engaged in their pursuits. He whispered, as if questioning himself or the universe, what are these runes? Chapter 17. The General's Fury. In the cold, silent depths of space, far from the planet dubbed the Blue Mud Ball, a fleet so massive that it could suffocate any civilization lay suspended like a slumbering ancient behemoth. This was the entirety of the Divine Punishment Expedition fleet belonging to the Bloodthirstily clan, one of the 7 great clans of the Kasser Empire. The flagship of the fleet was a true leviathan of the Starry Sea, exceeding 30 kilometers in length. It was named the Hammer of Divine Punishment. Unlike the earlier vessels dispatched to Earth, which could only be categorized as armed landing craft, the Hammer of Divine Punishment was a veritable moving fortress of bronze. Its hull, as heavy as tectonic plates, was inscribed with thousands of enormous, intricate runes that shimmered with a dark red, molten glow. These runes no longer merely serve to facilitate transitions and provide basic defenses. They embody a comprehensive offensive and defensive system capable of interstellar warfare, capable of deploying tens of thousands of warriors and hundreds of landing craft in a single strike, a titanic maw of the abyss. At this moment, upon the command bridge of the Hammer of Divine Retribution, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it felt as if it might solidify. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, the metallic tang of rust, and a unique fragrance, one that belonged to the upper echelons of the Khazal nobility, infused with the essence of exotic beast oils. The floor was adorned with the complete hide of an unknown colossal creature, while the walls were festooned with an array of skulls, weapons, and battle flags from conquered civilizations. each trophy silently narrating the fearsome renown of the Bloodthroat clan. Seated upon a massive, grotesquely carved throne hewn from a single piece of meteorite was the supreme commander of this fleet, the warlord of the Bloodthroat clan, General Gallic. He appeared even more imposing and savage than when he transmitted his divine edict through holographic imagery. Clad not in his heavy bronze armor, he sat bare-chested, his body a tapestry of numerous scars and grotesque tattoos, muscles as hard as granite, his modified biological eye radiating a cold red light, fixated unblinkingly on a massive black, runed stone suspended before the throne. This was the sole resonance stone of the fleet, an artifact capable of establishing faint connections with the life signals of distant subordinate units. Just moments ago, the life signal representing the Vanguard commander Barak, along with the points of thousands of elite warriors under his command, had extinguished one by one, like candles snuffed out by a tempest, within the span of less than an hour. Throughout this process, the soul resonance stone even relayed fragments of Barak's final moments, filled with excruciating pain, terror, and incomprehensible, chaotic cries of the soul. Inside the command bridge, a deathly silence reigned. All Khazal officers bowed their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. They could acutely sense a terrifying fury, akin to a volcano poised to erupt, accumulating violently within the formidable figure seated on the throne. What transpired? Gallic finally spoke. His voice was low and heavy, yet it resonated like two massive glaciers grinding against one another. Each word carried a biting chill, more fearsome than any roar. A slender, tall lizard-man officer, responsible for communications, tremulously approached, kneeling upon the ground as he reported in a quavering voice, "General, Captain Barak and his entire first wave have been annihilated." The soul resonance stone transmitted some extremely chaotic and fragmented sensory snippets before the signal was severed. "Speak." Gallic uttered a single word, and the communications officer, quaking, projected those sensory fragments onto the holographic display in the center of the command bridge using Rune Technology. The image was blurred and distorted, filled with violent, dying motions. Yet the content was sufficient to elicit a collective gasp from all the Khazal officers present. They beheld monstrous entities akin to steel behemoths, racing at high speeds through the city. They witnessed the single eye of these iron giants unleashing a deathly light, imperceptible to mortal sight as their fiercest warriors, capable of crushing armored rhinos with a single blow, were effortlessly pierced and torn apart like mere paper. They saw, in the skies, flying iron birds, swifter and deadlier than rune-clad drakes, raining down a flame of a nature they could not comprehend, akin to divine retribution, reducing their landing pods and comrades to mere ashes and swathes. Most confounding of all, those bipedal sheep, which should have been lambs to the slaughter, had formed a disciplined, cohesive steel phalanx, unlike anything they had ever witnessed. These iron behemoths and flying iron birds operated in seamless synchrony, functioning as a unified, merciless war machine with the singular purpose of annihilation. Their once invincible warriors, who had known no defeat, were rendered as helpless as flesh thrown into a meat grinder before this mechanical juggernaut. "What is this?" murmured one officer, his golden vertical pupils filled with confusion and a barely perceptible tinge of fear. "Is it some form of powerful indigenous sorcery unknown to us? Could those iron monstrosities be manifestations of their deities? Impossible. How could a tribe devoid of runes possess such power?" Silence. A low growl from Gallic abruptly silenced all discussion. His countenance mirrored the same intense and uncontrollable bewilderment as that of his subordinates. His rage stemmed from the devastation of his elite forces, his pride, annihilated by what he perceived to be mere insects. His confusion arose from the realization that this defeat transcended his understanding. This was not a battle of equals, a clash of flesh and glory with which he was familiar. This was a massacre, shrouded in the unknown and the bizarre, with his warriors as the prey. He rose abruptly from the throne, his massive form emanating a powerful aura of intimidation. His fist struck the armrest of the throne, crafted from meteorite, with tremendous force. Boom! The incredibly hard armrest cracked under the impact, leaving visible fissures. "Useless. A pack of useless fools," he roared, his voice reverberating like thunder, as he lamented how thousands of the Bloodthroat clan's elite had been obliterated by a mere horde of insects rolling in mud. "This is a disgrace. A humiliation unprecedented in the entire Khazal Empire." His crimson eye swept over every officer present, each rendered mute by fear. "Mobilize the main fleet at once. I shall lead the charge myself. I will not only conquer that blue mud ball, but I will also reduce it to a lifeless glass bead." I will scatter the ashes of those insects into the void, ensuring they find no peace for eternity. The flames of vengeance blazed fiercely within his heart. Yet, just as he was poised to issue the order for a full assault, a more profound, chilling thought slithered into his mind like a venomous serpent, causing him to tremble. Chapter 18. Tear of the Starcaller. His fury dissipated significantly, replaced by an even stronger, more lethal sense of panic. Wait, his voice revealed the slightest tremor for the first time. He abruptly turned to the kneeling communications officer, urgency lacing his tone. What the tear of the Starcaller, carried by the Vanguard? What is its rune signal? The communications officer, startled by this sudden shift, hastily manipulated the soul resonance stone for a deeper signal search. Moments later, he raised his head, his complexion even paler than before. His voice quaking like leaves in the wind. General, the unique rune fluctuations of the tear of the Starcaller have vanished completely, coinciding with the life signal of Captain Barak. Boom! This revelation struck Galak like an invisible hammer, its weight akin to that of a neutron star, crashing down upon him. His colossal, mountain-like form swayed violently, staggering back into the now cracked throne. His intact eye, in an instant, lost all its luster, leaving behind an abyss of hollow terror. The officers present exchanged glances, fully aware that the tear of the star's pull was the general's treasured relic, a gem capable of enhancing transition precision. Yet they found themselves utterly baffled as to why. Upon hearing of the annihilation of thousands of his elite troops, the general erupted in fury. While the news of a lost stone rendered him with an expression of despair akin to that of an apocalyptic event, only Galak himself comprehended the true nature of his loss. That blue, teardrop-shaped fragment, which he had named the Tear of the Star's Pull, was not merely a legacy of the Bloodthirst clan. It was the very foundation of his ascent, the source of all his power and glory. Centuries ago, his ancestor was but a nameless pirate leader, eking out an existence by plundering passing merchant ships on the fringes of the Empire's star domains. During a desperate flight from pursuers, he unwittingly transitioned to an uncharted region of the cosmos, filled with colossal remnants of war. A silent star domain they referred to as the Graveyard of the Gods. There lay a battlefield relic of an ancient and immensely powerful civilization, the age of which was lost to time, in the heart of a wrecked warship, as massive as a mountain and belonging to an unknown civilization. His ancestors stumbled upon the Tear of the Star's Pull, still emanating a ghostly blue light. From the moment it came into their possession, the fate of the Bloodthirst clan was irrevocably altered. They discovered that this runic fragment did not merely enhance transition precision. It could perceive the most secret, stable, and efficient currents of space-time within the cosmic structure. Other clans were confined to the imperial routes, long explored and fixed, traveling as if on a predetermined highway. In contrast, the Bloodthirst clan, armed with the Tear of the Star's Pull, could unveil countless undiscovered shortcuts directly leading to prosperous star domains. It was akin to possessing a map capable of optimizing routes in real time across the universe. With its guidance, they consistently arrived ahead of their rivals, unearthing untouched, resource-rich worlds for plunder and colonization, amassing wealth rivaling nations. They could appear unexpectedly at the flanks and rear of enemies, defeating foes far mightier than themselves with cunning tactics. Thus, in a mere few centuries, an inconsequential pirate band rapidly expanded like a snowball, ultimately becoming one of the 7 major tribes of the Empire, able to stand toe-to-toe with ancient clans boasting legacies spanning millennia. The Tear of the Star's Pull was the Bloodthirst clan's greatest secret and the cornerstone of their very existence. This time, to ensure the Vanguard's precise and unerring descent upon that obscure blue mud ball, and to demonstrate the formidable execution capabilities of the Bloodthirst clan before the Imperial Council. The typically cautious Galak committed an unprecedented and fatal error. He entrusted the clan's lifeblood to his most trusted Vanguard officer, Barak. He could never have imagined that Barak would fail. Even more astonishing was the swiftness and completeness of that failure, which resulted in the Tear of the Star's Pull being forever lost on that small blue planet he had once held in utter contempt. Without the Tear of the Star's Pull, the Bloodthirst clan found themselves akin to a toothless tiger, stripped of its claws, destined to be torn apart by the other 6 covetous clans. Conquering Earth? Revenge? In the face of the Tear of the Star's Pull, all these aspirations paled into insignificance. At any cost, Galak slowly raised his head, his intact eye void of emotion, leaving only a chilling madness akin to a black hole, ready to consume everything. Convey my orders. His voice was hoarse yet calm, causing the temperature in the command bridge to plummet several degrees. The expedition fleet, all hands, initiate transition procedures. Target, the blue mudball. Inform all combat units that this battle has but one objective. His crimson eye swept across each officer present, enunciating with deliberate gravity the command that would make the very foundations of Earth's civilization tremble. Retrieve the tear of the star's pole. For this, we shall crush every stone upon that planet. Chapter 19, The Hammer from the Heavens. Within the blood-soaked and glory-laden expanse of the command bridge aboard the hammer of divine retribution, the flames of vengeance burned fiercely in the hearts of every Kasser officer, ignited by General Gallic's thunderous command for a full-on assault. Each officer felt their blood boiling at the prospect of witnessing that blue planet engulfed in flames beneath the fleet's concentrated firepower, envisioning those laughable metal monstrosities crushed beneath the feet of their great war god. Glory, revenge, conquest. However, just as this fervor was about to reach its zenith, a voice as calm as an ancient glacier interjected discordantly. General, forgive my candor. Your wrath is righteous, yet your command may be premature. All officers turned towards the source, their faces reflecting astonishment and confusion. The only individual daring enough to openly dissent in the face of General Gallic's wrath was one, Kress, an elderly, slender lizard man. He lacked the bulging muscles and ghastly scars of other Kasser warriors. Instead, he donned a deep purple robe embroidered with intricate star maps and ancient runes. His skin was etched with the wisdom of age, and his golden, slit-pupiled eyes sparkled not with savagery and bloodlust, but with the cold, penetrating insight of a serpent. He served as Gallic's chief strategic advisor and was one of the Bloodthroat clan's most esteemed runic priests, a formidable old serpent who wielded wisdom rather than brute force to achieve victory. Gallic abruptly turned his head, his crimson bio-eye locking onto Kress, the fury within capable of melting steel. Kress, Gallic's voice emerged like a hiss through clenched teeth. Do you dare question my judgment? Or do you believe my warriors incapable of defeating a mere horde of insects rolling in the mud? Facing Gallic's murderous gaze, Kress merely inclined his head slightly, his tone remaining tranquil and unwavering. I do not question the glory and strength of the Bloodthroat warriors. However, General, we face an unknown. He slowly approached the holographic projection, extending his gnarled hand with sharp nails to point at the blurred and chaotic battle images transmitted by the Vanguard. We do not understand why those unenchanted metal monstrosities possess such formidable power. We do not know the range and maximum potency of the fire that descends from the sky. We are even less aware of how many such arcane creations those bipedal sheep possess. We are utterly ignorant of them, while they have gained a comprehensive understanding of our conventional ground forces through Barak's Vanguard. Kress's voice, akin to the frigid flow of a mountain stream, gradually extinguished the fervent flames that engulfed the bridge. To recklessly re-engage in ground warfare, General, he lifted his gaze to meet Gorik's eyes, is tantamount to thrusting our finest warriors into a quagmire that we scarcely comprehend, meticulously laid by the enemy, rife with treacherous traps and ominous darkness. We may achieve victory, yet the cost could exceed your imagination. Cost? Gorik's fury transformed into a mocking laughter. I, Gorik, have never feared the price. Indeed, you have not. Kress's voice suddenly deepened, imbued with a chilling reminiscence. But do you recall the war in the Etar Nebula, General? Upon hearing that name, Gorik's colossal frame jolted. The flames of anger in his eyes, akin to a punctured balloon, dissipated almost instantly, replaced by a somber recollection intertwined with pain and resentment. The young officers present may not grasp the significance, yet all seasoned veterans who endured that conflict involuntarily shuddered. It was the most harrowing victory in the rise of the Bloodthroat clan. They invaded a planet blanketed by dense jungles, where the indigenous civilization had yet to emerge from the Stone Age. By all accounts, it should have been a straightforward hunt. However, they were gravely mistaken. On that planet, alongside the primitive natives, dwelled a genuine monstrosity, an aberration devoid of intellect or civilization, encased in a chitinous exoskeleton, its blood a potent acid, driven solely by the instinct to kill. The rune weapons, which the Khazal people took great pride in, proved ineffective against these relentless, death-defying creatures that surged forth like a tidal wave. The warriors' bronze axes could effortlessly cleave through the enemy's skulls, yet the splattered acid blood could instantaneously corrode their armor and flesh. In that verdant hell, the Bloodthroat clan suffered the loss of a third of its elite warriors before finally purging the planet in a most brutal fashion. It was a victory that was both Pyrrhic and nightmarish. Kress observed the silent Gorik, knowing his words resonated. General, The lesson of Etar teaches us that confronting an unknown enemy with our most familiar methods is often the most foolish course of action. We cannot continue to grapple with these bipedal creatures in their mire. Gorik slowly resumed his throne, his once furious mind, tempered by the cold remembrance of painful memories, regained the rationality befitting a warlord. He remained silent for a long while, his crimson eye glinting with a dangerous light in the dimness of the bridge. "You speak the truth, Cress," he finally uttered, his voice hoarse and low. "We can no longer indulge these insects in their filthy games. Since they prefer to hide within their iron shells, hurling fireballs from a distance, a cruel, icy smile crept across his lips. Then we shall employ a method they cannot comprehend nor resist, to bring this to a decisive end." He abruptly rose, surveying the officers awaiting his final decree, and proclaimed in a tone imbued with supreme authority and absolute coldness, "Relay my command. Initiate the hammer from heaven plan. Hammer from heaven." Upon hearing this name, all the officers present momentarily froze, only to reveal expressions of even greater fervor and excitement. It was a smile filled with the thrill of carnage and cruelty. This was the extermination protocol employed by the Khazal Empire when confronted with particularly obstinate and troublesome indigenous civilizations. "Launch the engineering ship immediately." Gorik's voice reverberated across the bridge. "Within that ring of rubble, find me a suitable hammer. It need not be large, with a diameter between 10 to 15 kilometers. I do not wish to shatter the planet too much, as that would complicate our recovery efforts. Once located, ensnare it with gravity well runes and drag it to the nearest transition node to the blue mud ball." Then, Gorik's eyes sparkled with a chilling, frenzied light. "Connect all reserve energy from the fleet to the main transition array. Overload it. We do not seek to open a stable door," he sneered, extending his massive hand and then gripping as if to crush the entire solar system, but rather to forcibly tear a one-way, irreversible wound in the fabric of space-time, leading to that planet. We shall use this wound to hurl our meticulously chosen hammer directly into the faces of those insects. I shall relish seeing," his voice brimming with vengeful delight, "if those laughable tin monsters can withstand a moon descending from the heavens." Cress slightly bowed, a glimmer of approval evident in his eyes. "This is indeed the most efficient and beneficial method of warfare for the Bloodthroat clan. Your wisdom is commendable." He spoke in his distinct, raspy tone. "The material of the tier of star binding hails from ancient origins, its solidity far surpassing any substance known to us. Such an impact shall not mar it in the slightest." "Excellent." Gorik nodded in satisfaction. "This plan is nothing short of perfect. It will obliterate humanity's resistance and its environment in the most thorough and shocking manner, while ensuring the safety of the tier of star binding. Once Earth's ecosystem is utterly annihilated, and all the bipedal creatures perish amidst flames, earthquakes, and tsunamis, my fleet shall descend upon that desolate, unthreatening wasteland, slowly and meticulously searching for the supreme treasure that pertains to the future of my clan. Set forth." Gorik abruptly gestured, issuing the final command. "Target the asteroid belt." It is time for these insects, who have taken what does not belong to them, to grasp a fundamental truth. Some things come at the cost of an entire civilization. The vast punitive expedition fleet gradually adjusted its course in the void. It no longer advanced toward Earth, but rather glided like a specter, a more patient apex predator, towards the dark and frigid asteroid belt, laden with countless lethal instruments. Chapter 20. A Premature Victory? In the 72 hours following the complete eradication of the Khazal vanguard by the global military powers with an overwhelming force, all of humanity found itself engulfed in a tumultuous celebration, one that was a complex amalgamation of immense sorrow and unparalleled glory. The scars of war remained starkly visible. Cities such as London, New York, Shanghai, and Tokyo, once symbols of the radiant brilliance of human civilization, now lay in ruin, resembling the remnants of a beast's feast. Countless families were shattered, and tens of thousands of vibrant lives were forever frozen in the wake of that sudden, bloody invasion. Global mourning activities spontaneously unfolded in every nation and city. Yet, amid this profound grief, there coexisted an unprecedented sense of pride and confidence belonging to the entire civilization. We have triumphed. As the inhabitants of Earth beheld through news broadcasts the once mighty bronze behemoths, akin to divine entities, being vanquished and routed before the might of humanity's own tanks, fighter jets, and modern armies, an overwhelming conviction, potent enough to dissipate all fear, ignited within each heart. We are not lambs awaiting slaughter. We possess the strength to defend our homeland. Fueled by this formidable consensus forged through victory, An unprecedented organization in human history was proclaimed with astonishing swiftness. After urgent repairs, the former United Nations headquarters convened a video summit of the world's highest leaders. In stark contrast to the previous assembly, rife with despair and suspicion, this gathering was imbued with a somber yet resolute efficiency. In light of the unprecedented existential threat facing human civilization, we unanimously agreed, after urgent consultations, to temporarily set aside all political, economic, and ideological disputes, establishing the Earth United Defense Command. The voice of the UN Secretary-General reverberated resolutely through simultaneous translation in every subvenue. The UEDC shall serve as the supreme joint command during wartime, unifying and coordinating all global military, industrial, technological, and intelligence resources to confront any threats from extraterrestrial civilizations. All member nations must unconditionally share intelligence related to alien threats and comply with the unified strategic directives of the command. A brand new flag slowly ascended on the big screen. It was a deep blue banner, at its center a golden ring composed of olive branches and gears safeguarding a cerulean globe representing Earth. It symbolized peace and industry, safeguarding human civilization. In that moment, whether in Washington, Beijing, Moscow, or Brussels, all former adversaries and allies temporarily laid aside their prejudices. For everyone understood that in the face of a war concerning the very survival of our species, past differences seemed trivial. If we were to lose, there would be no future. Lin M.O., a pivotal figure whose contributions span from theoretical warnings to strategic counterattacks, was unanimously appointed as the chief advisor of the Scientific and Strategic Analysis Department under the UEDC. He held the highest authority to mobilize global research forces and astronomical observation equipment. However, amidst this historic moment symbolizing unprecedented human unity, a piece of good news emanated from deep space. Report to the Joint Command, an astronomer affiliated with the Global Deep Space Observation Network, composed of top-tier radio telescope arrays including China's FAST, America's VLA, and Europe's Square Kilometer Array, spoke with a voice trembling with excitement. We have just confirmed. The alien fleet lurking near Jupiter's orbit, after circling for several hours, has suddenly changed course. According to our ongoing trajectory analysis, they have abandoned their direct attack route toward Earth and are accelerating away toward the outer reaches of the solar system, specifically the Kuiper Belt. I repeat, they are retreating. This news struck like a nuclear bomb dropped onto a serene lake, igniting a fervent and ecstatic uproar among global leaders. They retreated? They truly retreated? Were they frightened by us? Undoubtedly. They have witnessed the true strength of our earthly civilization. They realize that we are not mere soft fruits to be easily manipulated. We have triumphed. We have emerged victorious. This astonishing news spread across the globe at the speed of light. The populace, previously steeped in sorrow and oppression, was suddenly ignited by this overwhelming, unexpected joy. In New York, beside the vast crater of Times Square, people embraced one another, weeping tears of joy. In London, at Trafalgar Square, survivors hoisted an SAS soldier, drenched in green plasma, high into the air, as if welcoming a triumphant hero. In Shanghai on the Bund, countless citizens spontaneously took to the streets, waving national flags and the new UEDC banner, chanting "Long live humanity! Long live Earth!" Their voices converged into a resounding wave. Echoing through the skies, global media heralded this hard-won victory with the largest and most eye-catching headlines. The iron fist of humanity. The invaders scurry away. A historic victory day. Earth civilization earns respect through strength. We have defended our homeland. Salute to all heroes. The entire Earth transformed into a joyous ocean. People popped champagne and set off fireworks, celebrating what seemed to be an end to the war and the great victory of human civilization. Yet, amidst this global cacophony of jubilant celebration, the UEDC Command Center, specifically the newly established Scientific and Strategic Analysis Department, where the atmosphere should have been most exuberant, lay in eerie silence. Lin M.O. stood alone before the vast holographic star map composed of countless data streams. His brow was furrowed tightly. In his eyes, there was not a glimmer of joy, only a profound, cold gravity akin to the frost of millennia, filled with unease. Lin Academician, do not be so serious. A recently joined, seasoned general from a European nation approached him, holding a glass of celebratory champagne, his face alight with cheer, and said in a relaxed, even somewhat boastful tone, "You should smile. It was you who first discerned the enemy's weaknesses. Now those primordial deities have been frightened back to their homes by the storm shadows of Europe. America's tomahawks, and your China's dongfeng. Come, let us toast to our victory." Chapter 21. A heavy blow. Lin Mo slowly turned his head, his calm eyes quietly scrutinizing the flushed face of the general. Then sweeping across the command hall, where elites from various nations were also raising their glasses in celebration and congratulating one another. General, Lin Mo's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, halting the raucous atmosphere. It is as if we have just completed the first half of a football match, leading by a single goal. Do you not think it is a tad premature to pop the champagne now? The general's smile froze on his face. Ignoring the man's awkward expression, Lin Mo turned back to face the enormous star map. He raised his hand and called up the data on the troop scale of the Kazal advance team alongside the energy signals and mass assessment data of the retreating main fleet. The two sets of data formed a starkly alarming contrast on the star map, akin to that of an elephant and an ant. Ladies and gentlemen, please take heed. Lin Mo's voice fell like ice water upon all. What we have eradicated at the cost of tremendous sacrifices was merely one of the enemy's reconnaissance units, comprising less than 5% of their main fleet. Our so-called great victory, in their eyes, might simply be perceived as a failed probe resulting in the loss of a single reconnaissance ant. This barely even reaches the level of inflicting significant injury. He pointed toward the trajectory extending toward the Kuiper Belt, representing the enemy's main fleet. A civilization capable of traversing hyperspace and bridging the vast chasms between stars. A martial race that has etched conquest and slaughter into the very marrow of its being. Would it so easily be deterred from claiming a life-rich planet brimming with resources, merely due to the loss of a few thousand vanguards? No, such a reaction defies the logic of warfare inherent to any civilization. Fear is an emotion reserved for the weak, and they evidently do not perceive themselves as such. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, his voice resolute and irrefutable as he declared, "They are not retreating. They are redeploying, just as a seasoned lion, upon realizing that its prey is more formidable than anticipated, does not flee, but rather chooses to withdraw temporarily, creating distance to reposition for a more advantageous strike, preparing for a lethal ambush." Lin Mo's words struck like an invisible hammer, resonating within the hearts of all present. The jubilant atmosphere of victory in the command hall plummeted to an icy silence. Hands, once raised in celebration with champagne flutes, froze awkwardly midair. Immediately, "Grant me the highest authority from UEDC." Lin Mo turned sharply, commanding the communications officer. "Mobilize all global deep space telescope arrays, including Hubble, Webb, and all military reconnaissance satellites. Unceasingly concentrate all observational resources unconditionally on this fleet. I need to know their every move. I must uncover their true intentions." The ensuing 48 hours were a harrowing race against time for Lin Mo and his hastily assembled analytical team. A torrent of data cascaded into the small command center from observatories around the globe. Lin Mo and his cadre of elite astrophysicists, orbital dynamics experts, and data analysts toiled ceaselessly, their eyes bloodshot, their entire focus devoted to deciphering the enigmatic trajectory of the fleet. Their speed is decreasing. They are executing a deceleration maneuver. The vector analysis revealed their intentions were not random. They were heading towards a region deep within the Kuiper Belt, a cluster of unexplored asteroids designated KBO 774. Rich in ice and rock. My heavens, what could they possibly intend? Pondered an expert from MIT, proposing a seemingly plausible hypothesis. Could it be that their energy reserves are depleted, prompting them to harvest ice from comets to replenish their fusion fuel? Impossible. Lin Mo immediately countered. Based on our analysis of the wreckage from their vessels, their primary energy source derives from a rune core whose principles remain elusive to us. It is certainly not hydrogen isotope fusion. Collecting ice, there would hold no significance for them. Time slipped away, moment by moment. Finally, in the early hours of the third day, a blurry infrared image, the result of hours of continuous exposure from the Webb Space Telescope, stacked from thousands of pictures and subjected to extreme noise reduction and image sharpening by supercomputers, was transmitted back. When Lin Mo beheld the image, even his normally unflappable heart, akin to a supercomputer, nearly ceased its rhythmic beating. In that dark, frigid expanse of the distant Kuiper Belt, the formidable Kazal main fleet swarmed around a colossal, irregular celestial body, over 10 kilometers in diameter, composed of rock and ice. From the flagship, the Divine Punishment, an immense, visible energy tendril, akin to a rune force field, enveloped the asteroid entirely. They are capturing an asteroid? Madness. What purpose could this serve? Confusion enveloped everyone in the command hall witnessing this revelation. Yet, Lin Mo stood transfixed before the massive screen, motionless like a statue hewn from stone. His mind raced at an unprecedented, transcendent speed. Two seemingly unrelated sets of information collided, fused, and restructured within his brain. The first set indicated that the enemy was capturing a massive asteroid, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter, using a formidable rune force field. The second set, derived from reverse analysis of the battlefield wreckage in Shanghai, revealed that the enemy's hyperspace travel technology, known as rune transition, fundamentally entailed a violent tearing of the space-time continuum, a process that was exceedingly energy-intensive and could be overloaded. As these two sets of information converged in his mind, a chilling, dark, and malevolent possibility emerged, terrifying in its implications. Everyone in the command hall noticed Lin Mo's face, devoid of color, and his pupils constricted from sheer terror and shock. Academician Lin, what have you discovered? General Li Zhenghua, the commander of UEDC, asked in a voice thick with trepidation. Lin Mo did not respond immediately. He advanced step by step toward the main screen, each stride seemingly crushing the hearts of those present, rendering them breathless. He raised a trembling hand, pointing at the massive asteroid being dragged by the rune force field. They are not mining. His voice, though whispered, resonated with the clarity of a death knell echoing in the depths of every soul present. They are not replenishing fuel. He turned to face the most powerful individuals on Earth, a void of despair and chilling calm reflected in his gaze. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gravely miscalculated. Their ultimate weapon has never been those axe-wielding warriors, nor the flying iron birds, nor even the main cannons of their fleet. Their ultimate weapon, akin to ours, is physics. They intend to utilize that asteroid as a warhead and, at a sufficiently close transition node, employ their overload-capable rune engine to forcibly tear open a one-way, unstable rift in space-time directed at Earth, ultimately hurling this warhead at us in a manner we cannot intercept, defend against, or even comprehend. They do not plan to dispatch a single soldier to land. They are preparing to hurl the stars down upon us. As Lin Mo's words hung in the air, the command center fell into an oppressive silence. The flicker of hope ignited by their earlier victory was extinguished in an instant by a deluge of the coldest despair from the abyss of the universe. They had triumphed in battle but lost the war. Humanity had expended every ounce of strength to repel one claw of the enemy, only for the enemy's response to be the raising of a hammer capable of reducing an entire civilization to dust. Chapter 22. The Possibility of Interception. UEDC Joint Command, Science and Strategic Analysis Center. Here, the most brilliant minds of Earth's civilization converged. Nobel laureates were but mere entry-level interns in this realm. Academicians from various national academies merely stand as ordinary members of the research group here. They are luminaries in the fields of astrophysics, high-energy physics, geological structure, fluid mechanics, and supercomputing. Yet at this moment, what should be a sanctuary of human intellect is shrouded in a profound silence, akin to a black hole that devours all light and warmth. Every gaze is fixed upon the excessively youthful chief advisor standing at the center of the hall. Lin Mo has just delivered to them, and to all the world's highest leaders attending via encrypted lines, the grim pronouncement of the sword of Damocles known as the Hammer of the Gods, hanging ominously over humanity. This is impossible. The first to shatter the silence is the director of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, a seasoned expert who has dedicated his life to asteroid defense. Even if we could redirect a 10-kilometer asteroid to the Earth-Moon system, we have countermeasures in place. We have successfully conducted dual asteroid redirect tests. We can use nuclear weapons. It's too late, Doctor. Lin Mo's voice remains calm, devoid of any emotion, as he raises his hand to carve out a new window in the air, revealing the first analysis report he hastily compiled overnight. All our planetary defense strategies are predicated on one core assumption: sufficient warning time. Whether employing kinetic impactors or nuclear deflection, months or even years are required to launch probes, precisely calculate trajectories, and deploy interceptors. However, the enemy possesses an incomprehensible technology, one that can disregard conventional distances through hyperspace jumps. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the faces of every expert present. They will not grant us years, not even months. According to my model projections, to achieve maximum surprise and minimal self-energy expenditure, their most probable launch site would be near the L1 Lagrange point of the Earth-Moon system. This is a region of relative gravitational equilibrium, serving as the optimal slingshot for hurling objects toward Earth. From there, the time to impact the Earth's surface is less than 48 hours. 48 hours, the director of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory murmured, the color draining from his face. 48 hours. There isn't even enough time to prepare for the launch of a heavy lift rocket, let alone organize an effective interception mission against a 10-kilometer-wide asteroid. Weighing over 1 trillion tons, moving at high speed? What about all our nuclear weapons? Thousands of nuclear warheads detonating simultaneously before it enters the atmosphere. Even if we cannot destroy it, we can shatter it into pieces. A Russian general hoarsely proposed a last flicker of hope. A far worse option, General Lin Mo ruthlessly shattered his final illusion. He activated a submodule simulation on the main screen. First, most of our ballistic missiles cannot even reach far enough beyond the atmosphere to intercept an object in outer space. We must utilize the extremely limited stock of weapons specifically designed for anti-satellite purposes if we are to have any chance of engaging it in near-Earth orbit. Secondly, and most crucially, please observe, in the simulation, hundreds of luminous points representing nuclear warheads ascended from Earth, striking precisely at the massive virtual asteroid plummeting at high speed. In an instant, a brilliance brighter than the sun erupted in space. A soundless, violent explosion tore open immense craters across the asteroid's surface, hurling millions of tons of rock and ice dust into the void. Yet the asteroid's core merely swayed slightly amidst the chaos of the explosion. Its trajectory toward Earth, laden with unparalleled kinetic energy, remained fundamentally unchanged. A 10-kilometer-wide asteroid possesses kinetic energy equivalent to millions of times the total yield of the global nuclear arsenal. Lin Mo recited the final verdict with chilling data. Our nuclear weapons are to it as a swarm of mosquitoes is to a charging rhinoceros, tough-skinned and robust, merely scratching the surface without any meaningful impact. No, wait, the situation has worsened. A scientist responsible for data monitoring suddenly shrieked in terror. In the simulation, the asteroid, lightly scratched by the nuclear warheads, began to display enormous cracks across its surface under the violent, uneven shock of the explosions. Ultimately, with a resounding boom, it fractured from a single entity into 3 large fragments, ranging from 3 to 5 kilometers in diameter, alongside dozens of medium-sized shards measuring between hundreds of meters to 1 kilometer. They're no longer a singular projectile. They have transformed into a deadly, widespread shotgun blast that will envelop the entire Earth. Interception is futile and may even yield counterproductive effects. Lin Mo terminated the subsimulation. In one sentence, he condemned all interception strategies to death. Our only choice is to endure it. Initiate the doomsday simulation. Lin Mo took a deep breath, issuing the heaviest and most reluctant command of his life, calling upon the computational resources of all global supercomputing centers, linking to the Earth simulator system. I need to understand precisely what we must endure. The Earth simulator, one of humanity's most magnificent creations in the realm of science. It is an expansive program capable of digitizing and simulating the entire Earth's ecosystem, from core activity to tectonic movements, from oceanic currents to atmospheric changes, down to every detail of the biosphere, with ultra-high precision. It has been employed to predict global climate changes and simulate the consequences of supervolcanic eruptions. Today, it will simulate the death of an entire planet for the first time. On the main screen, a remarkably exquisite and lifelike blue Earth appeared, slowly rotating. One could even see the shimmering lights of urban clusters at night, resembling a golden web of brilliance. In one corner of the screen, several key data points fluctuated. Simulation time, T 720,000. Impact object, KBO 774. Diameter, 103 kilometers. Mass, 18 trillion tons. Predicted impact point, east of the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean. Ecosystem Health Index, 998. Probability of human civilization survival. Calculating. The simulation commenced. Chapter 23, the end. Time within the simulation program accelerated by 1,000-fold. T, 240,000. The hammer of judgment has surpassed the lunar orbit. Across the globe, all major astronomical observatories simultaneously captured this uninvited guest. It appeared in the sky as a new star, more radiant than Sirius, emanating an ominous glow. A global, apocalyptic panic began to spread. T 010000. The hammer of judgment has entered the upper atmosphere of Earth. Its colossal form ignited as it rubbed against the thin air. It transformed into a gigantic fireball, dazzling even more than the sun. Trailing a brilliant and deadly tail spanning thousands of kilometers, it illuminated half the Earth. In the regions of daylight, a second sun appeared in the sky. In the areas engulfed by night, darkness was instantly dispelled, and the land shone as brightly as day. At this moment, regardless of your location on Earth, if you gaze upwards, you will behold the rapidly expanding celestial fire, a harbinger of annihilation. T-0001000. The air at the forefront of the hammer of divine punishment is compressed and ionized by an unparalleled speed and pressure, resulting in a terrifying plasma shockwave layer with temperatures soaring to tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. This shockwave makes contact with the ground even before the meteorite itself. In the simulated imagery, the azure expanse of the Pacific Ocean below begins to boil extensively under the radiation of a shockwave. T-0000000. Silence reigns. The energy generated by the impact has far surpassed the limits of sound propagation. At the very instant of the collision, the entire Earth simulator's computational units emitted an unbearable, piercing hum. A radiance more intense than 1,000 simultaneous solar explosions erupted from the impact point, blinding in its brilliance. Immediately thereafter, a 10-kilometer diameter asteroid, hurtling down at speeds of several dozen kilometers per second, collided violently with the Earth's embrace. The waters of the Pacific, unable to evaporate in that fleeting moment, were instead disintegrated into their most fundamental gaseous components by a higher order of physical law. The thousands of meters deep ocean water above the impact point was instantly evacuated, revealing a pitch-black seabed. Then, the asteroid struck the crust, Earth's fragile crust, averaging merely a few dozen kilometers in thickness, shattered like an eggshell under the cataclysmic force of the impact, penetrating deeply. The asteroid, bearing unmatched kinetic energy, drove downwards, forcefully wedging itself into the scalding, viscous mantle. A transient impact crater exceeding 180 kilometers in diameter and over 40 kilometers in depth was formed. T-0000005. The impact generated a magnitude 13 earthquake, a superseismic wave unprecedented in human history, which spread wildly across the globe through the crust. On the simulator, the junctions representing global tectonic plates, usually stable, ignited like fireworks, each fault line being activated in rapid succession, from California's San Andreas Fault to Japan's Central Fault Line and the collision zone of the Himalayas. All tectonic plates worldwide resonated destructively at this moment. On the screen, the luminous points representing cities began to dim in clusters. Countless skyscrapers collapsed like mere building blocks under the violent tremors that rivaled divine retribution. The ring of fire around the Pacific ignited all active volcanoes and even dormant ones that had remained silent for millennia, awakening them to an unprecedented global collective eruption. T-0001110. The impact hurled trillions of tons of molten rock, seawater, and meteorite debris into the upper atmosphere at terrifying velocities, reaching heights of several hundred kilometers, even entering low Earth orbit. Subsequently, under the influence of gravity, these fragments began to fall back. As they re-entered the atmosphere, they ignited through friction with the air, transforming into burning, lethal micrometeors. In an instant, the skies above the entire Earth were ablaze. This was not a meteor shower. It was a rain of fire. Across the globe, regardless of your location or the time of day, the sky rained down deadly stones, each reaching temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Forests ignited, grasslands blazed. Cities were consumed in flames, and all combustible materials exposed to the surface turned to ashes amidst this celestial inferno. The surface temperature of the Earth soared by hundreds of degrees within mere minutes. T-0000500. The evacuated waters of the Pacific began to refill the colossal impact crater under the influence of gravity, triggering a genuine super tsunami exceeding 3 kilometers in height. This was no longer mere waves. It was a moving wall composed of hundreds of millions of tons of seawater. It spread outward at speeds approaching that of a jet aircraft. On the simulator, the luminous points representing coastal cities along the western shores of the Americas, the eastern coasts of Asia, and all coastal cities in Australia vanished from the map, as if erased by an eraser upon contact with this water wall. This wall could effortlessly surmount high mountains, penetrating inland for thousands of kilometers, obliterating everything in its path. Several hours, several years. The simulator's time began to fast forward at an annual rate. The impact and global inferno generated an unending, dense cloud of dust and ash that enveloped the Earth, completely obscuring the sun's light. The planet succumbed to decades of dark and frigid impact winter. Without sunlight, plants could no longer photosynthesize, leading to widespread death and decay. The demise of vegetation precipitated a mass extinction of herbivorous animals. The extinction of herbivores, in turn, caused a cascading extinction of carnivorous species. In the oceans, The dissolution of vast quantities of toxic gases caused severe acidification, resulting in the death of marine life. The entire ecological food chain of Earth collapsed completely from its very foundation. On the main screen of the simulator, the indicator representing the ecological health index plummeted like a kite severed from its string, from 998 to 50, 20, 10, 5. Ultimately, it came to rest at 0.7, the value representing the probability of human civilization survival, after an overwhelming and despairing series of calculations, finally yielded its final, chilling answer. 0.00001. The simulation concluded. On the vast main screen, the once exquisitely beautiful blue planet had transformed into a desolate, deathly sphere, shrouded in darkness, its surface coated in ice and volcanic ash. The UEDC command center was eerily silent. Everyone stared blankly at the final result on the screen, like soulless automatons. In the face of the alien invasion, they had experienced fear, but still harbored a flicker of resistance, combat, and victory in their hearts. Yet now, confronted with such a cataclysmic disaster capable of resetting the geological epochs of an entire planet, an event originating from celestial bodies themselves, every notion of resistance appeared childish and ludicrous. All wisdom seemed pale and impotent. This was no longer a war. It was a merciless execution from a higher dimensional civilization, one that allowed no defiance. General Li Zhangwu, a seasoned commander forged by countless tempests and possessing an iron will, now found himself slumped in his command chair, utterly powerless. For the first time, his keen hawk-like eyes reflected an absolute void of despair. Slowly, he cast a pleading glance towards the young figure who had remained silent before the screen throughout. Lin Montauk. He sat quietly, gazing at the dead Earth displayed on the screen. His expression was devoid of emotion. Yet, unbeknownst to all, his right hand was clenched tightly into a fist. For the first time, his supercomputer-like mind experienced the sensation known as powerlessness. Chapter 24, Panic. The Collapse of Order. At the UEDC Joint Command, following the suffocating simulation of Judgment Day, a more arduous and weighty issue was laid before all the highest leaders. Should we disclose this truth to the public? Absolutely not. The president of a small European nation, ashen-faced, was the first to rise in opposition, asserting that it would incite uncontrollable global panic. The social order would collapse in an instant. Before the meteor strikes, we would meet our demise through internal strife. I concur. Concealing the truth allows us to spend our final moments in peace and order. We must not deprive the populace of their last vestige of tranquility, another leader echoed. Tranquility? The voice of General Li Zhangwu resonated like two pieces of iron grinding against each other, cold and formidable. Do you dare to call that ignorant calm, which awaits death in a web of lies, tranquility? No. That is an affront to the wisdom of all humanity. He cast his gaze over the hesitant colleagues on the screen and declared, word by word, ladies and gentlemen, we are the leaders of human civilization. Not mere babysitters for a group of children in need of deception. Regardless of how brutal the truth may be, the public has a right to know. Moreover, such a colossal celestial body will become the most dazzling star in the sky within the last 24 hours, making concealment utterly impossible. Rather than allowing rumors and conspiracy theories to fester, ultimately leading to uncontrollable chaos. Let us personally bestow this heavy right to knowledge, one that could crush the entire world, into the hands of every individual. Ultimately, after heated debate, Li Zhangguo's proposal was passed by a narrow margin. Humanity, as a whole, chose to confront its demise with open eyes. An hour later, a 5-minute, edited animation encapsulating all the destruction and despair of the Judgment Day simulation was broadcast live across every global news channel and online platform. The imagery began with a colossal meteor, captured in space by a runic force field, cold and dark. It was followed by its trajectory, hurled towards Earth like a spear from the gods. Then came the impact light, a brilliance 1,000,000 times that of the sun, the oceans boiling in an instant. The superquake that ripped continents apart, the global firestorm that incinerated everything, and the catastrophic tsunami that would engulf all civilization. Finally, the image froze on the desolate, brown planet. Shrouded in darkness and frost, lines of cold, tombstone-like white text slowly emerged. The Hammer from Heaven project has been confirmed. Target, KBO, 774, diameter, 103 kilometers. Estimated arrival time, in 167 hours. Interception success rate, 0. Probability of human civilization survival, 0.00001. The broadcast concluded. The entire world sank into a silence that lasted several minutes. A deathly stillness, as if all 7 billion people had been pressed to the pause button at that very moment. Then the fragile string of reason and order, already wobbling in the wake of war, finally snapped before the inevitable decree of extinction. Panic transformed from a trickle into a catastrophic tsunami, sweeping through every corner of the earth. Under the shadow of the apocalypse, humanity revealed its most complex, authentic, and stark spectrum. First came utter decline and nihilism. In Paris, on the Champs-Élysées, as the broadcast faded, a well-dressed man suddenly erupted into a hysterical, owl-like laugh. He smashed his expensive glass of red wine onto the ground, then charged into a luxury store he had just shattered, wrapping the most expensive scarf around his neck and clutching the priciest handbag, dancing madly in a grotesque frenzy upon the street. The dominoes had been toppled. Social order vanished in that instant. People stormed supermarkets, seizing not bread and water, but the most extravagant champagne and vodka. Countless individuals rushed into banks, tossing bundles of cash, soon to become utterly meaningless, into the air, igniting a surreal rain of wealth. There were no laws, no morals, no tomorrows. Many abandoned their jobs and families, indulging in primal orgies of lust or gathering in squares to consume illicit drugs, numbing their senses in the most extreme ways, attempting to forget the inexorable end that loomed ever closer. The world seemed to transform into a grand, final celebration at the expense of civilization itself. Following this was a surge of angry accusations and blame. In an ordinary middle-class household in America, a newly minted father, typically gentle and refined, hurled the remote control at the television screen after watching the broadcast. It's them, those damned politicians, those warmongering generals. His eyes aflame with rage. Like a trapped beast, he roared in the living room. Why resist? Why? If we had knelt from the beginning, if we had surrendered, we would merely become slaves. But at least we could still live. Our children could grow up. He pointed at the images of soldiers on the screen, his voice dripping with venom. Their victory, their glory, has brought us this cataclysm. They are the murderers of humanity. They are. This sentiment spread like a virus among countless survivors. Why must we all perish for the sake of some intangible dignity and freedom? The wave of protests surged across the globe once more. But this time, their ire was not directed at extraterrestrials, but rather at the newly established UEDC. At each nation's own government. Surrender. Surrender now. Hand over Lin Mo. Hand over those warmongering generals. Use their heads to appease the wrath of the divine. We do not wish to die. We only wish to live. Countless individuals stormed government buildings and military bases. They were no longer supplicants, but rather a furious, irrational mob, attempting to overthrow the regime responsible for this calamity in the most extreme manner possible. Amidst the chaos, a new faith quietly emerged like a specter. On the banks of the Ganges in India, a self-proclaimed harbinger of the hammer gathered tens of thousands of desperate followers, bare-chested and smeared in ashes symbolizing destruction. He preached to his disciples in a hoarse yet compelling voice. The old gods we once worshipped have abandoned us. They are weak, they are inept. Now the true God has arrived. He pointed to the sky, to the Death Star that was yet unseen but known to all. The hammer from heaven is the judgment of the new God. It is the purification of our sinful world. Our suffering is not due to our resistance, but because our faith has not been fervent enough. Kneel, pray to the great God, Kasal, from the starry seas. Abandon your useless old gods and offer your souls and bodies to this unparalleled, true power. Only the most devout believers shall attain rebirth after divine retribution. This absurd new religion, which venerates the perpetrators as deities, spreads like a plague across the globe with reckless abandon. Countless individuals, within the confines of churches, temples, and mosques, have shattered the idols of ancient gods, turning instead to worship the grotesque totems of reptilian beings and colossal apes fashioned from mud and scrap metal. In the most abject humility, they prostrate themselves before the executioner poised to obliterate them, beseeching the last vestiges of a fleeting, ethereal fantasy of mercy. Chapter 25. The Radiance of Humanity. Amidst the vast darkness, a flicker of rational humanity's brilliance persistently glimmers. In Norway, the Svalbard Global Seed Vault. In Britain, the British Library. In France, the Louvre. In China's National Supercomputing Center, a collective of scientists, historians, artists, and engineers, under the tacit approval of the UEDC, embarks on a race against time. They cannot afford despair, nor can they yield to panic. Their faces bear a solemnity akin to that of musicians aboard the Titanic, playing until the very last moment. Every significant literary work known to humankind must be digitized within 24 hours. Have we backed up the high-precision 3D scan data of the Mona Lisa? What of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony? All formats of audio files must be preserved. The global species gene database, from a blue whale to the minutest virus. I require complete genetic sequences. This is our final responsibility to Mother Earth. Encode the proof of the Riemann hypothesis, the complete manuscript of relativity, the standard model of quantum mechanics, all the crystallizations of human intellect, into the most stable format possible. Their ambition is to compress the entirety of human civilization, from the cave paintings of its inception to the latest scientific discoveries, alongside the entire Earth's biosphere, from the simplest unicellular organisms to the most complex mammals, into a colossal database named the Seed of Earth. Subsequently, this database will be loaded onto a retrofitted deep space probe, equipped with the most powerful propulsion system, and launched towards the Vega star at the final hour. It is a letter addressed to the cosmos, uncertain of whether it will find an addressee, a solitary message in a bottle, carrying the memories and dreams of an entire civilization. They understand that this endeavor may ultimately be futile, yet they must act, for this is humanity's most proud and defiant response in the face of an inescapable, ultimate darkness. You may annihilate my flesh, but you cannot erase the proof of my existence. In the UEDC command center, Lin Mo quietly observes the scenes unfolding on the surveillance screens, reminiscent of an apocalyptic tableau manifesting simultaneously around the world. There is decadence, assault, prayer, and vigilance. General Li Zhenghua approaches him, his aged visage etched with exhaustion and sorrow. Look, Lin Mo, this is the humanity we are desperately trying to protect. We have not been vanquished by our enemies, yet we are on the verge of self-destruction. He gestures toward the screen, depicting the mobs assaulting the government, and even turning upon one another, questioning whether this was truly the right course of action. Lin Mo remains silent for a moment before gently shaking his head. General, this is not about right or wrong. His voice is soft yet remarkably clear. This is humanity. In the face of an absolute and unyielding despair, it reveals its most selfish, cowardly, and grotesque facets. Yet simultaneously, his gaze falls upon the scientific team fervently laboring on the Seed of Earth project. It also showcases the most noble, resilient, and radiant aspects of our nature. The greatness of a civilization is not defined by its brilliance in times of prosperity, but by the manner in which it chooses to confront its demise. He turns to the sorrowful General Li. The Khazarians can obliterate our cities, our bodies, and our ecosystems with a single meteorite. Yet they will never comprehend why there are those who, knowing full well they are doomed, exert every effort to create a digital backup of a symphony composed centuries ago. That spirit is the true ember of our civilization, one that cannot be extinguished by a meteorite. General Li is deeply moved by Lin Mo's words. Yet the weight of reality continues to suffocate him. He offers a wry smile. Well said, esteemed academic. But no matter how eloquent the verses, they cannot shield us from the approaching stone. What shall we do now? Lin Mo does not answer. He slowly walks to his workstation. Amidst all the chaos, quarrels, and prayers, it is only he and his small core team who are engaged in a markedly different endeavor. His screen displays neither footage of global unrest nor calculations regarding the meteor's trajectory and impact. Instead, it showcases a singularly complex, slowly rotating 3D model, the blue, teardrop-shaped runestone he discovered in a Shanghai alley. Over the past several hours, he has employed every means to scan it with utmost precision. The internal rune structures, infinitely more complex than the convolutions of the human cerebral cortex, have been digitally rendered in their entirety on his computer. He gazes at the model, his eyes reminiscent of a detective on the brink of unraveling a century-old enigma, bloodshot yet astonishingly bright. His mind, rivaling a supercomputer, races to discern the singular key that could save them all from this seemingly chaotic three-dimensional tapestry. What to do? Lin Mo extends his hand, gently touching the cold, softly glowing blue model on the screen, as if he were caressing humanity's last and only hope. He murmurs, almost to himself, yet also to the entire universe. When everyone believes you are doomed, there remains but one course of action: overturn the chessboard. We must learn their magic, and we must do so within 167 hours. Chapter 26. Hope and Despair. The UEDC Joint Command is enveloped in a profound silence. The holographic screen displaying humanity's survival probability at 0.00001 stands like a cold gravestone, mercilessly casting shadows that stretch each person into a semblance of desperate specters. The faces of the world's highest leaders are drained of all color. The general spines no longer stand tall. In the scientist's eyes, Only the hollow grayness of truth denied remains. Hope has perished. They have triumphed in every battle. Yet strategically, the enemy has employed methods so unfathomable and godlike that they are left bewildered, having utterly decimated their forces. Is there truly no way forward? A leader asks in a hoarse, dreamlike voice, voicing the unspoken question that lingers in the hearts of all present. No one answers, for the response is already inscribed upon that cold screen. Yet, amidst the crushing despair that could bend steel, a figure emerges slowly from the corner, stepping into the center of the hall. Lin Montauk. His complexion is equally pallid, his eyes similarly bloodshot. However, unlike others, deep within his eyes, there resided no despair. Instead, there burned a singular flame, one that persisted even after exhausting every ounce of mental fortitude and undergoing countless simulations, a flame akin to the final. Resplendent flash procéding à supernova explosion. Affranchir rationalité. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice, though soft, sliced through the suffocating silence like a sharp scalpel. Simulation is the correct approach. If we continue to confront this crisis within our current cognitive framework, the survival rate of 0.00001 will become our unyielding law. We attempt to intercept it. As a mantis would futilely try to block a speeding train with its forelimbs, we strive to destroy it, akin to a primitive man wielding a stone axe to cleave through a granite mountain range. He surveyed the crowd, each word striking with clarity and composure upon their hearts. We do not lose because our weaponry is inadequate, nor because our soldiers lack bravery. We lose because, from the very beginning, we have engaged in this game with the wrong rules. The enemy's weapon is not a meteorite. The meteorite is merely a bullet. Their true weapon is the gun capable of firing bullets from the edge of the solar system straight to our doorstep. This gun is the hyperspace jump technology they possess. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo's eyes ignited with astonishing brilliance. Our only path to survival lies not in blocking that bullet, but in ensuring that their gun misfires at the very moment the bullet is about to be discharged. We must distort the very space through which it travels. The entire hall erupted in tumult. Distort space? The elderly professor from MIT exclaimed, seemingly hearing a fantastical tale. I respect your intellect, academician Lin, but that belongs to the realm of the divine. With our current technology, we cannot even reconcile general relativity with quantum mechanics. How could we possibly interfere with the fabric of spacetime? Indeed, Lin Mo conceded with calmness. With our current technology, it is impossible. But then his tone shifted, becoming razor-sharp. However, what if we were to master their technology? With a swift gesture, the holographic display shifted instantly, revealing two massive, three-dimensional models of runic structures side by side. On the left, a runic array, acquired from the battlefield in Shanghai, radiated a primitive and rugged essence, glowing with an orange-red hue. On the right stood a model constructed from the blue runestone Lin Mo had secretly kept, meticulously scanned to reveal a structure millions of times more complex, imbued with unknown rhythms and aesthetic harmony, emanating a subtle blue light. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. Lin Mo pointed to the left model. In the past few hours, we have employed the world's foremost cryptographers and information theorists to decipher the runes of the Khazar. We have failed, for we approached it incorrectly from the outset. We attempted to decode it as if it were a language or code. In reality, it is nothing more than a crude imitation, rife with errors and redundant information. In Lin Mo's eyes sparkled the genius-like gleam of profound insight. The Khazar are akin to a primitive tribe that has inadvertently stumbled into a modern power plant. They are unaware of electromagnetic induction or alternating current. Yet they discovered that by toggling a specific switch, the bulbs in their cave would illuminate. Hence, they crudely sketched that switch on their cave walls, a laughably rudimentary shape. This is their runic technology. They are merely users, mimickers, black box operators who understand the what but not the why. Such a grossly inefficient imitation is sufficient for a primitive, bloodthirsty race to wield the power to traverse the starry seas. He then pointed to the right, where the complex and beautiful blue runic model resembled a dazzling galaxy. And this, his voice tinged with an irrepressible sense of awe and excitement, is not merely the doodle of a switch. This is the true core design blueprint of that power station. The technological level it embodies is likely millions of years ahead of us, perhaps even more. To fully comprehend it in just over 100 hours is akin to chasing a fool's dream. However, Lin Mo's voice soared suddenly, like thunder on a clear day, resonating fiercely in everyone's minds. We do not need to fully understand it. We need not derive the complete high-dimensional physical theories behind it. Just as we can program without understanding every electronic circuit of a CPU, the Khazar, with stone and bronze, can manipulate space. And we, equipped with quantum computers, particle colliders, and the entire scientific knowledge of Earth civilization, are we to be outdone by a tribe that cannot even comprehend the Pythagorean theorem? We have an opportunity. In Lin Mo's eyes burned a fierce fire named hope, a flame capable of igniting an entire civilization amid the deepest despair. The enemy's meteors will undoubtedly select the most optimal and stable jump path. This path must be perceptible to this blueprint, a higher-order runestone. What we must do now is to go all in. We will concentrate all global computational resources and research capabilities. Within this blueprint, we will locate the core module responsible for defining spatial coordinates and jump stability. Then, we shall construct an unprecedented, colossal energy amplifier. At the moment the meteor is about to reach the Earth-Moon system, preparing for its final discharge, we will use this blue runestone as the core, drawing energy from Earth's entire power grid, and release a directed, high-intensity runic pulse towards its predetermined coordinates, one capable of disrupting its jump stability. We need not destroy the meteor. We need only to cause its flight path to deviate, even by a minuscule 0.01, an utterly negligible margin. Lin Mo rapidly conducted orbital calculations on the main screen. A red line, representing the meteor, was initially headed straight for Earth. Yet, after introducing a minute initial variable, that red line deviated slightly. It was this slight deviation that allowed it to be successfully captured by the moon's immense gravitational field. Ultimately, in the simulation, the hammer of divine retribution, which was to obliterate Earth, crashed violently against the desolate, silent far side of the moon, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Earth remained unscathed. Chapter 27, The Final Gamble. The entire command center fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood agape, staring in awe at the screen, displaying the breathtaking yet hopeful simulation results. To defeat magic with magic? No, this is employing a more advanced, truth-approaching form of magic to unravel that shoddy trickery. This is a plan that is mad bold, filled with imagination, nearly impossible to realize, yet it is the only plan. General Li Zhenghua gazed at the young figure standing before the screen. A solitary hero challenging the world's despair, and his heart, which had long sunk to the depths, began to beat vigorously once again. He gradually rose from his seat, straightened his military uniform, and with every ounce of strength, rendered a salute to Lin Mo that was impeccably precise and profoundly solemn. Academician Lin Mo, his voice, though hoarse, resonated with an unprecedented vigor, a rebirth of spirit. I stand here as a representative of the Earth United Defense Command, and on behalf of all humanity, I beseech you, give your orders. At that moment, a supreme directive emanated from the UEDC command center, cascading to every corner of the globe. A plan, laden with the last hopes of human civilization, was formally christened the Noah Project. Yet this time, humanity was not to construct a colossal vessel to flee a deluge. Rather, they endeavored to erect an unprecedented scientific altar capable of shifting the very fabric of the cosmos. The world was mobilized once more, but this time, it was not in chaos or panic. A poignant force of determination and unity began to coalesce amidst the ruins. Supercomputing centers across the globe were interconnected through dedicated lines, forming an unparalleled global brain, tirelessly engaged in the brutal decryption and simulation of runic structures for Lin Mo's team. CERN in Europe redirected their colossal Hadron Collider from the pursuit of the God particle to simulating high-dimensional energy reactions, striving to recreate the energy characteristics of the blue runestone. Factories worldwide ceased the production of all civilian goods. Workers in shifts, with an almost feverish zeal, commenced manufacturing superconducting coils, massive capacitor arrays, and enigmatic energy-focusing devices based on the rudimentary blueprints provided by Lin Mo's team. Those who had once succumbed to street riots and despair began to awaken from their stupor upon witnessing this final glimmer of hope. They spontaneously organized as volunteers to maintain order, transport supplies, and deliver food and water to the scientists and engineers laboring on the front lines. The new religions that had emerged in prayer to Khazar crumbled overnight, becoming pariahs in the eyes of the public. Meanwhile, the civilization seed plan persisted, evolving into Plan B of the Noah Project, tirelessly working to preserve all remnants of humanity as a last insurance. The entirety of Earth's civilization, this great vessel on the verge of capsizing amidst cosmic tempests, miraculously united under the guidance of its most capable helmsman. All power, resources, wisdom, and hope converged upon a singular destination, the heavily fortified laboratory, codenamed Singularity, nestled deep within the UEDC command center. Inside the laboratory, Lin Mo donned a uniquely designed neural interface helmet, adorned with countless electrodes and sensors. His consciousness was now entwined with the global brain, plunging into the depths of an unknown universe composed of blue runes, as vast and intricate as the starry sea. Before him, a massive countdown clock relentlessly ticked away the seconds. Time was their sole adversary, while hope stood as their only weapon. In this final gamble for the survival of civilization, humanity had wagered everything. In the cold, dark expanse beyond the clamor and despair of Earth, within the frigid debris of the Kuiper Belt, the Punishment Expedition fleet operated like a silent yet efficient swarm of worker ants, executing a monumental endeavor of almost creation-level proportions. Their target was a massive comet nucleus, designated KBO 774, which had slumbered in darkness for 6 billion years, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter. The process of capture was imbued with a Khazar-like, brutal aesthetic. Gone were the elegant, smooth gravitational beams of science fiction. Instead, a dozen unsightly engineering ships, their hulls festooned with enormous energy conduits and heat sinks, clamped themselves around the comet nucleus like feral bulls. Activate the gravitational well runes, with the command relayed from the flagship punishment hammer. The bow of each engineering vessel illuminated with a colossal circular array composed of countless orange runes. A low hum resonated as visible, chaotic, and unstable gravitational waves surged forth like tumultuous tendrils, fiercely grasping at the immense comet nucleus. The surface of the comet nucleus instantly bore the brunt of dozens of uneven, immense gravitational pulls from various directions. Its already porous exterior, composed of ice and rock, began to groan under the unbearable strain. Massive icebergs fractured, and bottomless chasms were forcefully torn open, as hundreds of thousands of tons of icy dust and debris were hurled into the surrounding void by this violent gravitational field. The entire capture process, rather than a gentle guiding, resembled a brutal torment inflicted upon the asteroid. The energy waste was staggering. At least 70% of the Rune energy dissipated amidst these senseless, destructive gravitational eddies. Yet, seated upon his throne, General Gallic surveyed the spectacular yet chaotic scene before him with a satisfied, almost complacent expression. In the philosophy of the Khazar, power ought to be ferocious and imbued with destruction. Precision and efficiency? Such concerns were the domain of weak civilizations. True strength should be expressed in the most direct, brazen, and visually impactful manner. Excellent, Gallic nodded, directing the punishment stone to be dragged to its designated altar. Cress, prepare to commence the divine ritual. At your command. My esteemed general, responded Chief Strategic Advisor, High Priest Cress, as he emerged slowly from the shadows. His gaunt visage bore an expression of fervent reverence. The fleet, resembling a grand funeral procession dragging a sacrificial offering, steadily towed the battered comet nucleus towards an ancient relic located in the nearby void. It was a colossal circular stone ring, constructed from an unknown black rock and exceeding 50 kilometers in diameter. It floated silently in the void, its surface as smooth as a mirror, with no signs of artificial craftsmanship, as if it had existed since the dawn of the universe, a gateway to another dimension. This was the most stable transition node in this star system, marked on ancient star charts, and the sacred altar chosen by Gallic to execute the hammer from heaven plan. As the fleet and the enormous comet nucleus came to a halt before the stone ring, a grand and solemn ritual, steeped in primal and sanguinary essence, officially commenced. O great, slumbering ancient god who shapes the stars, Cress's aged and hoarse voice resonated through the rune amplification device, echoing across every warship's bridge. He raised a staff fashioned from the vertebrae of an ancient creature, its pinnacle adorned with a vast, pulsating rune gem. Your humble servants, the Khazar, offer you our most devout homage. As he chanted, the muscular warriors on the bridges of all Khazar warships gazed upon the rune control panels with fervent reverence. They drew forth their daggers from their waists, unhesitatingly slicing open their own palms, allowing their searing green blood to drip upon the luminous runestone. We are the extensions of your will. We are the embodiments of your power. The runes are the supreme grace bestowed upon us, the wanderers by you. They are the very fabric of the universe, the language of time and space. The blood, akin to a sacrificial offering, was instantaneously absorbed by the runestones, transforming into a more radiant and tempestuous surge of energy. This is a ritual they have inherited from ancient times, an unwavering belief that only runes infused with the essence of life can unleash the most formidable power, pleasing those who created the runes, the mysterious and magnificent ancient deities. Cress's gaze swept over the colossal comet's core, then turned towards the distant starry sky, to that nearly imperceptible blue blemish. Today, a throng of ignorant, blasphemous insects has sullied your blade and edge. This is a provocation against your supreme majesty, an unforgivable sin. To this end, we shall adhere to your ancient teachings, wielding the stone of divine punishment to execute the hammer of divine retribution. We shall enact a thorough and sacred cleansing upon that tainted world, with blood as our guide, with stone as our offering. Awaken the might of time and space. Tear apart the veil of the heavens. Execute divine punishment. Chapter 28, The Sling. With Cress's final fervent cry, akin to a cuckoo lamenting in blood, the entire ritual reached its zenith. General Gallic descended from the throne, approaching the main control rune array of the Hammer of Divine Retribution. It was a colossal and intricate magical formation, composed of countless runestones, exceeding 100 meters in diameter. All fleet, energy supply, linked to the flagship. Yes, in an instant, the engines of all warships began to operate beyond their limits. Torrents of immense, tumultuous, and highly unstable energy surged through the gigantic conduits, frantically flooding into the hull of the Hammer of Divine Retribution. The flagship, like a balloon forcibly filled with boundless energy, began to emit unbearable, grating groans under the strain. The runes adorning its surface shone as brightly as thousands of suns, their blinding light illuminating the surrounding darkness into a crimson hell. Main altar, energy infusion, Gallic bellowed, pressing his hand against the core of the control array. That colossal energy, potent enough to obliterate a small fleet, was forcefully injected in a crude, inefficient yet effective manner into the massive, ancient, circular jump node ahead. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After lying dormant for millions of years, the ancient jumpstone ring was subjected to such a savage and overloaded energy impact for the first time. Gigantic, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear upon its surface. It was no longer opening a stable, smooth door. The space within began to boil, to twist, to tear. A chaotic, destructive whirlpool of dark energy, akin to a cosmic sore, filled with devastating temporal turbulence, was violently wrenched from the center of the stone ring. Now is the moment. Gallic's eyes blazed crimson, veins bulging. Release the hammer. Throw it to me. The engineering ships controlling the comet's core instantaneously severed the energy supply of the gravitational well runes. The massive stone of divine punishment, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter, plunged into that chaotic, boiling, destruction-laden temporal whirlpool with immense inertia. Sizzle. At the moment of entry, the surface of the comet core was instantly gnawed away by the violent temporal turbulence. Like ice thrown into strong acid, it emitted a piercing, lamenting cry of disintegration. And then it vanished. It was violently expelled towards the inner ring of the solar system through that unidirectional, unstable, torn temporal wound in a manner surpassing the speed of light, thrust towards that blue planet, blissfully unaware of the impending fate. Upon completing this final throw, the ancient jumpstone ring could no longer withstand the energy overload. With a crack, it shattered, becoming a lifeless mass of debris floating in the cosmos. Report to the General. The remote rune detection array confirms that the Stone of Divine Punishment has successfully exited the jump channel and is hurtling toward the target on its predetermined trajectory. Estimated time of impact, 126 hours and 40 minutes. As the confirmation echoed, the entire Kasser fleet erupted in an earth-shattering, beast-like roar of victory. The warriors frantically struck their armor and shields with their weapons, producing a deafening cacophony. They shouted the name of General Gallic, exalting the glory of the Bloodthroat clan. To them, the war was concluded. The remaining 126 hours merely served as a final lamentation time for those insects before execution. General Gallic returned to his throne, wearing a cruel smile filled with the satisfaction of vengeance. He raised high the goblet in his hand, crafted from the skull of a rival clan leader he had personally slain. Warriors! His voice resonated with the arrogance and ecstasy of a victor. The ritual of cleansing has commenced. The sacred hammer has fallen. Now, revel to your heart's content. Drink your fine wine. Feast upon your bloody sustenance. Let us await the moment we reclaim our glory while we watch that planet slowly burn in fear, turning to ash. For the Bloodthroat, for Kasser, for the great ancient gods. Roar, roar, roar. A grand celebration, steeped in blood and savagery, was prematurely commenced across the entire fleet of the Divine Retribution Expedition. They laughed and howled, wholly immersed in their godlike sense of absolute power, capable of dictating the life and death of a world. They remained blissfully unaware that their proud and revered Rune technology, inherited over thousands of years, was built upon a foundation so ludicrous, so fragile, that they knew what it was, but not why it was. Only the High Priest Kress, amidst the jubilant crowd, quietly retreated to a corner of the bridge. He scrutinized the energy data report from the recent jump delivery, his brow slightly furrowing in an imperceptible manner. The energy utilization rate was less than 5%. The damage to the ancient jump node was permanent and irreversible. The material loss during the delivery process exceeded 17%. It was all so coarse. Everything appeared so crude, as if a group of children wielding massive axes were imitating a long-deceased deity, performing a highly intricate surgical procedure with a scalpel, a procedure they could not comprehend. A minuscule thought, one that he himself found absurd, began to quietly germinate in the depths of his heart for the first time, like the seed of poisonous weeds. Are our understandings of the runes truly correct? This notion flickered and vanished, quickly drowned out by the fleet's thunderous cheers. Chapter 29, Singularity. UEDC, Singularity Laboratory. The air hung thick and heavy, akin to blocks of lead. A colossal countdown loomed above, reminiscent of a guillotine suspended over every individual, with the scarlet digits ruthlessly pulsating, heralding the impending demise of a civilization, ticking down to its end with each fleeting second. Within the laboratory, the pinnacle of global intellect converged. Yet at this moment, the fruits of their collective wisdom were shrouded in an unprecedented, overwhelming sense of impotence. They gathered around the deep blue model of the runic stone, as profound as the cosmos itself, yet appeared like a throng of illiterates encircling a celestial manuscript, unable to discern any path forward. Not again. The 743rd simulation has collapsed. A physicist from the Max Planck Institute slammed his fist onto the table, frustration etched across his face. Its internal structure defies any known topological rules. We endeavor to elucidate its energy flow through string theory, yet our calculations yielded nothing but meaningless divergences. The information entropy analysis has also failed. A Turing Award laureate wearily removed his glasses, massaging his aching temples. The density of information contained within is so vast that it surpasses theoretical limits. It bears no resemblance to any information carrier we comprehend. It resembles a singularity compressed to its utmost limit, containing boundless information. Failure. Failure. Yet more failure. The flicker of hope, in the face of countless cold and merciless computational errors, was gradually being extinguished, on the brink of complete annihilation. Lin Mo had not closed his eyes for over 50 consecutive hours. Through a specialized neural interface, his mind was directly connected to the global brain, an immense network composed of the world's supercomputers. His human form felt as though it might be overwhelmed by an unending torrent of data, reminiscent of cosmic currents. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his eyes were veined with a web of crimson. Yet, those eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness. He resembled the most tenacious of treasure hunters, frantically and recklessly searching for that solitary, potentially existent exit within a labyrinth composed of countless dead-end signs. Wrong direction, at last. Following yet another simulation collapse, Lin Mo murmured in a voice that was almost hoarse from exhaustion. He severed the neural link, a profound weariness causing him to stagger momentarily. He approached the blue runic stone, suspended within a peculiar energy field. All the researchers ceased their work, gazing at him in confusion. We were all mistaken. Lin Mo looked at the quietly glowing stone, its beauty otherworldly, but a flicker of realization crossed his eyes, accompanied by a self-mocking smile. We were too arrogant. We sought to interpret it, to decode it, to understand it. Like a being from a three-dimensional world attempting to comprehend a painting from a four-dimensional realm using its own language. We always aspired to reduce it to our dimension, to define it with our familiar so-called science. But we never considered that this stone holds no desire to communicate with us. We have persistently spoken to it, attempting to impose all our theories upon it and forcefully explain it with our models. Yet we have never truly listened. Listen? A researcher inquired, perplexed. It is merely a stone. How could it possibly speak? It does not speak, but it can feel. A revolutionary light flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. Immediately, reconfigure all sensors. Cease attempting to bombard it with high-energy particles. Stop scanning it with strong magnetic fields. Switch all detection devices to passive receiving mode. I wish to know how it reacts to the faintest ripples in space-time that occur within this universe. Ripples we cannot perceive. Transform it from a mere research subject into the most sophisticated super sensor in the cosmos. One whose operational principles we cannot comprehend. This notion, so groundbreaking, left all the scientists present momentarily stunned. Yet, in the face of desperation, any seemingly mad idea was worth a try. Without hesitation, the entire Singularity Laboratory swiftly commenced operations under this novel paradigm. Countless precision passive sensors, designed specifically for detecting gravitational waves, neutrinos, and dark matter, converged upon that small blue runic stone as if on a pilgrimage. Time ticked by minute. An hour passed. 2 hours elapsed. The laboratory remained enveloped in silence, with all instruments displaying nothing but stable readings, indicative of the cosmic background noise. Just as Lin Mo began to doubt the validity of this approach, a sharp, piercing sound abruptly shattered the silence. The highest level alarm blared throughout the entire laboratory. Everyone was startled, their gazes darting toward the source of the alarm. The quantum spectrometer responsible for monitoring the energy resonance within the blue runic stone operating at peak precision. The spectrometer's readings revealed a smooth baseline that suddenly exhibited an exceedingly minute pulse, lasting less than a picosecond, yet with an exceptionally steep peak. Concurrently, the mysterious silver-blue patterns adorning the surface of the suspended blue runic stone flashed in synchrony. The brilliance was no longer the soft, gentle glow akin to breathing. Instead, it was a momentary flash of intense light, as if ignited by some distant, immensely powerful signal, radiating a sense of warning. What has happened? Is it a malfunction? All were thrown into a flurry, except for Lin Mo, who remained transfixed, staring intently at the ephemeral data of the energy pulse. His body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from sheer exhilaration. He had succeeded. He had heard it. It is not a malfunction. Lin Mo's voice quivered with excitement as he pointed to the now stabilized, perfect pulse waveform. This is a reverberation. Just now, at the edge of our solar system, deep within the Kuiper Belt, the Khazarians pulled the trigger on their weapon. They activated the transition array. They hurled that hammer of divine retribution into the fissures of space-time. That transition tore through space, generating ripples in space-time that arrived in a form we cannot comprehend, at superluminal speeds. None of our instruments could capture it. But Lin Mo's gaze burned intensely as he looked at the now tranquil blue runic stone. It felt it. Chapter 30. Hope in Darkness. The entire laboratory erupted into a frenzy. The significance of this discovery was monumental. It not only confirmed that the enemy had taken action, but, more crucially, provided data. That pulse contained all the data. Lin Mo roared, donning the neural interface helmet once more. That reverberation carries all the characteristics of that transition, including its energy model, path algorithm, and space-time curvature. It is akin to the enemy firing a shot, and we not only heard the gunfire, but through the echo, instantly analyzed the caliber, rifling, initial velocity, and trajectory of the bullet. Global brain, commence calculation. Based on the reverberation data, reconstruct the delivery model of the hammer from the heavens. I require precise measurements, down to the millisecond and kilometer of the launch time and coordinates. This time, the colossal machine, which harnesses the computational power of the entire globe, has not issued any alerts of calculation errors. Upon obtaining the most critical and core known variables, countless possibilities were eliminated, and the vast data stream began to converge at an unprecedented speed. 10 minutes later, a brand new, remarkably clear, and oppressively detailed three-dimensional trajectory map materialized on the main screen. A blood-red path, emblematic of death, abruptly emerged from a coordinate point near the Earth-Moon L1 Lagrange point, unerringly directed towards Earth. At the origin of the trajectory, a countdown was marked with impeccable precision. 111, 5421. General, Lin Mo's voice resonated through the highest command channel, echoing in every corner of the UEDC. We have pinpointed the impact point. Now, I require you to provide sufficient ammunition for our artillery. He switched to another screen, showcasing the final design and energy demand report of the runic pulse amplifier, hastily developed by his engineering team overnight. As every member of the UEDC comprehended the astronomical value representing the instantaneous power required, their breaths collectively halted once more. Academician Lin, a voice, dry as dust and filled with disbelief, spoke, an energy expert. This value, it corresponds to the total power that all power plants worldwide could generate simultaneously. Indeed, Lin Mo replied calmly. Are you suggesting that to execute a single interference, we must plunge the entire Earth into darkness? No, not merely for an instant, Lin Mo corrected. According to calculations of energy storage and release efficiency, to unleash sufficient pulse energy within that single second, we must interconnect the power grids of every nation, every city, and every factory on Earth, and then continuously channel all the generated electricity towards a singular location, storing it for at least 5 minutes. To accomplish this storage and release of energy, we must construct an unprecedented colossal structure. On the screen appeared a grand blueprint filled with science fiction elements. It depicted a sprawling complex exceeding 10 square kilometers, composed of tens of thousands of massive supercapacitor arrays resembling small mountains, thousands of superconducting coils connecting heaven and earth, and at its center, an energy-focused core akin to an altar designed to house the blue runestone, the runic pulse amplifier, and this, Lin Mo pointed at the blueprint, must be transformed from concept to reality within a mere 110 hours. Silence. If the previous meteorite collision was a scientific death sentence, then the proposal Lin Mo presented was an engineering fantasy of epic proportions. To complete such a monumental project requiring the unified effort of all humanity within such a brief time frame, it was an impossible task. Yet, Lin Mo left no room for doubt or retreat. He addressed the global leaders watching the live broadcast, his voice now imbued with the unwavering resolve of a civilizational leader rather than the calm analysis of a scientist. Esteemed leaders, what lies before us is no longer a matter of choice, but a singular proof of our resolve. We must demonstrate to the cosmos, to those lofty adversaries, and to ourselves that when humanity is cornered into the ultimate abyss, when we cast aside all differences, personal interests, and barriers and unite as one, we can unleash an extraordinary force capable of creating miracles. The NOAA project officially enters its second phase. In my capacity as the Chief Advisor of the Science and Strategic Analysis Department of the Earth United Defense Command, hereby issue a global mobilization order. From this moment forth, Earth shall fight for itself. On that day, the entire world received the final directive from the UEDC via broadcast, a command that would alter everything. Effective immediately, a state of maximum emergency is declared globally. All non-essential civilian power will be cut off. All industrial capacities will be coordinated. All transportation will be commandeered by the military. We shall concentrate the entirety of human civilization's strength to execute a plan known as NOAA, the final endeavor. There were no riots, no protests. When that singular glimmer of hope, faint yet undeniably real, reached every ear, the response from the populace was astonishingly uniform. They lifted their heads, witnessing the lights in their homes extinguish one by one, observing the familiar city outside their windows succumb to darkness. They understood this was not the end. Rather, it was a gathering of strength. The entire planet, resembling a battle-worn giant preparing for its final counterattack, was retracting its fists, channeling every ounce of power coursing through its limbs into its heart. Then, in the final moment, it would unleash a blow capable of shaking the stars, wagering the entire dignity and future of a civilization on that last strike. The world plunged into darkness, yet each heart glowed brighter than ever before. For amidst that boundless void, humanity once again glimpsed hope. Chapter 31. Feast and Plea. On the colossal and savage bridge of the Hammer of Divine Retribution, a grand celebration had persisted for a full 2 days. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of potent spirits, the savory scent of roasted exotic beasts, and the overwhelming musk exuded by the castle warriors, their excitement palpable and aggressive. A massive long table was laden with a bizarre assortment of delicacies sourced from various colonial planets, writhing purple worms the size of puppies, roasted to a crisp, and giant spiders with 8 legs, all adorned with a glaze of fat, as well as spirits bubbling in skulls of unknown creatures, resembling molten metal. The warriors, bare-chested, proudly displayed their fierce scars and totem tattoos, using enormous animal bones as goblets to brutally share their drinks, tearing into roasted meats with greasy hands, punctuating the atmosphere with thunderous, primal roars and raucous laughter. The entire bridge, rather than serving as a command center, resembled a bloody revelry akin to a primitive tribe celebrating a resounding victory. General Gallic sat high upon his throne, sculpted from meteorite, surveying his fearless warriors in their ecstatic revelry with satisfaction. He downed the fiery liquid from his skull goblet, relishing the sensation of the flame-like liquid coursing down his throat, igniting a wave of warmth within. All was settled. The stone of divine retribution was hurtling towards that wretched blue planet, inexorably guided by the ancient power of the Tears of Star. Less than 5 days remained. 5 days hence, All the arcane creations and metallic monstrosities that incited feelings of irritation, confusion, and fury within him on that planet would, under the divine retribution descending from the heavens, be reduced to cosmic dust alongside the very insects themselves. He would emerge unscathed, reclaiming the clan's treasured relic, and return to the Empire bearing the infamous reputation of a world purger, earning unparalleled glory and reverence. It was a flawless war. As he reveled in the fruits of victory, a soldier tasked with monitoring the remote optical sensors stumbled, breathless and anxious, before the throne. General, the young soldier, trembling with fear and excitement, stammered. Gorlick's brow furrowed, emanating an aura of displeasure that silenced the surrounding raucous laughter. He despised being interrupted in moments of triumph. What is it? His voice carried a hint of irritable annoyance. Sir, you should see for yourself. The soldier pointed at the main holographic screen, his voice quaking. That blue mud ball, it has encountered a problem. Gorlick waved his hand dismissively. The primary screen, which had displayed the countdown to the divine punishment stone's trajectory, instantly shifted to a live transmission from the flagship's most powerful optical array, depicting Earth after a delay of several light hours. What materialized was an exceedingly bizarre image. The screen revealed Earth's nocturnal hemisphere. Originally, it should have presented a breathtaking panorama, a golden web of luminous cities, splendid and beautiful. This was a symbol in Gorlick's eyes of a ripe fruit, ready to be plucked. Yet at this moment, that shimmering web was vanishing. Beginning with the East Asian continent, the brightest and densest lights were being gradually, yet resolutely, cloaked by an invisible hand wielding a massive black shroud, sweeping from east to west. Next, it spread to the European continent, then to the Americas. One urban cluster after another, one continent after another, their radiance extinguished, all within a span of less than an hour, in a remarkably synchronized, almost choreographed manner, utterly extinguished. Ultimately, the planet that once glimmered with the vibrant light of life in the dark cosmos transformed into a pitch-black sphere devoid of vitality, as solitary as a deathly planet. On the bridge, the revelry that had persisted for 2 days fell into an eerie silence for the first time. All the castle warriors ceased their feasting, gazing up in bewilderment at the inexplicable scene unfolding before their eyes. After a brief silence, a more boisterous and unrestrained laughter erupted. Ha ha ha! Look, those insects have turned off their lights. A tipsy centurion pointed at the screen, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. What are they doing? Do they think that by burying their heads in the sand, we won't see them? It's utterly hilarious. No, you foolish pig, another officer interjected, his tone dripping with condescension. This is not hiding. This is a ritual, the most ancient and humble ritual of surrender. They are indicating to us that they have abandoned all resistance, extinguished every flame that symbolizes their civilization, prostrating themselves on the ground, pleading for our divine mercy. This explanation instantly garnered unanimous agreement from the assembly. Yes, it must be so. These wretched insects, upon witnessing our unstoppable divine hammer descending, have finally been thoroughly paralyzed by fear. They know resistance is futile, that doomsday has arrived, and thus have chosen this most primitive and absurd manner to express their most humble and meaningless supplication to us, their impending conquerors. Chapter 32. Sadness and Contempt. General Gorlick gazed at the planet now engulfed in darkness, yet he did not smile. On his face was a profound expression of disdain, akin to one observing a repugnant heap of refuse. Pitiful, he slowly rose from his throne, his voice imbued with a deep-rooted contempt for a species. I had thought that upon witnessing our power, they would at least emit one last, desperate, feral roar like beasts driven to a corner. Or, like those civilizations we have conquered who possess some dignity, they would ignite one final conflagration in their cities, turning their world to ashes. But what did I witness? He gestured toward the blackened sphere, as if pointing at a pile of excrement unworthy of his tread. I saw silence. I saw submission. I saw a servility so abject that it dared not even struggle, a most wretched, tail-wagging subservience. Did they believe that by adopting this posture, they could elicit our sympathy? Did they think we would halt our already swung sacred hammer, due to their ignoble stance? Gorlick scoffed derisively. Foolish, cowardly, hopeless. A race that does not dare to raise its voice in the face of extinction. A race that merely grovels and begs for the mercy of the strong. They are utterly unworthy of existence in this grand universe, filled with struggle and glory. Their very existence is a blasphemy against the term life. Their annihilation is not a tragedy, but a purification, a necessary, divine cleansing to erase a loathsome stain from the cosmic map. Brilliant, General. Well said. A toast to the general. A toast to divine retribution. The bridge erupted once more into a cacophony of cheers, a tidal wave of affirmation. Gorlick's words resonated with the hearts of all present. They felt a visceral, instinctual revulsion and disdain for the weakness exhibited by humanity. However, amidst the fervent, superiority-laden jubilation, one figure remained unmoved. The high priest Cress. He stood quietly in the shadow of the throne, his golden-slit pupils, deep as ancient wells, fixated intently on the pitch-black sphere, his brow furrowed in concern. Something is amiss. Something is not right. His intuition, honed through countless wars and conspiracies that had saved him and his entire clan, was akin to a venomous serpent, now sounding a faint alarm of unease. Too quiet, too uniform, too orderly. Cress mentally dissected the situation. If a civilization were to collapse in despair, it would manifest in chaos. Certain cities should extinguish first, while others remained lit. Some areas might even erupt into greater flames due to internal strife. It should be a tapestry rich in randomness and disorder. Yet, the scene before him displayed a synchronized extinguishing of lights across the globe, as if executed by a powerful, unified, and efficient central authority enforcing martial law across the entire planet. This was not surrender. This was more akin to preparation for an unknown, energy-consuming endeavor. A notion so absurd that it elicited a chuckle, even from himself, surfaced within his mind. Could it be that they are concealing some grand stratagem? This thought sent a shiver down his spine. No, it was impossible. A horde of primitive beings, devoid of even the most basic runes, could concoct no such schemes. Would they rely on their rudimentary understanding of physics? Absurd. Yet, that gnawing unease lingered, like a persistent parasite that could not be cast aside. Ultimately, he resolved to fulfill his duties as chief advisor. He approached the throne and bowed slightly. General, his voice, amidst the revelry, emerged somewhat discordantly. This matter may harbor treachery. Gorlick, reveling in the cheers of the crowd, turned to Cress with displeasure. Cress, what has ignited your serpentine suspicion today? Do you suggest that those insects extinguish their lights to prepare us a surprise? Ha ha ha. The surrounding officers erupted once more into mocking laughter. That is not my intention, General. Unfazed, Cress continued with his hoarse voice. However, this excessively uniform abandonment itself betrays an inexplicable oddity. An ant nest on the verge of being crushed would be in chaos. Not all the ants choosing to remain motionless at once. This defies logic. Logic? Gorlick scoffed, descending from the throne and delivering a heavy pat on Cress's shoulder, the force nearly shattering his frail bones. My old friend, have you gazed too long upon those ancient rune scrolls and muddled your mind? To deal with these primitive insects, one requires no logic, only absolute power. He gestured towards the screen, displaying the divine retribution, stone hurtling towards earth. Do you see it, Cress? This is our soul, and most formidable logic. Before this stone, emblematic of divine wrath, all of the insect schemes, all their cunning, and all their preparations are as fragile and meaningless as their very lives. Go, revel in your victory feast, my high priest. Gorlick turned, ascending back to his throne, his tone brooking no dissent. Do not allow your unfounded, timid speculations to disrupt our enjoyment of the fruits of victory. Cress fell silent. He understood that the general had been utterly intoxicated by the euphoria of triumph and contempt for the enemy. His words could penetrate no further. With a deep sense of resignation, he bowed once more and quietly retreated into the shadows of the bridge. Gorlick raised his skull-shaped goblet high, roaring his victory once more to his jubilant warriors. Come, warriors, let us toast to the prudence of these insects. Let this serve as our final offering to the humble gravestones that are soon to be erased by our benevolent divinity. The cheer reverberated through the stars. No one noticed that in the darkest corner of the bridge, High Priest Cress gazed through the porthole with an expression of profound depth and worry, fixating on the distant, utterly darkened blue planet, which now appeared all the more mysterious and unfathomable. Chapter 33, The Assembled Might. When the Noah Project, that audacious, nearly unattainable self-rescue scheme, was disseminated to every corner of Earth through the highest directives of the UEDC, the world was seemingly cleaved into two distinct halves in that moment. One half remained mired in chaos, despair, and revelry, wallowing in self-destructive tendencies while awaiting the apocalypse. They had lost faith in miracles, or rather, they lacked the strength to believe in them once more. The other half, a far larger, silent majority, upon hearing of this plan, a lifeline extended from the precipice of despair, slowly lifted their heads from their stupor. A flicker of light rekindled in their eyes. Perhaps that light was as faint as a candle struggling against the wind. Perhaps that hope was as elusive as sand slipping through one's fingers. It was still light. It was still hope. For a civilization on the brink of being entirely consumed by darkness, even a glimmer of light could become the sun illuminating the entire world. In the name of the Earth United Defense Command, as the chief engineer of the NOAA project, I hereby issue the first mobilization order to the globe. Lin Mo's voice resonated through all broadcasts and networks, echoing across the darkened and silent Earth. Behind him stood the newly unfurled UEDC flag, a symbol of human unity. We need to construct an altar that can harness the collective strength of human civilization and send forth our defiant roar into the cosmos. It shall be named Miracle. Its location will be in the Xinjiang region of China, at the border of Kazakhstan and the Russian Federation, in a basin known as the Eye of the Storm. That site boasts the most stable geological plates on the entire Eurasian continent, vast expanses of uninhabited land suitable for construction, and is most conducive for integrating the industrial might of 3 continents. Now, I call upon engineers, construction workers, programmers, truck drivers, pilots, and logistical personnel. I require every brave soul who still harbors hope for this world and is willing to shed their last drop of sweat for our civilization to come forth. Join us in creating a miracle. This marked an unprecedented reverse migration in human history. No longer fleeing from disaster, but rather confronting it head-on, rushing towards the heart of a world fraught with unknowns and challenges. Countdown. T110000. The Eye of the Storm Basin. This is one of the most desolate and inhospitable places on Earth. Frigid, oxygen-deprived, and engulfed in sandstorms. Yet, within the first hour of the NOAA project's initiation, it transformed into the most bustling and sought-after construction site on the planet. Tens of thousands of elite engineering troops from the Chinese People's Liberation Army and the Russian Federation's military converged here like 2 torrents of steel surging from opposite directions. There were no excessive words, no courteous exchanges. A captain from a Chinese engineering battalion and a commander from a Russian engineering regiment exchanged a glance through their thick goggles amidst the swirling sands, then shook hands firmly. In that moment, all language, skin color, and nationality became irrelevant. They shared but one common identity: the founders of the NOAA project. The ground trembled as thousands of colossal machines, bulldozers, excavators, and heavy trucks, let out a thunderous roar under the joint command of the 2 armies. They aimed to level a site exceeding 20 square kilometers in area, achieving a horizontal error of no more than 1 centimeter, within the span of less than 20 hours. This was a super engineering feat that, in peacetime, would require years of meticulous exploration and calculation to accomplish. But now, time was of the essence. Countless drones, akin to a swirling swarm of bees, are engaged in real-time laser surveying across the sky. An immense volume of data is transmitted to a supercomputer named Pangu, jointly developed by China, the United States, and Russia, specifically designed for infrastructure planning. With a staggering computational power of 100 quintillion calculations per second, Pangu feverishly processes information, relaying the optimal construction plans instantaneously to the cockpits of each engineering vehicle. A young Chinese soldier operates a colossal bulldozer, his small screen vividly displaying the area he must level, along with real-time depth and slope indications accurate to the millimeter. He merely follows the green guiding line on the screen to maneuver his machine. Beside him, a similarly youthful Russian soldier is engaged in the same task. They may not share a common language, yet they gaze upon the same blueprint, executing the same directive. Behind them, more soldiers are expeditiously laying down temporary roads, power grids, communication stations, and living quarters. They labor in a manner that nearly sacrifices their own vitality, laying down the first and most robust foundation for the impending marvel that will soon rise from the ground. Chapter 34, Countdown. Countdown, T10000000. As the foundational work of the Eye of the Storm progresses in a race against time, the industrial heart of human civilization begins to throb with unprecedented, limit-defying velocity. In Stuttgart, Germany, on the production lines of Mercedes, BMW, and Volkswagen, robotic arms that once crafted precision automotive engines are now tirelessly manufacturing massive coils made of special superconducting alloys required for the Rune pulse amplifiers, with the same, if not greater, precision. In Osaka, Japan, within the dust-free workshops of Panasonic and Sony, the most seasoned technicians don the highest-grade protective gear. They no longer fabricate chips and screens. Rather, they meticulously assemble enormous supercapacitor array modules, demanding purity and stability to an almost obsessive degree. In Silicon Valley, USA, Software engineers from Google, Microsoft, and Apple collaborate with top programmers from China's Huawei, Tencent, and Alibaba on a common, open-source platform, engaging in an unprecedented coding marathon. They strive to develop a stable and efficient NOAA operating system capable of synchronizing the global power grid in an instant for the miraculous creation that is about to be born. In this moment, all technical barriers, patent restrictions, and commercial secrets dissipate into thin air. All the cutting-edge algorithms and codes, once designed to outmaneuver competitors in the market, are now selflessly contributed, merging into a grander collective intelligence. Meanwhile, in China, the nation boasting the world's most comprehensive and vast industrial system, bears the heaviest and most fundamental production tasks. From a northeastern AND steel to the southern Bao steel, all blast furnaces operate at unprecedented capacities, feverishly smelting thousands of tons of specialty steel required for the NOAA project. Countless factories have undergone rapid transformations overnight. They resemble a colossal hive that has been activated, relentlessly producing billions of screws, bearings, cables, pipes, and steel beams essential for the construction of this marvel. Humanity, a species that has honed the art of division of labor and collaboration to perfection over the past centuries, has, at this moment, elevated this gift to a miraculous level. Countdown T800,000. As every component of the miracle is produced in factories around the globe, the next nearly impossible challenge arises: how to transport these colossal entities, weighing dozens or even hundreds of tons, to the remote construction site nestled in the world's highest regions in the shortest possible time. The UEDC's response is both simple and brutal: pave the way to the heavens. At that moment, the airspace of all nations on Earth is unconditionally opened to all transport units associated with the NOAA project. All border checkpoints and customs barriers are dismantled. An unprecedented global lifeline composed of air, land, and sea is forcefully established. In the skies, the largest transport aircraft in the history of mankind form an unparalleled aerial convoy. The American C-5 Galaxy, the Russian An-124, Europe S-Beluga, and China SY-20 are among them. Even the sole surviving, retired in Tu-25 Mriya, which survived the ravages of war, is swiftly restored by Ukrainian and Russian engineers, rejoining the effort. These aerial behemoths, laden with German coils, Japanese capacitors, and American chips, disregard national borders and flight paths, flying nonstop toward the temporary airport, the largest in the world, miraculously constructed in less than 30 hours by the engineers of China, the United States, and Russia. Featuring 4 runways, each measuring 4 kilometers in length. On the ground, a steel silk road traversing the Eurasian continent is also established. Countless heavy trucks and specially modified high-speed freight trains, filled with Chinese steel and various foundational components, race day and night, flowing like incessant blood, nourishing that colossal heart. It is a spectacle of breathtaking grandeur. An American pilot, flying AC-5 transport aircraft, spots a Russian IL-76 and a Chinese Y-20 on his route. They do not communicate, yet they mutually acknowledge each other with a respectful wave of their wings. A Chinese train driver, crossing the border into Kazakhstan, no longer encounters the once cumbersome checkpoints. The local herders spontaneously wave at his train, laden with the hopes of the world. Humanity, through its industrial prowess, fervently battles against the cold, ever-shortening countdown. Chapter 35, Babel Tower. Countdown T600,000. The construction site of the Eye of the Storm has transformed into a truly timeless and borderless world city. Millions of the world's foremost engineers and construction workers from over 100 countries converge here. They speak different languages, possess diverse skin tones, and worship various deities. Yet at this moment, they all don the same colored safety helmets, gazing at the engineering blueprints, updated in real time by Lin Mo's team and annotated in multiple languages. Fighting side by side for the same humble yet magnificent goal: survival. The supercapacitor array modules, resembling sports arenas, are precisely positioned onto massive bases cast from concrete by enormous gantry cranes. A South Korean engineer collaborates with a Japanese engineer, nervously conducting final interface calibrations. Between them lies a historical animosity that generations have failed to reconcile. Yet, in the face of a common adversary, they stand as each other's most trusted comrades. Gigantic superconducting coils, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, resemble gateways to the heavens as they are slowly hoisted into underground cooling pools that plunge dozens of meters deep. A German engineer, with his heavily accented and somewhat faltering English, is vociferously elucidating the critical parameters of coil excitation to a Chinese technical team. In response, the Chinese technicians, employing equally halting English, engage in fervent discussion to ensure absolute precision. At the very heart of the construction site, a central altar, meticulously crafted from the most robust and pure materials to house the blue runestone, is being carefully assembled under the vigilant supervision of a cadre of the world's foremost scientists. As if handling a sacred artifact, this is the new Babel Tower of the modern era. However, this time, humanity constructs it not to ascend to heaven and challenge the authority of the divine, but to secure the singular qualification for its civilization to persist in the face of divine retribution. The faces of all present are etched with fatigue, anxiety, and a profound trepidation regarding the future. Yet, in the eyes of many, a dazzling light shines forth, an unprecedented brilliance that emerges when driven to the brink, a testament to the indomitable spirit of collective resolve. At the UEDC Command Center, within the Singularity Laboratory, Lin Mo remains seated upon his cold throne, brimming with data streams. He is the chief architect of this new Babel Tower. Like a masterful chess player, he maneuvers the entire planet as his chessboard, deploying the global industrial might as his pieces in a grand and intricate game of strategy unparalleled in human history. His mind, linked through neural connections, simultaneously processes myriad streams of real-time information from across the globe. The third batch of coils from Germany has encountered a displacement error of 0.001 millimeters during transit due to air turbulence. Immediately, the installation team of the Eye of the Storm is alerted to adjust this parameter during the final calibration. The submarine cable connecting North America and East Asia is on the verge of peak data transmission. The backup quantum communication satellites must be activated to offload 30% of the computational tasks. The underlying logic of the NOAA operating system has detected a potential risk of collapse. The joint team from Silicon Valley and Zhongguancun must halt all ongoing work and present a solution within 30 minutes. He operates with the unwavering precision of a tireless central processing unit, coolly and efficiently addressing every minuscule variable that could spell disaster for this grand endeavor. He is weary. The physical fatigue has reached its zenith, and the mental drain feels as though his very soul is being siphoned away. Yet, whenever he senses he is on the brink of collapse, he immerses a fragment of his consciousness into the blue runestone nestled in his pocket, which emits a faint azure glow and resonates subtly with his awareness. He perceives the vast, profound wisdom emanating from a higher dimensional civilization, akin to the cosmos. He also feels, through the neural link, the faint but brilliant collective will of 7 billion compatriots, shimmering like stars. These two disparate forces miraculously converge within him, allowing him to maintain clarity in a combative stance amid the abyss of darkness and despair. The main screen continues to display a massive countdown, coldly ticking away. Countdown 0751-243. Time has surpassed the halfway mark. Meanwhile, in the distant, desolate basin of the Eye of the Storm, a monumental edifice, forged from human intellect and perspiration, bearing the hopes of an entire civilization, has begun to take shape, standing silently between heaven and earth, its myriad coils pointing skyward toward the deep cosmos that is about to welcome an unwelcome visitor. Chapter 36. Temporary Room Temperature Superconductivity. In the barren basin of the Eye of the Storm, a grand structure, comparable to a miracle, is rising at an astonishing speed that defies the laws of physics. Crafted from steel, superconductors, and the indomitable will of humanity. Yet, within the UEDC Command Center, the atmosphere in the heart of the NOAA project, populated by the world's leading energy experts, is stifling, akin to the eve of a tempest. The conclusion is as follows. Dr. Davis Stern, the chief scientist of the U.S. Department of Energy and the current energy director of the NOAA project, a white-haired elder known for his meticulousness and pessimism, points with a laser pen to a vast thermal map on the main screen, simulating global electricity flow. The streams of energy, converging from various corners of the world, have diminished in brightness and thickness by nearly half after traversing thousands of kilometers across continents and oceans to reach the Eye of the Storm. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue is crystal clear. Dr. Stern's voice is dry and heavy. Even if we mobilize every power station on the planet, with our current state-of-the-art ultra-high voltage transmission technology, the immense energy loss during intercontinental long-distance transmission is unavoidable. Particularly concerning are the underwater cables spanning the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, where the resistive and capacitive losses will reach astronomical figures. He gestures toward the glaring red figure on the screen, representing the final energy deficit. According to our current calculations, The instantaneous power we can ultimately channel to the miracle amplifier will only be 63% of our theoretical target. This energy is insufficient to generate runic pulses capable of effectively interfering with the meteor's trajectory. In other words, he pauses, articulating the most brutal conclusion with deliberate clarity. We are expending everything our civilization possesses to construct a cannon that we cannot even fire. Silence. If the earlier despair stemmed from the formidable nature of the enemy, the current despair arises from our profound impotence against the very laws of physics. All eyes instinctively turn once more to the young figure seated in the corner, who has not left his workstation for over 80 hours, Lin Mo. This young man has achieved so many miracles in recent days that everyone unconditionally believes he will find a glimmer of hope in the direst of circumstances. At this moment, he appears akin to a frenzied server on the verge of overheating, his eyes bloodshot, lips cracked, and complexion alarmingly pale. Yet, his eyes still shine as if two stars are burning fiercely within his skull. He slowly rises and approaches the main screen. Dr. Stern's calculations are indeed correct. His voice is hoarse, yet remarkably calm. Under the current parameters, we are unable to achieve our goals. However, he shifts his tone, a familiar, revolutionary light igniting in his gaze, who says we must adhere to our own rules. He raises his hand, calling forth a simulation of the energy flow within the internal microstructure of the Azure Runestone. It is a dynamic, three-dimensional tapestry of divine complexity, composed of countless light points and energy flows, surpassing even the cosmic star charts in intricacy. Over the past 3 days, my team has devoted 30% of the global brain's computational power to studying the microscopic effects of runic energy. We have discovered an intriguing phenomenon. He magnifies the image further and further until it reaches a subatomic, quantized level. We have discovered an extraordinarily unique energy stabilization field within the rune structure, one unlike anything we have previously encountered. We have designated it as the zero resistance field. Under the influence of this force field, the transmission of energy occurs with almost no loss whatsoever. After conducting billions of simulations and reverse engineering, we have successfully isolated a small segment, a rudimentary yet fundamental micro-rune combination responsible for constructing this zero resistance field. On the screen appeared a minuscule rune pattern composed of dozens of simple lines and luminous points, reminiscent of ancient hieroglyphs. This pattern itself does not generate energy. Rather, it acts as a catalyst for order. Its existence can compel the surrounding electrons to move in a manner that is absolutely orderly and devoid of obstruction. In other words, the brilliance of genius ignited in Lin Mo's eyes as he proclaimed, "We have found the key to achieving room temperature superconductivity." The control room fell into an instant hush. Everyone present was a leading expert in the fields of physics and energy. They understood better than anyone the profound implications of the phrase room temperature superconductivity for civilization. It heralded an ultimate energy revolution capable of overturning everything. It was the holy grail that humanity had yearned for centuries, existing solely in theoretical realms. Such a monumental invention, akin to humanity's first mastery of fire, would elevate civilization to unprecedented heights. How is this even possible? Dr. Stern trembled with excitement, struggling to steady himself against the table. Are you saying that we can? Yes, Lin Mo affirmed with a nod. Although we have yet to comprehend the profound physical principles underlying it, that does not impede our application of this discovery. Chapter 37, The Energy Mobilization Order. All in. The NOAA Project, Mobilization Order Number 2, is now issued. Lin Mo's voice reverberated across the globe via the highest command channel. First, I require all the world's foremost materials laboratories to immediately shift to the research and production of graphene rune composite conductors. Using high-purity graphene as a substrate, we shall print billions of these microrunes representing the zero-resistance field upon it. Second, I need all undersea cable-laying vessels and every engineering submarine capable of deep-sea operations to converge immediately in the designated maritime area. We aim to lay down 2 transoceanic power arteries connecting the continents of Eurasia and North America and linking Europe and the Americas, all within less than 20 hours. Third, and most critically, Lin Mo's gaze penetrated through the screen towards the vast expanse of the eastern land. Merely throttling is no longer sufficient. We must also increase our resources. I need my homeland, China, activate its unparalleled industrial heart with an unprecedented surge of power. As Lin Mo's directives reached the highest command center in China, there was not a moment's hesitation. Orders embodying the will of the nation emanated from Beijing, reaching every corner of the Nine. 6 million square kilometers of land. In the Lus Plateau of Shaanxi in Inner Mongolia, the chimneys of long-abandoned and mothballed thermal power stations, some rusted and dilapidated, once again belched forth thick black smoke mixed with sulfur and dust after years of silence. Countless retired workers, their hair turned white with age, were summoned back to their familiar yet foreign posts. They brushed off the dust from the machines, tightened every loose screw, and with their rough, calloused hands, shoveled coal into the frigid boilers. They understood that this black smoke would pollute the air and bring about acid rain. Yet they also knew that every wisp of that smoke would transform into a surge of electricity, contributing to the golden river that would save the world. In the face of civilization survival, any environmental cost was deemed acceptable and must be borne. On the rushing waters of the Yangtze, Yellow, and Lancang rivers, the immense hydropower stations of the Three Gorges by Heaton and Xilidu, resembling the spines of colossal dragons, opened all their floodgates. Torrential waters surged forth from the towering dams with the force of stampeding horses, driving massive turbines that roared with deafening, unprecedented ferocity. In the control center, red alarm lights flashed in a frenzy. All warnings regarding structural safety thresholds were willfully disregarded by the operators. They were extracting every last drop of energy from each droplet of water in a nearly self-destructive manner. In the vast Gobi Desert of the Northwest, an endless sea of blue composed of millions of photovoltaic panels greedily absorbed the fierce sunlight of the plateau. These solar farms, once providers of clean energy to countless households, now directed every kilowatt produced through newly established ultra-high voltage lines, not towards the cities, but unreservedly toward a singular destination at the border. Meanwhile, in a more distant, secret military base, numerous military fission nuclear power stations supplying energy to aircraft carrier fleets and strategic nuclear submarines had also broken convention, entering an overloaded operational state at 120 capacity. However, all of this was still insufficient. The most audacious trump card was activated. In Hefei, Anhui, on Science Island, the facility known as the Artificial Sun, the latest generation of fully superconducting tokamak nuclear fusion experimental device, Huanyu, was filled with an aura of futurism as alarms blared incessantly. Warning. Plasma confinement field exhibiting 17 energy leakage. Warning. First wall material temperature approaching critical point. Warning. DT fuel injection rate unstable. A young scientist in charge of the control center, drenched in sweat and on the brink of collapse, shouted into the communicator, "No, we can't continue. If this goes on, the entire reactor will be breached. We must terminate the experiment immediately." Reject. An elderly yet resolute voice emanated from the communicator. It belonged to the chief designer of the Huanyu project, an esteemed academician approaching 80, who had devoted his life to the pursuit of controllable nuclear fusion. "Child, listen." The voice of the old academician resonated through the electrical current, imbued with an undeniable, tragic strength. What have we spent our lives researching the artificial sun for, if not to provide our nation and our civilization with the ultimate energy in moments like this? It is still unstable, still imperfect. But our civilization cannot afford to wait for perfection any longer. Continue to inject fuel, maximize the confinement field's power. Even if it can only remain stable for one more minute, one more second, the energy it generates could become the final straw that breaks the enemy's back. Execute the order. The young scientist gritted his teeth, tears of fervor welling in his reddened eyes. He extended a trembling hand and forcefully pushed the control lever representing the fuel injection rate all the way down. Boom! At the core of the Huanyu experimental device, the sphere of plasma constrained by an extraordinarily powerful magnetic field, reaching temperatures of over 100 million degrees Celsius, erupted with an even more dazzling, more violent, and more unstable brilliance. This is an ultimate gamble utilizing the industrial heart of an entire nation, relying on the lives and sweat of countless researchers. Humanity can no longer afford to relinquish its rights. Between existence and extinction, the only option is to go all in. Chapter 38. Charging the Earth. China's relentless efforts have resolved the issue of energy sources. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's throttling proposal is being executed globally at an unprecedented pace. Within a mere 2 days, leading factories from China, Japan, South Korea, Germany, and the United States miraculously produced the first batch of graphene Rune composite superconducting cables, which were immediately loaded onto thousands of colossal transport aircraft for airlift to designated maritime zones. There, a transoceanic laying fleet, composed of thousands of the world's most advanced engineering vessels and military submarines, has been waiting for quite some time. They are set to accomplish a feat so grand that even science fiction dares not depict it lightly, laying 2 underwater supergrids across the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans in less than 2 days. At depths of several thousand meters, AI-controlled deep-sea worker robots, akin to diligent fish schools, are clearing obstacles from the seabed ahead. Following them is a gigantic cable-laying mothership, resembling a leviathan of the deep, gently submerging the super cable, which is over half a meter in diameter and glimmering with faint rune blue light, into the dark. Frigid depths. This is a race against time, a confrontation with the ocean's pressure. Countless technical challenges are being systematically unraveled through the collaborative calculations of global intellects. Numerous engineering marvels are being realized in the face of humanity's indomitable will driven to the brink. In the UEDC Power Heart control room, the main screen displays a flowing diagram representing the global power grid. The thickest Golden River, symbolizing the Asian power grid, has finally crossed the Bering Strait, successfully connecting with the Golden River representing the North American grid. At that moment, the lights in the entire control room flickered slightly. The frequencies of the 2 continents' power grids, after experiencing violent transient fluctuations, miraculously synchronized under the forceful intervention and coordination of the NOAA operating system. Soon after, the transatlantic connection was successfully established. The regional grids of South America, Africa, and Oceania were seamlessly integrated into the main grid via secondary lines. Streams of golden rivers, embodying energy and hope, awakened from every corner of the earth, converging like rivers flowing into the sea, rushing madly toward their ultimate destination, the eye of the storm. Located in the heart of the Eurasian continent, Dr. Stern gazed at the unprecedented magnificent scene on the screen, watching the real-time power input surge at an astonishing rate, far surpassing their previous calculations. For the first time, tears of excitement welled in his eyes, which were usually filled with pessimism and rigor. "My God," he murmured with a trembling voice, "we are truly charging the Earth." Meanwhile, Lin Mo silently observed all of this. His gaze penetrated the screen and the layers of the Earth, as if he could see the miracle amplifier, already nearing completion. Lying like a silent behemoth in the basin of the eye of the storm, nurtured by the blood and sweat of countless individuals, it had developed a robust skeleton and pulsing lifeblood. Now, it awaited the final soul to inhabit it, and a last confrontation that would determine the fates of 2 civilizations. A colossal countdown continued to pulse mercilessly in the corner of the screen. 047-5959. Yet this time, no one felt despair, for they knew that on this planet shrouded in darkness, humanity had gathered all the light with its own hands, ready to unleash a thunderous roar. Chapter 39. The Candle Dragon Team. 40 hours after the mobilization order of the NOAA plan was issued, all of earthly civilization transformed into a colossal machine operating in a mode that surpassed its limits. At the heart of this machine, the miraculous construction site on the Pamir Plateau and the miraculous brain located in the UEDC Command Center, the Singularity Laboratory, were under maximum pressure. Lin Mo was the pacemaker of this enormous heart. His very existence represented an order. However, when a civilization places all its hopes upon one individual, that person becomes the Achilles heel of the entire civilization. According to UEDC's highest security regulations and the first decree of the NOAA plan, I hereby announce that effective immediately, the core area of the Miracle Project will be fully secured and managed by the Candle Dragon Special Operations Team. A calm, decisive voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, resonated at the entrance of the Singularity Laboratory. All the scientists, engrossed in their frantic work, involuntarily paused to look up. A female officer clad in a futuristic black UEDC combat uniform stood at the door. Her tall and upright figure was accentuated by the uniform, which highlighted her powerful and graceful lines akin to those of a leopard. She wore no helmet, revealing a clean-cut Asian face. Her features were not breathtaking, but her eyes were sharp like the keenest eagle, calm and focused, as if they could penetrate the human soul. On her shoulder rested a simple golden star insignia, denoting her rank as a UEDC colonel. Behind her stood 12 elite soldiers, also dressed in black combat gear, wielding the latest electromagnetic rifles, exuding an aura of icy menace. They were the Candle Dragon Team, an elite unit directly answering to the UEDC command, composed of the world's top special forces. And she was the commander of this elite force. Colonel Chenling Lin Mo lifted his gaze from the torrent of data. He regarded the imposing female officer, who had intruded uninvited, with a slight furrow of his brow. "Colonel Chenling," he began, his voice gravelly from prolonged contemplation, The security of the Singularity Laboratory has always been managed by the Centriguard. I see no necessity for such a significant transfer of defense at this moment. It will disrupt our work rhythm. Colonel Chen's calm gaze swept over Lin Mo's exceptionally pale face, marked by extreme fatigue and his bloodshot eyes from overexertion. Academician Lin Montauk. Her voice, like her gaze, was cool and sharp. My task is not to seek your consent, but to execute orders. She paused, her tone leaving no room for dispute. According to risk assessments, you, academician Lin Mo, are currently the most crucial and unstable strategic asset in the NOAA plan. Your safety supersedes all else. Furthermore, according to evaluations by the psychological expert team, you have been working for over 80 hours continuously, and your mental state is on the brink of collapse. The responsibilities of the Candle Dragon team include not only security, but also the mandatory assurance that your physiological functions can be sustained until the plan's success. Lin Mo felt a surge of irritation. He despised bureaucratic interference from non-expert domains. I am fully aware of my physical and mental state. I do not require a caretaker. Colonel, what I require is time and an environment of absolute tranquility. He attempted to employ some elaborate scientific terminology to dissuade the other party, stating that we are engaged in the simulation of the quantum entangled state of the 47th rune sequence, a process demanding exceedingly high standards regarding the fluctuations of environmental energy. Any unnecessary disturbance. Academician Lin Chunling interjected directly. She stepped before him, their distance scarcely a meter apart. Lin Mo could even perceive the faint, unique scent of a soldier, a blend of gunpowder and sweat, emanating from her. Chunling did not gaze at him, but rather directed her attention toward the immense data wall behind him, displaying countless failed simulation results. 3 hours prior, her voice had remained flat, yet imbued with an irrefutable force as she recounted that the UEDC's European division, a German factory responsible for the production of superconducting coils, had been subjected to a suicide bombing by a small faction of extremists who deemed the NOAA project a deception and advocated for surrender to extraterrestrial deities. The factory lay in ruins. 13 top engineers perished on the spot, directly resulting in a delay of at least 20 minutes in our entire project timeline. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. 2 hours ago, Chunling continued, a genius youth responsible for analyzing grid transmission data, overwhelmed by pressure, had succumbed to despair upon witnessing yet another simulation failure and attempted to obliterate the entire database with a virus. Fortunately, our cybersecurity personnel managed to avert disaster at the last moment. And just an hour ago, Chunling's gaze finally returned to Lin Mo's face. Her eyes deep and complex. A truck driver, fatigued from transporting supplies to the Miracle construction site, had, upon receiving a pessimistic report from your team regarding a bottleneck in a certain computational module, plunged into despair and drove off a cliff. She fixed her gaze upon Lin Mo. Academician Lin, you are not fighting this battle alone. Every calculation you make, every attempt you undertake, even your unconscious furrowed brows, instantaneously influence the emotions and will of countless individuals across this planet who are striving for you and for this plan. You are the eye of the storm, and my Candle Dragon squad stands as the firewall that shields you from the tempest. My existence is not to interfere with you, but rather to allow you to focus entirely on addressing that damned asteroid. Lin Mo fell silent. For the first time, his mind, filled with the truths of the universe and capable of calculating celestial trajectories, was struck by an unquantifiable weight known as responsibility. He regarded Chunling before him. This woman was utterly unlike the sycophants or bureaucrats he was accustomed to. She was unconcerned with his theories or formulas, solely focused on the task at hand. And he, Lin Mo, was her most vital mission. I understand. Lin Mo finally spoke, his voice now softened. So, Colonel Chunling as my firewall. What recommendations do you have for my current work? Lin Mo presumed that this military woman would merely dispense platitudes about taking breaks and balancing work and rest. However, Chunling merely cast a glance at the long cold cup of coffee on his desk and then at the deep red imprint encircling his forehead, a result of prolonged wear of the neural interface helmet. My recommendation is, she stated in an unmistakably commanding tone, that until you and your team resolve the algorithmic bottleneck numbered Alpha 7, I and my team will remain here, steadfast and unwavering. However, once you address this issue, you, academician Lin Mo, must unconditionally accept my next directive to immediately sever your neural link and enforce a mandatory rest period of at least 4 hours. For, she added, according to my risk assessment, a conscious and rational Lin Mo with only 80 computational capacity is far more likely to ensure the success of the NOAA project than a fatigued, Impatient Lin Mo, with 120 computational capacity, who could collapse mentally at any moment, jeopardizing the entire system. Lin Mo gazed into her emotionless yet intensely rational eyes. Rendered speechless for the first time, he realized this military officer, though lacking an understanding of his physics, seemed to grasp the nature of warfare better than he did himself. Chapter 40. The First Trial Run. Pamir Plateau, Eye of the Storm. Once a desolate basin, it is now occupied by a circular structure of unprecedented postmodern industrial beauty and futuristic sci-fi allure, the culmination of the NOAA project, the Miracle Rune Pulse Amplifier. Entrusted with the final hope of humanity. Viewed from space, it resembles a colossal, steel eye gazing into the cosmos. The outermost layer comprises tens of thousands of supercapacitor arrays, each the size of city blocks, crafted from black composite materials, arranged in a perfect concentric structure, akin to the most devout of worshippers, safeguarding the center. Progressing inward are 12 accelerator coil rings made of superconductors exuding the chill of liquid nitrogen, their diameters diminishing from 10 kilometers to 1 kilometer. They stand in silent majesty, resembling gateways to the divine, concentric circles of stargates. At the very heart of all these rings, on a core tower resembling an ancient altar and constructed from Earth's most durable and pure materials, a droplet-shaped rune stone of a ghostly blue hue is suspended by a complex energy field, quietly emanating a soft and mysterious glow, akin to the slumbering heart of the universe. At this moment, this dormant steel behemoth is on the cusp of its first heartbeat. UEDC Command Center, Miracle Brain. Singularity Laboratory. The atmosphere is tense as a taut steel wire. Lin Mo stands at the command seat. Behind him, Chun Ling stands with a countenance as stern as that of a guardian deity. Global Energy Status Report. Lin Mo's voice resonates through the data chain, reaching every pertinent node. The North American grid is online, output power stabilized at 101 of rated capacity. Dr. Stern, the Energy Director's voice follows. The European grid is online, output power stabilized at 998. The Asian grid is online, with the Cosmic Fusion device continuously outputting at a stable 135 of rated capacity. All energy is converging through the Rune superconducting marine cable toward the Eye of the Storm. The main screen displays a thermal map representing the flow of global electrical energy, now transformed into a magnificent tapestry. Countless radiant rivers of gold traverse mountains and leap oceans, surging from every corner of the Earth, ultimately flowing into the singularity nestled in the heart of the Eurasian continent. Miracle Amplifier Status Report. Lin Mo continues to issue commands. All capacitor arrays are at 98 charging status, still on the rise. The superconducting coil cooling system is functioning normally, maintaining a temperature above absolute zero at 27 K. The core rune stone's energy activity is stable, resonating normally with the external energy field. All indicators point toward perfection. Lin Mo takes a deep breath, aware that what lies ahead is humanity's first deliberate attempt to manipulate the fabric of space itself. Ladies and gentlemen, his gaze sweeps across the tense and expectant faces before him. The first trial run of the NOAA project is now commencing. This trial run is codenamed Tracker. We shall unleash a low-energy probing pulse at precisely 5% of rated power towards the edge of the Kuiper Belt, targeting the coordinates of an unmanned space station relic designated E-77. This mission is not intended for destruction or interference. It serves merely to ascertain whether our apparatus can accurately aim at the desired target. The countdown commences. 10, 9, 8. At this moment, it feels as though the entire world is holding its breath. Emergency broadcasts from cities synchronize to relay this fateful moment. Countless survivors huddle in their dark shelters, gathered around the battery-powered radios, praying and awaiting the outcome. 7, 6, 5. The Eye of the Storm. A colossal miracle amplifier begins to emit a deep rumble, akin to the awakening of a great beast. Tens of thousands of supercapacitor arrays flicker as their indicators transition from red to green, unleashing a thunderous buzz. The oceanic energy they possess has reached its zenith. 4, 3, 2. 12 massive superconducting coils light up sequentially from the outside in. Visible ice-blue arcs of electricity leap wildly between the rings, elongating and ultimately converging into tunnels of pure energy. At the very heart of the central tower, the azure rune stone senses the impending, colossal surge of energy. It begins to pulse violently like a heart, each beat radiating visible blue ripples through space. One launch. Lin Mo presses the red button that embodies the hopes of all humanity. In that instant, the entire Stormeye construction site is engulfed by an indescribable blue brilliance. The vast energy accumulated within the global power grid and capacitor arrays is released in less than a microsecond. This energy, through the progressive acceleration and focusing of the 12 superconducting coils, transforms into a highly condensed torrent of pure energy, forcefully injected into the wildly pulsating azure rune stone. Buzz. There is no earth-shattering explosion, only a sound, grand and distant, as if emanating from the depths of the soul. From the very fabric of space-time itself, a resonant string vibration, an invisible yet seemingly capable of distorting all light. Pure spatial ripple soars from the apex of the central tower, vanishing into the atmosphere, shooting toward the boundless abyss of deep space. Chapter 41, A Minor Mishap. Singularity Laboratory. Everyone holds their breath, fixated on the feedback signals representing the deep space probe array on the screen. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Report. A data reception analyst suddenly exclaims in alarm, but his tone is devoid of joy, only panic. The tracer pulse has been confirmed launched. However, its impact point has deviated from the predetermined coordinates by over 15,000 kilometers. What? This outcome douses the flickering flame of hope in everyone's hearts like icy water in December. 15,000 kilometers. In the grand scheme of the universe, this discrepancy may seem trivial. Yet for the NOAA project, it represents a potentially catastrophic failure. If even the low-energy tracer cannot hit the mark accurately, then, during a full-power launch, the ensuing energy turbulence will only exacerbate the deviation. They will undoubtedly miss that asteroid. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Doctor. Stern's face turned pale as he rushed to the control console, frantically scrutinizing the data. Our energy model is flawless. The miracle hardware operates without a hitch. Where lies the problem? Where indeed is the issue? Panic spread like a plague in the command center. Only Lin Mo remained, his gaze akin to a hawk circling in the sky, calmly searching through the vast streams of data for the anomaly that precipitated this calamity. Here, minutes later, Lin Mo's voice resonated coldly. He magnified a segment of real-time monitoring data on energy flow from the European grid, projecting it onto the main screen. In the final second before the pulse was emitted, the input power of the global grid experienced an abnormal momentary drop of 0.008. Dr. Stern immediately grasped the implication, rushing to his terminal, his hands dancing like phantoms over the keyboard. Moments later, he looked up, his eyes filled with fury and disbelief. Found it. It was the Alpine Confederation. His voice trembled with rage. Their national grid unilaterally reduced output power by 15% at the crucial moment of grid integration, fearing for their own infrastructure's stability. Bastards! A hot-tempered Russian general slammed his fist against the wall. These selfish, cowardly fools. Do they even comprehend the gravity of their actions? They are condemning all of humanity. Soon, a highly encrypted, top-level video communication was established. On the screen appeared a haughty white elder clad in ornate military garb. He was none other than General Valois, the defense commander of the Alpine Confederation. General Valois. General Li Zhengguo's voice brimmed with suppressed fury. I demand an explanation. An explanation? General Valois shrugged arrogantly. The explanation is that our power grid is the most intricate work of art in the world. We cannot jeopardize its stability for your reckless scientific experiment fraught with risks. We have contributed what we deemed safe and ample energy. Your so-called safety has just led to a deviation of 15,000 kilometers for humanity's sole hope. I regret to hear that, but that is a technical issue for you to resolve, not mine. General Valois remained impervious to reason. Lin Mo stared at the screen, at that arrogant and foolish visage, inhaling deeply as he prepared to present overwhelming energy and orbital dynamics models, intending to elucidate the catastrophic chain reactions that would ensue from such selfishness. Just then, a cold yet resolute hand gently rested on his shoulder. It was Chun-Ling. She stepped forward, calmly positioning herself before Lin Mo, confronting the imperious general on screen. General Valois, her voice akin to the frigid winds atop the Alps, devoid of warmth. I am Chun-Ling, Colonel of the UEDC, Chief Security Officer of the NOAA project. General Valois cast a disdainful glance at her, a young Asian female officer, too disinterested to respond. Chun-Ling paid no heed to his rudeness. She did not engage in scientific debate or moral condemnation. Instead, she calmly displayed several additional images on the main screen. The first image revealed high-definition military deployment maps of the Alpine Confederation, from the Rafale fighters in the Air Force bases to the Leopard 2 tanks of the Mountain Armored Brigade. and the secret anti-air missile positions hidden deep within the snowy peaks. Every unit was precisely marked with a pulsating red icon. The second scene reveals an intricately complex web of energy dependence resembling a spider's silk. The diagram clearly illustrates that this affluent small nation, with its modernized military heavily reliant on information and energy, derives over 85% of its fuel from refining to ammunition production, radar operation, and command system functionality from electricity imported from neighboring countries. The third scene unfolds as a dynamic war game simulation. General Chun Ling's voice, akin to the solemn reading of a death sentence, makes it clear this is not a discussion. I am merely informing you of an impending reality. Given your nation's failure to fulfill the fundamental obligations of UEDC membership at a critical juncture for human civilization and the substantial catastrophic damage inflicted upon the NOAA project, I shall submit a risk isolation plan to the Joint Command in my capacity as the Chief Security Officer. The plan is straightforward. She gestures towards the dynamic simulation, indicating a complete and permanent severance of the Alpine United Principalities power grid from the global energy network. In an instant, the area representing the Principality plunges into darkness. All red dots, symbolizing military bases, begin to flash frantically with energy disruption alerts. Air defense radars vanish, command systems collapse, factories cease production, and railways come to a standstill. The simulation's outcome, displayed at the bottom of the screen, coldly materializes. Within 3 hours and 27 minutes, all of the nation's modern military capabilities will be utterly incapacitated, regressing its defense capabilities to a medieval level. Chun Ling slowly raises her head. Her keen eyes, sharp as a hawk's, seem to pierce through the screen, fixating on General Valois' face, which is instantly drained of color. Now, General Valois, her voice is as frigid as steel. We are no longer discussing the stability of your artfully crafted power grid. We are deliberating whether your nation, bereft of all energy, can withstand even a minor influx of armed refugees equipped with automatic rifles from neighboring territories. You and your military will become a wealthy isle, enshrouded in darkness and cold, utterly defenseless. I grant you 60 seconds to make a choice. Either restore your nation's electricity output to an overload of 110 immediately to rectify your earlier misstep, or she pauses deliberately, each word like an icicle. I shall personally press the severance button. The countdown begins. The command center falls into a profound silence. Everyone is dumbfounded, witnessing the transformation of the typically taciturn officer standing behind Lin Mo, who, in this moment, exhibits an unsettling blend of human insight and ruthless political maneuvering, resolving issues through pure, unadulterated force. On the screen, General Valois' face, once brimming with arrogance and aristocratic superiority, undergoes a rapid succession of expressions: shock, anger, humiliation, and fear, culminating in a grimace of utter defeat. He comprehends the gravity of the situation. This woman does not see him as a negotiator, but as an obstacle to be eliminated. You will receive, his lips tremble, the power you desire. With that, he shamefully disconnects the communication. The crisis is averted. Lin Mo slowly turns her head, regarding the woman who, with just a few words, has effortlessly resolved a dilemma that would have required him thousands of terabytes of data to convince. In that moment, his mind, typically filled with formulas and models, is overtaken by a new emotion: shock. For the first time, he clearly realizes that saving the world is not merely about unraveling cosmic enigmas. It also necessitates confronting and resolving the more intricate puzzles of human society, rife with personal desires, biases, and competitive interests. Chapter 42, The Whisper of a Divine. At the UEDC Command Center, the Miracle Brain Singularity Laboratory, the air hangs thick like solidified amber, with every speck of dust suspended in a peculiar gravitational field, a blend of extreme fatigue and exhilarating anticipation. The second trial run of the tracker pulse is ready. Lin Mo's voice resonates through the command channel, clearly reaching every relevant node worldwide. His tone remains hoarse, yet imbued with an unprecedented steadiness and resolve, akin to a rock. Behind him, Chun Ling stands like a silent mountain, shielding him from all unnecessary distractions. Her gaze has transformed from mere guardianship to one of unwavering trust. The main screen illuminates once more with the enormous global power grid thermal map. This time, all the golden rivers appear thicker and more resplendent than before. Following the resolution of the Alpine United Principalities blockage, the entire circulatory system of human civilization begins to pulsate in an unprecedentedly synchronized manner. The North American power grid operates at a 110 overload. The European grid is fully integrated, operating at 108. The Asian grid's universal fusion core remains stable, peaking at 140. All energy flows are unimpeded. Dr. Stern's voice, now devoid of dryness, is filled with an uncontrollable tremor of excitement. He watches the screen where the relentless torrent of energy flows without any attenuation, feeling as though he is witnessing the birth of a myth. Miracle amplifier, status perfect. The capacitor array completed 100 charging 5 minutes ago. Superconducting coils maintain constant temperature, magnetic field stable. Core runestone, energy activation increased by 300 since the last test. It seems to thrive on this surging power. Excellent. Lin Mo's gaze, sharp as the most observant eagle, locks onto the screen displaying the coordinates of the E-77 unmanned space station wreckage, situated at the edge of the Kuiper Belt, identical to the previous location. All units, attention. Countdown, 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. In the eye of the storm basin, the silent, mountainous steel behemoth awakens once more from its slumber, more violently and dazzlingly than before. Icy blue arcs of electricity leap wildly between the 12 colossal stargates, ultimately converging into a pure energy beam powerful enough to ignite the very fabric of space. Crashing down upon the cosmic heart resting upon the central altar. 3, 2, 1, launch. A sound more grand and distant than before, resonating as if from the singularity of the cosmic Big Bang, reverberates within the depths of every soul. The invisible, pure spatial ripple soars once again into the sky. But this time, it is no longer a feeble, unstable probe. It is a confident and powerful declaration, albeit still nascent, yet sufficiently resonant for the entire solar system to take heed. Humanity's first cry. 30 seconds later, within the Singularity Laboratory, the young analyst responsible for monitoring the deep space probe array suddenly leaps from his seat. Overcome with excitement, he spills coffee across the table, but pays it no mind. Instead, shouting in a voice tinged with disbelief and elation, "It hit! It hit! Report!" The tracer pulse achieved a flawless precision in striking the target coordinates E-77. Orbital deviation, measured at less than 0.00001 millimeters. Signal feedback remains stable. The energy dissipation rate is below theoretical values. Wee. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that words escaped him, and he could only muster every ounce of strength to raise his fist in triumph. We have succeeded. Boom! In an instant, the entire Singularity Laboratory, the UEDC Command Center, and all the secret bases worldwide watching this live broadcast through clandestine channels erupted into a thunderous cheer, long suppressed and akin to a resurrection from despair. Scientists embraced one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Generals straightened their nearly crushed spines, with the flames of victory rekindled in their eyes. They had accomplished it, on this planet shrouded in darkness. Within a mere span of less than 100 hours, humanity, this seemingly insignificant yet magnificent race, had conjured a miracle from the depths of what appeared to be absolute despair, one potent enough to defy fate. Humanity had finally wielded that weapon capable of contending with the divine. Lin Mo gazed at the flawless hit report on the screen, and the tension that had nearly snapped his frayed nerves finally began to ease. He exhaled deeply, feeling as though all the strength within him had been drained in that very moment. Chapter 43. The Roar of the Ants. Meanwhile, in the distant, frigid expanse of deep space, the celebration aboard the hammer of divine punishment, filled with arrogance and bloodshed, continued unabated. General Gallic lounged upon his colossal meteorite throne, one eye savoring the pleasing trajectory of the divine punishment stone as it drew ever closer to that blue planet on the holographic display, while he reveled in the adoration and awe expressed by his subordinates. The general's wisdom is as profound as the cosmos. This strike of the celestial hammer shall undoubtedly become the most classic and efficient example of extermination in the annals of the Castle Empire's military history. Not merely an example, this verges on art, an art imbued with the aesthetic of destruction, divine in its essence. At that moment, a high-ranking technical officer of priestly caliber, tasked with monitoring high-sensitivity spatial fluctuations, suddenly changed countenance and hastened to the throne. "General." His voice carried a hint of confusion and surprise. Gallic cast an impatient glance at him. "What is it now? Have those insects conjured yet another desperate plea beyond the veil of darkness?" "No, it's not that, General." The technical officer pointed to a ruined stone slab before him, which displayed an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear and elegant energy fluctuation curve. "Our void-listening rune array has just captured a trace of an exceptionally unique spatial ripple. Gallic lazily surveyed the curve. Yet, that single glance caused his massive form to jolt upright in his throne. His crimson biological eye erupted with astonishing brilliance. He fixated intently on that fluctuating curve. The shape of that curve, with its unique, high-dimensional rhythm emanating harmony and order, he would never forget. It is it, the tear of the divine, the tear of the stars' guiding light. Only it could leave such a noble signature in the fabric of space-time, utterly distinct from their own crude runes. Other officers on the bridge gathered around, unable to fathom the significance, murmuring in confusion. What is this? What trickery are those insects up to now? This intensity is pitifully weak, akin to a mosquito flapping its wings. Just then, Gallic erupted into a deafening, superior, and mocking laughter. His laughter reverberated through the vast bridge, leaving everyone puzzled. How amusing, truly amusing. Gallic pointed at that curve, as if watching the most ludicrous jester's performance. These humble, pitiable insects, they have genuinely managed to figure out how to make the tear of the stars' guiding light emit a faint glimmer in just a few days. He stood, adopting a tone filled with condescension, as if teaching a class of foolish students, and explained to his equally bewildered subordinates. Look at this signal. Its direction points to the edge of the Kuiper belt, an utterly worthless, barren void. What does this signify? All the officers shook their heads in bewilderment. It signifies. Gallic's voice suddenly rose dramatically, filled with theatrical flair, that these insects are flexing their muscles. They are conveying a message to us in a manner reminiscent of kindergarten children. They're saying, look, great castle deities, we have mastered your treasure. We can make it shine too. They are attempting to broker a deal with us. They naively believe that, by proving their ability to manipulate our precious artifact, we will be compelled to negotiate due to our fear of their destroying the tear of the stars' guiding light. They even think we might rescind the celestial hammer in exchange for this treasure. Gallic's analysis was incisive and astute. The bridge was once again engulfed by an even louder, more derisive chorus of laughter. Good heavens! The mental circuitry of these insects is truly peculiar. Do they think this is a marketplace? That they can haggle? Threatening us with our own possessions? This is the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. Gallic raised his hand, silencing the laughter. A cruel smile graced his face, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. How pitiable, the self-delusion of the weak. He shook his head disdainfully. They believe they have revealed their solitary, insignificant bargaining chip. Yet they are utterly unaware that this chip holds no value for us whatsoever. Indeed, the tear of the stars' guiding light is indestructible. Even if that planet were to be reduced to dust, it would remain intact, quietly resting amid the ruins, awaiting our retrieval. And these self-proclaimed clever insects, their petty maneuvers only strengthen my resolve to wipe them and their laughably shallow wisdom from this universe entirely. He turned to face all the officers, pronouncing in a tone imbued with divine arrogance, I reject their offer. I cannot even be bothered to respond to them. Let them continue to indulge in their delusions of negotiation, playing with their pathetic, tiny spark. Meanwhile, we shall sip our fine wine and patiently await the hammer of divine punishment to obliterate their so-called negotiation table and chips into oblivion. The sensation, Gallic closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, his face radiating pure enjoyment, as if relishing the moment before crushing an ant, watching it expend all its energy waving its inconsequential, laughable antennae at him. How utterly fascinating. Yet, amidst this ocean of arrogance and ignorance, celebrating victory, there remained one person who did not share in the laughter. High Priest Cress stood silently in the corner, his golden slit-like pupils fixed intently upon the pulse curve of the tracer from Earth, which had been ridiculed by all. For the first time, an icy chill penetrated to the marrow of his bones. His mind was racing frantically. No, this was not right. This was not a plea, nor a negotiation, nor a demonstration. As one of the foremost priests who had studied runes for centuries, he was more adept than anyone else at deciphering nuances from that curve that others could not perceive. Though faint, the curve's form was exquisite. The flow of energy within it was remarkably stable. The coordinates it indicated were astoundingly precise. This was not the chaotic noise produced by a novice fumbling with a black box, rife with errors and randomness. Rather, it resembled the flawless, crystalline note struck by a master wielding a supreme instrument after countless hours of practice. Cress's body began to tremble uncontrollably. A horrifying thought, absurd even to himself, struck him like a venomous serpent sinking its fangs into his heart. They were not imitating, they were learning. In his understanding, It was a lengthy process requiring centuries for an indigenous civilization without a heritage of runes to grasp their application. A journey fraught with innumerable generations and countless trials and errors, akin to the ancestors of their Khazar. Yet this blue planet civilization, scornfully referred to as insects, had only been exposed to rune technology for less than 10 Earth days. In under 10 days, they had traversed the path that other civilizations took thousands of years to cover, achieving a preliminary analysis and application of a sophisticated rune artifact. This pace of learning was beyond the realm of genius. It was akin to a virus, capable of infinite replication, exponentially growing, a terrifying civilization-level capacity for learning. For the first time, Cress experienced an emotion called fear. He dashed to the front of the throne, heedless of the cheers surrounding General Gorik, interrupting him frantically. "General!" His voice, laced with sheer terror, became sharp and hoarse. "You are mistaken. We are all mistaken." Gorik glared at him with discontent. "Cress, what madness are you spouting? That is neither a plea nor a transaction." Cress pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. "That is a roar. Those insects are telling us that they have begun to master the language of our deities. Their learning speed is terrifying. This is not normal. This is a monster. We cannot wait any longer. We must launch a full-scale assault at all costs before they learn more and annihilate them completely." Gorik's face displayed profound annoyance. "Enough, Cress," he bellowed. "You paranoid old viper. Your courage has been eaten away by those ancient scrolls. Learn? Those insects cannot even escape their own planet. They are unworthy. A maggot crawling on the corpse of a deity may taste divine blood, but it will never comprehend the thoughts of the divine." He shoved Cress aside, raising his skull chalice towards the entire fleet, delivering a final proclamation imbued with supreme arrogance. "Let them learn. Let them play. Let them perform their pitiful last tricks before our invincible warship. This will only make their demise all the more entertaining. For victory! Cheers!" The thunderous cheers drowned out Cress's despairing and fearful last warning. He collapsed to the ground, lost and disheartened. He gazed at his oblivious, reveling compatriots and then into the profound darkness of the starry sky. He understood. Catastrophe might already be inevitable, but it would not be the blue planet's doom. It would be that of their Khazar empire, for they had provoked a monster they should never have dared to awaken. Chapter 44, Countdown, 10 minutes. Countdown, 0100000. Time had lost its meaning as a measure. It transformed into a torment, an icy guillotine slowly descending upon all of humanity. In the eye of the storm on the Pamir Plateau, the colossal steel beast resembling a circular mountain, the miracle rune pulse amplifier, had fallen utterly silent. All adjustments had been completed in the previous hour. It lay dormant, like an ancient dragon brimming with power, awaiting the singular command that could awaken it. Within the UEDC Command Center, the Singularity Laboratory, a confluence of the world's greatest minds, was similarly ensconced in a stifling silence. No more debates, no more calculations. All models had been extrapolated to completion. Every scheme had been finalized. A massive holographic screen displayed the final probability distribution of the success rate of the NOAA project. It was not a reassuring green of 100%, but rather a tumultuous tapestry of uncertainty, a complex cloud of interwoven green, yellow, and red, continually fluctuating. According to the final simulations that amalgamated all known variables, a distinguished mathematician from Oxford, using a dry, nearly emotionless voice, read the final verdict to all the highest decision-makers present. The probability of the tracer pulse successfully hitting its target was 613. Given a successful hit, the probability of distorting its transit trajectory and being completely captured by the lunar gravitational field was 742. The worst-case scenario, in which the pulse caused a meteorite to disintegrate in near-Earth space, resulting in a multi-warhead shotgun effect, had a probability of 139. The likelihood of total failure of the pulse was estimated at 106. There was no definitive answer. Even with the collective wisdom and power of human civilization, even with the unprecedented engineering marvel they had constructed, what they could secure was merely a gamble fraught with unknowns and risks. Humanity's fate was akin to the small ball still spinning wildly on a roulette wheel. No one knew where it would finally come to rest. This harsh reality loomed like an invisible cloud over the hearts of everyone present, though the flame of hope had been ignited. It appeared feeble in the face of such immense uncertainty, as if it could be extinguished by the winds of despair at any moment. This oppressive, suffocating atmosphere, filled with anxiety and unease, permeated not only the command center. It spread to every corner of the globe. In New York, in London, in Shanghai, in Tokyo, amidst the ruins of all cities, In every makeshift shelter, the survivors huddled in darkness, quietly awaiting their fate. The revelry had long since ceased, and the riots had quelled. When the shadow of death approached with the urgency of hours, all emotions seemed to lose their significance. Only the most unadulterated, primordial waiting remained. They awaited the final signal from the distant Central Asian plateau, a signal that would not only determine their fate, but also the fate of all they cherished, the ultimate judgment. Within the UEDC command center, General Li Zhenghua gazed at the screens displaying the faces of ordinary citizens, silent and bewildered, akin to prisoners awaiting execution. Even his ironclad heart felt a pang of anguish. He slowly approached the young figure, Lin Mo, who had stood steadfast like a stabilizing anchor amidst the tempest from the very beginning. His voice, tinged with subtle fatigue and a plea, urged, "Look at them. Observe this world. They require something. Not false reassurances, nor the cold comfort of probabilities. Before the final moment arrives, they need something that allows them to hold their heads high and face everything ahead. They need to hear your voice." Lin Mo gradually lifted his gaze from the vast ocean of data. He stared at the silent compatriots on the screen for a long while. "General," he said softly, "I am merely a scientist. What I can offer them are only numbers and formulas, which cannot instill courage." "No, you are mistaken," interjected Chunling, who had been quietly standing behind him. Her voice remained as calm and resolute as ever, yet her gaze bore an unprecedented depth. She looked at Lin Mo and stated, "They do not require you to grant them courage. They merely need you to remind them of the courage that humanity has possessed since the dawn of time." Chapter 45. Courage is the anthem of humanity. Lin Montag nodded. 10 minutes later, a voice resonated through all global emergency broadcast channels, reaching every ear through the last vestiges of an operational network. It was a youthful, clear voice, slightly husky, yet imbued with an extraordinary emotion, capable of soothing hearts and wielding rational power. "My compatriots, all brothers and sisters on Earth, greetings. My name is Lin Mo. I am neither your leader nor savior. I am simply an ordinary person, much like you, who deeply loves this planet and equally fears the impending unknown. In the dark shelters, on the silent streets, in every room still illuminated by emergency lights, people raise their heads, straining to catch the source of the voice. For the past several hours, we have been grappling with a singular question. Can we prevail? Before addressing this question, I invite you to journey back with me through a much longer history, a history entwined with the fate of this planet beneath our feet and our species." Lin Mo's voice unfolded like the deep notes of a cello, gradually unveiling the grand epic. Before our existence, this planet had already been a battle-hardened, silent warrior, having emerged from countless cycles of destruction and rebirth. It had been enveloped by molten seas of fire and frozen beneath eons of snow and ice. It bore witness to the drifting of continents, the rise of mountains, and the roar of oceans. Every grain of sand upon its surface recorded an epoch of transformation. Every breath of its atmosphere etched a tale of geological triumphs and tragedies. It knows no fear of disaster, for it is itself sculpted by calamity. Upon this silent warrior, countless offspring have come into being, from the bizarre arthropods of the Cambrian seas to the dragon-like insects of the Carboniferous forests, and finally to the true rulers of this planet, the dinosaurs, who dominated for over 160 million years. They once believed their reign would endure eternally. Yet the cosmos is merciless. A mere asteroid, a volcanic eruption, an ice age, time and again, the celestial hammer has ruthlessly shattered their dynasties. Life on this planet has perpetually been a race against extinction, a journey steeped in tragedy and fate. Then we appeared. Lin Mo's voice bore a peculiar pride, akin to the narrative of a myth. A group of frail, clawless, thick-skinned, bipedal primates. We were so diminutive that a mere chill or a failed hunt could spell our doom. Yet we differ from all other forms of life. In the East African Rift Valley, when the first lightning cleaved the dry wood and ignited a blaze, we did not flee in fear like other animals. We cautiously approached. We extended our hands, embracing the wondrous force that could bring both destruction and warmth. We learned to preserve the spark of fire. In that first warm cave illuminated by flames, civilization was born. We no longer contented ourselves with mere survival. We began to paint on rock walls the wild bison we pursued, the stars we gazed upon. Through this ancient and clumsy medium, we commenced the narration of our own saga. Art and culture cried out for the first time. We unearthed stones from the earth, discovering that certain rocks, when subjected to the flame-searing heat, could transform into hard, shining metals, suitable for crafting tools and weapons. Thus, the Bronze Age and the Iron Age followed in succession, laying the foundational stones of civilization. We observed the steam-lifted lid of a kettle, and the curious mind did not simply accept the boiling water as a surface phenomenon. It foresaw the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, capable of propelling colossal ships and iron trains across continents. We gazed at the lightning that split the night sky during thunderstorms. No longer did we cower on the ground, mistaking it for the wrath of deities. We captured it with Leyden jars and kites, tamed it, harnessed it, transforming it into an everlasting light that would illuminate our civilization. We composed the heroic symphony, painted Starry Night, proved the equation of EMC, set foot on the moon, and beheld galaxies billions of light years away. Ladies and gentlemen, reflect upon the path we have traversed. Lin Mo's voice, unbeknownst to him, had grown impassioned, imbued with strength. Our history is a chronicle of relentless struggles against natural disasters and human afflictions, a saga of continuous failures, yet an unyielding rise anew. We have faced ice ages capable of freezing the world, the Black Death that halved Europe's population, and 2 world wars that plunged entire civilizations into abyss, waged by our own hands. Our adversaries have been ever-changing. Sometimes they were mammoths, other times the smallpox virus, occasionally the ignorance and prejudice within our hearts. And today, our enemy is a stone from the cosmic sea. It appears insurmountable, instilling an unprecedented sense of despair. However, my compatriots, how is this crisis fundamentally different from those we have faced before? The Khazarians scorn us, deeming us weak insects. They are mistaken. They do not comprehend what true courage entails. In that moment, Lin Mo's voice resonated globally, echoing within the depths of every soul. Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is the choice to stand resolutely in the face of adversity, even after we have rationally calculated the minuscule probability of survival, after witnessing the entire cataclysmic process of annihilation. It is the decision to construct a miracle, the success of which remains uncertain, and to converge the fate of our entire civilization into that beam of light, whose trajectory we cannot predict. This is the unparalleled and profound courage that defines humanity, a species both infinitesimal in the cosmos and yet immensely proud. Courage is the resounding, resplendent anthem sung by our civilization as we confront the cold, unyielding fate that awaits us. In the hours to come, this anthem will be sung collectively by 7 billion souls. We shall amass the warmth and illumination accumulated since the first campfire, illuminating the entirety of the earth. We shall condense the wisdom and pride of all great science and art that has emerged since the dawn of our existence. We will unleash the most thunderous and defiant roar of our civilization towards the impending darkness. I do not know if dawn will rise as usual in a few hours. Yet, I know that regardless of the outcome, we shall stand tall to greet it as one species, one civilization with pride. In the name of humanity, I have spoken. Let's await the dawn together. The broadcast concludes. Chapter 46, Launch. The world remains enveloped in silence. Yet this silence is no longer a despairing void, but rather a solemn tranquility imbued with a tragic grandeur, the profound stillness before the storm. Within the dark refuge, a man, weeping uncontrollably, wipes his tears and embraces his wife and child tightly. On the streets of ruins, a young man who once cursed the government stands upright, bowing solemnly towards the eye of the storm. Across the globe, countless individuals emerge from their hiding places, converging on the streets, the squares, and the rooftops. They no longer hide. They lift their heads, gazing towards the eastern sky with an unprecedented calm and resolute determination. They are waiting for the impending appearance of a new star that signifies death, and also waiting for the light that they themselves will emit, representing courage. Countdown 0000900. The last 9 minutes. In the vast cosmos, this is but a fleeting moment that can be utterly disregarded. But for Earth, for the 70 billion frail, yet tenacious beings on this blue planet, it is the entirety of time that determines whether a civilization will dissolve into cosmic dust or continue its narrative beneath this starry sky. In this instant, it feels as though an invisible hand has pressed the mute button for the world. All clamor has subsided, and all turmoil has calmed. A grand, solemn silence, steeped in a sense of fate, blankets everything. In Vatican City, within the square of St. Peter's Basilica, the Pope, the spiritual leader of millions of Catholics worldwide, leads an endless sea of candlelight in a final silent prayer. People clasp their crosses tightly, heads bowed, entrusting their last hopes to the God they have revered for millennia. In Mecca, before the Kaaba, millions of Muslims humbly prostrate themselves again and again in the same direction, reciting verses from the Quran, beseeching the mercy and salvation of Allah. In Jerusalem, Beneath the western wall, Jewish worshippers, donning black hats, press their foreheads against the ancient stones that have borne witness to millennia of upheaval and suffering, their bodies swaying gently with whispered prayers, as if engaging in a final dialogue with their ancient souls. On the banks of the Ganges, atop the snowy peaks of Tibet, deep within the Amazon rainforest, regardless of skin color, language, or deity worshipped, humanity, a species oft fraught with discord, contradiction, and conflict, finally presents itself as a cohesive whole, issuing forth a humble and sincere prayer towards the profound and unknown cosmos. May human civilization endure eternally. At the UEDC Command Center, within the Singularity Laboratory, this is the last bastion of human reason. Here, there are no deities, only the relentless ticking of a cold countdown and a group of mortals prepared to execute miracles with their intellect in place of divine intervention. All systems undergo a final self-check. Lin Mo's voice is as calm as the unfathomable depths of the sea. Global brain power, stable. Golden River. Global power grid energy flow, stable. Miracle amplifier, all parameters, normal. Core rune stone, energy activation, peak achieved. Global broadcast system, connect to my channel. Lin Mo issues the final command. His serene voice reverberates once more in every corner of the earth, in the ears of every praying, waiting, fearful soul. Everyone, the final moment has arrived. Count down 1 minute. 0000059. In that moment, all eyes across the globe slowly lift skyward, as if they could pierce the atmosphere to see the impending sword of Damocles. 0000045. The eye of the storm. The colossal miracle amplifier commences its final, thunderous roar. The surrounding air is ionized by the terrifying energy about to be unleashed. Thick blue-violet arcs of electricity erupt in the air above the construction site, swirling like a dance of demons, a grand celebration welcoming the arrival of a miracle. 0000030. The Stone of Divine Punishment has confirmed its departure from the final transition node and is entering the designated launch coordinates. It is expected to appear at the L1 Lagrange point of the Earth-Moon system in 30 seconds. 0000020. Lin Mo's gaze pierces through the screen, envisioning the fabric of space-time about to be violently torn apart. His mind synchronizes perfectly with the global brain, conducting the final trajectory calibration at a pace that transcends all limits. 0000010. Energy begins to flow into the core. In that instant, the Golden River, a torrent of energy gathered from the global power grid, finds its final outlet, like the Milky Way in reverse, like the birth of the universe. An unfathomable surge of power, sufficient to vaporize a small satellite in an instant, rushes from 12 colossal stargates towards the cosmic heart at the center. 987. The azure rune stone erupts with a brilliance surpassing that of a supernova, an indescribable purity of light. The entire miracle site is engulfed in this sea of blue radiance. From low Earth orbit, the heart of the Eurasian continent blazes with an immense blue light, akin to the newborn pupil of the Earth. 654. As the final countdown echoed around the globe, people gradually closed their eyes, awaiting the inevitable. 321. Target coordinates confirmed. The enemy's jump has been initiated. Lin Mo's pupils constricted abruptly. In that moment, his right hand, poised above the crimson button, exerted every ounce of strength and pressed down with conviction. Launch! Time seemed to lose its significance in that instant. There was no sound, no explosion, only light, and a grand rhythm that transcended all senses. In the eye of the storm, the blue runestone, infused with the collective power of human civilization, transformed into an absolutely pure singularity. It did not, like the Caesarians, barbarically rend space apart. Rather, it played a symphony in a more advanced and essential manner. It transmuted the unfathomable energy into a unique, intricately complex code regarding spatial anomalies. Then, it transmitted this code, surpassing the speed of light, defying distance, and resonating with the universe. This was a variation played upon the strings of space-time itself. A proclamation in the most fundamental language of the cosmos, a clever and cunning lie directed towards the impending annihilation. Chapter 47. Impact. Simultaneously, in the void near the L1 Lagrange point between the Earth and the Moon, space twisted violently like boiling water. A pitch-black, unstable rift in space-time was forcefully torn open by the brutish power of the Caesarians. The Divine Punishment Stone, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter and bearing the weight of world-ending wrath, surged forth like a cannonball from the rift. Before it lay the Earth, a serene blue orb, seemingly defenseless and fragile enough to seize. However, just as it was about to fully escape the jump channel and enter the realm of reality, the spatial anomaly code emitted by Lin-MO, though intangible yet imbued with the universe's ultimate truths, descended like an invisible hand, precisely upon this area. Buzz! The stabilizing space-time coordinates were instantaneously altered by this deception. The rift, which was on the verge of closure, as an exit, jolted sideways like a malfunctioning printer. This minuscule leap, measuring less than 10 kilometers, seemed trivial. Yet, for a meteor hurtling at speeds of tens of kilometers per second, and in this meticulously calculated throw measured in astronomical units, this insignificant jump determined everything. The colossal divine punishment stone, in such a bizarre and absurd manner, veered away from its intended trajectory toward Earth and was violently expelled. Its trajectory experienced a minuscule deviation of merely 0.81 degrees. At the UEDC command center, in a miraculous moment of launch, all screens went black. This was the brief shock of the global power grid, overwhelmed by an instantaneous surge of energy consumption. A suffocating 30 seconds of absolute darkness and silence ensued. During this duration, each person felt as though a century had passed. Finally, the backup power activated, and screens flickered back to life. Every gaze fixated upon the orbital warning screen monitoring the Earth-Moon system, akin to ravenous wolves. A red dot representing the divine punishment stone appeared on the screen. It had not vanished. Had the plan failed? Hearts sank to the depths of despair. Yet, in the next moment, the head of the orbital dynamics department, a gray-haired old professor, pointed at the red dashed line representing the meteor's flight path on the screen, his voice trembling with disbelief and euphoric exclamation. It has veered. Its trajectory has deviated. The global brain recalculated the orbit. Hurry, hurry. A massive data stream began to churn once more. A new green predictive line, representing the meteor's future trajectory, was rapidly drawn on the screen. This green line did not point towards Earth. Under the watchful eyes of all, it traced a grand and elegant arc, firmly captured by the powerful gravity of another celestial body. Its endpoint pointed directly towards the moon, Earth's most loyal and silent guardian throughout the ages. Meanwhile, the divine punishment stone, imbued with world-ending power, continued its final death plunge within the Earth-Moon system, humanity's most familiar yet vulnerable home. This black asteroid, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter, akin to an exiled dark deity filled with fury and a desire for destruction, no longer followed the predetermined path that would have embraced Earth with precision. After being gently nudged by the spatial ripple from Earth, its fate became irrevocably altered. The moon, Earth's steadfast satellite and guardian for billions of years, which had thwarted countless lethal cosmic impacts, once again utilized its irresistible gravitational field to draw the lethal weapon, which was meant to strike Earth firmly towards itself. The asteroid's speed intensified. The distance between it and the moon shrank rapidly. 100,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. In the absolute silence of the vacuum, there was no sound. Only a cosmic execution, orchestrated by gravity, mass, and velocity, unfolded silently. On the far side of the moon, a land untouched by earthly life, filled with ancient craters, desolate and dead. Here lay eternal darkness, perpetual silence. Only the distant stars remained the unchanging scenery in this realm. Yet, on this day, the continuity of 4.5 billion years was shattered. The sky was no longer pure darkness. An object appeared. Initially, it was an inconspicuous black, moving faster than all other stars. But soon, it grew larger and clearer. It resembled a black, grotesque sun, rapidly expanding, rising from the depths of hell. Its massive, irregular silhouette, filled with jagged stones, began to obscure the starlight. Then, a shadow, akin to a curtain of night, swept in from the distant lunar horizon at an unstoppable speed. In an instant, it dragged this already dark land into an even deeper abyss, where not a single star could penetrate. On the lunar surface, the U-2 rover from China, long dormant and covered in thick lunar dust, faithfully recorded this final and most spectacular scene through its camera directed at the sky. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. There was no sound, no flammes, only impact. Boom! A single sound, existing solely in the realm of physics, powerful enough to shake the very foundations of the planet, erupted with a thunderous roar from the far side of the moon, a blinding white light, 1 billion times brighter than the core of the sun, capable of disintegrating all matter in an instant, burst forth in a silent explosion. The rigid lunar crust in that region, upon encountering the unfathomable and terrifying kinetic energy, found all its physical properties rendered meaningless. It ceased to be solid. Instead, it was forcibly compressed, heated, vaporized, and transformed into a violent state of plasma, straddling the line between matter and energy. What followed was a geological tsunami, composed of rock. At the epicenter of impact, the moon's hardened crust rippled like water disturbed by thrown stones, creating waves of molten rock and tumultuous lunar soil soaring several kilometers, even tens of kilometers high. This wall of stones surged outward at a speed of several kilometers per second, mercilessly leveling everything in its path, whether mountains or valleys. Finally, there was the magnificent crown of stardust, soaring skyward. Trillions of tons of lunar material, shattered, molten, and vaporized by the impact, mingled with the debris of asteroids, were propelled by an unrivaled force, hurled hundreds of kilometers into the pitch-black void of space. Under the moon's feeble gravitational grasp, they formed an immense and breathtaking crown, akin to the one worn by deities during their coronation, composed of burning rocks and shimmering dust. This crown ascended slowly and gracefully, expanding, shimmering with a dreamlike golden hue under the distant sunlight. On the far side of the moon, a colossal new scar, over 300 kilometers in diameter and exceeding 50 kilometers in depth, was forever imprinted there. Chapter 48, Dawn Breaks. At the UEDC Command Center, when the chief scientist of orbital dynamics, a man typically known for his rigid and almost austere demeanor, unleashed a childlike, euphoric howl, exclaiming that its target had become the moon. A taut string of reason snapped completely within the command center. In its place erupted a pure, primordial volcano of emotion. Oh, Dr. Stern, the energy director, renowned for his pessimism, suddenly hurled a stack of reports filled with failure probabilities into the air. Countless sheets of paper, like victorious confetti, cascaded down. He clung to an unknown young technician nearby, weeping uncontrollably like a child. General Li Jinghua, a battle-hardened soldier forged in the crucible of war, finally shed the weight of all his burdens. He spoke not a word, simply leaning weakly against the cold wall, allowing two streams of hot tears to silently cascade down his weathered cheeks. More generals, soldiers, and scientists expressed their emotions in the most direct manner possible. They threw documents, reports, and anything throwable into the air with fervor. They embraced one another, regardless of rank, nationality, or skin color, shouting the same word in different languages. Victory! This wave of ecstasy resonated through a singular voice, instantly transmitting to the entire globe. Here is the Earth United Defense Command, the official spokesperson of the UEDC. A middle-aged woman known for her composure, now had her voice reverberating through the global emergency broadcast, resonating in every corner. Her voice trembled with overwhelming excitement, yet each word carried a weight of relief. The Noah project has succeeded. The trajectory of the punishment stone has been deflected and is now colliding with the moon. I repeat, the threat of the punishment stone has been completely eliminated. Oui. She could no longer maintain her professionalism, and her voice choked with immense joy. We have survived. As this weeping yet joyous proclamation reached every ear, the entire Earth seemed to awaken from a long, dark, suffocating nightmare. Struck awake by a golden flash of lightning. We won, did we win? The meteorite has struck the moon. Oh God, long live, long live. After a brief moment of disbelief, a deafening wave of celebration surged globally. In New York, Manhattan, once a symbol of the world's financial center, Wall Street lay in ruins. Yet in this moment, survivors poured out from shelters and debris from all directions. They flocked to Times Square, laid to waste, gathering around a massive, bottomless crater created by the aerial bombardment. On the brink of destruction, amidst the rubble symbolizing humanity's scars, the most frenzied party commenced. People embraced and kissed strangers, passing around the last cherished bottle of whiskey to drink deeply. Some daring youths even climbed atop the overturned, charred remains of tanks, waving flags and roaring like beasts, celebrating their survival. It was then that the sky unveiled a new spectacle. Those tiny fragments of meteorites, propelled into space during the lunar impact and subsequently captured by Earth's gravity, began to rain down through the atmosphere. Initially, as the first streak of fire cut across the sky, a slight stir of panic rippled through the crowd. Is a new attack? But soon, the UEDC broadcast provided clarity. Citizens, please remain calm. This is merely the aftermath of the lunar impact. All fragments will burn up in the atmosphere and pose no threat to the ground. Please enjoy this victory fireworks display. bestowed upon all of humanity. As the people realized this was no longer a threat, but rather a unique gift from the cosmos, the cheers grew louder and more unrestrained. 1 meteor, 2 meteors, hundreds, thousands. The entire sky of Earth was illuminated by the grandest, most magnificent, and most meaningful meteor shower in history. Even more thrilling were the subsequent miracles. UEDC Joint Command. First Restoration Directive. The NOAA project has been successfully completed. The global energy network is now deregulated. Civilian power supply for all cities and regions is restored immediately. With this directive issued, the golden river that had once converged for a singular purpose began to flow backward. The vibrant energy, symbolizing the light of human civilization, surged back through the super cables woven for miracles, returning to every corner of the world. In the next moment, in Shanghai, China, the skyscrapers that survived the war along the Huangpu River awakened like slumbering dragons. The Oriental Pearl Tower, its tip diminished during battle, now displayed a defiant light, shining brightly once more. The Bun's International Architectural Ensemble, although still marred by bullet holes and shard marks, illuminated its classical and elegant outlines in an instant. Countless citizens flocked to the Bund, though damaged, still standing resolutely. They gazed at the dazzling city lights, which, although no longer complete, shone more mesmerizingly than ever before, and then looked up to the sky, where a meteor shower, akin to a divine miracle, unfolded. The illumination from the ground resonated perfectly with the celestial brilliance at that moment. It was a grand celebration of light, belonging to all of humanity. In France, Paris, the Eiffel Tower, revered as the Iron Lady, were the molten scars left by the energy cannon. Yet at this moment, it erupted in a golden radiance more resplendent than any before. Its spire, piercing the heavens, shot forth a massive beam of light, like a victorious sword, proudly thrusting into the night sky, which was showered with fireworks. In the eye of the storm, at the monumental construction site, when the news of victory spread, hundreds of thousands of engineers and workers from around the globe discarded their tools. Some laid down on the steel foundations they had built with their own hands, bursting into laughter, while others embraced their comrades, diverse in language and appearance, their backs thumping together with joyful fervor. An engineer from Germany produced a bottle of cherished rye beer. A worker from Russia unfurled a bottle of vodka. And a young technician from China proudly presented a bottle of Ergo 2. They raised their glasses to one another, united in a shared, radiant smile, despite their differing languages. Hooray! Cheers! Toasting! At that moment, all barriers dissolved. They were the greatest heroes of this miraculous creation. In a UEDC command center, Lin Mo finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He felt as though all his strength had been drained. Leaning wearily against the command chair, he gasped for breath. Gazing out the window at the night sky illuminated by countless meteors and the earth awakened by myriad lights, he saw the ruins, but above them, he witnessed vibrant lives laughing and dancing freely. A faint, relieved smile finally graced his face. Chun-Ling stood quietly behind him, observing his exhausted yet serene profile. Taking in a magnificent view outside, she said nothing, simply shedding her military jacket still imbued with the heat of battle and the scent of gunpowder, gently draping it over the man who had burned himself out for the world. Outside, on the eastern horizon, illuminated as if it were daytime by the meteor shower and city lights, a ray of warmth and beauty was stubbornly piercing through the clouds, breaking the last vestiges of darkness. It slowly illuminated the world they had courageously and intelligently reclaimed from the brink of destruction. Indeed, the dawn had come. Chapter 49, A Delayed Defeat. On the colossal and conqueror-imbued bridge of the Punishment Hammer, the grand celebration had reached its denouement. Most of the warriors, under the influence of strong spirits and hearty meals, had succumbed to slumber filled with dreams of glory and violence. Only a handful of high-ranking officers remained gathered around the throne, accompanying their great leader, General Gallic, as they awaited the final and sweetest fruits of victory. The main screen displayed the red that representing the punishment stone had vanished, replaced by critical data streams indicating the results of the judgment. General, a technical officer in charge of monitoring the remote sensors, leapt from his seat, his voice sharp and piercing, slicing through the drunken haze and lethargy in the bridge. The energy monitoring array has confirmed. The target star system just experienced an ultra-high intensity energy release. Its equivalent matches the impact of the punishment stone against the planetary crust. It hit. A roar of affirmation erupted, akin to a stone dropped into boiling oil, instantly igniting the bridge once more. Those still dozing were jolted awake, seizing their massive goblets high. We did it. We succeeded. Ha ha. Those insects should now have become the most splendid fireworks in the universe along with their muddy planet. Cheers to the general. Cheers to the fearsome name of our blood-throat clan. Gallic slowly rose from his throne, arms wide, as if to embrace the cosmos, reveling in the thunderous applause belonging to victors. His face bore the serene smile of a deity, as if everything was within his grasp. However, at that moment, the ecstasy on the technical officer's face suddenly froze. He stared intently at another rune stone displaying the precise coordinates of the impact site, repeatedly tracing his claw-like fingers across its surface, confirming as the color drained from his face visibly. Wait, his voice trembled with confusion and disbelief. This is wrong. The coordinates are incorrect. Gallic's smile stiffened. His crimson eye shot towards the technical officer. What are you saying, General? The technical officer's voice quivered with fear. The coordinates of the impact site. It's not that blue mud ball. The core of the energy explosion came from its satellite. That gray-white, worthless rock planet. The punishment stone. It missed. It struck the moon. What? If the earlier cheers were the eruption of a volcano, this silence was the absolute zero vacuum of the cosmos. The bridge fell silent, every sound extinguished. The joyous expressions of the Karsar warriors transformed into grotesque masks of absurdity. They even forgot to breathe. Missed? Struck the moon? How could this be possible? The hammer from the sky plan was their Karsar Empire's most mature and indisputable extermination method against those obstinate indigenous civilizations. Over thousands of years of conquest, they had used this tactic to obliterate at least 17 civilizations. Never had it failed. Not once. Because this was not a conventional throw. It was a near-zero distance insertion of an asteroid directly into the target's gravitational orbit at a jump node. It was akin to pressing a gun barrel firmly against someone's temple and pulling the trigger. Under such circumstances, how could the bullet possibly miss? This was far beyond anyone's comprehension. Impossible. A thundering, furious roar erupted from the throne. Gallic, like an enraged, primordial beast, violently overturned the golden table before him. Goblets and roasted meat scattered across the floor. The sacred runes. It cannot be wrong. The trajectory indicated by the tier of the star guide is absolute. It embodies the will of the divine. His singular eye blazed like a fiery mountain's mouth, mercilessly surveying the trembling subordinates below, paralyzed by fear. In this moment, his pride, his glory, and the unwavering confidence of an undefeated general were brutally shattered by this absurdly laughable outcome. He refused to believe it. No, he absolutely would not. Nor could he allow himself to accept this result. Failure must have a cause, and that cause could never be himself, nor could it be the sacred runes. Thus, only one possibility remained. His gaze ultimately settled upon the few rune engineering priests responsible for executing the teleportation. It is you. Gallic's voice was as frigid as a wind from the depths of hell. You worthless wretches. It was you who faltered during the final energy infusion stage. You sullied this sacred ritual, which should have been flawless, with your filthy, incompetent hands. He had found it. He had discovered a scapegoat that he could accept for this unbelievable failure. The priests were instantly paralyzed with terror, collapsing to the ground, prostrating themselves in the most abject manner, fervently banging their heads. Spare us, General. We did not err. We adhered strictly to the highest runic codex. Yes, it must have been those insects. They employed some vile sorcery unknown to us. Silence. Gallic bellowed, not wishing to hear any explanations. Failure is the original sin, and you must atone with your wretched lives for the disgrace you have brought upon the Bloodthroat clan. Guards. He suddenly waved his hand, as if ordering the swatting of mere flies. Drag these defilers of divine glory away. Toss them into the rune energy chamber. Let their vile souls provide the final fuel for the hammer of divine retribution. Two fully armed guards, as imposing as iron towers, immediately charged forward, like wolves upon their prey, seizing the already limp priests to drag them out. Chapter 50. Rough Imitation. At that moment, a voice, aged and hoarse yet chillingly terrified, pierced the air. It was Kreese. High Priest Kreese, disheveled and disoriented, emerged from the shadows of the bridge. The calmness and wisdom he once possessed had vanished, replaced by a visceral fear akin to that of a mortal witnessing the fall of a deity. He was not addressing Gallic. He spoke to those unfortunate colleagues about to face execution. It is not your fault. Kreese's voice trembled, his golden vertical pupils, usually glimmering with cold light, were now filled with emptiness and confusion. We did not err. We were pushed aside. He raised his hand, projecting the energy waveform of the tracer pulse from Earth he had been studying onto the main screen. Then, trembling, he called forth another image. It was the original energy structure diagram of the tier of the Star Guide, sealed within the core database of the Bloodthroat clan, regarded by them as the divine signature. The two images stood side by side. In an instant, the entire bridge fell into a profound silence. All high-ranking rune priests who understood these two diagrams slowly gaped in astonishment. Their eyes mirrored the same terror as Kree's, a fear potent enough to freeze their very souls. For they beheld perfection. They witnessed a theoretical construct that should exist only within the divine signature, a perfection. The faint pulse from Earth, its energy structure, its resonance frequency, its inherent logic, though in intensity, it differed by billions of times from the essence of the tier of the Star Guide. In form, in purity, in comprehension of the fundamental rules of runes, it astonishingly mirrored that divine signature. It was even more refined and efficient. "This is impossible," one priest murmured, as if encountering the most unfathomable specter of the world. "We, our clan, have studied this drop of divine tier for centuries. All our runic technology has merely imitated its most superficial and crude energy overflow, enough to grant us dominance. Yet these humans, how have they achieved this?" Krees slowly raised his head. He looked at Gallic, who was similarly engulfed in shock and confusion upon the throne, and spoke in a tone reminiscent of recounting the most terrifying and ancient legends. "General, we have all erred. From the very beginning, we committed a fatal, unforgivable mistake. We believed ourselves to be gods while they were but ants. But in truth," Krees's voice twisted with fear, "we are the ones who, upon the corpse of the divine, stumbled upon a gleaming bone and foolishly believed we inherited divine power. Arrogant little ants. And those we deemed insects. They did not seek to imitate the shape of that bone. In less than 100 hours, they directly deciphered the divine code within that bone in a manner we cannot comprehend. They were not learning our sorcery. They were learning the essence of divinity itself." Krees's words pierced the ears of every Khazal present like the most malevolent curse. Gallic's massive form trembled. His scarlet singular eye fixed intently on the two comparative diagrams. Bloodshot with rage. "Impossible," he roared, though the sound lacked conviction. "Even if they deciphered it, what of it? They remain insects. Weak, lowly, and easily crushed." "Weak?" Krees interrupted Gallic for the first time, a bitter smile of self-mockery replacing his features. "General, do you remember the oldest ancestral blood memory of our clan regarding our origins? That shameful period of 30,000 years of slavery that we all regard as our greatest disgrace?" Gallic's pupils contracted sharply. "Silence. Krees, do not utter that name again. No, it must be spoken." Krees's voice suddenly became sharp and hysterical. "We must confront our deepest fears." He turned to face the bewildered officers, his voice trembling as if reciting a mournful dirge, unearthing the dark scar that the entire Khazal Empire had deliberately forgotten in the distant past, during our uncivilized primordial era. We, the Khazal, were a pack of beasts tearing each other apart on a toxic, swampy planet. It was they, those who called themselves the Starsea Elves. The great Silva Empire. They descended upon our world, with fleets composed of light and energy, incomprehensible to us, like works of art. They easily conquered us. They treated us as the most wretched slaves, as the fiercest cannon fodder, driving us for 30,000 years. They are the civilization that possesses the deepest understanding of runic technology in the entire universe. What we, the Khazar people, have gleaned about the application of runes is but a mere shadow, stemming from our time as slaves, where we humbly mimic the creations of our masters in secret. And I, Kress, pointed to the pulsating waveform from Earth displayed on the screen. Every word I spoke felt like shards of despair forced through clenched teeth. I was fortunate enough to have glimpsed the structural diagrams of rune energy utilized by the Sylvan Empire within the ancient archives of the Empire. They were exquisite, formidable. Yet, compared to this roar emanating from Earth, he paused, uttering the final judgment that shattered the spirits of all Khazar present on the bridge. It still appeared as an incomplete, crude imitation. Silence. A silence so profound that it felt as if souls were being siphoned away, an eternal stillness. Every mind present froze in a state of shock, unable to process the magnitude of this revelation. What could this possibly signify? It implied that those whom they considered mere insects had, in just 100 hours, achieved a comprehension of the truths of runes that vastly surpassed their own understanding, even eclipsing that of the Sylvan Empire. The godlike civilization that had subjugated their entire race for 30 millennia. This was no longer warfare. This was not merely a technological disparity. This was a judgment from a higher echelon of existence, utterly irrefutable. It was a dimensional blow that obliterated all their cognitions, all their pride, and all their history. Clang. A sharp sound echoed. General Gallic's goblet, crafted from the skull of a rival clan leader, symbolizing his supreme power and glory, slipped from his suddenly trembling hand and shattered upon the ground. The visage that once radiated cruelty and arrogance now bore the pallor of death. He was not merely defeated, he was terrified. Terrified by a horror he could neither comprehend nor envision. A monstrous entity known as humanity that had utterly shattered his resolve. On the bridge, there were no more shouts of triumph, no more maniacal laughter. Only a group of forsaken beasts, as if abandoned by the divine, confronted the birth of a new, more potent, and more terrifying deity, shuddering with a primal, pure fear that resonated from their very souls. Chapter 51, Nightmare. The bridge was steeped in silence. The colossal holographic screen displaying the rune of divine retribution as it collided with the moon acted as a merciless mirror, reflecting the dazed, bewildered expressions of every high-ranking Khazar officer present, their faces petrified. The euphoria of victory had devolved into an absurd, chilling jest. The emptied skull goblets lay scattered across the floor, but no one possessed the strength to cast them another glance. In the air lingered something far more terrifying than defeat itself. It was the existential crisis born from the complete and ruthless obliteration of civilization's foundational beliefs and worldview. Once deeply ingrained in their very essence, General Gallic remained seated upon his throne, carved from meteoric stone and emblematic of supreme authority. Yet at that moment, his once mighty physique trembled uncontrollably. He was not enraged. He was filled with fear. The high priestess's cursed conclusions reverberated maddeningly in his mind. Their rate of learning is monstrous. They are not merely absorbing our sorcery. They are learning the essence of divinity itself, more pure than the Sylvan Empire. Sylvan, this name, long buried for millennia and deliberately forgotten by every Khazar, yet woven into the deepest fibers of their blood and bones, suddenly acted as a rusted, poisoned key, violently prying open the darkest, most dreaded door in Gallic's memory. Everyone out. Gallic's voice was hoarse and dry, laden with an unprecedented weariness. No one is permitted to step foot on the bridge until I issue new orders. The officers fled as if granted a reprieve, scrambling away from the suffocating atmosphere of the oppressive chamber. Soon, the vast bridge was left with Gallic alone. He slowly descended from his throne, each step weighed down as if he were traversing a morass of endless bones rather than solid bronze alloy. Staggering, he returned to his opulent yet desolate quarters atop the flagship. He hurled his enormous body onto the bed, woven from the pelts of an entire interstellar mammoth. Warm and soft, he sought refuge in slumber. But he was mistaken. Sleep was not a sanctuary. It was a direct train to that dark history, locked away by chains. Heat, humid, reeking of sulfur and decay. Darkness, a void so profound that not a single ray of light penetrated, an eternal blackness that seemed capable of consuming souls. Gallic found himself no longer the imposing general. He had transformed into a frail, starving youth, his body encrusted with filth. In his hands, he no longer wielded a mighty bronze axe capable of cleaving mountains, but rather a heavy, worn mining pick. Adorning his form was no longer resplendent armor, symbolizing glory and power, but a tattered linen cloth barely concealing his body. Most terrifying of all was the cold, rough collar made of some unknown metal that encircled his neck. The collar dug deep into his flesh, inflicting relentless humiliation with every breath, every movement. He was a slave. Ding, ding, ding. Surrounding him was a cacophony of similar sounds. Countless emaciated Khazar slaves, like him, mechanically and numbly hammered at the hard rock walls within this lightless, immense underground mine, extracting an unknown energy or that emitted faint radiation. This was the era of chains, the darkest, most humiliating and least spoken of period in the history of the Khazar civilization, spanning 30 millennia. Suddenly, a melodious laughter, akin to silver bells yet tainted with a nauseating, condescending elegance, echoed from behind him. Look at these filthy green-skinned beasts. Their vigor in mining is truly primal. Gallic's body stiffened abruptly. He turned slowly, beholding their masters. They were beings of indescribable beauty, tall and slender, their skin resembling the finest, luminous porcelain, radiating a gentle aura. They were devoid of hair, instead adorned with tendrils of energy that shifted colors like crystal. Clad in ethereal robes woven from pure fibers, they moved silently, as if gliding above the ground. They were the once mighty cosmic overlords, the Sylvan Empire, who had elevated Rune Technology to the heights of art and philosophy. At that moment, One of the overseers of Silva cast a gaze upon him, reminiscent of one directed at a loathsome insect, brimming with mockery and disdain. In his hand, the overseer wielded a whip composed of vines, supple and translucent. "Hey, you wretched beast, why have you halted?" The overseer's voice, akin to the most melodious of symphonies, belied a content that was colder than the most venomous of curses. The youth, with eyes ablaze with defiance and hatred, glared fiercely at his tormentor. The overseer appeared to relish this defiance, chuckling softly before flicking his wrist. Crack! The luminous whip, like a venomous serpent, sliced through the darkness and struck the boy's back with brutal force. A searing pain coursed through him, intense enough to feel as if it were scorching his very soul. This was not mere physical agony. Where the whip struck, his flesh seemed to be disintegrated by a higher dimensional energy. What remained was a charred wound, exuding a foul stench. Unable to heal. Ah! The boy let out a harrowing scream, collapsing in anguish upon the ground. He yearned to resist, to muster every ounce of strength and leap upon this despicable, once elegant fiend, to sink his teeth into the overseer's throat. Yet, such aspirations proved futile. His body was too frail. Years of malnutrition and relentless labor had drained the strength from his combatant lineage. More despairing still was the collar encircling his neck. The moment rebellious thoughts surged within him, the collar erupted with a blinding punitive red light. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Slave number 734, aggressive thoughts detected. Initiating secondary electroshock punishment. Ah! The excruciating pain, more horrific than the whip itself, directly assaulted his nervous system, engulfing his entire being. He felt as if every cell within him were being torn asunder, electrocuted. He collapsed, convulsing violently, frothing at the mouth, unable to even vocalize his cries. Instinctively, he reached for his eyes. In his former existence, they housed a divine ocular apparatus capable of analyzing the battlefield, locking onto enemies, and unleashing high-energy lasers. Yet now, all he felt was the cold, smooth, and flickering red light of a metal implant. This was not a prosthetic eye. It was the enslaved tracking and life-monitoring device forcibly installed upon every Khazar from birth. It was an extension of chains, a mark of humiliation. Chapter 52, Destruction and Rebirth. The Silva overseer looked down from his lofty perch at the writhing figure on the ground, akin to a maggot, and let out a melodious, bell-like laugh of delight. Truly, a cheap yet amusing toy. Amidst boundless pain and humiliation, the boy's consciousness began to blur. Gathering his last vestiges of strength, he emitted a sound that was more beastly than human, infused with immeasurable resentment and despair. That howl transcended the confines of time and space, crossing the boundaries between dream and reality. Roar! In the resplendent and opulent chambers of the Hammer of Divine Punishment, General Gallic abruptly sat upright from the soft, fur-clad bed. He gasped for breath, drenched in icy sweat. Instinctively, he reached for his left eye, touching the familiar, power-infused cold metal casing and high-intensity crystal. His war god eye was intact. Clenching his fist, he felt the explosive strength capable of crushing steel. He was still the formidable, awe-inspiring warlord of the Blood Throat clan, Gallic. Everything that transpired moments ago was merely a nightmare. Yet, that nightmare felt hauntingly real. So real that the ancient scars on his back, long healed, seemed to throb anew. He staggered to the immense viewport, yearning to gaze upon something tangible, something that could pull him from the abyss of dark memories. And then he saw it. In the distant, profound blackness of the starry sky, the small blue planet, resembling the most exquisite of artworks. In the past, when he beheld this celestial body, his heart brimmed with the greed and arrogance of a conqueror. Upon learning of the hammer's failure, he felt the anger and humiliation of a vanquished foe. Yet now, as he awoke from a nightmare known as the Era of Chains and gazed upon this planet once more, his expression transformed entirely. No longer was it simply fear, nor was it just hatred. It was a complex, twisted, and morbid amalgamation of traumatic memories of the past and paranoid delusions of the future, an ultimate madness. He finally comprehended his innermost terror. It was not failure. It was not death. Rather, it was the prospect of reverting to that feeble slave, powerless to resist under the lash of a godlike overseer, only able to writhe in despair. And this blue planet, along with its inhabitants, those monstrous beings who grasped a comprehension of runic truths that even their former masters, the Silva Empire, could not fathom. They embodied a possibility that could drag him and the entire Khazar civilization back into that boundless abyss of nightmarish past. Even if that possibility were but a minuscule fraction, it must, by all means, be obliterated. Absolutely not. Gallic pressed his formidable forehead against the cold, hard crystal viewport, murmuring in a voice only he could hear, akin to the growl of a beast, filled with boundless hatred. Never again shall I return to that darkness. In his mind echoed a maxim that every Khazar child had been compelled to engrave into their very souls from the moment they learned to speak. It was a creed established by their ancestors after enduring 30,000 years of dark servitude. A creed forged in the fires of rebellion against the Silva Empire during a time of strife. The Shattered Chains maxim. Gallic recited the words slowly, each syllable defining the ethos of their civilization, twisted yet steeped in tragic grandeur. Chains exist in only two states, either around your neck or in your hands. We choose the latter. Indeed, we Khazar choose the latter. Thus we must conquer. Thus we must enslave. Thus we must utterly crush any civilization, no matter how nascent, that poses a potential threat to us, more intelligent and capable than we. In their infancy, we shall obliterate them with the most thorough, merciless, and unrelenting force. At that moment, Gallic's gaze solidified with unwavering determination. He abruptly turned, striding purposefully back toward the bridge. His imposing silhouette, elongated in the dim light of the chamber, resembled a resolute demon clawing its way back from the depths of hell. Crush them. In his heart, only one unwavering thought remained. An absolute conviction that must not be swayed. He must resort to any means necessary to obliterate every flicker, even the slightest ember, that could rekindle the nightmarish specter of the past. Chapter 53. The Return. Aboard the Punisher of the Gods, the once vibrant and echoing bridge now lay silent, resembling a cold tomb abandoned by the cosmos. General Gallic stood solitary before the vast viewport. His reflection shimmered upon the reinforced glass, which mirrored the brilliance of the starry expanse, evoking an overwhelming sense of solitude. The harrowing nightmare of the Chain Era had pierced deep into the most profound scar of his soul, like a poisoned ice pick, shattering his arrogance and pride into oblivion. What remained was an insidious dread, akin to a festering wound, rooted in the deepest recesses of his race's memory. He was no longer the lofty conqueror. He had reverted to the frail slave who could only howl in despair before the elegantly divine overseer in the dark mines. That distant earth, casting a pale blue glow amidst the starry sea, was the very whip of light poised to descend once more at the overseer's command. No, absolutely not. He could never return to that abyss. A surge of primal fear, akin to molten lava, reignited the almost depleted mass of Gallic's formidable form. He abruptly turned and strode purposefully to the opposite end of the bridge, where High Priest Cress sat, seemingly soulless, slumped before a dimming runestone. Surrounding him lay over 100 smaller data crystals, each replaying the pulse of the earth, akin to whispers from deities. He was engulfed in fear. Yet Cress's fear diverged from Gallic's. Gallic's dread stemmed from the trauma etched in his bloodline, while Cress's fear arose from reason, a shudder in the face of incomprehensible superior intellect. Cress. Gallic's voice was low and hoarse, yet imbued with a chilling calm forged anew by the fires of anguish. Cress slowly lifted his face, lined with wisdom yet now etched with horror. General, gather all the ships capable of battle. Gallic spoke with blunt earnestness, each word as resolute as stone hewn from ancient glaciers. We shall immediately return to the heart of Karsar. Return? Cress paused. Then a flicker of approval and relief crossed his features. You have finally come to your senses? Yes. We must retreat at once. Away from this realm infested with monsters. We must preserve the ember of our clan. The Empire stands no chance against them. We have no choice. Retreat? Gallic interrupted, regarding Cress's distorted visage with a slow shake of his head. No, my old friend. We do not retreat. In Gallic's eyes burned a pathological fire, a volatile mix of hatred, fear, and unwavering resolve, unlike anything Cress had ever witnessed. We're going to rally. I will summon the 7 clans and initiate the grand expedition. I shall unify the entirety of the Karsar Empire's might beneath my Punisher of the Gods. Then we shall return and eradicate that damned blue planet, along with its repugnant genius pests, from this universe entirely. Cress felt as if struck by lightning. He sprang to his feet, gazing at Gallic with incredulity reserved for lunatics. You are mad. Otsolimel. General. His voice sharpened with agitation. The grand expedition. Have you forgotten what you just witnessed? They are not an enemy we can defeat. They represent a higher form of life. Their intellect and capacity for learning are beyond our imagination. The chasm between us in them is wider than that between us and the primitive tribes still wielding stone spears. Our fleet is but a collection of laughable, moving bronze targets before them. Should we charge back? The sole outcome would be a far more devastating and senseless genocide for our bloodthroat clan than that suffered by the vanguard. Then shall we flee? Gallic retorted, his voice subdued, yet resonating like a hammer, striking Cress's heart. Yes, flee, Cress declared without hesitation. Preserve the ember. This is our only option. Hide in some obscure dark corner. Then pray that those monsters, after conquering this star realm, never find us. Gallic regarded Cress and suddenly laughed, a smile wrought with sorrow and pity. My high priest, you have devoted your life to the study of runes, yet seem to have forgotten our clan's most sacred relic. He walked slowly toward the viewport, his gaze once again fixed upon that distant blue planet. You are correct, they are monsters. Their learning capacity is indeed terrifying. Then tell me, Cress, how long would it take them, with their dreadfully rapid learning speed, to fully master the power of the star's tier, the foundation of our clan's resurgence, which they have stolen from us? A year? A month? Or perhaps just next week? As Gallic's words washed over Cress, his body stiffened. Once they have completely grasped the star's tier, which even we have yet to fully comprehend, tell me, Cress, in this vast universe, will they not find us? Your notion of hiding is merely cleaning our own necks for the noose, then closing our eyes and fantasizing that the executioner's blade will not descend. It is a form of self-annihilation, more foolish and cowardly than battle. Cress opened his mouth, yet no words emerged, for Gallic spoke the truth. Furthermore, Gallic's tone turned colder. What makes you think that even if we could hide, they would spare us? Do not forget, Cress. It was we who intruded upon their homeland. We who slaughtered countless of their kin. We who hurled a stone capable of obliterating their entire world at them. Tell me, for a race capable of deciphering divine language in a mere 100 hours, harboring an unforgiving grudge, how will they treat us, those who once sought to annihilate them? Once they truly grasp the powers of the stars and oceans, will they negotiate with us? Will they accept our surrender? No. Gallic answered his own question, his voice imbued with unwavering certainty. They will enact upon us the most thorough, clean, and justifiable genocide, just as we did to those obstinate primitives. By then, we will find ourselves with no escape. The entire galaxy will become the most terrifying hunting ground for those pursuing us. Chapter 54. The Grand Expedition. Cress fell into complete silence. His heart, violently thumping in fear, was gradually consumed by deeper, colder despair known as fate. He understood. From a moment, the Khazar people decided to invade Earth. From the instant their vanguard spilled the first drop of blood on this planet, there was no turning back in the confrontation with the terrifying civilization known as humanity. It was a struggle for survival, where it was a matter of either your demise or mine. However, General, Cress's voice was parched. We cannot win. We are simply not of the same caliber. Indeed, relying solely on our bloodthroat clan is futile. For the first time, Gorik openly admitted his own weakness. Yet, within his crimson biological eye, a fervent light akin to that of a gambler ignited. But what if it were the entire Khazar Empire? He turned sharply, fixing his gaze intently on Cress. Cress, you, the most astute and cunning of old serpents. Tell me, what are we Khazar people? We the 7 clans of this warlike empire that survives through conquest and plunder, fear the most. Cress instinctively replied, it is being enslaved once more. Precisely. Gorik roared. It is being shackled again. He tore open the beast's skin covering his torso, revealing a chest marred with grotesque scars, a bronze testament to his lineage. All of us. Our ancestors once groaned like dogs under the elegant, art-like whip of the Silver Empire. That 3,000-year epic of chains is a deep-seated shame and fear that our entire race can never erase. Thus, after the Shattered Chains uprising, our forebears established the Shattered Chains proverb, forged in the blood of countless compatriots. He and Cress recited in unison the creed that had long since melded into their souls. Chains exist in only 2 states, either around your neck or in your hands. We choose the latter. Yes, we choose the latter. Gorik's voice was imbued with a mesmerizing, frenzied power. This was the singular and most righteous reason for our great expedition. I know the other 6 clans are waiting to witness the folly of our bloodthroat clan. They will mock our failure and seek to carve up our territory. But Cress, I will tell them. I shall act as a whistleblower, sounding the alarm to the entire Imperial Council. I will make public all data regarding humanity's terrifying capacity for learning. I will compel them to witness the divine runes, so perfect that even the Silver Empire pales in comparison. I will show them that from our failures, they may glimpse their own futures. Shadowed by the prospect of new chains, I will inform them that the blue planet is giving rise to not an ordinary civilization, but a potential new deity, a being unimaginably more formidable than the Silver Empire. I shall also reveal that the foundation of our clan's resurgence, the ancient relic that can guide us to boundless treasures, the tier of the stars, lies within the grasp of these new gods. They are desecrating it, deciphering it, attempting to seize the power of the divine for themselves. Cress, tell me. Gorik's face bore a cunning and cruel smile, when the dual instincts of primal fear for the future and insatiable greed for treasures ignite within us Khazar. What choice will those 6 lofty clan lords make? Cress was utterly stunned by Gorik's words. He gazed at Gorik, momentarily lost in thought. This plan was utterly mad, but it was also irresistibly alluring. It adeptly repackaged a disgraceful failure of the Bloodthirstily clan into a holy war concerning the very survival of the entire Khazar Empire. I understand now. Cress finally lowered his proud head, belonging to a high priest. The fear in his heart had not dissipated. Yet, that fear had been successfully transformed by Gorik into a desperate, all-or-nothing will to fight for survival. General, Cress's voice regained the calm of a strategist. You are right. We have no retreat. Since we must embark on this great expedition, it must be the most magnificent and thorough in the history of our empire. We can no longer rely solely on our crude warships and warriors. A spark of equally wild determination flashed in his eyes. We must awaken the forbidden technologies. Those we pilfered from the ruins of the Silver Empire at the end of the Chain's epoch, technologies we ourselves have feared to touch. You will unite the 7 clans. As for me, Cress, he performed the most ancient and solemn of gestures toward Gorik. I shall open the gates of hell for you. Gorik looked at Cress, fully aware that he had succeeded. He extended his massive hand, striking Cress's shoulder with considerable force. Excellent, my old friend. His voice brimmed with the utmost excitement of embarking on a grand gamble. Let us together proclaim to the entire universe. When a civilization that was once enslaved rises to defend its freedom from perpetual bondage, what monstrous and terrifying strength they can unleash. The target, Heart of Khazar, Blue Mudstar, I shall return. Chapter 55, True Victory? On the far side of the moon, that immense and newly formed scar became an everlasting monument. Suspended in the night sky above Earth, it silently narrated a tale of courage and miracles to the entire world and the vast cosmos. In the week following the removal of the threat posed by the Stone of Divine Retribution, humanity was enveloped in a surreal joy and pride. As if emerging from a dream, the scars of war remained painfully evident. The cities that had been ravaged would require months, even years, to rebuild. The tens of thousands of innocent lives lost left an indelible wound on the heart of civilization. A global mourning supplanted the initial chaotic celebrations, becoming increasingly solemn and profound. Yet, sorrow did not crush the resilient spirit of humanity. On the contrary, a miraculous cohesion emerged from the ruins, embodying the essence of the entire civilization. In New York, beside the vast crater, workers and engineers from around the globe spontaneously organized a massive volunteer corps for reconstruction. They cleared the debris and devised new urban blueprints. Once a symbol of capital and desire, Wall Street now waved the blue flag of the UEDC, representing unity and hope. In Shanghai, along the banks of the Huangpu River, countless citizens would join the cleanup and restoration efforts after their work, using their own hands to cleanse the historical buildings blackened by battle. In the eye of the storm, the magnificent circular structure that had achieved miracles remained intact. It was preserved in its entirety and was officially named Noah. It became a new sanctuary for all of humanity. Lin M.O., the chief architect of the Noah project and the savior who valiantly turned the tide at the last moment, was generously bestowed with an array of grand and somewhat exaggerated titles by the global media and public, such as the Swordbearer of Civilization, the Embodiment of Miracles, and the Guardian of Earth. Some enthusiastic individuals even began to contemplate erecting colossal statues of Lin M.O. in the heart of major cities worldwide. To all this, Lin M.O. merely smiled and dismissed the accolades. He declined the unprecedented Earth Civilization highest contribution medal from the UEDC, as well as the Nobel Peace Prize, and turned down all media interviews. He confined himself once more to the Singularity Laboratory, nestled deep within the UEDC headquarters. On the 7th day, following the successful launch of the Miracle, a piece of news traveled from the Global Deep Space Observation Network to the UEDC Command Center, igniting a worldwide sensation. We confirmed that within the past 24 hours, the main fleet of the Khazar Empire, the Divine Punishment Expeditionary Force, initiated a large-scale, continuous hyperspace jump at the edge of their last stronghold in the Kuiper Belt. According to the redshift analysis of their jump signals, their trajectory was directed away from the solar system, completely away. Currently, fewer than 5 small Kazal reconnaissance ships, unable to execute long-distance jumps and suspected to have been damaged in prior battles, remained within the solar system. Their threat level had diminished to its lowest. This news served as a soothing balm, allowing humanity to finally relinquish the last vestiges of anxiety. If the previous victory merely repelled the enemy's assault, then this time, their retreat fundamentally declared the end of the war. They were terrified. Indeed, they had witnessed our might. They had beheld the greatness of Noah. They understood that continuing the fight would yield them no chance of victory. This was a triumph for humanity, a victory for science. The cheers this time were more justified and filled with pride than ever before. People once again took to the streets, but their faces were no longer marked by the euphoric relief of survival. Instead, they bore the confident smiles of victors. The generals of the UEDC finally exhaled in relief. They shifted their focus from preparing for war to post-war strategies. How to deal with the remaining reconnaissance ships. How to allocate the development of the vast treasure trove from the bronze battleships. And most critically, how to share and study the Rune technology that starkly contrasted with human advancements. The entire world basked in an optimistic atmosphere, brimming with hope, as if the war had concluded and it was time to harvest the fruits of victory. Yet, one individual stood apart, Chunling, at the pinnacle of the Miracle Base. In an observation room specially modified for Lin Mo, featuring expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Mo stood shoulder to shoulder with Chunling outside. The sky above the Pamir Plateau gleamed with an azure clarity, and the distant Noah crater loomed silently like a colossal giant. Do you truly believe they will not return? Chunling's voice was soft as she gazed out the window, seemingly speaking to herself while also posing the question to Lin Mo beside her. At that moment, Lin Mo appeared remarkably relaxed. This was the first genuine respite he had experienced since the war's outbreak. He had shed the data-laden research suit for a simple, pristine white shirt, and perched upon his nose was a pair of ordinary frameless glasses. This transformation rendered him less like the sword-wielding arbiter of countless lives and more akin to a gentle, scholarly youth freshly emerged from university. He even managed to display a rare, confident smile. Indeed, I am certain, he nodded, articulating his analysis with a rational and persuasive tone. From a purely logical standpoint, Colonel Chunling, their retreat is their only and most prudent choice. First, we have demonstrated to them that their most prized and devastating strategic weapon, the Hammer of Heaven, has become ineffective against us. Since we could deflect the first, we can also deflect the second and third. They have lost their trump card that could fundamentally threaten the existence of our civilization. Second, and perhaps most crucially, Lin Mo's eyes shimmered with a scientist's unwavering confidence. We have showcased a power they cannot comprehend or rival, our ability to learn. Observe, he summoned a data model. The Kazal civilization is a quintessential empirical civilization. Their Rune technology is predicated on the imitation and application of ancient relics. It is a black box. They know how it works, but not why it works. In contrast, we are a first principles civilization. Our science is founded on the exploration and understanding of the universe's most fundamental laws. When we acquire their black box, we do not merely imitate it, we dismantle it, deconstruct it, and use our foundational physics and mathematics to reverse engineer the logic behind it. This fundamental analysis and optimization of learning speed constitutes a dimensionality reduction blow to a civilization that can only copy and paste. It is a technological arms race they could never hope to win. Therefore, Lin Mo concluded they have fled. This is the most judicious decision a civilization, driven by rational self-preservation, can make when confronted by a monstrous adversary with potential far exceeding their own and a profound enmity already established. I surmise that Galak will return to his empire with all he has observed. Subsequently, the Kazal Empire will designate the entire solar system as a top-level forbidden zone, praying that we, the monsters, will never escape this cage. His analysis was impeccable. His logic was flawlessly coherent. Lin Mo's conclusion, as the brightest mind on Earth, instilled unwavering conviction in all UEDC leaders. Chunling quietly absorbed his entire analysis. She did not dispute any of his points, for she, too, believed that Lin Mo was correct. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her, an instinct honed by a warrior who had danced on the precipice of life and death countless times. Lin Mo, she began slowly, her voice remaining calm, yet tinged with a chilling gravity that clashed with the prevailing optimism. What if our enemy is not a rational civilization? What if it is a cornered beast, humiliated and enraged? Lin Mo paused, taken aback. What do you mean? I am a soldier, Lin Mo. I do not comprehend your complex models and formulas. Chun-Ling turned her head. Her eyes, typically as calm as an iceberg, were now as profound as the ocean before a storm. I only understand war and enemies. A rational adversary, upon realizing it cannot win, will retreat and cut its losses. That is true. However, an arrogant and prideful enemy, one that has ingrained conquest into its very marrow, when publicly humiliated by a throng of what it perceives as mere ants in its own domain, will not respond with rationality. It will only become more deranged. It would stop at nothing, disregarding any consequences, employing every conceivable method to return and utterly shatter that which had brought it disgrace. Her gaze fell upon the detailed intelligence report concerning the retreat of the Khazar fleet, as well as the reconnaissance vessels they had left behind. Chun-Ling's voice deepened, remarking that a truly defeated army wishing to flee would do so in chaos, in a frantic rush, eager to discard any burdens. How could they so considerately leave us with a few observers? Lin Mo, do you not find this more reminiscent of an experienced hunter, before departing from his hunting grounds, has set a few small monitors to oversee the condition of his prey, rather than that of a panicked, retreating army? The relaxed, confident smile on Lin Mo's face gradually solidified. Chun-Ling's words struck like a sharp, icy key, instantly unlocking a blind spot in his reasoning that he had previously chosen to overlook due to the euphoria of victory and the inertia of rationality. He had been applying a rational, civilized template to the Khazar. Yet he had forgotten. He had forgotten those monsters who delighted in the brutal slaughter of civilians on the streets of London. Forgotten the beasts who reduced his compatriots to mere pulp with primitive warhammers in New York. A civilization capable of executing such indiscriminate extermination, as demonstrated by the hammer from the sky. Can its mindset truly be measured by reason? A faint yet distinctly chilling sensation crept up his spine. For the first time, he felt a tremor in his seemingly flawless, irrefutable judgment. He gazed out the window at a world basking in the victorious sunlight, vibrant and striving to rebuild its homeland. Observing those who believed the war had ended, dreaming of a bright future, his heart, however, seemed to perceive the gathering of an even larger, darker storm on the distant horizon, as described by Chun-Ling. I understand now, Lin Mo murmured, his voice regaining its previously unwavering calmness, yet tinged with an unprecedented gravity. Thank you, Chun-Ling. He turned and walked back towards the console connected to the global brain. Immediately, he began to reassess the irrational attack model of the Khazar civilization, incorporate their hatred, paranoia, and trauma as the highest weighted variables in the calculations. Simultaneously, elevate our research priority on Rune Technology to the utmost. Humanity's respite has concluded. The war is far from over. Chapter 57, The Berlin Wall. 3 full months have passed since the cataclysmic impact, later referred to by posterity as the moonlit punishment. Humanity, this remarkably resilient species, was healing its wounds at an astonishing pace, striving to rise anew from the ashes of destruction. On Earth, reconstruction efforts commenced under the unwavering and even somewhat inhumane iron grip of the UEDC, with millions of tons of steel, concrete, and composite materials flowing like a lifeblood into the war-torn cities. In New York, Shanghai, and London, the remnants of collapsed skyscrapers were being meticulously cleared away, replaced by stronger, more rationally designed structures, each with standardized interfaces reserved at critical points for the installation of planetary defense weapons. The Noah Base, the gigantic circular edifice that had worked wonders on the Pamir Plateau, remained intact, permanently sealed and guarded by elite forces, becoming a sanctuary for all humanity and a stabilizing anchor in the hearts of all. Lin Mo and his Singularity Laboratory continued their relentless work day and night. They resembled impoverished children who had stumbled upon an endless treasure trove, greedily absorbing and analyzing the azure tears of the star and uncovering Rune technology related to the Khazar from the ruins scattered across the globe. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction, although the joy of victory had begun to settle. The unprecedented unity and cohesion born from survival remained the prevailing theme of society. In Shanghai, at the Bund, a war memorial composed of black marble and alloys had risen from the once ruined ground. Inscriptions bearing the names of thousands of ordinary citizens who perished in the invasion adorned the monument. A young girl named Li Wei gently placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums at its base. Her parents had fallen victim to the Khazar's battle axes during the initial wave of invasion. Now, she was an ordinary member of the Earth Home Reconstruction Volunteer Corps. Each day, She joined thousands of volunteers from around the world to clear debris, transport supplies, contributing her modest strength to the rebirth of the city. The despair that once clouded her eyes had been replaced by an unwavering resolve that transcended her years, akin to steel. At this moment, she was resting against the cold base of the monument, observing the cargo ships laden with construction materials traversing the Huangpu River, then glancing up at the skyscrapers that, though still bearing scars, were being reignited in brilliance. She felt an unprecedented sense of reassurance. Just then, on a nearby temporarily erected public information screen, a highly rated current affairs debate show from Europe was airing. An elegantly dressed, charismatic sociologist passionately proclaimed before the camera, "The war is over. We have triumphed. But look at our world now. Ubiquitous military control, stringent rationing of supplies, restricted personal movement, and the UEDC, an authority almost entirely unmonitored. We cannot imprison ourselves in a larger cage forged by safety out of fear of a specter that may never return. We need to restore our original way of life. We demand an open, free, and revitalized world." His words elicited a fervent applause from the studio audience. Yet upon hearing these sentiments, a chilling, seething anger surged within Li Wei's resolute eyes. "Open? Free?" She scoffed inwardly. "So, you wish to open the door once more, making it easier for the next butcher to step inside?" She could not comprehend. She would never forget the ghastly faces and the homes that had collapsed amidst cries and pools of blood. For her, and countless others who had lived through that hell, the war had never truly ended. The war had merely entered a temporary intermission. In Germany, Berlin, a grand parade was underway before the Brandenburg Gate. Thousands of young people, primarily university students, raised banners inscribed in German, English, and French. UEDC New World Tyranny. Give me liberty or give me internet. We triumphed over extraterrestrial invaders, yet succumbed to authoritarianism. Lin Mo is a hero, but he is not an emperor. A philosophy student named Klaus, with golden hair and azure eyes, stands as one of the leaders of the march atop a makeshift podium, passionately addressing the crowd below with a fervent and idealistic voice. "Friends, fellow compatriots, behold our world. Indeed, we have emerged victorious. We celebrate our heroes. We take pride in the greatness of the Noah Project. But what comes next? Our networks remain under stringent scrutiny. Our travels still necessitate the cumbersome application for permits. Our universities are even required to allocate more resources to the wretched symbols of war literature, rather than to the realms of humanities and arts that we hold dear. They claim this is for safety, for the prevention of the next invasion. But I must ask," Klaus's voice suddenly intensified, "for the sake of so-called absolute security, must we relinquish our most precious and inherent rights as human beings? We toppled the Berlin Wall to erect an even higher, thicker, and more intangible barrier upon our own planet. No, absolutely not. The war is over. Let the generals return to their barracks. Let the scientists return to their laboratories. Restore the right of choice and the air of freedom to the people." His impassioned speech ignited the crowd below, resulting in waves of fervent cheers and applause. Chapter 58. The Great Wall Faction. Switzerland, Geneva. New United Nations Headquarters. UEDC Supreme Council Chamber. A high-level conference, poised to determine the trajectory of human civilization for centuries, if not millennia, is underway. The atmosphere of the meeting is solemn yet peculiar. The once unified spirit of resistance against a common threat has quietly dissipated, replaced by a subtle, familiar aroma of political maneuvering and vested interests. The first half of the meeting is devoted to a summary and commendation of the reconstruction efforts over the past 3 months. Leaders from various nations extol the virtues of human solidarity, praise the efficiency of a UEDC, and laud the near-divine wisdom of Dr. Lin Mo. However, as the meeting transitioned to the next agenda, the atmosphere abruptly shifted to one of tension. Here, on behalf of the European Federation, and in conjunction with 32 other sovereign nations, I formally submit a proposal to the UEDC Joint Command. A middle-aged woman, clad in a white suit, exuding elegance with her hair elegantly coiled, radiating intellect and leadership charisma, rose slowly from her seat. She is Isabella Du Bois, the prominent figure of the Great Wall faction, and the current rotating chair of the European Federation, often referred to as the Iron Lady of Europe. Her voice, gentle yet imbued with undeniable strength, announced the title of the proposal, a proposal for the gradual dissolution of wartime joint government executive powers and the transition of a NOAA system to a normalized planetary defense mechanism. This lengthy and convoluted title detonated like a bombshell throughout the entire chamber. President Du Bois, undeterred by the shocked angry, or approving gazes directed at her, continued to articulate her reasoning with an infectious tone akin to that of a captivating orator. Esteemed colleagues, dear friends, 3 months ago, we conjured a miracle together. Our unprecedented unity vanquished an enemy that seemed insurmountable. We successfully defended our homeland and our civilization. She slightly bowed, paying the utmost respect to General Li Jinghua, seated at the Chinese delegation's table. Once again, I extend our most profound, eternal gratitude to Dr. Lin Mo, General Li, Colonel Chun Ling, and all the heroes who made immense sacrifices for this cause. However, her tone shifted to one of solemn gravity. What exactly are we defending? We are not merely safeguarding our land and our lives. We are defending the core values that our civilization has accumulated and cherished for millennia. That is, the freedom of thought, the spirit of independence, diverse cultures, and the rights of every individual to be respected and protected. The UEDC, this great temporary authoritarian government born from the fires of war, is a sharp sword that has aided us in slaying the dragon. I sincerely commend it. Yet, the lessons of history are starkly laid before us time and again. A civilization that, after conquering external dragons, forgets to sheath that sharp sword, will ultimately transform its once valiant dragon-slaying warrior into an even more formidable and unconquerable new dragon. Look at our world now. Her voice brimmed with anguish, global military control, stringent resource rationing, media propaganda promoting a unified ideology. Our children are even required to learn those violent and destructive alien runes. Meanwhile, our own precious thoughts on philosophy, art, and history, what truly makes us human, are being marginalized. We are transforming our civilization into a form we once despised and vigilantly guarded against, a vast, oppressive barracks. Her speech was highly incendiary. Many representatives from Western nations and those who had not directly faced war exhibited expressions of deep agreement and approval. Therefore, I propose. President Du Bois raised her hand in a gesture akin to a rallying cry, delivering her final remarks. The war is over. Let the heroes return to the honor they rightfully deserve. Restore power to its rightful democratic framework. Dissolve the executive powers of the UEDC, and reinstate the independence of all nations. Transform the NOAA system from a militarized war machine into a purely defensive planetary wall, overseen by a new democratic global parliament. Let us lay down our arms, heal our wounds, and once again embrace a world brimming with vitality, hope, and infinite possibilities. Her words resonated through the chamber. As she finished speaking, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the assembly. Notably, representatives from nations that had not suffered severe damage during the war, relying on commerce and finance as their foundation, offered particularly fervent applause. For President Du Bois had articulated the sentiments of them all. In their view, this was the sole pathway to a righteous future. At that moment, the ideology of the Great Wall faction seemed to have gained overwhelming ascendancy. Following the final strike of the miraculous project that shook the stars, granting Earth a precious, albeit fleeting, respite, a facade of fragile peace, like a mirage after the tide recedes, enveloped the entire civilization. The clarion call for reconstruction echoed over every ruin. The flag of hope once again flew above every scarred city. However, when the most immediate sword of Damocles receded from above, the cord, forcibly twisted together for survival by 7 billion souls, inevitably began to show signs of slackness within. Humanity, this forgetful and self-destructive species, hastily plunged back into their most familiar quarrels, eager to carve out a path for the future before the wounds of the past had even begun to heal. President Du Bois's speech was imbued with power and allure. She painted a resplendent and yearned for vision for all. The military command of the UEDC would be significantly diminished. Its administrative intervention powers it completely relinquished, transforming it from a global government into a mere planetary defense warning center, akin to a global meteorological bureau. The NOAA project would be preserved in its entirety and expanded into a comprehensive automated defense system, a grand planetary wall robust enough to withstand the next invasion. Subsequently, humanity would return to that familiar era, vibrant and free, marked by various minor frictions, yet ultimately peaceful and prosperous. Chapter 59. The Blade Faction. General Li Jinghua observed the scene before him with an impassive expression. In his eyes, always as sharp as a hawk's, a fleeting glimmer of profound sorrow appeared. He mourned for those who perished in the war, for the blood of countless compatriots. He also felt sorrow for these so-called human elites, so forgetful and naive. He slowly rose to his feet. Without ornate rhetoric or impassioned tones, his erect figure, clad in the uniform of a general representing a republic forged in blood and fire, spoke volumes in its own right. Your Excellency, President Du Bois. His voice was low yet carried an undeniable weight. Your speech was splendid. It painted a picture of peace that each of us ardently longs for. However, I regret to point out one crucial flaw. All you depicted rests on a fundamentally flawed and wishful premise, that you believe the war has ended. Li Jinghua approached the podium. Instead of addressing the representatives below, he directed his gaze towards the screen, displaying the vastness of the starry sky. You believe the Caesarians retreated out of fear of our might. With all due respect, Your Excellency, this is not optimism. It is the most grievous error a strategist can make, hubris. I have devoted my life to the study of war. I understand better than any of you present how an aggressive and proud military faction reacts following an unexpected, humiliating defeat. They do not retreat out of fear. Rather, they withdraw to their lairs, fueled by deeper hatred and stronger fury, to amass an even larger and more ferocious force. They will return in the most brutal and thorough manner, erasing not only the enemy that brought them shame, but also the very traces of their existence from this world. The peace you envision is merely a brief, hypocritical armistice between two wars. Li Jinghua's words stirred a ripple of unrest in the assembly. President Du Bois rose gracefully, preparing to counter. Yet, Chen Ling stood up ahead of her. All eyes were instantly drawn to this female officer, exuding an aura of danger reminiscent of a Black Panther. Your Excellency, Chen Ling's voice was cold and sharp, like a scalpel precisely cutting through the veneer of warmth cloaking the illusion of peace. While you and others discuss freedom and human rights, my team and I have spent the past 3 months conducting in-depth interrogations and studies on the 10 or so Caesarian technicians we captured. We employed every means possible, including neuronal interfacing and memory fragment retrieval. We uncovered some intriguing cultural insights. Chen Ling summoned a document marked as top secret onto the main screen. In the linguistic framework of the Caesarians, she spoke slowly. There exist no corresponding terms for our concepts of peace, compromise, or coexistence. However, they possess over 50 distinct words, each with varying meanings and usages to describe conquest. They have more than 100 terms that precisely delineate how to utterly and categorically enslave a resistant race. From body to spirit, their singular definition of civilization is encapsulated in one term: chainbreakers, for throughout their long, bloody, and violent history, they have also been subjugated by a civilization mightier than theirs for a full 30,000 years. They refer to that era as the Age of Chains. Thus, Chen Ling's gaze swept across the assembly like the sharpest searchlight, making every individual who met her eyes feel an inexplicable shudder. They understood better than any other nation on Earth what it means for a weaker civilization to confront a powerful one. It signifies a lack of dignity, a deprivation of freedom, and a bleak future. It merely implies the cold chain around one's neck. Therefore, after overthrowing their masters, they inscribed a simple yet brutally stark survival law into the very genes of their civilization. And I believe everyone present can comprehend this law. General Li Jinghua gradually took up Chen Ling's thread. His aged yet powerful voice reverberated in the hushed assembly chamber, like an ancient Eastern warning steeped in blood and iron. He articulated the phrase that defined the relentless core logic of two civilizations' futures, either as wolves or as lambs. If you do not become that fiercest, most powerful wolf capable of devouring all, then you are destined to be the lamb, trembling in the dark forest, awaiting any passing beast to shred you to pieces at will. Ladies and gentlemen, General Li Jinghua's voice grew incredibly grave. The Caesarians have made their choice through their actions. Now it is our turn. Shall we choose to remain naive, kind, yet utterly defenseless lambs, praying that the wolves of the forest will not return? Or, his eyes ignited with a fierce, resolute military ferocity, shall we transform ourselves into a pack of more cunning, more united, and far more fearsome wolves that will make all enemies tremble? The entire assembly chamber was profoundly shaken by this raw, unadorned philosophy of survival, stripped of all civilized pretense. Akin to the law of the jungle, President Du Bois's complexion turned ashen. She realized that all her elegant discourses on values and freedom appeared feeble and powerless in the face of this most primal and fundamental inquiry of survival versus annihilation. Yet, she remained unwilling to concede. No, she spoke with a trembling voice. Even so, we cannot become the very embodiment of what we despise. General, your philosophy is fraught with dangerous militaristic tendencies. It will drag us down an endless, dark path of mutual destruction. Chapter 60. The Clash of Ideologies. We must, and we shall, uphold our bottom line. We must safeguard the light of our civilization. We can fortify the Great Wall, We can transform the entirety of Earth into an impregnable bastion. Yet, we should not willingly embark upon the path of the razor's edge, fraught with aggression. Li Jinghua gazed at her, slowly shaking his head. He refrained from further debate, casting upon her a look imbued with near pity, before uttering the ancient Eastern adage that would later be revered by all of human civilization as the foremost principle of survival in the interstellar age. The phrase was succinct, yet bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. If the enemy can advance, so too can I. The adversary may approach our very doorstep without hesitation, inflicting slaughter and devastation upon us. Must we then cower behind our high walls, passively awaiting the next judgment? Why should this be so? It is unjust. The cosmos, that dark expanse of wilderness, has never known fairness. This celestial realm recognizes only strength. The assembly fell into a profound silence, thick with shock and contemplation. The expressions on the faces of the representatives from the Great Wall faction shifted from their previous ease and confidence. For the first time, they began to genuinely scrutinize the logic they had constructed upon the tenets of peace and reason, questioning whether it could withstand the brutal truths of the universe. An ominous, chilling declaration. General. President Isabella Du Bois, after a prolonged silence, gradually rose once more. Her complexion was somewhat pallid, yet her gaze remained radiant with the indomitable idealism befitting a leader of a civilized world. You and Colonel Chenling have painted for us a portrait of the worst-case scenario, a dark tableau depicting the enemy as an irredeemable, irrational beast. I concede that such a possibility exists. However, her voice regained its vigor, imbued with an alluring charisma. Can we relinquish our present, which is the most authentic and precious reality we possess, for the mere specter of a potentially grim future? You demand that we harness our entire civilization to a chariot named the Razor's Edge. You urge us to transform the entirety of humanity into a barracks. You call for the allocation of all resources towards preparations for a war that may never come. This itself is a gamble. General, you are wagering the very existence of our civilization on the enemy's next move. Yet, what if you're mistaken? What if the Khazarians are genuinely deterred by the might of our Noah? What if, like countless empires throughout history, they descend into internal strife due to this grievous defeat, rendering them incapable of further expeditions? What if they never return? How then shall we reconcile with ourselves? We may find that in guarding against a phantom, we have erected a global military dictatorship that we can no longer dismantle. By then, we will realize that our economy has long since withered, our culture has decayed, and our children harbor only hatred and visions of war, unable to perceive the beauty of the starry sky. At that moment, General, President Du Bois' gaze sharpened, locking onto Li Jinghua. Even if we are not obliterated by extraterrestrial forces, we will have already been destroyed by our own unending terror of war. Thus, she inhaled deeply, delivering her final, resonant declaration. In the absence of incontrovertible evidence proving that the ravenous wolf will indeed return to our doorsteps soon, I, alongside the European Federation and all nations that cherish the existing values of our civilization, resolutely refuse to stake everything upon that mad, gambling table known as the Razor's Edge. Her oration concluded, and applause erupted once more in the assembly hall. This time, the clapping, though not as fervent as before, resonated with a sense of hesitance and struggle. Du Bois had posed an inescapable, pivotal question: evidence. Yes, evidence. All the conjectures put forth by Li Jinghua and Chenling were predicated upon assumptions regarding the enemy's psychology and behavioral patterns. While these assumptions were steeped in logic and possibility, they ultimately lacked the foundation of truth. To lead an entire civilization down a path fraught with thorns and uncertainty on mere conjecture was an exorbitant cost, one so great that many leaders began to waver. The atmosphere in the assembly hall shifted once more, becoming increasingly unfavorable for the Razor's Edge faction. Li Jinghua's countenance darkened, while Chenling remained silent. They were acutely aware that they had exerted their utmost efforts. They had laid bare the harshest realities before everyone. Yet one cannot awaken a soul that prefers to dwell in dreams. Just as the chair of the assembly was preparing to announce the final vote on President Du Bois' proposal, the heavy metallic door, a symbol of supreme authority, creaked open. In that instant, the gaze of every individual in the hall was magnetically drawn to the entrance. A young figure, slightly weary and clad in a simple white shirt, entered, flanked by two members of the Candle Dragon Special Forces. It was Lin Mo. He had arrived. Lin Montauk, akin to a stage actor who appears only at the last moment, rendered all previous disputes and debates pale in comparison. The assembly hall fell into an utter hush. Everyone understood the significance of this young man, who had single-handedly pulled human civilization back from the brink of annihilation, appearing here at this critical juncture. Chapter 61, Evidence. Lin Mo offered no greetings or pleasantries. His eyes, perpetually tranquil as ancient wells, swept across the assembly, finally resting on President Du Bois, who regarded him with a gaze filled with complexity, astonishment, and scrutiny. Lin Mo did not approach the podium. He simply stood in the center of the assembly hall. Then he raised his hand. The tactical tablet he held projected a blue beam of light upwards. This beam swiftly unfolded upon the vast holographic screen of the assembly hall, revealing an expansive star map, unknown and terrifying to all present. Your Excellency, President Du Bois, Lin Mo began. His voice was calm and clear, yet possessed an undeniable authority akin to the articulation of physical laws. You stated that you require evidence. I shall provide you with that evidence. The main screen displayed a colossal star map, rapidly evolving. Over the past 720 hours, my team has devoted 90% of the global brain's computational power to a task of utmost priority, tracking the main fleet of the Khazarian forces, which you all believed had fled. A crimson trajectory, representing the punitive expeditionary force, vividly emerged on the screen. We deployed all deep space telescopes, including the Weber, and combined it with the NOAA amplifier's superluminal passive sensing of spatial ripples, achieving unprecedented precision in tracking their every transition. We discovered, Lin Mo's voice paused, becoming chillingly cold, that their journey was not a frantic, aimless retreat. Each of their transitions, its distance, angle, and energy expenditure, had been meticulously calculated. Their voyage possessed a singular, unequivocal destination. At that moment, the star map suddenly zoomed out from the solar system, extending to the Orion Arm, and then encompassing the panoramic view of the entire Milky Way. That crimson trajectory resembled a lethal serpent slithering through the dark cosmos, traversing hundreds of light years, ultimately pointing with unerring accuracy towards a red region brimming with countless stars. The endpoint of their course was the most resplendent core within that star field, radiating the strongest energy signals. They were going home. Lin Mo stated matter-of-factly, devoid of any emotional inflection, that they were returning to regroup to prepare for the next war. President Du Bois's complexion began to pale slightly. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, asserting, "This only proves that they have returned. It does not guarantee that they will come back." "Indeed, you are correct," Lin Mo nodded, seemingly having anticipated her rebuttal. "Thus, my team undertook a second endeavor. We are not merely studying their runic technology, we are delving into the very essence of their civilization, examining their history and culture." The screen shifted once more, revealing a sociological and psychological analysis model of the Karsar civilization, rife with bloodshed and paranoia. Fractured chains of proverbs, the age of chains, an extreme fear of the weak, a pathological worship of the powerful. These derived profiles of a civilization, underpinned by data and logic, sent shivers down the spines of all present. Leaders dwelling in a world of peace and civility. By integrating these as the highest weighted irrational behavior variables into our civilization conflict model, we arrived at a final probability regarding their potential return. Lin Mo turned to face the now ashen-faced Du Bois and slowly articulated the answer that could shatter all idealism. 100%. Du Bois opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. But Lin Mo did not cease there. His intent was not merely to persuade. He aimed to awaken those still clinging to hope. Of course, Lin Mo's voice grew increasingly calm and yet more ruthless. "I understand that mere probabilities are insufficient for decision-makers. Therefore, we undertook a third task. We simulated for you what the reality of that 100% would resemble." The screen displayed the final and most terrifying image. It was a future simulated by the global brain, utilizing all available computational power. In the visuals within the Karsar home system, massive shipyards, akin to interstellar metropolises, were feverishly constructing countless warships, more colossal and more fearsome than the Judgment Hammer. Gallic, within the Imperial Council chambers, used his persuasive rhetoric to showcase the threat posed by Earth and the allure of the Tears of the Stars to the lords of the other 6 clans. Greed and fear. These primal driving forces sent the entire Karsar Empire, this vast war machine, into a frenzied motion with unprecedented efficiency. Ultimately, the image froze. A fleet, comprising over 3,000 capital ships, 30,000 support vessels, and at least 7 mobile fortresses of Judgment Hammer caliber, assembled into an unprecedented armada, obscuring the sky. They resembled a deathly sea of bronze and flame, poised to engulf the entire cosmos. Their singular destination was Earth. According to the model's predictions, this fleet would reach the solar system within 3 to 5 years. Lin Mo deactivated the holographic projection. The meeting hall was restored to light. Yet every heart plunged into a darkness more profound and colder than ever before. Lin Mo slowly descended from the podium and approached the already distraught and faltering President Du Bois. He bore no semblance of a victor. A glimmer of sympathy flickered in his eyes. In a whisper only the two of them could hear, he said, "Madam President, like you, I cherish and yearn for peace. Yet, I regret to inform you of a brutal truth. The kind of peace we humans desire has been irrevocably extinguished since the moment the Karsar's vanguard transitioned to the solar system. The dark forest of the universe has not afforded us the luxury of choosing peace. It has presented us with two options: either seize the blade and become a new god, more formidable and fearsome than all known enemies, or humbly succumb as offerings to the old gods, reduced to the dust of history. Which path should humanity choose?" Having spoken, Lin Mo turned away from her, striding alongside Chen Ling, who had appeared behind him at some point toward the hall's exit. Behind them lingered a profound silence. Finally, President Du Bois summoned all her strength and, with a voice laden with bitterness, fatigue, yet utmost seriousness, proclaimed to the young figure vanishing at the doorway, "The European Federation consents to the blade proposal." Chapter 62. The Heart of Karsar. At the terminus of the transition corridor in the Milky Way, Orion Arm, Betelgeuse, there was no stable, mirror-like exit. Instead, it was a violent expulsion of space. The colossal and battered hull of the Judgment Hammer was forcefully expelled, as if by a drunken giant from a rift torn apart. Engulfed in cataclysmic temporal turbulence, the hull emitted a grating metallic groan as its structure twisted under the intense spatial tremors. Several armor plates, already loosened during the previous transition, detached completely in this final violent tug, transforming into silent space debris drifting into the dark abyss. This was the Karsar-style transition, efficient, lethal, yet imbued with a sense of reckless, barbaric power. However, as all red alarms on the bridge gradually subsided, and the Karsar warriors recovered from the soul-wrenching aftereffects of the transition, their eyes reflected an almost religious fervor. For beyond the porthole, the cold, desolate void adorned with brilliant stars was replaced by a tumultuous sea of poisonous clouds, swirling and ominous. A colossal, grotesque planet, entirely enveloped in turbulent atmosphere, dominated their view. Its sun is an aging, corpulent red giant, exuding a morbid dimness akin to the dark red glow of congealed plasma. Illuminated by this light, the entire planet manifests a hue reminiscent of decaying carcasses, sickening to behold. Yellow-green clouds, composed of high concentrations of sulfur dioxide and chlorine, intertwine and collide with dark red cyclones, formed from iron oxide dust and methane storms, creating superstorms with diameters reaching thousands of kilometers, perpetually raging. At the heart of these tempests, one can observe twisted green lightning, akin to a dragon, dancing silently in a frenzy, born of extreme pressure and chemical reactions. Occasionally, through the fissures in the clouds, one catches a glimpse of the grotesque terrain below. Here, there's no blue, no white, nor the refreshing green that symbolizes life. Only an endless, viscous black swamp, as thick as ink, bubbling with lethal gases. Black volcanoes, resembling gaping wounds upon the earth, continually spew sulfuric steam and molten rock. This is the core of the Khazar Empire, the birthplace of the Seven Clans. A sacred land in the hearts of all Khazarians, the heart of Khazar. This planet itself serves as a merciless and efficient giant sieve, meticulously crafted for the concept of life. Its total mass is thrice that of Earth. The omnipresent, formidable gravity acts as an unyielding instructor, relentlessly subjecting every living being on this planet to the most brutal tests of endurance. Any creature lacking sufficient bone strength or muscle density is doomed from the moment of birth to crawl humbly upon the ground like a mere worm. Here, the weak are not even deemed worthy of standing. The atmosphere is saturated with toxins. Each breath, for an outsider, is a close encounter with death. The rain here is not water, but a caustic, icy mixture of sulfuric and chloric acid. Any creature without a thick shell or scales for protection will be corroded to mere bones after a single downpour. The ecosystem here epitomizes the brutal principle of survival of the fittest. Beneath the viscous, toxic swamp lurk semi-aquatic predators, as large as armored vehicles, cloaked in thick bone armor, capable of effortlessly dragging a hapless, colossal herbivore, into the mire with their alloy-crushing jaws, suffocating it to death. In the twisted, black iron-like forests that stubbornly emerge from the toxic swamp, there thrives a massive carnivorous plant that emits peculiar spores, mimicking the mating calls of prey. Once attracted, the enormous flower bud snaps shut in an instant, utilizing its needle-like teeth and potent acidic digestive fluids to convert its victim into sustenance for its next phase of growth. This is the world from which the Khazarians emerged, a hell where existence itself has devolved into an endless, bloody war. General Gorak stands before the viewport of the bridge, quietly gazing at the familiar yet detestable homeland below. The spaceship's air circulation system operates at maximum capacity, yet a faint, acrid aroma, mingling sulfur's sharpness, methane's foulness, and the unique sweet stench of eons of decayed life from the swamp seeps in. However, this noxious scent, potent enough to incapacitate an earthling, evokes a perverse sense of nostalgia within Gorak. He greedily inhales deeply. As the ship descends slowly, he feels the familiar, heavy embrace of gravity, like a mother's arms, through the hull's deck, enveloping his body once more. The discomfort in his bones, a product of prolonged expansion in low gravity, is being compacted and solidified by this formidable force. He hears the satisfied crackling of his bones, and his muscles, previously relaxed from a state of weightlessness, regain their firmness, vitality, and explosive power. This is the sensation of home. This is the feeling of the strong. He recalls Earth, that laughable planet he derisively dubbed the Blue Mudball. Its gravity is as light as cotton candy, its air so thin that it renders his lungs nearly powerless. The creatures there are so fragile that even the most ordinary of his slave warriors could obliterate them with a single punch. How could such a comfortable, soft, and weak world produce a civilization capable of thwarting a warlord who clawed his way up from hell? Confusion and a renewed sense of humiliation-fueled rage surge within Gorak once more. Chapter 63, Hometown. The hammer of divine punishment does not descend directly. Its enormous frame and damaged structural integrity can no longer withstand the strain of entering and exiting the high-gravity, highly corrosive atmosphere of the heart of Khazar. It hovers like an aged emperor returning from battle, needing to recuperate, suspended safely in the stratosphere at an altitude of 100,000 meters. Gorak dons the ceremonial armor, denoting his status as warlord, adorned with the skull of the three-headed, nine-eyed venomous lizard he personally vanquished and crafted from the polished, high-density material of a planetary core, a more magnificent and fearsome heavy ceremonial armor of the Grand Lord. He boards his landing craft, the Abyssal Maw, shaped like a poised prehistoric beast, and descends through the corrosive, yellow-green acid rain clouds that could dissolve steel. The ground below gradually comes into focus. Their capital does not rest upon plains or rivers, as human cities do, needing to adapt to their natural surroundings. No, the Khazarians believe in making nature adapt to them. The entire city, or rather fortress, has been hewn directly from a colossal volcanic mountain range that spans the continent, carved out in the most savage and incredible manner by their ancient ancestors, who possess the power to move mountains and fill seas. It is the power center of the Khazar Empire, Geo-el-Khazar, which in ancient Khazarian means the fortress that never falls. The fortress brims with angular, massive, oppressive stone edifices, embodying the aesthetic of violence. There is no superfluous ornamentation. Each block, tempered by high pressure and heat, silently proclaims to the universe the ideals of strength, conquest, and unyielding defiance. The buildings are connected by iron bridges forged from the bones of slaves and black iron, poised over the churning depths of a bottomless black swamp suffused with lethal green gas. Streams of molten orange-red, like lava, flow from the mountain's interior, serving as the city's lifeblood, providing an unceasing supply of energy from the depths of the earth to the colossal black iron furnaces that burn day and night. The throat of the abyss descended amidst a thunderous roar powerful enough to trigger an avalanche, landing atop the colossal glory platform, hewn from a single massive peak at the apex of the fortress. Upon this platform stood hundreds of the most elite bloodthirsty warriors from his Bloodthroat clan, each towering above 3.5 meters, clad in battle armor more formidable and grotesque than that of ordinary soldiers. Crafted from the shells and skulls of various formidable alien beasts, they awaited in formation. Unlike the synchronized, laughable movements of human armies, they eschewed ostentatious and hollow welcoming slogans. Instead, they relentlessly struck their bronze battle axes, larger and sharper than those wielded by common warriors, their blades caked with the congealed blood of myriad colors, against their chest plates. forged from the skulls of their most powerful quarry, with resounding force. Thud, 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 thud. The sound was deep, wild, and imbued with the primal essence of tribal reverence and awe for the mightiest among them. This was not a welcome. It was a report to their warlord, the strongest spear of their clan, of their insatiable battle fervor. Gorik, flanked by 12 Deathwalkers cloaked in black and wielding massive scythes, slowly descended the gangway of the landing ship. His heavy armor, adorned with immense beast bones and black obsidian, shimmered under the dim, blood-red sun of Khazar, casting a heart-stirring, sanguine glow. He was to traverse his cities on foot from this point, ultimately reaching the deepest recesses of the fortress, where the glorious council of the 7 clans was to convene. This was a pilgrimage to showcase his status as a warlord, affirming that even in the face of unprecedented defeat, he still wielded supreme authority and power. Chapter 64, Gor Khazar. As Gorik's massive form, clad in ritualistic black armor, passed through the grand gate entirely sculpted from a single block of obsidian, an aroma distinct from the sulphurous and acid rain-laden air outside engulfed him, a more potent and intricate scent of beasts. It bore the breath of a living, pulsating, savage metropolis. It was the sweat and hormones of millions of Khazar warriors, the terror and blood tears of countless slaves from various races, the smoldering or from a molten heart of the earth, the visceral stench wafting from open slaughterhouses, and the burning hallucinogenic herbs of voodoo temples. All these elements coalesced into a unique olfactory wave, emblematic of Gor Khazar, suffused with the duality of life and death, creation and destruction, a suffocating heat. The first sight to greet him was the main thoroughfare, one new alley, which cut through the fortress and epitomized the core spirit of the city. This avenue was wide enough for 10 wagons to pass side by side. The ground was not paved with smooth flagstones, but comprised countless massive tiles cut from conquered planets, bearing the stylistic marks of alien civilizations, clumsily pieced together without aesthetic consideration. Stepping upon them, one could sense the chaotic clash of energies from disparate worlds beneath their feet. Here lay the most prosperous, significant, and brutal center of slave trade and distribution within the entire Khazar Empire. Flanking the street were towering, fortress-like cages, constructed from volcanic rock and black iron, formidable and imposing. Each cage represented a slave trader or a clan's trophy display. Gorik strode past these cages with unwavering focus. His presence commanded such authority that even the typically arrogant slave masters lowered their heads, suppressing their smirks, thumping their chests in respect to the returning warlord. Yet, his indifferent gaze swept over the merchandise displayed like commodities in their cages. He noticed, within a cage owned by the Iron Skull clan, dozens of insectoid gladiators from the Alpha 7 star system. These graceful, elongated beings, adorned with beautiful chitinous exoskeletons, possessed 4 bone-like arms as sharp as a reaper's scythe. They were born warriors, proud and unyielding. Even in captivity, their multifaceted eyes burned with an unquenchable fire of combat. A corpulent slave master of the Iron Skull clan sneered as he seared a branding iron, glowing red from the furnace, onto the back of one of the insectoid gladiators. Sizzle. The acrid scent of charred protein filled the air. The creature emitted a piercing screech of excruciating pain and fury, its scythe-like arms thrashing violently against the iron bars of its cage, creating a cacophony of clanging sounds. Did you see that? Ladies and gentlemen, the slave master boasted to the onlooking customers eager to select gladiators, a fresh batch, full of wild spirit, whether for the arena or as guards. They are absolutely worth every credit. Gorik remained unmoved. Such scenes were as mundane to him as breathing. He then spotted even more exotic specimens. Within a container enveloped in a powerful low-temperature field, resembling a colossal crystal coffin, floated several humanoid beings composed entirely of some crystalline ice, radiating a ghostly blue light. They hailed from a frigid, gaseous planet, existing as pure energy life forms, showcased as the most luxurious and expensive living artworks. Auctioned by a gaggle of portly Khazar merchants from the commercial clan of Golden Teeth, their voices exaggerated and provocative. The starting bid alone could purchase a small arm shuttle. He also glimpsed some of his preferred delicacies. In several relatively crude cages fashioned from wood and tin, hundreds of creatures, resembling small calves and covered in fluffy white fur, with large, innocent eyes like black glass beads, were confined. These were the fluffball beasts from the Papalo star system, extremely docile, timid, and herbivorous creatures. They were beloved pets among the Khazar aristocracy, one kept for companionship to demonstrate their benevolence, the other housed in kitchens to satisfy culinary cravings. Indeed, They served as emergency rations. Adjacent to the cage containing the fluffball beasts lay a vast, open-air slaughterhouse, pulsating with sanguine energy. Two bare-chested Khazar butchers, clad only in unknown animal hides, their muscles bulging like granite, grinned as they brutally dragged out a fluffball beast, which emitted desperate, plaintive cries, overwhelmed with fear and excrement. One of the butchers, with hands as massive as iron pincers, firmly grasped the creature's head. Another butcher brandished a massive cleaver, wider than a door, its blade stained with the remnants of unknown flesh, and aimed it at the fragile, fur-covered neck of the fluffball beast. With a thunderous roar, he brought it down decisively. Splatter! A furry head soared into the air. Scalding, crimson blood erupted like a fountain from the severed carcass, staining the ground around it a shocking shade of red. The butchers erupted in satisfied, boisterous laughter. They skillfully commenced the grim task of skinning, bleeding, gutting, and chopping the still twitching body. Fresh chunks of steaming, fatty slave flesh were carelessly hung on hooks fashioned from the ribs of colossal beasts nearby. Chapter 65, Slave's Alley. A warrior from the Bloodthirstily clan, recently emerged from the arena and still bearing wounds, tossed a pouch of coins and, wielding his battle axe, casually hooked a dripping piece of hind leg meat from the iron hook, tearing into it ravenously without even roasting it first. This primal scene, filled with raw ferocity and bloodlust, drew cheers of admiration and envy from onlookers. Here, weakness is the original sin. Here, life is divided into two categories, those who consume flesh and those who are consumed. As he traversed the blood-soaked alley, echoing with cries of despair and haggling, a cacophony of roars, imbued with the primal ferocity and madness of countless creatures, crashed over him like a tangible wave. It was the sound of the entertainment center from the fortress, the Blood Ring Arena. Gallic cast a cold glance. The immense open-air coliseum, resembling a mountain pierced by a small meteor, was currently hosting the most bloodthirsty spectacle favored by the castle people. A nine-eyed venomous lizard, comparable in size to a main battle tank and captured with great difficulty from the death marshes beneath the fortress, was engaged in a one-sided slaughter against 100 indigenous lizard folk slaves, freshly seized from a newly conquered primitive planet that had yet to discover fire. The native slaves wielded only the most rudimentary spears and wooden shields, hastily fashioned from stones and sticks. Their fate was already sealed. The nobles and warriors of Castle sat upon bleachers constructed from the bones of colossal beasts. They sipped strong liquor served in the skulls of slaves, eagerly pointing at the spectacle below, wagering their clan's honor and even their slaves as stakes. Every time a native slave was bitten in half by the enormous venomous lizard, spilling guts and entrails across the ground, the stands erupted in a chorus of gleeful, malicious laughter. Conversely, when a fearless native slave managed to stab the lizard's eye with a stone spear, eliciting a cry of pain, the audience responded with even louder curses and jeers. This was the entertainment of the castle, built upon the suffering and death of other races, the cheapest and most direct form of pleasure. Continuing onward, the temperature in the air began to rise sharply. The resounding clang, clang, clang of powerful metal strikes grew increasingly clear. This was the industrial heart of the castle empire. The Black Iron Forge District. There were no clean, orderly production lines filled with precision instruments and automated machinery, as found among humans. Here, only the most primitive, the hottest, and the most testosterone-laden massive workshops existed. Thousands of the strongest and finest castle blacksmiths toiled, bare-chested, their rock-like bronze muscles glistening with torrents of sweat. Beside enormous natural forges, directly fed by molten lava from the Earth's core, they wielded massive hammers weighing hundreds of pounds, crafted from high-density alloys. They melted ores, plundered from various colonial planets and mixed with exotic metals, into bubbling, crimson iron. Then they cast, forged, and tempered. The massive, heavy, and barbaric bronze armor plates of castle warships were forged through countless hours of sweat, flame, and roar. Each ship was a unique handcrafted masterpiece, imbued with the spirit of craftsmanship. The rune engravers, responsible for etching symbols onto the armor plates, held a status superior to that of blacksmiths, almost akin to priests. They typically hailed from ancient artisan families, passing down a near-religious devotion to the rigid yet effective rune carving techniques learned from imitating ancient relics. As Gallic traversed this infernal furnace district, his pilgrimage neared its climax. He arrived at the innermost part of the fortress, eternally shrouded in darkness and smoke, the Vodou Temple District. Here lay the sacred sites of the seven clans. The air was thick with a nauseatingly sweet and acrid scent, a blend of congealed blood, burning hallucinogenic herbs, and some animal fat used for preserving corpses. Gallic beheld the temple of his own bloodthroat clan, constructed entirely of enormous skulls from various conquered races and obsidian, exuding an aura of death. He also saw the other 6 temples, each with its own unique style, yet similarly imbued with bloody primitivism and mystery. He knew that at this moment, the lords of the other 6 clans awaited in the central temple, the oldest and most powerful, constructed entirely from the vertebrae of an unknown colossal beast, the Hall of the Glorious Council. He could vividly imagine the faces of those so-called friends, wearing expressions of malicious delight as they awaited the spectacle of his failure. Taking a deep breath of the toxic air, rich with the scent of his homeland, he adjusted his black armor, symbolizing supreme power, which had become scalding hot as he passed through the furnace district. All personal complexities faded from the crimson biological eye. In their place arose a deeper, more dangerous essence, the essence of civilization steeped in fear and madness. He was no longer a general returning to defend himself from failure. He would transform into a prophet issuing a final warning for the survival of his entire race. Gallic strode purposefully toward the council hall, where the fate of the entire castle empire would soon be determined, a place rife with intrigue, greed, and tangled interests. Chapter 66, The Erroneous Draft. Following the compelling and undeniable conclusion of the grand debate between the Great Wall and the Blade, the entirety of human civilization, a colossal machine that had nearly sputtered out due to confusion, was thrust back onto its path with an unprecedented, almost frenzied vigor. The Blade emerged as the singular, paramount manifesto of human civilization. The power of the UEDC was unprecedentedly fortified. A monumentale initiative, codenamed Prometeux, has been officially launched with the aim of thoroughly deciphering Rune Technology and establishing an invincible fleet from Earth capable of interstellar expeditions. At the very heart of this grand scheme lies the Singularity Laboratory, located in the deepest recesses of the UEDC headquarters. Lin Mo has been bestowed with absolute research authority, akin to that of a civilizational dictator. He possesses the unconditional ability to mobilize any nation, laboratory, or scientist on this planet. The entirety of human civilization's resources is fully accessible to him and his team. Bathed in the afterglow of victory and aspirations for the future, everyone believed that the ensuing phase would be a resounding technological explosion filled with accolades and the glorious epics of human civilization. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to the overly optimistic elites of Earth. 7 weeks after the inception of the Prometheus project, within the main conference room of the Singularity Laboratory, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Seated around the vast circular conference table were the world's foremost scientists, laureates of numerous Nobel Prizes. Yet, at this moment, these once supremely confident intellects, akin to deities in their respective fields, wore expressions of despair, their faces gaunt and sunken. The table before them was cluttered with mountains of emptied coffee cups and energy drink cans. The main screen displayed a series of utterly disheartening research reports, devoid of progress over the past 7 weeks. In the realm of material science, an elderly professor from the Max Planck Institute, his hair as white as snow, wearily rubbed his temples. We are still unable to replicate the rune bronze of the Caesarians. We have deciphered 99 of its alloy formula through spectral analysis. Yet, no matter how we adjust the ratios and smelting processes, the samples we produce exhibit energy conductivity and structural integrity at least 3 orders of magnitude inferior to the original. It is as though something, an essence we cannot comprehend, is missing. In energy studies, the scenario was no different. An American scientist, tasked with reverse engineering the Caesarian jump engine core, anxiously tugged at his thinning hair. We meticulously replicated an energy core according to the captured rune array schematic. However, when we infused it with energy, it failed to operate stably. The energy flow within the rune circuit resembles a swarm of headless flies, darting chaotically. The energy dissipation rate soars to 97. Rather than an engine, it resembles a highly inefficient behemoth that could explode at any moment. The crux of the matter lay in the deciphering of the runes themselves. A French expert in information theory and decoding, nearly crushing his data tablet in frustration, lamented, "We have exhausted every known decoding method available to humanity, from binary to hieroglyphs, and even the most cutting-edge quantum information algorithms. Yet what we obtain is merely a heap of illogical, contradictory, and paradoxical garbage data." He employed a metaphor steeped in frustration. It is as if we are attempting to analyze the golden ratio and principles of perspective behind Da Vinci's enigmatic smile in the Mona Lisa from a canvas that a 3-year-old has haphazardly smeared with mud and paint. It is utterly impossible. This vivid metaphor instantaneously ignited the suppressed negative emotions of the scientists present. I concur. This is hardly science. Those so-called runes possess no verifiable logical consistency. They exclaimed. Have we been mistaken from the outset? Perhaps this is indeed a form of magic, one that can only be harnessed through bloodlines or faith, a metaphysical force. Enough. Lin Mo's cold yet weary voice interrupted the fervor of the discussion. He had endured over a month of sleepless nights, averaging no more than 4 hours of sleep each day. His once handsome visage had become gaunt, resembling a chiseled sculpture. Only his bloodshot eyes retained the brilliance of 2 stars burning in the darkness. He too found himself ensnared in an unprecedented impasse. His superlative intellect, comparable to the collective brains of the world, felt a profound sense of powerlessness when confronted with the irrational and chaotic runes. He sensed that truth lay beyond the veil of fog, yet he could not discern the correct path to pierce through it. At that moment, a resounding bang echoed through the room. From a corner of the conference chamber, a previously silent young figure abruptly stood up. He slammed a half-meter-thick stack of reports, filled with densely packed failed equations, onto the ground with fervor. All eyes were instantly drawn to him. It was Qian Wei, a prodigy who had been hastily promoted to the Singularity Laboratory from the University of Science and Technology of China at the tender age of 15. The youngest and most gifted quantum physicist. He was Lin Mo's junior and his most cherished apprentice. For the past 2 months, he had been tasked with the most challenging and pivotal work of deducing the foundational logic of rune energy. Yet at this moment, the face of this usually vibrant genius was marred by the weight of countless failures, expressing a mix of despair and fury. I quit. Qian Wei's eyes blazed with intensity, akin to an enraged young lion, as he unleashed a roar filled with resentment and hopelessness towards the assembled titans of the scientific community. This is not science at all. He pointed at the scattered reports strewn across the floor, marked with red crosses, his voice trembling with intense anger. Science is elegant. It is concise. It can be encapsulated in a formula as perfect as poetry, describing the entire universe, be it Maxwell's equations or Einstein's mass energy equivalents. But this, he gestured toward the screen, displaying the grotesque Caesarian rune model, rife with redundancy and error. What is it? It is nothing but a chaotic amalgamation of contradictions, errors, and self-negation. It resembles a mindless student, desperate to pass, who during an exam scribbles every formula, theorem, and draft they can recall, whether right or wrong, related or unrelated, across the entire paper, in a futile hope of guessing a few points. Qian Wei's impassioned outburst reverberated through the silent conference room. The scientists present fell into a hush. Some cast sympathetic glances, while others shook their heads in resignation. They believed that this promising genius had finally been crushed by the hellish dilemma. Chapter 67. The True Answer. However, one individual remained an exception. Lin Montag. At the moment he heard Qian Wei's furious and despair-laden, childlike metaphor, his chaotic brain, on the brink of combustion due to overexertion, seemed to have been struck by an unreasonable bolt of creation lightning from the heavens above. What did you say? Lin Mo slowly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the panting Qian Wei with an intensity that was almost palpable. His voice, though soft and ethereal, possessed a peculiar penetrating quality that sent shivers down the spine of all who heard it. Repeat your metaphor from just now. I said, Qian Wei stammered, startled by Lin Mo's terrifying gaze. I said it's like a fool guessing answers. No, the latter part. The Khazar people, they wrote down every formula they knew, regardless of correctness. Indeed, Lin Montag smiled. An expression of sheer brilliance and madness suddenly illuminated his pale, gaunt face, like the sun breaking through the clouds. So that is how it is, he murmured to himself. So that is how it is. Ha ha ha. We were all mistaken. He laughed while shaking his head. We truly attempted to comprehend the thought process of a fool. We, indeed, endeavored to unearth the singular correct answer amidst a heap of erroneous and chaotic refuse. We are the most foolish of fools. Amidst the bewildered gazes of those around him, Lin Mo abruptly ceased his laughter. He resembled a slumbering dragon awakened after millennia. His eyes, once dimmed by fatigue, now radiated a dazzling brilliance capable of illuminating the entire cosmos. He strode purposefully toward the main screen. Lin Mo no longer glanced at the crude Khazar runic model, which they had studied for weeks. His fingers danced across the control panel like a wraith. A brand new three-dimensional model, exquisitely crafted and complex, emanating a soft blue glow, instantly replaced everything, enshrined as a sacred artifact within the highest authority database. Tears of the Star Guide, he proclaimed. Lin Mo's voice was now devoid of any fatigue, replaced by an uncontainable, exhilarating fervor akin to that of a new world being discovered. He gestured towards the screen, showcasing the perfect blue divine creation, then pointed to the rough imitation relegated to the corner. Look at them. We have been committing the gravest, most fundamental error. We believed the Khazar runes were the essence of runic technology itself. But we were wrong. That is not it at all. It is merely a crude imitation filled with errors and redundant information that even the most incompetent engineering student on Earth would disdain. And this, he emphatically pointed at the Tears of the Star Guide. This is the work written by the divine hand, flawless and devoid of redundancy. Every stroke contains a perfect answer imbued with cosmic truths beyond our comprehension. Thus, Lin Mo turned around, arms outstretched like a mad revolutionary poised to declare war against the old world. We shall no longer be the pitiful students attempting to reverse engineer knowledge from the chaotic assignments of the underperformers. From this moment forth, his eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom. We shall be the teachers wielding the singular standard answer. We will use this standard answer as a template to correct, amend, and judge the error-laden assignments of the Khazar people. All superfluous and erroneous strokes that do not align with the fundamental logic of the standard answer shall be treated as noise, as refuse. They shall be ruthlessly expunged from our data models. Global Brain. Lin Mo issued a new command into the air. Immediately, alter the core algorithm. Use the structure of the Tears of the Star Guide as the foundational principal template. Conduct noise reduction and error correction on all known Khazar rune data. I want to see a revised perfect answer within 24 hours. In that instant, within the Singularity Laboratory, all the scientists who had been disheartened by weeks of failure were struck as if by a celestial bolt of lightning upon hearing Lin Mo's revolutionary and imaginative declaration. They stood in stunned silence for several seconds. Then, the entire laboratory erupted into a cheer more resounding, frenzied, and filled with the thrill of epiphany than any before. Of course, how do we not think of this? We have been guarding a mountain of gold filled with standard answers. Yet we were trying to pan for gold amidst a heap of refuse and errors. We are the greatest fools. At that moment, the once oblivious Qian Wei, awakened by Lin Mo, gazed at the figure standing before the main screen, illuminating the sole correct path for all in the darkness. His face still bearing traces of tears, now adorned with the purest, most fervent expression of reverence, as if he had encountered the embodiment of his lifelong faith. The global brain commenced its work. The entire atmosphere of the laboratory transformed in an instant. The previous air, filled with frustration, anxiety, and mutual blame, akin to a funeral, was swept away. It was replaced by an almost feverish enthusiasm, brimming with a thirst for knowledge and creative passion, reminiscent of the fervor on the eve of the Renaissance. The supercomputer cluster of the global brain, under Lin Mo's groundbreaking directive, embarked on its most spectacular and invigorating cleanup since its inception. On the main screen, the chaotic and ugly orange-red runic model representing the Khazar transition engine still hovered there. But this time, alongside it appeared a perfect structural model of the Tears of the Star Guide, radiating a divine blue light. The latter became the measure of truth, while the former was relegated to the status of an underperforming student S assignment awaiting correction and judgment. Global Brain, initiate the truth verification algorithm. Lin Mo's voice rang out in the silent laboratory like a starting gun, employing the foundational energy flow logic of the Tears of the Star Guide as an axiom. Commence the line-by-line, unit-by-unit error screening and redundancy elimination of the Khazar runic model. The massive machine cluster began to hum. An unprecedented academic correction, driven by human technological wisdom against the pseudo-divine technology, officially commenced. On the screen, the chaotic orange-red runic model was inundated by countless blue data streams, scanning and sweeping. The first fatal error was identified. A scientist responsible for energy circuit analysis pointed at the screen, her voice trembling with excitement. Look here. The energy core of the Khazar people, in the name of so-called stability, has parallel connected 3 sets of energy stabilizers that completely overlap in function. Yet their phases interfere with one another. This is akin to equipping a car with 3 brakes that cannot work in conjunction to ensure a smoother ride. Foolishness. It is nothing short of the utmost folly. As he spoke, The intricate runic structure representing the three flawed stabilizers on the screen was mercilessly emblazoned with the vivid red letters of error. In an instant, it was discarded like refuse, leaving only the singular, most streamlined and efficient monolithic stabilizing circuit, rectified according to the logic of the stellar tier. The second issue, the navigation system. Another top algorithm expert from MIT could scarcely contain his laughter, exclaiming, "My God, I can hardly believe my eyes." Their spatial coordinate positioning was based on a brute force enumeration method that had been obsolete for centuries. To compute a single short-range leap, they were forced to exhaustively enumerate trillions of utterly impossible paths, sifting through them to find a relatively optimal solution. The truly correct algorithm, as demonstrated by the stellar tier, required no path computation whatsoever. It directly performed topological deformation of spacetime itself. It was creating shortcuts, not merely seeking them. We had been striving to decipher a tome rife with verbosity and grammatical errors, stretching over 10,000 pages, only to discover that its essence could be distilled into a single phrase. Fold the paper. Boom! Yet another vast and unwieldy runic block representing the Casal leap navigation algorithm was utterly eradicated. In its place emerged a core of spatial folding algorithm that was merely 1% of the original size, imbued with mathematical elegance and aesthetic beauty. Errors were pried out one after another. Redundancies were systematically excised. The entire process felt less like a grueling scientific endeavor and more like a euphoric, invigorating spring cleaning. The human scientists resembled a cohort of stern educators armed with answer keys, diligently grading a dismal final exam paper riddled with elementary errors and foolish reasoning from the academically challenged Casal. As they corrected, they could not help but express their astonishment at the others' naivete. Good heavens, they employed a series structure of runic energy here? Had their mentors not informed them that parallel configurations yield the highest efficiency? Just observe this energy-leaking protective design. It's nothing short of catastrophic. They opted for blockage instead of guidance. No wonder their engines perpetually overheated. And their materials? They merely knew to incorporate the super-heavy element we designated as Casa alloy into bronze, entirely oblivious to the fact that the true key was not in the addition, but rather in employing specific high-frequency sound waves to induce a lattice structure within the alloy that could resonate with runic energy. Chapter 68, Rune Technology unveiled, 24 hours later. As the countdown in the Singularity Laboratory, akin to the pupils of a divine being, gradually approached zero, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. Tens of thousands of servers interconnected with the global brain, having undergone an entire day of unprecedented, borderline frenzied self-purification, finally completed the last iteration of computation. On the immense main screen, the once disarrayed, ugly orange-red runic model representing the Casal leap engine, fraught with countless redundancies and errors that had plagued humanity's brightest minds for weeks, was instantaneously erased. In its stead emerged a pure, profound darkness, reminiscent of the primordial void before the birth of the universe. In the laboratory, silence fell as heavy as a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, fixated on that abyss. They awaited the ultimate answer that might determine the fate of their civilization for millennia to come. Time seemed to stretch in that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds. Then, at the heart of that darkness, a minute point radiating silver-blue light, akin to a nascent star, quietly ignited. Following it a second, a third. Countless points of light, as if illuminated by a divine artist's most precise and graceful strokes, began to connect, outlining streams of exquisite silver-blue energy, imbued with unknown rhythms and harmonious beauty. Ultimately, when the final energy flow closed into a loop, a brand new, remarkably clean and simplistic yet encompassing the entire universe's temporal and spatial mysteries, the perfect human-modified foundational logic diagram of the runic leap engine emerged, akin to a holy lotus blossoming at the dawn of creation, composed of light and truth, quietly presented before all. In that instant, the entire Singularity Laboratory was enveloped in a sacred, near-religious silence. All the scientists present, arguably the most intelligent, rational, and atheistic individuals on the planet, were transformed into the most fervent believers, akin to witnesses of a divine miracle. They gaped, their eyes widened, gazing with a mix of obsession, astonishment, and disbelief at that perfect depiction of truth, as beautiful as a cosmic poem. It was breathtaking, truly breathtaking. It transcended every known form of human artistry, representing the most profound beauty derived from the very laws of physics. If the Casal runic model they had studied for weeks prior was akin to a madman's chaotic scrawl of curses and howls smeared on a wall with blood and mud, then the truth unveiled before them now, having discarded over 97 of the extraneous information, was a poem of physics written by the universe itself, using starlight as its pen and space-time as its paper, the most succinct and profound truth imaginable. My heavens! Finally, an elderly professor from Caltech, white-haired and a lifetime devotee to string theory, was the first to emerge from the overwhelming shock. In a voice akin to that of a somnambulist, he trembled and murmured, "So, it turns out it's this simple?" His whisper, like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, instantly ignited an eruption of ecstasy among the scientists, long suppressed to the brink of bursting. Simple? Professor, this is not merely simple. This is nothing short of an oracle. A young French female scientist, her face flushed with excitement, pointed at the screen, exclaiming, Look here. The Casal's absurd design requiring 3 independent, mutually interfering runic arrays to maintain leap stability is non-existent. In its place is this, an exquisitely ingenious, self-cycling Mobius energy loop. It not only perfectly resolves the stability issue, but can even recover over 60% of the energy dissipated during the leap. This is quite simply the prototype of a perpetual motion machine. And here, their navigation algorithm. That young prodigy, Qian Wei, who had previously roared in frustration at the collapse, was now pointing at the opposite end of the screen, his voice brimming with the thrill of intellectual domination, proclaiming the Casal's algorithm, fraught with redundant parameters and approximations, akin to a mountain of excrement, has been utterly discarded. True navigation requires no computation. It is an art of topology. It involves the direct folding of spatial coordinates from the starting point to the destination. My heavens, this is the theoretical embryonic form of the legendary archival engine. We have long believed that we were attempting to decipher an ancient scripture, obscure and profound, hailing from beyond the stars. A foremost expert in information theory from Cambridge, England, adjusted his glasses and remarked with a tone laced with self-deprecation and revelation. After all this effort, we were merely revising a composition riddled with typos and incoherent sentences, akin to a failing elementary student's essay. Ha 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 ha. The laboratory erupted in a jubilant, exuberant laughter, a resounding celebration of victors, imbued with an overwhelming sense of intellectual superiority. All fatigue, anxiety, and frustration dissipated in that moment. In its stead arose a sense of achievement more intoxicating than the triumph of any war. A triumph belonging to wisdom itself. They had not only deciphered the enemy's technology, humanity had transcended the Khazarians on a higher, more fundamental dimension. They had proven to the universe, and to themselves, one undeniable truth. In the pursuit of understanding truth, human civilization, rooted in a relentless curiosity founded on science and logic, far surpasses the millennia of blind imitation based on fear and reverence that characterized the Khazarians. Lin Mo quietly observed the jubilant assembly of the planet's most brilliant minds, akin to children in delight. He did not join in their exultation. Instead, his face bore a smile of relief and satisfaction. He slowly extended his hand, gently touching the cold, yet radiating brilliance of truth, perfect logical diagram before him. His heart was filled with an indescribable tranquility. Indeed, the path to greatness is simplicity itself. He recalled the profound shock and beauty he felt as a youth when he first encountered that formula, so elegantly simplistic, yet encapsulating the universe's most profound secrets. EMC, akin to a divine kiss upon his soul. True science has never been the convoluted and obscure accumulation of complexity. True science is eternally elegant. It is the sole eternal harmony in this chaotic and disorderly universe, a poetic masterpiece. The Khazarians, those pitiable chainbreakers, their souls grotesquely twisted by the wounds of the Age of Chains, chose to worship power itself out of fear. They regarded runes as incomprehensible, inviolable oracles, thereby eternally forfeiting their right to appreciate the universe's most precious poetic verses. The Khazarians guard a grand golden staircase leading to the divine, constructed of truth and logic, yet they have only learned to scrape away the debris upon the steps to forge a crude, harmful stone axe. How lamentable! How ludicrous! Linimo slowly retracted his hand. His gaze penetrated the screen, transcending the walls of the laboratory, as if he could see the boundless dark sea of stars awaiting them. He understood what it would signify when this rune transition engine, corrected and optimized for 100-fold efficiency, would be installed upon a starship crafted by humanity's finest industrial system. It would mean that a scalpel, sharper by billions of times than the Khazarian's crude stone axe, was about to be placed into the hands of humanity's most calm, rational, and formidable surgeon. And now, they had finally acquired the key that could truly unlock the gateway to the stars. Chapter 69. The Great Expedition Summons. Heart of Khazar. Hall of Glory. As Gorik, clad in black heavy armor, a colossal figure akin to a moving mountain, stepped into the Hall of Glory. Constructed entirely from the massive vertebrae of an unknown cosmic beast, all eyes, both overt and covert, immediately converged upon him like venomous blades. This was Gorl, the heart of Khazar, and the power core of the entire Khazarian Empire. The hall, rather than a mere chamber, resembled an immense natural cavern imbued with primal and sacred energy. Countless energy crystals, resembling the fangs of colossal beasts and glimmering with an eerie light, hung from the ceiling, casting intermittent shadows across the space. There was no unified conference table, only 7 distinct thrones, each representing the supreme power of the 7 clans, each crafted in a unique style. Gorik slowly approached the throne belonging to his bloodthirstily clan, forged from numerous beast skulls and shattered battle axes, exuding an aura of bloodshed and violence. The other 6 thrones were already occupied by the 6 most powerful warlords in the empire, each of them Gorik's equal. Their gazes were akin to vultures circling a battlefield, awaiting the feast of corpses, filled with scrutiny, greed, and unabashed malice. Ha ha ha! Look who has returned, tail tucked from that distant mud and bug-infested star realm. The first voice of derision came from a colossal figure seated upon a throne made of pure black iron and volcanic rock, radiating weight and power, a man even larger than Gorik himself. This was Volgar Iron Skull, the lord of the Iron Skull clan, a war fanatic whose intellect matched his brute strength, equally straightforward and blunt. His chin was even adorned with several massive metal fangs reinforced with alloy. He did not conceal his schadenfreude at Gorik's failure. Great General Gorik, Volgar's voice rumbled like 2 immense grinding stones, echoing with deafening mockery. Do tell us. Those 2-legged sheep who have never even glimpsed the light of runes, are their sorceries truly mightier than our Iron Skull clan's battering ram? Gorik ignored him. He silently approached his throne and slowly seated himself. Volgar, shut that mouth of yours, it spews nothing but molten lava and nonsense. A voice, as sinuous as a serpent's tongue, emerged from the darkest corner of the hall. There sat a figure draped in a black cloak upon a throne seemingly woven from solid shadows and obsidian. This was Kalen Nightstalker, lord of the Blackwing clan, an ethereal assassin and hunter by nature. His voice dripped with disdain and confusion towards Gorik. I am merely curious, Kalen's tone fluctuated. How an expeditionary force, comprised of our empire's finest warriors, could possibly fall to a group of primitives who have not even encountered runes. Perhaps, he chuckled lightly, it is because, dear general, you forgot to bring your eyes? This was a jibe at Gorik for not having heeded the reconnaissance support of the Blackwing clan. In the end, it is merely a regrettable transaction. Seated upon a throne adorned with glimmering gold and shackles of enslaved souls, exuding an aura steeped in wealth, was the formidable lady Layla Goldtooth, matriarch of the Goldtooth clan. She stood as the sole female among the 7 lords. Though her stature did not rival that of her male counterparts, her robust forelimbs and the keen, cold glint in her small eyes rendered her all the more perilous. Her tone was imbued with the shrewdness and calculation characteristic of a merchant. Gorik, my old friend, for your colonial war, my clan has generously supplied you with 3 ships laden with the finest papillomo creatures as provisions for your army. Now, the ships have vanished and the food has depleted. I trust that the compensation from the Bloodthirstily clan will arrive as promptly as your roar. Following her words were either genuine or feigned salutations from the other clan lords. The lord of the Forgeclaw clan, in a sonorous tone, offered his technical consolation. Failure is a common occurrence. Gorik, did your war axes falter in that low-gravity environment? If needed, we Forgeclaws can bestow special gravity runes upon your next batch of weapons, of course, at an additional cost. The lord of the Tremorclaw clan, a giant as silent and imposing as a mountain, merely opened his rock-like eyes slightly to regard Gorik, emitting a deep, questioning grunt from his nostrils. Lastly, there resonated the voice of the most ancient and revered figure, Malak, the high priest of the Stoneheart clan. He sat upon a throne carved from a singular, softly glowing meteorite. His body had withered to a state akin to desiccated bark, yet his voice echoed with an unsettling authority, reminiscent of the void itself. His words bore the gravitas of the most profound inquiry. Gorik, rumors abound that you have lost the tear of divine guidance. At this proclamation, the entire hall fell into a hushed silence, all mockery and discussion abruptly ceasing. The gazes of the lords turned gravely serious. Gorik slowly lifted his head, his crimson mechanical eye scanning the varied expressions of the warlords present, akin to a searchlight illuminating the darkness. He understood that today, if he could not furnish a reason compelling enough to either persuade or intimidate them, the fate awaiting his bloodthroat clan would not be a grand expedition, but rather a merciless dismembering by the 6 ravenous wolves that surrounded him. Indeed, Gorik began, his voice hoarse yet unervingly calm. I have failed. His forthright admission of defeat stunned the lords, who had anticipated a fierce roar or clever defense. My vanguard was entirely obliterated, and the tier of divine guidance was indeed left behind on that wretched planet we named Blue Mudball. Gorik refrained from justifying his failure, merely laying out the facts as if they were chips on a gaming table. Then, a sardonic and mad smile curled at the corners of his lips. Now, before you prepare to mock my incompetence and plot how to divide my bloodthroat clan's territory, I implore you to first witness what my expedition faced on that planet. He raised his hand, and a chaotic, bloody, and despair-laden war scene was projected in the center of the hall. Initially, the 6 lords bore expressions of disdain and disbelief, observing the insignificant humans being effortlessly slaughtered beneath the axes of their castle warriors. Yet, their countenances swiftly transformed as they beheld the unprecedented iron beast that spewed storms of steel and the spectral flying monsters that descended from the skies. They witnessed their proudest warriors, the thick-skinned giants of their empire, being pierced as easily as paper by an incomprehensible energy spear. They saw their landing ships, capable of withstanding meteorite impacts, being torn apart in an instant by a swarm of fiery spears. Aside from High Priest Malak, whose visage shifted dramatically, the other lords, accustomed only to killing and plundering, remained perplexed. Is this your justification for failure? Roared Volga Ironskull, the first to voice his skepticism. Have you lost your wits, Gorik? Even if these insects wield some peculiar sorcery we have yet to encounter, what of it? Before the invincible fleet of our 7 clans, before the planet-destroying siege engines of my Ironskull clan, this is naught but a farcical struggle against an unstoppable force. Indeed, chimed in Lady Layla Goldtooth, her voice laced with sharp sarcasm. All I see is a failure of command and foolish tactics. And now you wish to drag the entire empire down with these nonsensical images? The crux lies not here, spoke Malak, the high priest, who had remained silent until now. His murky eyes, as if capable of piercing through time and space, bore into Gorik with unwavering intensity. His voice rasped like 2 stones on the brink of erosion. Gorik, we possess far more efficient methods to deal with such primitive planetary civilizations, such as the hammer from the heavens. Govikes wideur de visage involontarily tweets. He slowly replied. My most formidable weapon, the hammer from the heavens. He paused, each word emerging as if squeezed from between clenched teeth, went off course. What? This time, the gasp did not emanate from the mocking politicians, but from 2 genuine authorities in technology. Glack Forgehammer, the lord of the Forgeclaw clan, a robust man with skin resembling cracked volcanic rock, abruptly rose from his throne, resembling a colossal anvil. He bellowed, impossible. The delivery apparatus of the Stone of Divine Retribution and the rune matrix stabilizing its structure were crafted by my descendants using the heart's fire. It is as simple, reliable, and powerful as my warhammer. It cannot fail. Indeed, Glack is correct, echoed the other giant, who had remained silent, slowly opening his rock-like eyes. He was Bor, the Earthshaker lord of the Tremorclaw clan. His voice was deep, deliberate, and imbued with an unyielding authority, akin to the movement of tectonic plates. General, my clan has calibrated the parameters for orbital bombardment for millennia. A kinetic weapon deployed at 0 distance at the gravitational equilibrium point. Its trajectory is inscribed by the very laws of the universe. It cannot deviate, unless it be you. The Bolhar conqueror, with those eyes resembling 2 gray stones, fixated intensely upon Gorik. It was you, Gorik, or your incompetent priests, who ultimately miscalculated the sacred spatial coordinates. This accusation, laden with professional gravitas, instantaneously ignited the entirety of the council hall. This was no mere mockery. It was the gravest charge against Gorik and his entire Bloodthroat clan, a matter of capability and honor. Faced with this nearly irrefutable query from the 2 great technological titans of the empire, Gorik merely closed his eyes slowly. He then slightly inclined his body towards the aged figure beside him, who had remained ghostly silent throughout. My high priest, he spoke, his voice imbued with fatigue. Please enlighten us ignorant warriors, who can only fathom through muscle and brute force, about what truly transpired that day. In that instant, All gazes within the council hall converged upon High Priest Kress. Kress stepped forth from Gorik's side. On his wise, withered visage, only one emotion remained: fear. A primal, profound dread, akin to witnessing the ultimate truth of the universe, while simultaneously beholding the demise of one's own civilization. Lords, his voice was dry and hoarse, akin to two ancient papyrus sheets on the verge of crumbling. Our general has not lied. Our warriors have not erred. Our divine punishment stone did not stray. He paused, his tone shifting to one akin to the mournful chant of a dirge, trembling as he revealed the final answer. One capable of overturning the understanding of all present. It was that target which we were supposed to strike with precision. That itself evaded us. What? Nonsense. Kress, have you been driven mad by the sorcery of those insects? In the face of the hall's cacophony of doubts and roars, Kress merely raised his staff, crafted from the spine of an ancient creature, slowly. The massive runic gem atop the staff illuminated. Two dynamic energy waveforms, brimming with vast information, were projected into the center of the hall. One depicted the faint blue tracer pulse detected near Earth. The other displayed the primordial energy structure of the Origin Stone, revered by the Stoneheart clan as a sacred relic, never to be revealed. It was acknowledged as the source of all runic technology closest to the divine script. This was indeed one of the treasures they had pilfered from the sanctum of the Starseed divine court of the Silver Empire. Behold for yourselves. Kress's voice resonated with a sense of impotence. Initially, those lords, who understood nothing but combat and subjugation, like Volga and Layla, could not grasp the significance. However, soon the true sages of runic technology, the priests and technical advisors from Stoneheart, Forgehammer, Starshaker, and even the Blackwing clan, began to breathe rapidly. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The expressions of disdain and skepticism on their faces were gradually replaced by an incredulous horror. Finally, the high priest of the Stoneheart clan, Malik, with hands as gnarled as tree bark, gripped the armrests of his meteoric throne with sudden ferocity. The once placid, murky depths of his aged eyes erupted with an unprecedented gleam of terror. Impossible. His voice, stripped of its former authority, trembled with the sharpness of faith utterly shattered. How can this be? This waveform, this structure, this internal harmony and logic. It is even purer than the Origin Stone we venerate. This proclamation fell like a colossal axe upon the heads of every Khazar lord present. Kress, observing their faces twisted by sheer astonishment, continued his final sermon in a voice tinged with sorrow, almost as if on the verge of tears. Now, do you comprehend? Our proud legacy of runic technology. Spanning tens of thousands of years, we, who consider ourselves the chosen of the divine, the noble Khazar, have merely been a group collecting shattered bricks discarded by the gods outside their temple, believing ourselves to be the absurdly arrogant inheritors of this divine edifice. We can only clumsily imitate the shapes of those bricks. We label this flawed and redundant imitation as a gift. We call it an oracle, and that civilization we have long derided as insects. Kress gestured towards the elegant, succinct, yet profound blue pulse from Earth. They did not scavenge those shattered bricks. In a mere 100 hours, beyond our comprehension, they breached that temple of truth we dare not approach. They did not seek to imitate the oracle. They are endeavoring to inscribe the oracle itself. Generals, Kress slowly turned, his golden slit pupils flowing with boundless, profound fear. Now I shall respond to Lord Bull's inquiry. Why did the hammer from the heavens stray? Because we were wielding a flawed spear, crafted by us, the inheritors, to assault a creature that had already begun to master the weaving of the divine net. They did not resist our spear. They merely nudged that net at the moment our spear was about to strike its mark. Thus, our spear missed its target. Kress concluded with a statement that encapsulated the absurdity and incredibility of this failure, leaving every Khazar soul shaken to its core. We did not invade a primitive, backward indigenous civilization. We have provoked a being that is evolving towards the divine at an incomprehensible pace. He then uttered the forbidden name. This intrinsic, terrifying aptitude for the truth of runes. I have only seen similar descriptions in the Empire's oldest taboo text concerning the Age of Chains. That was our once shared master, the Starseed divine court of the Silver Empire. No, Kress seemed to grasp something even more dreadful, slowly shaking his head. The last flicker of brilliance in his eyes entirely extinguished. They are even more terrifying than the archbishops of Silver. For according to the records, even the great Silver Empire dared only to call themselves the inhabitants and interpreters of this temple. Yet this group, known as human civilization, the hairless apes, they appear to aspire to become the new masters of this temple. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. If the preceding moments were akin to the calm before a tempest, then this instant felt as though time and space had been irrevocably frozen. Volga, the iron skull, whose grotesque visage was perpetually adorned with arrogance and derision, had every expression crystallized in place. His enormous hand, poised to grasp a goblet, remained suspended in mid-air. Layla, the calculating matriarch of the Golden Tooth clan, with her eyes that perpetually assessed gains and losses, now widened in sheer astonishment, brimming with a terror she had never before encountered. The reactions of the other lords mirrored hers. Shock, confusion, disbelief, every emotion coalescing into a singular, collective dread that stemmed from the deepest recesses of their bloodlines. Reminiscent of the darkest memories imprinted by chains, a tremor of fear. Silva, an ominous name that echoed like a nightmare. It represented an inescapable, godlike power that had haunted them for eons. The Khazar had spent 30,000 years, amidst the corpses of countless kin, striving to extricate themselves from beneath that deity's heel. Yet now, Galak, the very failure they had mocked moments ago, revealed to them that in some unremarkable, remote corner of the galaxy, a new species had quietly emerged, one that was more astute, more formidable, and even closer to divinity than their former master. They had, in the most foolish and arrogant manner, forged an unbreakable enmity with this future god. The entire hall of the Glory Council, steeped in an atmosphere of savagery and power, was suddenly shrouded by an invisible, frigid shadow of doom. These once untouchable warlords, who had prided themselves as wolves, felt for the first time an overwhelming, primal fear of reverting to the status of lambs. Chapter 72, The Doctrine of Flight. The Glory Council Hall, a barbaric bastion of power constructed from the spines of ancient behemoths, was now engulfed in a silence more suffocating than the eternal, toxic mists of the Khazar heart. The warlords of the seven clans sat rigidly upon their thrones, each adorned with clan motifs, like statues cursed into petrification. In their eyes, usually brimming with arrogance, cunning, or cruelty, only one emotion remained, a profound terror born from Christ's horrifying analysis, akin to a divine revelation. Fear, the most potent adhesive, temporarily bound these wolves, who typically thrived on deceit and condescension together. However, fear is also the fiercest corrosive. It gnawed at their reason, giving rise to a thought none dared utter first: flight. Indeed, flight, like a pack of jackals that had stumbled upon a slumbering ancient dragon in the forest. Their sole rational choice was to tuck their tails and silently retreat to their burrows, praying that the dragon would never awaken. General Galak observed these transformations. He witnessed the expression of confusion, a first for Volga, the Iron Skull clan leader, whose face was usually a mask of muscle and valor. He noted the flicker of doomsday risk reflected in Layla's astute eyes, a risk that even the most shrewd merchant could not hedge against. He even perceived the quivering figure of Karen, the assassin king of the Blackwing clan, shrouded beneath his cloak. He recognized that Christ's method of instilling fear had taken effect. Yet, fear alone was insufficient. It merely fostered the disgraceful cowardice of flight. What he, Galak, sought was a war that could gamble the very fate of the Empire. Thus, it was now his turn, as the greatest instigator, to take the stage. He intended to sow a seed of greed, imbued with dark enchantment, into this soil softened by fear. Then, he would nourish it with the searing magma of hatred, allowing it to burgeon into a towering tree of war that would obscure all reason. Indeed, Galak slowly began to speak. His voice was low and heavy, yet it resonated like a stone cast into the still waters of a lake, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He did not plead or rage like a defeated soul. Instead, he spoke as a victim filled with empathy, his tone steeped in understanding and sorrow. I see the fear in your eyes. I understand you. For not long ago, when I awoke alone from the nightmare known as the Age of Chains, I felt the same fear, 100-fold more intense than yours. Galak extended his hand, gently caressing his crimson biological eye. In that nightmare, it had ceased to symbolize his glory. It transformed into a cold, pulsating slave collar. He felt the searing pain of the luminous whip wielded by the overseer, Silva, lash across his back, scorching his very soul. He could sense the ultimate humiliation of possessing the power to rend the stars, yet being forced to kneel like a slaughtered beast, utterly powerless to resist. His words acted as a precise key, instantly unlocking the shared, dark memories that all the lords had deliberately forgotten. Their breaths grew heavier in unison. Thus Christ, my high priest, my old friend, Galak gazed at Christ, still ensnared in his own terror. Your conclusion is correct. We must be afraid. We must fear that monstrous entity known as humanity, which is rising at an incomprehensible pace. We must dread the return of those dark years filled with whips and chains, looming once again over us and our descendants. Indeed, Karen, the lord of the Blackwing clan, spoke with a trembling voice. Thus, we must retreat immediately. Flee, hide. Before these monsters have fully matured, we must vanish from their sight. And then what? Gallic interjected abruptly. His voice turned frigid and sharp. Shall we hide, trembling like skittish rats, in some dark corner of the cosmos? Each day, do we awaken from the nightmarish reverie of chains, once endured by our ancestors? Have we, a civilization of proud chainbreakers that once dared to defy the formidable Silver Empire, been reduced to pitiful creatures, cowering in fear and praying not to be discovered? Gallic strode purposefully toward the center of the hall, his presence swelling with an undeniable intensity. Karen, you have only perceived their terror. Yet, you have overlooked a matter of greater significance than their fright. With a sudden flourish of his hand, a holographic projection of the ethereal, deep blue tier of star guidance, imbued with unfathomable mysteries, once again graced the eyes of all present. This treasure, which rightfully belongs to the divine, the very foundation of our rise as the Khazar Empire, this singular key that can guide us to unearth all the hidden treasures of the cosmos, still lies within their grasp. Are we to flee? Gallic's derisive laughter echoed. Where could we possibly escape to? Once they master the power of this divine navigation, this dark forest shall hold no secrets for them. In that moment, we, the former invaders, would become as pitiful prey, marked by hunters with a tracking device. No matter where we may try to run, we cannot evade the ultimate retribution of their vengeance. Such words, laced with cruel logic, fell upon the hearts of the lords, who had only just begun to entertain the thought of flight, like a bucket of icy water. Indeed, how could they have forgotten this most critical issue? As long as the tier of star guidance remains in human hands, they shall never find respite. Gallic observed the faces of the lords, shifting from fear to hesitation and struggle, and he knew the moment had arrived. It was time to cast forth the bait that would drive even the most ravenous wolves into a frenzy. My esteemed brothers and sisters, he began, his voice transforming into one of profound sincerity and generous goodwill. For centuries, the tier of star guidance has been the most sacred secret of my bloodthroat clan. It has bestowed upon us boundless wealth and glory, yet it has also invited countless suspicions and jealousy from those gathered here today. Chapter 73. The Great Expedition begins now. But today, Gallic spread his arms wide. Like the most magnanimous of emperors, I shall shatter this selfish tradition. Here, I swear upon the bones of my ancestors and the honor of my clan. As long as we can embark on this grand expedition to reclaim this sacred relic belonging to all our kin from those accursed insects, henceforth, the tier of star guidance shall no longer belong solely to my bloodthroat clan. It shall be enshrined at the pinnacle of this hall of glory. Its secret shall be unreservedly revealed to all rune priests and artisans of our 7 clans. It will become the shared treasure of the entire Khazar Empire. Boom! This promise resonated like a true star, exploding within the hearts of every clan lord. The fear and hesitation etched upon their faces were instantly replaced by a more fervent, primal, and irresistible emotion, greed. Volga, the lord of the Iron Skull clan, exhaled 2 heavy, heated breaths through his enormous nostrils. He envisioned his clan, empowered by the technology of the tier of star guidance, crafting a fleet capable of traversing the cosmic seas. Lady Layla of the Golden Jaw clan, with her shrewd little eyes, erupted with a brilliance akin to a supernova. She envisioned innumerable secret trade routes leading to new colonized planets, filled with gold and slaves. Meanwhile, Malik, the high priest of the Stoneheart clan, bore an expression of morbid ecstasy, the first signs of which bloomed on his withered, bark-like face. For him, to personally touch and study the mythical source of divine inscriptions was far more tempting than conquering 1,000 worlds. Fear still lingered. However, in the face of such immense benefits that could drive an entire civilization into madness, that fear paled into insignificance. Gallic gazed with satisfaction upon the pack of hungry wolves before him, their breaths now heavy and labored. He knew they had taken the bait. Yet, he was prepared to add one final, irresistible piece of bait. His voice dropped to a devilish whisper, laden with deadly temptation. The tier of star guidance itself is not our greatest prize in this endeavor. The true, most coveted spoils. He slowly revealed the answer that left all the lords momentarily stunned. are those damned humans who possess the knowledge to decipher runes. Consider this, my brothers and sisters. Gallic's voice brimmed with seduction. For millennia, we have merely been imitators of the divine. We are like illiterate children, transcribing texts we cannot comprehend. Yet those humans possess a method, unknown to us, a fearsome key that can deconstruct, analyze, and comprehend the intrinsic logic of these celestial texts. That is their most terrifying and invaluable asset. This time, we embark on the great expedition not merely to destroy, but to enslave. We shall capture their scientists. We shall pry open their extraordinary, clever minds. We will extract, as one would drain the marrow from a slave's bones, their terrifying methods of understanding the divine. Then, a fervor ignited within Gallic's eyes, a madness so profound that even Cress felt a shiver of dread, akin to that of a creation myth. We shall perfect the union of our innate, unparalleled combat instincts as Khazar with humanity's scientific methods of deciphering the truths of the runes. At that time, the entire universe. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing a grand and new future. Who shall stand against us, the Khazar people, the Silver Empire, long decayed and mired in complacency, those so-called deities who once shackled us with chains? No, they shall become the new slaves beneath our feet, and we, the Khazar, shall rise to become the sole and eternal new gods within this dark forest. This declaration, rife with the allure of an exquisite future and the deepest vengeance against the past, struck each clan lord's heart like a red-hot hammer, shattering the last vestiges of hesitation. Only one emotion remained in their eyes: fervor. For the lord of the Iron Skull clan, Volga, was the first to rise from his throne. He brandished his colossal battle axe, resembling a siege hammer, with all his might, and roared, "To shatter the skulls of the new gods with my own hands. I, of the Iron Skull clan, pledge my allegiance to the great expedition." In response, Lady Layla of the Golden Tooth clan licked her cracked lips, her eyes glimmering with avarice for boundless wealth. The golden route leading to countless new worlds. I of the Golden Tooth clan vow to provide all logistics and supplies for the great expedition. From the shadows, Karen of the Black Wing clan emerged, intent on witnessing the divine retribution firsthand, while Bowl of the Shaking Star clan emitted a rumble akin to tectonic shifts. For our own glory and rebirth, Black of the Forging Hammer clan raised his war hammer high. Ultimately, all gazes converged upon Malik, the high priest of the Stoneheart clan. This ancient and most conservative lord slowly rose from his throne forged from meteorites. He looked at Gallic with eyes ablaze with frenzied fire, and, in a gravelly voice filled with monumental resolve, declared, to personally grasp the true wisdom that belongs to the gods, I of the Stoneheart clan shall unveil all sealed taboos for the great expedition. At that moment, the 7 clans achieved an unprecedented consensus for the first time in millennia. Gallic surveyed this assembly of war beasts, bound together by fear, greed, and hatred. He raised his immense bronze battle axe high, proclaiming, "In the name of the 7 great clans, in the name of our long-broken but never-forgotten chains, the great expedition." With all his strength, he roared, "It begins now." Chapter 74. The First Cry of Prometheus. In the lunar orbit of the solar system, the moon, a solitary celestial body that has faithfully guarded Earth for billions of years, now bore witness to the birth of history. Above its cold, cratered gray surface, an unprecedented and magnificent creation in human history quietly floated in the eternal darkness, the Lagrange Deep Space Dock. This colossal circular structure, built through the combined efforts of China, the United States, and Russia, along with over 100 nations after the passage of the Blade Proposal, resembled a steel continent suspended in the sea of stars. Within its vast open dock, humanity's first and only experimental starship equipped with a modified Rune jump engine, the Prometheus, was undergoing its final assembly and adjustments. From a distance, it appeared unlike any starship envisioned in human science fiction, and it stood in stark contrast to the blood-soaked, primitive bronze warships of the Khazar. It resembled not a cold weapon, but rather an exquisite artwork that fused the pinnacle of human industrial design with the mysteries of the cosmos. The hull of the Prometheus was not composed of the irregular, barbarically aesthetic rock masses characteristic of the Khazar, but instead exhibited an extraordinarily graceful, streamlined form, congruent with fluid dynamics and optimal energy field distribution. Its prow was sharp as a blade, smoothly transitioning towards the rear, culminating in a tail composed of 3 massive, conventional thrusters. The entire contours of the starship resembled a marlin gliding through the deep sea with utmost efficiency, embodying the beauty of power and speed. Its hull did not employ any materials that remain beyond our understanding. It was a testament to humanity's mastery of material science. The internal support framework was crafted from the latest generation of titanium, tungsten, and molybdenum composite metal developed by the Institute of Metal Research of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, formed integrally through 3D lattice printing technology. Its strength was sufficient to maintain millimeter-level structural stability even under thousands of GS of overload. Surrounding the framework was a multi-layered honeycomb defense structure jointly developed by DuPont and Bayer. The outer layer consisted of carbon fiber-reinforced silicon carbide ceramic panels capable of withstanding micrometeorite impacts. The middle layer contained the latest aerogel to absorb kinetic energy and insulate against radiation. Its mirror-smooth coating, shimmering with a silvery hue, was a multispectral stealth reflective film developed by the National Institute for Materials Science in Japan. It could reflect most harmful radiation in space during normal operation and, when necessary, adjust its surface charge distribution to absorb and deflect specific radar wavelengths, granting limited radar stealth capabilities. Its conventional propulsion system was equally a pinnacle of existing human technology. At the tail of the vessel was installed a Vortex 2 variable thrust magnetic plasma rocket, led by the Keldysh Research Center in Russia. It could utilize a powerful magnetic field to heat a small amount of inert gas to millions of degrees and expel it at nearly 1% of the speed of light, providing the spacecraft with sustained and efficient conventional thrust. The cockpit was designed entirely with ergonomics in mind, featuring a glass cockpit that offered a tangible sense of control. Before the pilot were three 8K resolution OLED touchscreen displays capable of showcasing vast amounts of information, manufactured by BOE's 85th generation OLED production line. To the pilot's right, the most traditional mechanical throttle and joystick system retained its tactile quality. Surrounding them were hundreds of redundant backup switches, enabling physical operation bypassing the main computer in emergencies. All of this exemplified the engineers' unwavering confidence in known science and their near-obsessive pursuit of reliability. It was nearly a perfect scientific creation, embodying the culmination of human aerospace technology. Yet, within the belly of this vessel, radiating the brilliance of science and reason, lay a heart that starkly contradicted the ship's overall aesthetic, an entity filled with the unknown and the mysterious. This was the Lin-type 1 Rune jump engine core, crafted by the Singularity Laboratory with utmost dedication. It was a perfectly sealed sphere, 3 meters in diameter, enveloped in an unidentifiable black crystal, a black box whose workings humanity had yet to fully comprehend. Lin M.O. and his team had successfully purified the rune logic of the Khazar through a process akin to grading assignments. They understood the type of energy required to achieve spatial jumps and the construction of the necessary rune array, as well as the resultant outcomes. Yet, they remained oblivious to the underlying reasons. Why is it that those rudimentary symbols, akin to hieroglyphs, when infused with a particular energy, can unlock the very fabric of space-time, a structure that even Einstein could not entirely comprehend throughout his lifetime? This question represents the ultimate and most distant chasm that lies between humanity and the divine. Nevertheless, it does not impede the proper functioning of the Lens-type 1 Rune transition engine core. When the energy is injected, it does not burst forth in a chaotic display of magical luminescence. Rather, it emanates, akin to the galaxy, a layer of ethereal blue light that pulses steadily, as if breathing. This is the essence of human magic, a phenomenon stripped of its mystique, grounded in physics and information science. A cosmic law that can be understood and precisely controlled. Prometheus, the fire thief. In the main command center of the Watcher space station, the once despondent genius Qian Wei, who had succumbed to despair, now serves as one of the chief engineers of the Prometheus project's transition engine system. He gazes dreamily through the massive viewport at the starship, a culmination of the collective efforts of humanity, murmuring to himself. In his eyes, there is no longer confusion or fear, only a flame intermingled with awe and fervor, a testament to his survival. It will seize the spark that should belong solely to the gods for humanity. Standing beside him, Lin M.O. speaks with his usual calm demeanor. Yet in his profound gaze reflects the silvery hull of the Prometheus, shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. Chapter 75, Rune Transition Engine. The entire main command center is a veritable city of the world. Scientists, officers, and engineers clad in diverse national uniforms gather, their commands and data reports interwoven in English, Chinese, and Russian, creating a tense yet harmonious symphony. Report to the commanding officer. The stress tests on the hull structure are complete. All parameters are perfect. A European Space Agency engineer announces loudly. Report from the Russian Space Agency. The Eastern 5 nuclear fusion reactor has reached 100 operational capacity, with stable energy supply. An elderly Russian expert states with poise. Report. The onboard conventional power system has completed self-check. The three groups of Rune Type 3 Hall thruster array ignition parameters are normal, capable of accelerating the vessel to the first cosmic velocity within 180 seconds. Report. The life support system is functioning normally, and the internal environment has been simulated to standard Earth gravity and atmospheric conditions. Report. The quantum entanglement communication system has locked onto the Earth UEDC headquarters, with a signal delay of less than 10 to the power of negative 23 seconds. A stream of commands and data flows from all corners of the globe, converging here through the deep space network and then relayed to the Prometheus via the space station's command system. Apart from the Rune transition engine, which serves as its heart, every organ and nerve of this starship, from the energy core, conventional power, sensory equipment to communication systems, represents the pinnacle of human technological achievement. Humanity has not relinquished the scientific edifice constructed step by step due to the mastery of a cheat. On the contrary, they have utilized their solid scientific foundation to forge the most powerful and precise external program in history for this cheat. Colonel Lin M.O. turns to the tall, sharp-eyed female officer beside him. Is the captain ready? Ling, the commander of the Zhu Long Special Forces, currently representing the Blade military system, is responsible for the security and military coordination of the entire Prometheus project. She nods and presses the communicator. Prometheus, this is the Watcher. Captain, please proceed with the final confirmation. Prometheus received. A calm, powerful voice emanates from the communicator. It is the legendary American astronaut, General Marcus Stanley, who has executed 3 lunar landing missions. My crew, my fire thieves, are prepared to make history. On the bridge of the Prometheus, filled with a sense of futurism, General Stanley sits in the captain's chair. Before him lies not a traditional array of physical buttons, but an entire augmented reality tactical information platform, suspended in midair. Countless data streams cascade like a waterfall, presenting every detail of the ship and distant target star regions in an extraordinarily intuitive manner. Dr. Lin, General Stanley's voice carries a hint of mirth. I must say, the vast system you designed is far more alluring than the antiquated equipment we used at NASA. A rare smile graces Lin Mo's lips as he replies, "We are merely standing on the shoulders of giants, General. It is now time for our Prometheus to take its first step." Understood. General Stanley's smile vanishes, replaced by absolute focus. He turns to his first officer and issues the command. Execute the initial chirp plan. Target Mars orbit L for Lagrange point. Activate global brain-assisted navigation. Calculate the transition window. Command confirmed. Transition path calculation initiated. On Earth, in the Shishan Underground Command Center and UEDC branches worldwide, countless eyes are fixated on the screen depicting the Silver Starship. General Li Zhengguo's wrinkled hand clenches into a fist, veins bulging on the back of his hand. This brief space jump will determine the future of human civilization, whether it remains forever confined within the cradle of the solar system, awaiting the arrival of the invincible Cassar fleet, or whether it gains the qualification to truly embark into the starry seas, capable of traversing the cosmos. Its significance is akin to the moment millions of years ago when humanity's ancestors first stood upright on the bridge of the Prometheus. The star map on the main screen begins to shift rapidly. A pathway composed of countless data points, glowing with golden radiance, is instantaneously mapped out. Transition path confirmed. Space-time disturbance rate is below 0.0001. Safety factor 99. 999. Target coordinates locked. Gravitational field data calibration complete. Captain, we are ready to depart. General Stanley takes a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the crew beside him, hailing from various nations yet sharing the same resolute expressions. He understands that from this moment forth, they're no longer merely astronauts. They're the new age Columbus, the first explorers to truly etch humanity's footprints on a cosmic scale. All crew members, please pay attention. His voice resonates through the ship's broadcast, reaching every corner. Prometheus is about to seize the first flame from the depths of the universe for humanity. Initiate Lin's Type 1 Rune Transition Engine. Energy infusion, countdown, 10-9-8. In the Watcher Command Center, Lin Mo's pupils suddenly constrict. He can almost perceive that within the silvery hull, the Rune Transition Engine he has named the Singularity is gradually being activated as the core of the entire vessel. 765. A torrent of colossal energy streams surges from the Eastern 5 nuclear fusion reactor, transformed and amplified through layers, akin to a roaring energy dragon, fiercely rushing into the transition engine located at the center of the ship. 432. Hum. A deep, resonant sound, seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul, emanated from within the Prometheus. This sound did not traverse through the air. Rather, it was a resonance produced by the very structure of space itself, set into motion by the force of humanity. In the next heartbeat, countless miniature sigils on the smooth, mirror-like surface of the transition engine ignited simultaneously. An ethereal blue radiance, akin to the most resplendent starry rivers, streamed forth from the engine's core, racing along the intricate, circuit-like patterns, intertwining and converging, ultimately forming a vast, rotating energy field composed of pure blue light around the vessel. Gone were the Khazarian rituals, rife with bloodshed and primitive reverence, devoid of savage roars or unstable spatial rifts. Instead, there was only an absolute, frigid precision, as if it could be calculated to 100 decimal places. Chapter 76, Transition Failure. This was the true visage of Rune Technology, not magic but physics, the grandest and most magnificent science of the cosmos. Initiate the jump. General Stanley pressed the button, symbolizing humanity's future. Before the gaze of all at the Watcher space station, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The Prometheus did not vanish with a swift whoosh as depicted in science fiction films. The surrounding space began to visibly distort, akin to heated air. The backdrop of stars stretched and compressed, as though an invisible giant hand were folding that very expanse of space like a sheet of paper. At last, when the folding reached its zenith, the Prometheus transformed into a blinding blue point of light, more radiant than a star, and then, silently, it disappeared. In its place lingered only a slowly dissipating ripple of spatial waves. The entire Watcher Command Center fell into a deathly silence. Had they succeeded? Had they failed? Was the other end of the transition the designated Martian orbit, or a frigid hell? Each second stretched out like a century. Qianwei's breath had ceased, his hands gripping the control console so tightly his knuckles turned white. Chun Ling stood rigid, but the slight tremor in her fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Mo remained the sole figure of absolute calm amidst the chaos. His gaze did not linger on the spot where the Prometheus had vanished, but was fixated on the coordinate point representing the Martian orbit on the central main screen. His mind raced, calculating at a pace surpassing that of supercomputers. According to his established model of space-time string vibrations, the transition process required 472 seconds. Now, time passed, 470 seconds, 471 seconds, 472 seconds. Time was up. Yet, at the designated coordinates, there was naught but emptiness. No blue light appeared, no graceful reverse folding, nothing. The L4 Lagrange point of the Martian orbit remained a cold, silent void of the cosmos. The applause that had just erupted in the command center came to an abrupt halt. What was happening? The flush on Qianwei's face drained away, leaving him pale. Global brain, report. Scanning. No signal from Prometheus detected at target coordinates. No residual transition energy detected. No spatial disturbances detected. The AI's voice remained devoid of emotion. Impossible. Qianwei's voice sharpened. Rescan. Maximize detection power. There must be an issue with the sensors. The atmosphere in the command center plummeted from celestial heights to icy depths within mere seconds. Anxiety began to spread like a contagion. Is there a delay? An American expert inquired nervously. Impossible, a Russian scientist countered immediately. Rune transition is instantaneous. Its time consumption solely depends on the complexity of space-time string calculations. Once completed, the outcome is definitive. There is no concept of delay. Another 30 seconds elapsed. 1 minute. 5 minutes. The Martian orbit remained silent. Had the starship, into which humanity had invested immeasurable resources and hopes, simply vanished? Could it be that the transition failed and the hull disintegrated in hyperspace? Someone trembled as they voiced the most terrifying hypothesis. This speculation plunged the entire command hall into a suffocating despair. If the Prometheus had indeed disintegrated, it would not merely signify the loss of Starship. It would imply that humanity's prideful, so-called revised Rune technology was fundamentally flawed. Humanity had never grasped that key. No, wait. Just as everyone was ensnared in the vortex of despair, suddenly spoke, his voice low yet resonant like a heavy hammer striking each heart. His eyes were fixed on a star map just transmitted from the Deep Space Observation Network, indicating real-time high-energy reactions across the solar system. It has not disintegrated. Lin Mo's finger emphatically pointed to a distant spot on the star map. It is here. All gazes converged upon the location of his finger. That was neither Mars nor even the asteroid belt. It was Jupiter. Beside Jupiter's colossal, beast-like great red spot, a faint yet distinct point of light, representing high-intensity Rune energy residue, flickered. Emergency orders. Chun-Ling instantly responded, issuing commands with an undeniable military tone. Integrate all computational power of the Pangaea supercomputer array with a Webb 2 deep space telescope. Target, Jupiter orbit, position J, 337. Zoom to maximum resolution. The orders were executed immediately. The most powerful eyes on Earth turned toward the distant gas giant. After several minutes of signal transmission and image processing, a highly magnified yet still somewhat blurry image was projected onto the main screen of the command center. As the image came into focus, a collective gasp echoed. A deeper, colder chill gripped every heart. The image revealed Europa, Jupiter's second moon, blanketed in thick ice, quietly suspended in the darkness. Yet upon its smooth, eggshell-like icy surface lay a massive wound, as if violently torn apart. At the center of that wound, a familiar section of the hull, which should have shone with a silvery radiance, was grotesquely embedded at an odd angle, deep within the thick ice several kilometers thick. That was indeed the Prometheus. The rear half of the hull, along with the entire thruster array, had vanished, as if cleaved away by the very fabric of space itself. The remaining front section of the hull was riddled with terrifying cracks. The blue Rune light that should have flowed like a galaxy now flickered in a dying, reluctant manner, akin to a malfunctioning fluorescent bulb upon the fractured hull. It was a failure, a complete, catastrophic failure. The target point of the transition had deviated by 500 million kilometers. The result of the transition was a half-destroyed starship, treated like a projectile, impaled with unimaginable speed upon the icy surface of a satellite. No, my vessel, my design, cannot be flawed, cannot possibly be erroneous. Qian Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the screen, displaying the wreckage of the starship. The color drained from his face, his lips trembled, unable to articulate a coherent thought. The flawless theory he had so proudly championed was shattered by the harshness of reality. The pillars of his spirit collapsed once more. With a thud, his legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, devoid of even the strength to weep. The command center was enveloped in a profound silence. No one spoke. Only the sound of labored breathing filled the air. The fervent spirit of survival and unity, the gallant resolve to face any challenge, was utterly crushed by this cold, brutal failure. The flame of hope was mercilessly extinguished by the eons-old ice of Europa. How could this be? General Li Zhenghua's aged voice, laden with fatigue and confusion, pondered aloud. Lin Mo, where did our design go awry? All eyes instinctively turned towards Lin Mo, the man who had sparked the miracle of Noah, the last bastion of human civilization. Lin Mo offered no reply. He did not glance at the fallen Qian Wei, nor did he acknowledge the despair surrounding him. Chapter 77. The Black Box. His body stood rigid, yet his eyes functioned like the most precise scanners, voraciously absorbing and analyzing the vast telemetry data transmitted by the Prometheus in the fleeting moment before its disappearance. Temperature, energy flow, spatial curvature, gravitational gradient. His mind transformed into a processor far more formidable than any global intellect. Why? Our theoretical foundation stemmed from the tears of the stars. That was the standard answer. Our calculations had undergone countless verifications by the global brain, flawless in execution. Our engine was the perfect version, purged of all the foolish errors made by the Khazar. Yet, why did the outcome defy reason, surpassing even the crude slingshot of the Khazar? Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a set of data. A series of real-time gradient variations of the solar gravitational field transmitted by the external gravitational sensors at the moment the transition was initiated. Within this data, he discerned an exceptionally minute, nearly negligible, but fatal anomaly. A thought struck him like a black lightning bolt, dispelling the fog in his mind. He finally comprehended. We were all mistaken. Lin Mo spoke slowly, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a chilling calmness born from epiphany. We were too arrogant. He turned to face the half-frozen starship on the screen, as well as the desperate, bewildered comrades in the command center. We believed we had unraveled the standard answer. But we forgot that every physical formula has its limits of applicability. We treated Rune Technology as a mathematical problem solvable under perfect, static laboratory conditions. We regarded our solar system as a mere empty backdrop, insignificant and inconsequential. His voice echoed in the silent command center. But it is not. The solar system is not a blank slate. It is a dynamic ocean, teeming with gravitational undercurrents and temporal vortices. And the sun? This star that comprises 9,986 times the mass of the entire system is the source of the monstrous waves that rise in this ocean. Why did the Khazar succeed? Because their technology is the result of eons of struggle within this ocean. Their engines are crude, inefficient, riddled with errors. Yet this very quality grants them a high tolerance for mistakes, akin to an ungainly but resilient raft that can weather the storms. And what of us? Lin M.O. chuckled bitterly, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. We crafted the most precise, swiftest racing vessel and then drove it directly into the heart of the raging Pacific. He pointed to that minute anomalous data. At the moment of transition, a normal gravitational wave pulse emanating from the sun's core swept over us. In the macrocosmic realm, is trivial, yet for our finely tuned engine, optimized to an extreme, exquisitely sensitive to any disturbance, this minuscule anomaly acted like a 0.0001 degree deviation imposed on a speeding train's trajectory. The initial error was negligible, but after a journey of 500 million kilometers, the result was that horrifying image on the screen. Lin Mo's words illuminated the understanding of all present scientists. Their faces turned pale, for they recognized the truth in Lin Mo's insight. They had not been defeated by an enemy. They had succumbed to their own arrogance, to an incomplete comprehension of the cosmos itself. Then what shall we do? General Li Jinghua's voice was heavy with despair. Our time is dwindling. We have less than 3 years remaining. Indeed, what can we do? The prototype is destroyed. The theory has been proven to harbor fatal flaws. Hope has transformed into a frigid desolation. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of space, the great expedition fleet of the Khazar Empire may very well have ignited its engines. Bring it back. Lin Mo's voice resonated in the hushed command center of the Watcher, akin to a stone cast into an icy lake, stirring not ripples, but tumultuous waves of astonishment and skepticism. Bring it back? The seasoned expert from the Russian Space Agency, Konstantin, was the first to break the silence. His wrinkled face bore an expression of bewilderment and exhaustion. Dr. Lin, do you not see? It is in the orbit of Jupiter, more than 500 million kilometers away. Our fastest unmanned probe would take years to reach it. Moreover, it is now a mass of highly radioactive debris, buried beneath kilometers of ice, with the potential for a secondary explosion at any moment. His words were harsh and sobering, instantly dragging everyone back from Lin Mo's powerful declaration to the stark reality. He was correct. The project commander from the American side, a composed former NASA director named Grant, interjected. We lack the capability to execute a salvage operation across 500 million kilometers under the high radiation conditions of Europa. This is an impossibility in terms of technology, time, and cost. We must acknowledge that the Prometheus has been lost. The word lost fell like a heavy hammer, shattering the last remnants of hope within the command center. Many scientists bowed their heads, their shoulders trembling slightly. General Li Jinghua's expression grew grave, for he understood that this was not the timidity of technicians, but a rational judgment based on scientific fact. However, Lin Mo shook his head. When I say bring it back, I do not mean to retrieve the vessel itself. His gaze remained fixed on the wreckage of the starship displayed on the screen. Yet we must retrieve its digital black box, the singularity core that encapsulates the essence of our theoretical breakthroughs, and the storage array that recorded the most fundamental and primal data of the transition. Without these, all our analyses of failure would merely be futile conjectures. He paused, surveying the faces filled with despair, his voice resolute. Thus, before we construct a second Prometheus capable of safely and stably navigating to Jupiter, its wreckage shall serve as our only guiding beacon. It shall forever linger there, akin to a gravestone and a lighthouse, perpetually reminding us of where we erred. This proclamation temporarily quelled all unrest and doubts. Indeed, failure is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the ignorance of its cause. Lin Mo re-established a clear, albeit daunting, objective for this disordered team. I require an independent laboratory with the highest level of access. Lin Mo turned to Chunling, instructing her to transmit all data from Prometheus before and after the transition to me, not a single bit less. I shall commence the process of resetting. Furthermore, he glanced at Qian Wei, who had been assisted to his feet by medical personnel, his eyes void of life. Let Qian Wei rest. He will not be participating in the forthcoming tasks. Chapter 78, The Horseman. Chunling nodded emphatically, uttering no further words, and promptly began issuing a series of commands through her encrypted channel. In this already fragmented command structure, her authority, along with that of the Candle Dragon unit and the Blade faction, became the last line of defense in maintaining order. Over the next 3 days and nights, Lin Mo confined himself within the depths of the Singularity Laboratory at the Watcher Space Station. Here, he transformed the place into the eye of the storm. The entire laboratory morphed into a chaotic universe constructed of data and information. The walls, floors, and ceiling were enveloped in three-dimensional holographic projections. On one side lay the design blueprints of the Prometheus, a masterpiece composed of over 1 million components. On the other side, the intricate and profound rune structure of the star's tier resembled the divine script. Moreover, vast spaces were occupied by torrents of data streams cascading like waterfalls, representing the moment of transition. On the first day, Lin Mo and his dwindling core team meticulously revalidated every hardware design of the Prometheus. From the energy output curve of the Dongfang 5 fusion reactor to the molecular interactions of the alloy shell under superluminal conditions, and the etching precision of each miniature rune array. They conducted millions of simulations and reviews. The conclusion was, the hardware is flawless. On the second day, their focus shifted entirely to the transition data, which lasted less than 0.01 seconds. They replayed that fateful moment repeatedly, like the most devout of believers examining sacred relics. They confirmed Lin Mo's initial hypothesis. The seemingly trivial gravitational wave pulse from the sun was the final straw that broke the camel's back. It acted like an invisible hand, gently nudging the steering wheel of the Prometheus at the moment it surged onto the racetrack, leading to the subsequent catastrophic yaw. Having identified the perpetrator, the problem only grew more complex. On the third day, the atmosphere in the laboratory became stiflingly oppressive. They could not find a solution. Lin Mo's team devised thousands of new digital compensation algorithms targeting solar gravitational disturbances. These algorithms were input into the global brain for transition simulations. The results, without exception, were all failures. On the main screen, one virtual Prometheus, after another, upon initiating the transition, would witness the surrounding blue rune energy field reacting violently and chaotically as if a chemical reagent had been introduced, ultimately leading to a catastrophic explosion far worse than the first failure. No, why? A silver-haired German physicist slammed his fist against the console, emitting a pained howl. We have precisely calculated every parameter of the gravitational disturbance. Why do our equally precise reverse commands not only fail to counteract it, but exacerbate the engine's collapse? This contradicts Newton's third law. It defies any conservation law of energy, because what we are facing may not be a classical physical system at all. Another scholar countered, the essence of the Rune engine operates in higher dimensions. To constrain it with the physics of our three-dimensional world is sheer arrogance. The argument intensified, fueled by exhaustion and despair. Meanwhile, Lin Mo stood silently before the repeated failures on the screen, voiceless. His eye sockets were sunken, bloodshot. 3 days and nights of sleepless toil rendered him akin to a string on the verge of snapping. He found himself ensnared in a mental deadlock. The entirety of humanity's scientific worldview is built upon the foundations of observability, computability, and repeatability. To him, everything in the universe, no matter how intricate, could ultimately be distilled into the cold, precise binaries of 0 and 1. As long as computational power sufficed and the model was accurate, no riddle could remain unsolved. Yet now, this rune engine from a higher dimension mocked his digital faith with ruthless disdain. The more precise his calculations, the further it strayed. The more accurately he corrected, the faster it collapsed. It seemed a taunt. Mortal, you simply do not comprehend me. Just as the atmosphere within the laboratory teetered on the brink of complete disintegration, the isolation door slid open with a hiss, and a poised, calm figure entered. It was Chun-Ling. She disregarded the bickering scientists and strode directly to Lin Mo's side, presenting him with a steaming cup of coffee, rich with aroma. "This is brewed from my privately stored top-grade Blue Mountain beans," she stated. Her voice bore no comfort, no sympathy, only an undeniable calm characteristic of a soldier. "Drink it, then sleep for 3 hours. This is an order." Lin Mo did not accept the coffee. He did not even glance at her, his gaze still fixed upon the screen, displaying the incessant failures in blue light, murmuring to himself, "Logic. There must be a flaw in the logic, but where does the problem lie? How did those fools from Castle accomplish it?" Chun-Ling followed his gaze to the screen, paused in silence for a moment, then suddenly inquired, "Lin Mo, before you became a scientist, did you ever drive a car?" This question, abrupt and peculiar, jolted Lin Mo's thoughts for the first time from the vortex of data. He furrowed his brow, of course. "Have you flown a plane? Or rather, one of the top-tier models, devoid of any computer assistance, requiring the pilot to rely solely on instinct, like a stunt fighter jet?" Chun-Ling continued to probe. "Not in my realm. I have flown," Chun-Ling's gaze transformed into something distant, yet piercing, as if she had returned to that realm that belonged to her. Beneath the sky howling with tempestuous winds. Do you comprehend the most profound distinction between an elite fighter pilot and a mere chauffeur? Lin Mo finally turned his head to regard her. The difference lies in the nature of their focus. As Chun-Ling's eyes met his, it became evident. The chauffeur executes a series of precise, quantifiable commands, steering the wheel 30 degrees to the left, pressing the accelerator to 2,000 revolutions per minute, maintaining a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. He is merely manipulating a machine. Conversely, the pilot, particularly when confronted with the unforeseen chaos of wind shear, those extreme air currents that elude even the most advanced computer predictions, does not simply control. He perceives. He employs his body to sense every subtle tremor of the aircraft. He relies on his intuition to anticipate the next shift in airflow. He merges his will with that steel beast, becoming one with it. He is not issuing commands. He is engaged in a life-and-death ballet with the aircraft. She paused, her gaze returning to the failed ruins of the simulation engine, and uttered a statement potent enough to alter the course of human history. Lin Montak, have you ever contemplated how closely your current predicament resembles this? You and your team are akin to the most elite, meticulous German engineers, endeavoring to craft a manual for steering a spirited Arabian stallion.